Walking all the way to the parking lot, Wu Yang sat down in his beloved Lamborghini. His hands gently brushed across the steering wheel, a trace of reluctance flickering in his eyes. Farewell, my beauty. You're utterly useless in the apocalypse. Better to turn into money for me to spend, let alone a sports car. Even an ordinary sedan would be worthless in the end times. No matter how expensive a car is, it can't compare to an ordinary heavy truck for durability. A heavy truck can plow through zombies with every hit, while a sports car will get you killed in a crash within seconds. In his previous life, Wu Yang had suffered exactly this loss. If he hadn't run fast enough, the weeds on his grave would be 3 meters tall by now. Oh wait, those bitten by zombies don't even deserve a burial. Half an hour later, Wu Yang arrived at the sports car club. The club was just as usual, gathering many idle rich second-generation kids who loved cars. Seeing Wu Yang arrive, a chubby young man immediately came over to greet him. Brother Yang, long time no see. Want to go for a lap together? Lin Dong said cheerfully. Wu Yang shook his head. No, I'm here to sell my car today. Sell your car? Lin Dong exclaimed in surprise. Brother Yang, isn't this your most beloved car? You spent so much effort buying it. How can you bear to sell it? Wu Yang looked as if he had seen through everything. I thought it through. These material possessions are all fleeting clouds. Better to let them go. Lin Dong looked as if he'd seen a ghost, waving his hand in front of Wu Yang's face. Are you okay? Are you really yourself? Or have you been possessed? Everyone around knew how much Brother Yang loved sports cars. Wu Yang gave Lin Dong a helpless look. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about telling the people around him that the apocalypse was coming. But no normal person would believe it. And more likely than not, they'd treat him as a lunatic. However, this chubby guy in front of him, Wu Yang knew his character very well. Lin Dong was a brother Wu Yang had grown up with. Their bond was thicker than most. In the apocalypse, when Wu Yang was searching for food, he had run into Lin Dong. At that time, Lin Dong didn't have much food left himself, but seeing the starving Wu Yang, he was still willing to share half of it with him. Thinking of this, Wu Yang felt deeply moved. Food in the apocalypse was priceless. Since Lin Dong had helped him before, Wu Yang decided to give him a heads up. Maybe he'd actually listen this time. Besides, this brother of his had a bit of chinibyu. Otherwise, who would seriously think about possession? Wu Yang patted Lin Dong on the shoulder. Fatty, I have a feeling something big is about to happen. If your warehouse at home is big enough, you should stock up on food. Hearing this, Lin Dong immediately looked nervous. He leaned in close to Wu Yang's ear and whispered, What? Brother Yang, have you heard the news about the upcoming war with the island nation? Is the news accurate? I think it's pretty reliable. Everyone's talking about it online lately. Wu Yang. Looks like he said everything already. Wu Yang said, Yeah, exactly that. It might break out any minute, so don't go wandering around outside. Stock up on supplies and stay home. You know, the richer people are, the more they fear death. Especially a rich second generation with chinibyu. Seeing Wu Yang's confident tone, Lin Dong didn't bother to question it. He immediately said, Damn. I'm going home right now to take my mom stockpiling. Brother Yang remembered to buy plenty of compressed biscuits too. With that, he squeezed his chubby frame into his sports car, and with a roar he drove off. Wu Yang smiled helplessly. In his previous life, Lin Dong had managed to survive the first wave of disaster unscathed. Hopefully this time he would live even better. Even if it didn't work out, he would still go save him. Although Wu Yang could have asked Fatty to come to him before the apocalypse, Lin Dong had a whole family. If he showed up with everyone in tow, that would be too much to handle. Turning around, Wu Yang drove the car into the club's used car showroom. He had already reached a deal with Boss Wang. The Lamborghini would sell for 5 million. The money was a bit less than he wanted, but every little bit counts. Besides, the main reason he came was the motorhome he had his eye on here. The Amadio Conqueror, truly an ultimate survival tool for the apocalypse. Boss Wang said with a beaming smile, Young Master Wu has excellent taste. This motorhome is the top-tier version. The shock absorption is top-notch. Whether you take it out for vacation or for anything else, the comfort level is absolutely first class. Wu Yang couldn't be bothered to respond. This Boss Wang probably thought he was buying the motorhome to pick up girls. Not that he denied doing exactly that in the past, but right now this was definitely for an apocalypse vacation. As for whether there'd be any girls by then, that would depend on luck. Wu Yang said, I want this vehicle. Can you modify it right here? Although the modification requirements Wu Yang had put forward were quite bizarre, as long as the money was paid, Boss Wang could fulfill any outlandish request. Boss Wang immediately said, Young Master Wu, rest assured. The materials we use here are all top-notch. Your requirements will definitely be fulfilled. Wu Yang nodded. After the modifications are done, deliver it directly to the Xiangshan No. 1 Villa District. And so the motorhome plus modification costs totaled 13 million. Just as he was about to leave, Wu Yang's attention was caught by an oversized pickup truck in the showroom. He pointed at it. You sell this kind of vehicle too? It wasn't surprising that he was surprised. After all, this sports car club mostly traded in sports cars and luxury vehicles. Having such an out-of-place pickup truck here was quite a novelty. Following his finger, Boss Wang's side. This Ford Raptor was left here by an old friend of mine for consignment. I only accepted it because he was in urgent need of money. But who would drive a car like this in the city? Especially a modified Raptor. The fuel consumption is no joke. It's been sitting here for 2 months now, and no one has even asked about it. Boss Wang couldn't help but sigh, having already prepared himself to eat the loss. But he never expected that Wu Yang's next words would rekindle his hope. Wu Yang said, "How much for this raptor?" "I'll take it." Boss Wang raised an eyebrow. What kind of bodhisattva had descended in the form of this young Master Wu? Not only did he buy the most expensive motorhome, but he was also interested in the pickup no one else wanted. Wasn't this a godsend of a rich customer? Boss Wang immediately said, "Not expensive, not expensive. I'll take a loss and sell it for 4,000. What do you think, young Master Wu?" Heh, Wu Yang sneered inwardly. This Boss Wang certainly knew how to do business. A used raptor with this kind of displacement would be worth 3,000 at most. But he couldn't be bothered to haggle. Wasting his time over a mere 1,000 wasn't worth it. The most important thing was that Wu Yang couldn't be driving the motorhome around every day. That would be too flashy. A pickup was much more convenient for daily use. Plus, he had his eye on the Raptor's reinforced tonneau cover, which could provide cover for his spatial ability in the future. And the reinforced bumper at the front was definitely essential equipment for ramming zombies in the apocalypse. Although it would only be useful in the early stages of the end times, that was enough. Wu Yang immediately settled the full payment of 4,000 with Boss Wang on the spot, then drove the Raptor out of the sports car club. Heading north, one reaches the largest vegetable market in the demon capital. In the apocalypse, fresh vegetables and meat are scarcer than ham sausages and instant noodles. Even the wealthiest cannot buy such things, for in the calamity that brought the end of days, all flora and fauna were contaminated and mutated. That kind of thing is utterly inedible. Some reckless souls dared to try, and what awaited them was their ancestors. Only by the third year of the apocalypse, when light-type and plant-type ability awakeners reached the intermediate stage, could the soil be purified for growing vegetables. As for meat, there was still a long wait. The truth was, Wu Yang only survived until the third year of the apocalypse, never even tasting a single fresh vegetable before he kicked the bucket. But now Wu Yang did not worry about this problem at all. The spatial world in his mind was not only vast in area, but could also store food. He had tested it. Time inside the space was frozen. Food placed inside and taken out remained virtually unchanged. As long as he stockpiled all the food in advance, he could outlast all of humanity. Even if he couldn't finish it all, he could trade the surplus for other supplies. In the apocalypse, anything could be exchanged, including people. Especially women without abilities or with low-level abilities. A single bag of instant noodles could buy a night with them. Thinking about it made him. But don't misunderstand, Wu Yang wasn't that kind of person. He had never done such a thing. Mainly in his past life, he didn't have spare food to do such things anyway. Wu Yang found the largest vegetable stall in the market. "Boss, are these vegetables grown by you?" The boss raised his eyes. "Of course. My vegetable field is on the outskirts of the city. Everything is picked fresh the same day and sold. Guaranteed fresh." Wu Yang nodded. "How much stock do you have?" "I'll take it all." The boss's weighing scale dropped to the floor with a dull thud. His mouth hung wide open. "Little brother, my vegetable field covers 20 mu. Are you really taking everything?" Wu Yang frowned. "Not enough." He crouched down, offered the boss a cigarette, and wore an extremely amiable expression. "I have a business deal for you. Are you interested?" Taking a drag, the boss turned his head. "Little brother, speak up." "Only a fool would refuse money," Wu Yang said. "Within 20 days you will unite all the nearby vegetable farmers to gather produce. No matter how much you collect, I'll take it all. The requirement is that every type of vegetable must be included and the quality must be good. For every batch delivered, I'll settle the payment immediately. Additionally, I'll give you a commission of 500,000 yuan. What do you say?" Wu Yang had considered that relying on his own strength alone wouldn't allow him to collect enough. So he might as well spend some money to find someone with connections. It saved a lot of trouble. If the apocalypse came and his money was still unspent while his resources were incomplete, wouldn't that be a huge loss? At that point, keeping the money would be utterly useless. At most, it could be used to start a fire for warmth. The boss's fingers holding the cigarette trembled. He would normally need to slave away selling vegetables for half a year to earn that much. Now in just 20 days, he could match half a year's earnings. How could he refuse? Especially when the young man before him was also waving a stack of 100,000 yuan bills in his hand. The boss grabbed the money tightly while nodding frantically. Yes, absolutely. Wu Yang stood up and smiled. He wasn't worried about the man running off. He had already placed a trace of fire-attributed spiritual energy on the stall owner. As long as the farmers delivered the vegetables on time, he would withdraw the energy. Otherwise, well, Wu Yang's money wasn't that easy to earn. Before leaving, Wu Yang added another instruction. Also prepare several portions of seeds for each type of vegetable. Although planting food in the apocalypse wasn't possible in the short term, as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Next, Wu Yang similarly visited the meat stall and the seafood market. "What? You say you don't have that much stock? Here's a commission of 500,000 yuan. Go gather goods from the surrounding areas. With money, things get done easily." All the bosses immediately agreed to the deal. Wu Yang also told them his requirements. For meat, everything had to be slaughtered and cut, then delivered to his home as soon as possible. Seafood had to be kept in ice and refrigerated containers. He didn't want to find that the food he planned to eat later had already gone bad. Wu Yang himself didn't mind, but he had an 8-year-old sister. A growing child needed to eat well. Thinking of his adorable little sister, Wu Yang's heart nearly melted. In his past life, he failed to protect her, and she was cruelly devoured by some desperate survivors during the first wave of the apocalypse. At that thought, Wu Yang's teeth itched with hatred for those murderers. Once the apocalypse came, he would make those people taste what it was like to be eaten alive. Wu Yang drove his Ford Raptor toward his sister's school to pick her up. After all, the apocalypse was coming soon. Why bother with school? Having experienced the betrayal of humanity in his past life, Wu Yang trusted no one. His sister was safest by his side. The law of the apocalypse was trust no one. In this life, he would definitely protect his little sister well. Half an hour later, they arrived at Moda City Central Elementary School. Only when Wu Yang reached the classroom did he learn that his younger sister had already been picked up by someone. What? Wu Yang stared dumbfounded at the beautiful woman before him. His sister's homeroom teacher, Su Qingwan. In his past life, he had heard that there was a powerful water attribute ability user named Su Qingwan in the National Apocalypse base. He never expected that the ability user would turn out to be his sister's homeroom teacher. Water attribute ability users were the key to obtaining water resources in the apocalypse. Moreover, after the mutation of marine life, the advantages of water attribute ability users would become even more pronounced. Wu Yang curled his lips. He had to use his sister to get close and reap the benefits first. Besides, Su Qingwan's appearance was exactly his type. With willow leaf eyebrows and lively apricot eyes, she was impossibly gentle. Su Qingwan asked softly, "You must be Cece's older brother, right? You know what happened to Cece at school, don't you?" "No, I don't." Wu Yang shook his head. Su Qingwan sighed, a hint of reproach in her voice. "I know it's hard for Cece to accept what happened in your family, so her drastic change in temperament is understandable. But as her older brother, you can't just focus on yourself. You should spend more time with her. Don't think Cece is just 8 years old. Kids these days understand everything. With proper guidance, Cece can still correct these problems." "Wait, hold on. Why is it that I understand every word you're saying but can't grasp the meaning when they're put together? And the way you're looking at me, why do I seem like some kind of heartless jerk?" Wu Yang wanted to ask more, but the class bell rang. Su Qingwan hurriedly turned and entered the classroom, leaving behind one sentence. "The person who picked up Cece was your family's butler. You can contact him." Wu Yang walked out of the elementary school in a daze, then called the family butler Uncle Wan. "Uncle Wan, are you with Cece? Why didn't she go to school?" Uncle Wan was taken aback. "The young lady wasn't feeling well today, so I brought her out for some fresh air." "Not feeling well? And going out for fresh air?" A soft, adorable female voice came through the phone. "Uncle Wan, you should say we went to the hospital. How can you say we're out for fresh air?" Yes. Uncle Wan quickly corrected himself. "I'm planning to take the young lady to the hospital for some fresh air." "Wu Yang, how do you take me for a fool?" Wu Yang didn't bother exposing them on the spot. "Well then, enjoy your fresh air at the hospital. Make sure you bring Cece home early tonight." All right. Uncle Wan agreed repeatedly. Since Uncle Wan was looking after Cece, Wu Yang could rest assured. When it came to people worth trusting in this life, Lin Dong was one, and the other was Uncle Wan. Uncle Wan was the family's old butler, having worked for them for over a decade. He had essentially watched the siblings grow up. And in his past life, Uncle Wan had starved to death just to leave food for the two of them. This time, Wu Yang had to make sure Uncle Wan was well-fed and healthy to repay his kindness. It wasn't that Wu Yang was some saint. It was simply that one must know gratitude. For those who treated him well, Wu Yang didn't mind spending money to support them. But as for enemies and those with ill intentions, sorry, but he'd be the first to send them straight to the afterlife. There was still plenty of daylight left, so Wu Yang planned to rent several large cold chain warehouses. After all, the bosses at the vegetable market and meat stalls had promised to have the first batch of goods ready within 2 days. He definitely needed a warehouse as a cover. He couldn't just transfer goods into his spatial dimension in plain sight of everyone. Although his home was spacious enough, if so many goods were delivered and someone saw them, his family would become the first target for others to fight over. An innocent man with a jade is a crime, and he was carrying several pieces of Hittian jade. After arriving at Moda's largest cold chain warehouse, Wu Yang went directly to find the manager in charge, Manager Zhang. The Wu Group had also rented warehouses there before, so Wu Yang was somewhat acquainted with Manager Zhang. Upon hearing his purpose, Manager Zhang said with a troubled look, "Young Master Wu, since we're old acquaintances, I could waive the deposit. But if you only want to rent for a month, that's very difficult for us. Our warehouses have a minimum rental period of 3 months. Wu Yang frowned. Renting for 3 months? Wouldn't that make him a fool? This old fox. Cursing inwardly, he still said aloud, "Fine, 3 months then. The rent is paid monthly, right?" Yes. Manager Zhang's face immediately returned to a beaming smile. Monthly payments were fine. Next month, if you're still alive, come find me for the money." Wu Yang then paid a single month's rent and leased 8 cold chain warehouses. As long as he made use of the time gap to periodically come and transfer the goods into his spatial world, 8 warehouses would be more than sufficient. Just as he was about to leave, he saw an employee rush in frantically. "Manager Zhang, the warehouse where we store the ham sausages has been robbed again, and the canned goods warehouse next door has been chewed up badly too." "What a..." Manager Zhang slammed the table in fury. "Those stray dogs always stealing from our warehouses. They've cost us a fortune. If I ever catch them, I'll skin them alive and boil them into soup." Wu Yang asked curiously what stray dogs are so capable. Why not hire a dog-catching team to deal with them? Realizing he had lost his composure in front of a customer manager, Zhang patiently explained, there's a leader among those stray dogs, an incredibly formidable one. Not only is it fast, but its claws are razor sharp. It always sends the dog-catching teams running in circles. Something like that actually exists. Wu Yang pursed his lips. Getting played by a pack of dogs. That was truly humiliating. But this wasn't the apocalypse. How could ordinary stray dogs be this formidable? After the apocalypse arrived, not only would humans awaken abilities, but some large animals, such as cats, dogs, tigers, lions, and the like, would also awaken abilities. Among those animals there were indeed many formidable ones. Unfortunately, he had never had the chance to encounter them. Otherwise he might have caught one a taste. Oh no, caught one to play with. Wouldn't petting a cat or teasing a dog during the apocalypse be wonderful? Of course, with his ordinary wind attribute ability back, then he would only have had the option to run if he encountered them. After all, those mutated animals, when they went mad, would bite not only zombies, but humans as well. Many humans who coveted them had been wiped out clean by those animals. Even the supplies stored in their homes were stripped bare. Truly not even a trace was left behind. Even the stockpiles in their homes were completely cleaned out. A true case of leaving nothing but a trail of destruction. Wu Yang shrugged indifferently. None of this had anything to do with him. As long as those thieving bastards didn't steal from his warehouse, he couldn't be bothered to intervene. Before leaving, Wu Yang casually strolled past each warehouse, appearing nonchalant, while actually scouting what goods were stored inside. This way, when the apocalypse arrived, he could conveniently loot, or retrieve, some supplies. By the time he finished, it was nearly 7 o'clock. Wu Yang returned home with a growling stomach. The moment he opened the door, an Iron Man came charging at him, the hard armor slamming straight into his body. It nearly sent him stumbling. If not for his chi refining stage cultivation, he would have been knocked flat on his back. What the hell? Whose little brat was this? Just wait until I beat you. Wu Yang was about to lose his temper when a familiar, soft, adorable voice came from inside the helmet. Big brother, you're finally home. Look at Cece's new armor. Isn't it cool? Wu Cece opened the helmet, revealing her cute little face. Oh, it was his little sister after all. Then no problem. Wu Yang praised sincerely, very cool. But where did you get this? Cece blinked her big eyes and replied, Big brother, don't you remember? You custom ordered this for me last month. That happened. Having struggled through the apocalypse for years, and then spent a year in the cultivation world, Wu Yang couldn't remember everything from before the apocalypse, let alone such a trivial matter as buying a toy. Oh wait, this Iron Man armor was specially ordered from the US, crafted with the exact same materials as the original. Would its defensive capabilities be equally identical? Wu Yang tried attacking the armor with a bit of spiritual energy, and surprisingly, it remained completely unscathed. That meant Cece could wear this armor as a life-saving measure during the apocalypse. This was an unexpected windfall. Though he would never allow Cece to be in danger, having an extra layer of protection wasn't a bad thing. Wu Yang pondered. Now that she had armor, he should also equip Cece with some weapons. Once Cece took off the armor, Wu Yang immediately scooped her up and pulled her into his embrace. It had been so long since he'd held his sister, he missed her terribly. Wu Cece, nearly suffocated by the tight hug, lifted her head with effort and asked in her sweet childish voice, Big brother, have you eaten? Cece has been waiting for you to come home for dinner. What were truly his own flesh and blood sister. She even waited for her brother. Indeed, sisters were the cutest creatures in existence. Wu Yang carried Cece to the dining room, where a table full of delicious dishes awaited. The highlight was the abundance of meat. Boiled pork slices, sweet and sour ribs, big plate chicken, black pepper steak, scallion, fried lamb, and braised duck. All sorts of poultry dishes filled the entire table in neat array. A young and pretty maid stepped forward, handing Wu Yang a napkin, her cheeks flushed as she asked, Young master, these dishes have been prepared according to your instructions. Are you satisfied? If there's any issue, I can make adjustments at any time. In the past, Wu Yang would have had the mood to tease her, but now he was already eating without a care. Having endured years of struggle in the apocalypse and the cultivation world, Wu Yang had developed the habit of wolfing down his food. Whatever it was, it could wait until he was full. Whoever dared to disturb his meal, he'd punch them square in the face. Just as he thought that his sleeve was tugged, Cece pouted, Big brother, eat slower. Teacher Sue said eating too fast causes indigestion and is bad for your health. Wu Yang silently retracted his oath. Every principle ceased to exist in front of his sister. He obediently chewed his food several extra times before swallowing. Is this okay now, my little princess? Only then did Cece break into a smile. Wu Yang remembered something and asked, Cece, I ran into your teacher Sue at school today. She said you've undergone a sudden personality change. What did you do? Wu Yang didn't believe that claim at all. His sister was so soft and adorable. What could she possibly have done? Cece paused mid-reach for food, sneaking a glance at the butler Uncle Juan standing nearby. Uncle Juan widened his eyes and shook his head nervously. Seeing that, Cece patted her chest and said, Nothing. Cece has been very well behaved. I performed excellently at school. Then she cautiously asked, Did teacher Sue say something to you? Nothing much, just told me to spend more time with you. Cece let out a relieved breath. Then Big brother just needs to stay with me. You don't need to worry about school. Leave it to Uncle Juan. Uncle Juan quickly chimed in, Yes. Young master is already exhausted from handling company matters. I'll take good care of Miss Cece. At the mention of company matters, Wu Yang's expression turned slightly unnatural. Though he had no obligation to explain himself to a butler without a reasonable excuse, suspicions would inevitably arise. Wu Yang glanced at the maids filling the room. These people were all loose lips. Moreover, when the apocalypse struck, most of them had revealed their ugly true faces. Though it pained him to part with the beautiful long-legged maids he'd painstakingly recruited, Wu Yang couldn't risk exposing his apocalypse-safe house. Every extra person meant another mouth to feed. Those without value Wu Yang had no intention of keeping around. After dinner, Wu Yang summoned the butler to the study. He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out the window, and said in a calm, breezy tone, "Uncle Wan, you're getting on in years, and can no longer manage so many people. Tomorrow let them all go." Thud. Wu Yang heard a dull sound and turned around to find Uncle Wan kneeling on the floor. Uncle Wan's lips trembled as he said, "Young master, it's my fault. I didn't mean to hide it from you, but the young miss. She didn't do it on purpose." "What are you talking about? What happened to Cece?" Wu Yang asked anxiously. Uncle Wan remained kneeling, carefully studying Wu Yang's expression. The young master, could he possibly not know yet? Damn it, at his age, why was he still so impatient? Maybe the young master was referring to something else entirely. Uncle Wan tested the waters. "Young master, are you trying to send me away?" Wu Yang looked utterly bewildered. "Uncle Wan, you're overthinking it. I meant to dismiss those maids. Keeping you alone is enough." He then explained, "There are too many people in the house. I prefer some peace and quiet now." Hearing this, Uncle Wan also let out a sigh of relief. Guilt-ridden, he didn't dare ask further, and quickly said, "Peace is good. Peace is good. The young master is the head of the household now. Whatever you say goes." The next day, Wu Yang sat at the dining table having breakfast. Over a dozen maids walked past him with mournful expressions, each carrying large and small luggage, occasionally turning their heads to cast pitiful looks. Working at the Wu residence was easy and the pay was excellent. Besides, the young master of the house was handsome. If luck was on their side, they might even marry into a wealthy family. Without having seduced the young master, yet how could these maids bear to leave? Each one had dressed up meticulously today, wearing exquisite made outfits with lace garter belts adorning their white stockings. They all hoped that before leaving the young master might take a fancy to them and choose to keep them. But Wu Yang kept his eyes lowered, eating his meal without paying them any attention. Only Cece, sitting beside him, watched with curiosity. Her brother had changed. He wasn't even looking at the pretty maids. Sigh. What a pity. Cece would have loved to look at the pretty ladies too. But then again, with them gone, no one would find out she'd skipped school. Hee. After breakfast, Wu Yang instructed Wanbo, "From now on you don't have to do anything else, though, just focus on taking care of Cece." Wanbo nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, young master, I will take excellent care of the young lady." Cece also said, "Brother, go to work quickly. I'll be obedient at school." It seems she still wants to go to school. That's fine, since there are still over 20 days before the apocalypse. Let her experience the joy of a peaceful life one last time. He ruffled Cece's little head and turned to leave the house. After Wu Yang left, Cece and Wanbo stared at each other in silence. Wanbo spoke first. "Young lady, are we going to school today?" Once Wu Yang was out, Cece dropped the act. She waved her little fist. "Why go? I don't want to see those annoying brats. Even if I go, I'd just beat them up again." Wanbo thought, "Brat. Young lady, you're not that old either." But thinking of those kids, Wanbo also felt uneasy. At such a young age, they have no filter on their mouths. Might as well just beat them to death while they're still young. Wanbo asked, "So where does the young lady want to go to relax today?" She stroked her chin and curled her lips. "How about we go to the shooting range?" Meanwhile, Wu Yang, who said he was going out, didn't leave the Shangshan No. 1 villa area, but headed straight to the back mountain. That was where he was building his apocalypse-safe house. The community where Wu Yang lived consisted entirely of high-end standalone villas, so the developer's clubhouse on the back mountain was also particularly upscale. The building was circular in shape with 3 floors and a basement. By now, the designer Jiang Feng had already led the construction team to start work. Seeing the big spender Wu Yang, Jiang Feng immediately came over. Smiling, he said, "Mr. Wu, this is the design draft I stayed up all night to finish. Take a look and see if there's anything that needs to be changed." Wu Yang glanced at the design and found no major issues. The entire clubhouse was surrounded by sturdy walls topped with electrified barbed wire. The facilities on each floor were well equipped with solar panels installed on the roof. The first floor was the leisure and entertainment area, featuring a pool game room, board game room, and living room. The second floor had 6 rooms along with a kitchen and 3 dining areas. The third floor also had 5 rooms which would serve as bedrooms for his own people. The basement housed facilities like a KTV and a cinema. The interior design was fine, but Wu Yang still raised a few suggestions. Every room in the house must have a fireplace. Having one only in the bedroom isn't enough. The air circulation system also needs to be installed throughout the house. After the apocalypse strikes, the weather on Blue Star becomes unpredictable. There will be extreme heat, and sometimes blizzards will hit. During snow disasters, temperatures can plummet to -30°C, and most electrical equipment will fail. Air conditioners would be useless. Not to mention, sometimes temperatures drop below -60°. Even the highest level awakened ones would struggle to endure the outdoor cold and blizzards. So it's essential to install the most basic heating device, which is a fireplace. After all, you can't go out during a snow disaster, and it gets boring, so Wu Yang plans to play games in the entertainment room. Jiang Feng nodded and noted it down. Wu Yang then continued reviewing the design plan. All the glass would be replaced with bulletproof glass, all walls reinforced with the strongest alloy, and every door fitted with the toughest alloy security doors. Wu Yang kept nodding in approval. Jiang Feng truly was someone capable of designing an apocalypse base. The safe house design was indeed excellent. After a moment's thought, Wu Yang added, "Let's also install comprehensive surveillance. In the corridors at a steel door every 10 meters. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected this rich second generation to share his Chinibu tendencies. He could think of such comprehensive protective measures. With these steel doors installed, even if danger arises, it can be completely isolated. Jiang Feng had loved sci-fi movies since childhood, and he had watched countless apocalypse and zombie films. Since becoming an architect, he had always dreamed of building an apocalypse-safe house. But who would be willing to do such a thing? Isn't that just throwing money away? He had thought his unconventional design plan wouldn't be approved, but the client actually approved it wholeheartedly. And it was being modified to be even more impenetrable. Jiang Feng suddenly felt a kinship with Wu Yang, and he laughed. If this safe house is completed, I'd even want to move in and experience it myself. If there's a chance, you're naturally welcome, Wu Yang said casually. He would absolutely welcome having a high-tier Earth attribute architect as his ally. Even if he didn't need him for large-scale base construction, having him for defense during battles would be beneficial. However, he couldn't appear too eager, or the other might think he was being used. Moreover, without enduring hardships in the apocalypse and witnessing the ugliest aspects of human nature, it's hard to truly survive. If Wu Yang extended an olive branch to people like a savior at the very start of the apocalypse, he might receive gratitude initially. But over time, insatiable greed would set in, and people would blame you for not giving more. The saying, "Give a pound, and they owe you; give a ton, and they make an enemy," was a lesson Wu Yang had learned thoroughly in the apocalypse. After reviewing the design, Wu Yang prepared to leave as he still had a lot to purchase. Before leaving, he asked, "Can your company get diesel generators? For a safe house like this, we definitely need diesel generators." Jiang Feng said, "How many do you want, Mr. Wu?" Their company dealt with construction and indeed had many channels for generators. "The more the better. I want the best models, preferably low-noise ones. Also, if you have diesel channels, you can help me buy some too." Wu Yang chuckled. "After all, I'm afraid the apocalypse might really come, and I'm a coward, so I definitely need to stock up." That remark was half-truth, half-joke, playing the role of a wealthy coward, and no one could find fault with it. Jiang Feng tentatively said 15. "Add more." Jiang Feng thought to himself, "Are you shopping for vegetables?" But facing his client, he said 20. He explained, "High-power generators are hard to buy. The government requires control and registration. Even if I contact all suppliers, I can only get this many at once." "All right, 20 it is." Wu Yang nodded in agreement. Jiang Feng stammered, "The best ones cost 2.8 million each, which is a bit pricey." "Money isn't an issue." Wu Yang wagged his finger. With that, he walked off with an arrogant stride, drove his raptor down the mountain, leaving Jiang Feng behind, shedding envious tears. Before he even left the residential compound, Wu Yang ran into two acquaintances. Oh, wasn't it his dear uncle Wu Chong and his cousin Wu Wenxing? He hadn't gone looking for them, yet they had the audacity to come to him. In his past life, these two were the culprits who caused Cece's death. In the first month of the apocalypse, almost everyone had exhausted their food reserves. By then, zombies were everywhere. The bold would choose to risk their lives to search for food. The timid or the wicked would resort to stealing from others. If they couldn't steal food, then living humans became a viable alternative. Wu Chong was Wu Yang's father's elder brother, and the two families lived in the same villa area quite close. Taking advantage of Wu Yang's absence while he searched for food, Wu Chong and Wu Wenxing gathered a few neighbors from the villas and stormed into his home. They brutally killed Cece and feasted on her. The apocalypse indeed drove some survivors deprived of food to lose their sanity, but these were blood relatives. Yet they could so callously lay hands on a mere 8-year-old child. They were utterly inhuman. When Wu Yang returned and discovered this, he naturally wanted to fight them to the death. But unfortunately, both father and son had awakened offensive type abilities. Wu Yang with his wind ability stood no chance against them. Instead, he got brutally beaten. Other neighbors also claimed that his sister was a useless waste without an ability, that letting them the ability users consume her was her final contribution before death. What they didn't know was that Cece had awakened a light type ability, and her first comprehension was a healing skill. Ability users of this kind were extremely rare, definitely the most sought-after treasures by major powers. Some would even go so far as to keep light-type ability users caged. At that time, Wu Yang feared he couldn't protect Cece, so he spread the word that Cece had no ability. Little did he expect that this would become a laughable excuse for her death. Had it not been for Wu Yang's mastery of the wind step technique to an extremely high speed, allowing him to flee fast enough, he would have been slain on the spot as well. At the thought, Wu Yang's eyes burned with fury. He silently repeated 100 times, "Now murder is illegal. Now murder is illegal. Now murder is illegal." After a moment, he finally suppressed the urge to kill them right then and there. He only needed to endure 25 more days. Then he would personally butcher these two bastards. At the community gate, Wu Wenxing spotted Wu Yang and immediately pointed at his nose, demanding, "Wu Yang, get out of the car. What on earth are you thinking? You sold the company shares without even telling us." "They're my shares. How I handle them is my business. Why should I tell you?" Wu Yang was amused. Did this cousin of his even have a brain? He even told him to get out of the car. He hadn't driven over them only because there were a few witnesses at the gate. He didn't want to be locked up in a cell for a few days before the apocalypse even began. Wu Chong, adopting the tone of an elder, lectured, "Your father worked so hard to build this company, and now you sell it at a moment's notice. How will you explain this to your father later? You're too immature." Wu Yang sneered. "Then uncle, what do you consider mature? If you need money, uncle can give you 10 million. First, use it as you see fit. Give the shares to us. We're all family, so it doesn't matter who holds them." Wu Chong said with a straight face. He thought that Wu Yang couldn't have sold all the shares, right? Wouldn't that leave him with nothing to live on? Wu Chong coaxed, "Your uncle is well-meaning, wanting to help you manage the company. Look, you're only 21, you just graduated from college. How would you understand business operations? Give them 10 million to take over his shares worth 10 billion. Why not just rob him outright? What wishful thinking?" Wu Yang said coldly, "Too late. I've already sold all the shares to Chairman Zhang. If you want them, go talk to him." Chairman Zhang Lintian had risen from the underworld and now ran a loan sharking business. He had done every unscrupulous thing imaginable. His character was truly despicable. He would have someone beaten at the slightest disagreement. But had it not been for the fact that he was the only one who could produce that much cash at once, Wu Yang wouldn't have dealt with him. At the mention of Zhang Lintian's name, Wu Chong was also intimidated, momentarily speechless. In the past, when he was doing business, he had inadvertently offended Zhang Lintian. He had been threatened at gunpoint with the muzzle pressed to his forehead. That terror he could never forget. It gave him nightmares for a whole month, and even caused him to wet the bed for a week. Wu Wenxing, unaware of this, stomped in anger. "You bastard Wu Yang, how dare you get involved with such a person? You sold everything. Are you insane? What do you plan to do with all that money? Are you thinking of joining Zhang Lintian and loan sharking? Believe me, I can report you both to the authorities." Crazy. Wu Yang had confirmed that Wu Wenxing was definitely an idiot. His relationship with Zhang Lintian was a clean, legitimate transaction. Where would you even report it? But if you want to report Zhang Lintian, he certainly wouldn't object, because offending him would inevitably lead to a very rhythmic death. In the apocalypse, Zhang Lintian, relying on his 100-strong gang and his ruthlessness, had carved out his own bloody path. Wu Yang narrowed his eyes. After the apocalypse, these two before him would be corpses. There was no point wasting words on the dead. He placed his hand on the steering wheel, about to leave. But Wu Wenxing persisted, blocking the front of the car. "If you can't get the shares back, then share some of the money you got from selling them. My dad and I need it for business. We're family. You wouldn't disagree, would you?" Upon hearing this, Wu Chong also kept nodding in agreement. Exactly. We're not asking for much. Just 1 billion would suffice. With your shares, shouldn't you be able to fetch over 10 billion? Such a statement of robbery was delivered with such naturalness. Wu Yang's brows knitted tightly, a killing intent as palpable as solid matter in his eyes. "Since you refuse to cherish these final moments of your lives, I am more than willing to teach you a lesson." Raising his hand, Wu Yang unleashed a palm strike through spiritual energy, sending the father and son flying through the air. Instantly, they were knocked flying. Thud. 3 seconds later, they crashed heavily to the ground. Wu Wenxing immediately let out a wail of agony. As for Wu Chong, he had struck his head upon impact, his eyes fluttering shut before he lost consciousness. Wu Yang couldn't be bothered to glance their way and simply drove off. "You fell all on your own. That's not on me. There are cameras at the community entrance as proof. I didn't even touch you. I'm completely innocent. Even if you're rushed to the hospital, the doctors won't be able to lay blame on me. After all, I merely used a trace of spiritual energy that mortals couldn't possibly detect. This spiritual energy penetrates into the meridians. At first, you'll feel as though countless insects are biting all across your limbs and bones. But as time passes, the spiritual energy will gradually scorch your internal organs, leaving you unable to die, yet beyond saving. Let me give you a foretaste of suffering." Speaking of which, he does feel a slight pang of regret that spiritual energy was wasted on people like them. Shouldn't he have just kicked the father and son away when he got out of the car? On Blue Star, a place devoid of spiritual energy, every bit he expends is one less he has. Recovering it might take an indeterminable amount of time. Every bit must be treasured and used wisely. Wu Yang murmured these words as he drove away. Yet from the direction of the gate behind them, two figures suddenly appeared. An elderly man in traditional Tang suit, a cartoon backpack slung over his left shoulder that starkly contrasted with his dignified appearance. A little girl in a black Gothic dress, yet holding a small crossbow in her hands. Shishi's small face puffed out as she asked solemnly, "Uncle Wan, did you hear clearly what brother was saying to them?" Uncle Wan shook his head. "I couldn't hear clearly, the distance was too far." Shishi frowned. Elder uncle and cousin must have bullied brother. Uncle Wan looked up at the sky. He genuinely couldn't see how the young master had been bullied. He was simply puzzled as to why the two of them had fallen for no apparent reason. Perhaps this was what they called retribution for too many wicked deeds. He had long disapproved of the Wuchong father and son, always fearful that the young master would be deceived into handing over the inherited company to them. Fortunately, observing their interactions, things were far from harmonious. If that was the case, then he was pleased. Ahead, Wu Wenxing struggled to rise from the ground and hurried over to support Wuchong. Dad, how are you? Are you okay? Wuchong slowly opened his eyes and rubbed the back of his head. SSS. What on earth happened? Why did we suddenly fall? Wu Wenxing gritted his teeth. It must have been Wu Yang's dirty trick. This kid, why has he changed so much from before? Wasn't he easy to fool before? Dad, what should we do now? What should we do? Wuchong slapped the top of Wu Wenxing's head. We go to the hospital first, obviously. It hurts like hell. Why does it feel like my whole body is on fire? Hearing this, Wu Wenxing also felt uncomfortable all over, as though an intense itch had taken hold. He scratched vigorously, but the itching only intensified. Cursing under his breath, Wu Wenxing supported Wuchong as they made their way to the car parked by the roadside. Damn, Wu Yang. Once I'm done at the hospital, I'll deal with you. My butt. It hurts. Wu Wenxing turned around and discovered a miniature arrowhead embedded in his rear. The arrowhead had struck with pinpoint accuracy, sinking deep into his flesh. The moment he yanked it out, blood sputtered forth with a hiss. Wu Wenxing cried out in agony once more. Wuchong turned around, his eyes bulging with rage. Who dares ambush my son? Which bastard? Before he could finish, another scream erupted. Oh. They saw that an arrowhead had also been shot into Wuchong's rear. The father and son clutched their backsides, rolling on the ground in pain. Not only did their entire bodies ache as though besieged by tens of thousands of biting insects, but their buttocks hurt the most. The security guard on duty at the community entrance and the passing residents stared in utter bewilderment. Where did these two lunatics come from? Blocking cars one moment, then falling down on their own the next. Now they've been shot with arrows. Better move along quickly. Who knows if madness is contagious? Hidden within the bushes, she lowered her crossbow, vanishing without a trace. You deserved it for cursing my brother. Then leading Uncle Wan by the hand, she departed with flair. Uncle Wan gazed up at the sky, pretending not to witness any of this. The young Miss's archery skills have improved once again. Should he report today's incident to the young master? Never mind, he'd best keep quiet. Compared to the young master, an enraged young Miss was far more terrifying. Still regarding those two pesky individuals, Wuchong and Wu Wenxing. Should he hire someone to beat them up? Yes, that's the plan. Half an hour later, as the Wuchong father and son drove toward the hospital, they were suddenly blocked on a narrow road by a small truck. 8 burly men wearing sunglasses and face masks emerged from the truck. The leader glanced at a photo on his phone. Wuchong and Wu Wenxing, correct. Wu Wenxing, clutching his injured rear, stepped out of the car. That would be your old master right here. What's your problem? Blocking my car. Do you want to die? The leader, a man of few words but lethal actions, snapped, brothers move in. Thud. Smack. Oh. Help. Save me. Full 20 minutes passed before the small truck sped away. Wu Wenxing gasped in a near-death whisper, Dad, let's just call an ambulance. None of this was known to Wu Yang. He drove all the way to McDonald's. Let it not be misunderstood. He was truly not there to eat fried chicken. It was purely about stockpiling supplies. Beautiful miss, is your manager around? I need to speak with him. Wu Yang approached the ordering counter and asked the young woman behind it, wearing a baseball cap, in a playful tone. The server glanced at Wu Yang's face. So handsome. And he had called her beautiful. Flustered, she lowered her head and murmured softly, I'll go fetch him right away. Wu Yang smiled faintly. 5 minutes later, he found himself sitting across from the manager by the window. Under different circumstances, this scene might have looked like a fragment from a youthful campus drama. If only the manager weren't such a burly, rotund man. The manager asked in a straightforward manner, Sir, did you need something? Yes, I'd like to place an order. Place an order. The manager frowned. Such matters are usually handled right at the ordering counter. Wu Yang spoke calmly, a large order. Can you take it? The manager grew slightly impatient. On ordinary days, they often received bulk orders, nothing that warranted his personal involvement. Just as he was about to leave, Wu Yang added, Give me 5,000 portions of every single item on your menu. 5,000 portions. The manager's voice rose sharply, nearly breaking. Had he not observed the brand name clothing all over the young man, he would have ordered him out on the spot. Wu Yang knitted his brows. Too few. I suppose it is a bit little. If I hadn't worried about your kitchen keeping up, I would have wanted even more. The manager was deeply suspicious. What kind of children's gathering required such an enormous quantity of food? A kindergarten party. That kindergarten would have to be incredibly huge. What he did not know was that all of this would be consumed by a single child. Cece's favorite place was McDonald's. Wu Yang himself had no particular obsession with fried chicken, but he had the means, so he would simply buy more. With this, Cece would have enough to eat for 10 or 8 years. After much deliberation, the manager said, We can accept this order, but the full payment must be settled in advance. One set from the entire menu is 1,000 yuan. 5,000 sets would amount to 5 million. He wanted to see whether this wealthy young master could actually produce such a sum in one go. 3 minutes later, the store account received a transfer of 5 million yuan. So that's how it is. A wealthy person's whims were indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. The manager's tone became exceedingly respectful. so we won't be able to finish this all at once. When exactly do you need the delivery? No rush. 2 weeks will do. But every 100 portions you complete you must deliver them to me immediately, Wu Yang said. He needed to store the food in his spatial dimension while it was still hot, otherwise the fried chicken would lose its flavor. The manager calculated in his mind. Such a massive order would inevitably require coordination with other branches. Leaving McDonald's, Wu Yang continued to KFC and Burger King. Perhaps Cece would grow tired of McDonald's and want a change of taste now and then. However, for these two chains, Wu Yang did not order as heavily. Only 2,000 portions each. That alone spent another nearly 4 million yuan. Next, Wu Yang visited other well-known fast food chains and purchased 2,000 portions at each. His approach was simply extravagant. Across all fast food restaurants, he spent nearly 100 million yuan. But it did not matter. As long as Cece enjoyed it, he would buy it. The rest of the day, Wu Yang sat by the roadside waiting for delivery riders to bring him the goods. Each time a batch arrived, he asked them to place it in the rear of his Raptor, and while no one was watching, he quietly transferred everything into his spatial dimension. During the waiting period, Wu Yang mentally calculated what supplies he should purchase next. Should he simply buy out all food in one go? Currently, his stockpiled goods consisted only of vegetables, seafood, meat, and fast food. But after the apocalypse arrived, how would he ever enjoy those exquisite restaurant meals again? It would be an unforgivable loss. In the apocalypse, he who controlled food controlled the world. This world. He must grasp it firmly in his hands. Seated in his car, Wu Yang began making phone calls, from 5-star hotels and Michelin restaurants down to time-honored street-side eateries and the humble food stalls he used to frequent. Wu Yang wanted it all. Of course, he did not forget the cuisines of other nations either. Hello, Manager Chun. Give me 1,000 portions of every dish your hotel offers. Yes, I will transfer the deposit immediately. President Wang, I hear you've been busy lately. Give me 1,000 portions of every dish at your restaurant. No rush. Once it's ready, pack it in thermal boxes and deliver it. Masterly prepare 1,000 portions of every dish at your shop. What for? I'm hosting a banquet at home and have always favored your cooking. Little Zhao, don't set up your barbecue stall anymore recently. No, it's not the city management. I want to contract you on a monthly basis. Yes, just deliver everything directly to me once it's done. Auntie Sun, make 5,000 portions of your family's stinky tofu for me. Yes, just deliver it straight to my house. This round of arrangements cost another 600 million yuan. These dishes could not be delivered to the warehouse. They had to be sent to his home instead. After all, who would believe that someone purchased such an enormous amount of food for cold storage warehousing? Fortunately, Wu Yang still owned another villa in the Shangshan one villa district, a coming-of-age gift from his parents. Otherwise, he would have had to figure out how to explain all this to Wan Bo and Cece. After stockpiling such a massive quantity of supplies, Wu Yang calmed his mind and entered his spatial world. Gazing at the shelves stacked floor to ceiling with food, he finally felt a sense of inner peace. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. It seemed his connection to the spatial world had grown even tighter. This spatial world was also an invaluable treasure in the cultivation realm, and its secrets had never fully revealed themselves to Wu Yang. Yet now Wu Yang could faintly perceive the laws of space itself. But as he attempted to explore deeper, a sweet warmth rose in his throat, and a trace of blood escaped the corner of his lips. Wu Yang sighed. His current strength was insufficient, and his spiritual power was especially weak, still unable to support a prolonged exploration of this space world. It seemed he would have to wait until he mastered enough power before researching this space world again. Wu Yang casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, twisted open a bottle of mineral water stored in the car, and took a big gulp. That's right, water. In the apocalypse, water resources were also extremely scarce. It wasn't that there was no water, but all of it had been contaminated by the virus and zombies, making it undrinkable. A single sip could cause low-level supernaturals to mutate and become zombies in no time. Only those who reached the intermediate level could barely drink some to quench their thirst. But there was a downside: drinking this contaminated water would diminish your innate abilities. Advancing further would become an almost insurmountable challenge. However, obtaining water was also a problem. If he relied solely on buying bottled water, it would only last a few years. Nevertheless, Wu Yang contacted several water companies and ordered 50,000 barrels from each, all delivered to the warehouse. He would need to find other solutions for the remaining water. For now, he wasn't certain if Su Qingwan would be willing to follow him, so Wu Yang had to prepare for both possibilities. Letting out a breath, Wu Yang rolled down the car window and lit a premium cigarette. His gaze occasionally wandered to the long-legged women passing by on the street. Although it was October, autumn hadn't yet arrived in the Magic City, and there were plenty of women on the streets dressed in revealing outfits. Such sights would become rare once the apocalypse began. In the apocalypse, everyone was busy surviving, and most women were disheveled and grimy. For the sake of their dignity, most would dress very conservatively. Seizing this rare opportunity, Wu Yang decided to savor it. Just then the car radio crackled to life. Although it's already October, temperatures in our city remain quite high. Jingtian Lake, located in the suburbs and shaded by its surroundings, has unexpectedly attracted a large number of tourists. Jingtian Lake. Wu Yang stroked his chin deep in thought. Besides Jingtian Lake, there were several other freshwater lakes nearby. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity to secure a water source? These lakes would all be thoroughly contaminated once the apocalypse hit. So why not take advantage of them now? With that thought, Wu Yang didn't hesitate and immediately drove to the suburbs. After nearly an hour's drive, he finally arrived at Jingtian Lake. Fortunately, since it wasn't the weekend, there weren't many tourists around. Only a few scattered figures by the shore and a couple of small boats drifting on the water. They appeared to be young people out for a leisurely boat ride. How carefree. Wu Yang sighed. These people had no idea that the apocalypse was just over 20 days away. He seemed to be the only one living in constant anxiety these days. Though with his self-defense abilities and the ability to protect Cece, he wasn't overly terrified. But it would be even better if the apocalypse never came, because the horrors that would unfold were something no one should ever have to experience again. Shaking his head, Wu Yang found a secluded corner by the lake and crouched down. He reached his hand into the water, and with a thought, the lake water began to be absorbed into the space world within his mind. Wu Yang's space world was quite unique, allowing him to divide it into regions according to his will. At this moment, there was a specially designated deep pit within it. Water was gradually filling the pit. At first it was just a small puddle, but slowly the water level rose until it had formed a pool the size of a swimming pool. Meanwhile, the water level of Jingtian Lake was visibly dropping. Hey, have you noticed the water level seems to be falling? A girl in one of the boats asked, curiously looking at a chubby guy sitting across from her. That chubby guy was none other than Lin Dong, Wu Yang's good brother. The girl pointed in surprise at the bushes by the shore. I remember the water used to cover those reeds, but now the whole patch is exposed. Lin Dong also looked over. No way. Xiao Wei, are you sure you're not misremembering? I don't feel like the water level has dropped. Zhou Wei furrowed her delicate brows. Although she felt something was off, maybe it was just her imagination. She didn't dwell on it and continued, Dongji, can we go to that Italian restaurant tonight? I haven't been there in ages. Dongji. Hearing that term of endearment, Lin Dong immediately perked up. A simple, honest smile spread across his round face. Of course. Xiao Wei, whatever you want to eat, I'll take you there. Zhou Wei giggled coyly. You're the best, Dongji. Being your girlfriend is such a blessing. After dinner, can we go shopping at the mall next door? Bye. Anything you want, I'll get it for you. Lin Dong was so delighted his eyes narrowed into slits. Who said a chubby guy couldn't get a girlfriend? Look, he had found one, didn't he? Wu Yang's cultivation was high, so his hearing was exceptional. Every word spoken on the boat reached his ears without missing a detail. He nearly stumbled and fell into the lake. That chubby guy, wasn't he just a couple of days ago worried about an impending war and rushed home to stockpile supplies? And now here he was leisurely taking a girl out on a boat ride. Seeing his friend's pathetic lovesick demeanor, Wu Yang felt helpless. But he couldn't reveal himself now. After all, he was there to steal water. It wouldn't be a glorious story to tell. The water level in Jingtian Lake had dropped significantly, so Wu Yang decided to stop. After all, you shouldn't pluck all the wool from one sheep. If he attracted the attention of the authorities, he might be invited for an unpleasant chat. Fortunately, there were other lakes nearby. Wu Yang quickly got up and replicated the process, collecting water from the other lakes. It was almost dark by the time he finally completed his water collecting mission. Wiping off the sweat, it was time to go home and take stock. Boss Wang from the sports car club had also delivered the RV, and Wu Yang needed to inspect it. Boss Wang drove the RV over himself, his face beaming with satisfaction as he looked at Wu Yang. Young master, well, what do you think of the modifications? As per your requirements, I've added reinforcements to the front, replaced all windows with bulletproof glass, and reinforced the body with the sturdiest alloy. Wu Yang used his spiritual energy to inspect the work. The hardness was indeed impressive. He then stepped inside. The space inside was small, but remarkably well equipped. Kitchen, dining area, bedroom, bathroom, U-shaped sofa, and a sitting area. It had everything one could need. The bedroom featured a double bed accommodating 2 people. The U-shaped sofa was also quite large, spacious enough for 3 to lie down. Wu Yang nodded in approval. This was money well spent. He took the driver's seat and drove straight towards the safe house in the back mountains. This type of large RV was different from regular cars and was challenging to drive. Fortunately, Wu Yang had learned how to handle one during the apocalypse, so it wasn't a problem for him. He parked near a forest edge, waved his hand, and stowed the RV into his space. He then made a quick trip to the construction site to check on the progress. Seeing everything proceeding smoothly, he finally felt at ease and headed home. Day after day, it was absolutely exhausting. After dinner, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. In his hazy slumber, he vaguely heard a wolf's howl. A wolf? How could there be a wolf at home? It must be a hallucination. In a daze, Wu Yang slept until broad daylight. The next day, Wu Yang was once again awakened by a chorus of wolf howls. After 3 seconds of staring blankly from his bed, he sprang up with a start. What the hell? Where were these wolf howls coming from? Though their villa district was nestled against the mountains, how could there possibly be wolves in these peaceful times? Oh no. What about Cece? Could Cece have been carried off by the wolves? Wu Yang tensed his nerves, grabbed the baseball bat hidden under his pillow, and swiftly rose to open the bedroom door. Suddenly, a black shadow streaked across his vision, lunging directly toward him. Years of combat experience from the apocalyptic world triggered his instant reflexes, raising the bat to strike. Brother, don't. You can't hurt my Amber. Amber. 3 minutes later, Wu Yang and Cece sat across from each other at the dining table, staring in bewilderment. Wu Yang turned his head with difficulty, gazing at the black creature sitting on the floor that kept lolling its tongue. A wolf, or perhaps a dog. Looking at it, it was roughly the size of an ordinary large dog. Cece, what is this? Where did you get it? Cece lifted her little face and said, a puppy. I found him yesterday at the shooting range. Wait, no, I found him near the school. Before Wu Yang could press further, Cece continued. Amber loves me so much, so he insisted on coming home with me. Brother, can we keep him? Good heavens, this black, dull-looking creature. What does it have to do with Amber? Sure enough, she's my sister. Her imagination is truly unique. Swallowing hard, Wu Yang carefully examined this creature named Amber. Its tail hanging downward was a characteristic of wolves. Yet its eyes were particularly silly and cute, one blue, one gray, like a heterochromatic husky. Wu Yang had heard that in his previous life, there was a 9th stage ability user who fought alongside a heterochromatic wolf. Its combat prowess was actually comparable to that of a king-level ability user. It was well known that beyond the 9th stage were 10th stage ability users referred to as top-tier ability users. And king-level ability users were existences several times more powerful than top-tier ability users. That 9th stage ability user's invincibility in battle was entirely due to that heterochromatic wolf with lightning attributes. Wu Yang was shocked in his heart. Could this be that very Amber? Could his little sister have found a treasure? Suddenly Wu Yang's gaze toward Amber became fervent. Amber lolled its tongue, looking at Wu Yang with undisguised contempt. Human, what is that look in your eyes? Do you think I won't bite you to death? Amber, don't be rude to brother, or I won't give you chips. Cece grabbed Amber by the scruff of its neck and warned. Amber immediately softened its gaze, looking at Cece fawningly. Chips. I want chips. There's actually something this delicious in this world. This old wolf must eat this kind of delicacy every single day. Amber stuck out its tongue, frantically licking Cece's little face. Cece giggled, grabbing the chips from the table and stuffing them all into Amber's mouth. Amber munched and crunched, eating quite happily. Meanwhile, Wu Yang was already stunned. While Amber was licking Cece, Wu Yang had already gathered a spiritual energy sphere in his palm, ready to hurl it at the first sign of danger. After all, that heterochromatic wolf from his previous life was known to be an extremely ferocious creature. But looking at this wolf before him now, how could it be so worthless? A bag of chips, and it was won over. Was this really that fearsome heterochromatic wolf king from the apocalypse? Not sure. Let's keep watching. At this moment his stomach was growling with hunger. Enough. Time for breakfast. Wu Yang picked up the fried egg from the dining table, took a bite, and barely managed to hold back from spitting it out. Tui. Well, he did spit it out. Wu Yang turned his head and asked, Wanbo, why is there eggshell in the egg? Wanbo stroked his white goatee and pondered, perhaps it's because eggs are originally wrapped in shells. Wu Yang took a deep breath. Fine, given that this was Wanbo's first time cooking. He endured it. He cut a piece of steak with a knife and fork, stuffed it in his mouth. God. Wu Yang spat it out again. Wanbo, even if our family is wealthy, we can't possibly put this much salt in the food, can we? Beside him, Cece quietly munched on toast without saying a word. Wanbo was on their side after all. Better give him some face. Wanbo tasted the steak, his expression turning grim. He hastily apologized. I'm sorry, young master. Should I make something else? He knew his cooking wasn't good, but he hadn't expected it to be quite this terrible. Oh no, would he get fired this time? Please no. He didn't want to leave such a lovely young miss. Wu Yang, seeing his flustered state, looked up at the sky helplessly and said, Fine, I'll just eat some bread. Now he understood why Cece, who was a carnivore just like him, was only eating bread today. Little sister, that's not fair. It was his fault for dismissing the long-legged maid so early. He simply hadn't remembered that Wanbo couldn't cook at all. Would he have to live like this every day from now on? Seeing Wu Yang's dejected state, Amber excitedly howled once more. Oh whoa. Amber, look, there's a fool here. Wu Yang brandished his knife and fork, glaring at him with a threatening look. He didn't understand what Amber was saying, but he clearly felt like he was being looked down upon by a wolf. After the meal, Wu Yang stayed home all morning specifically to watch this wolf. He dawdled and refused to leave. There was no way he could rest easy about a wolf. That wolf's head was even bigger than Cece's. Its mouth could definitely swallow Cece whole in one bite. But Cece was getting anxious. If brother wouldn't leave the house, wouldn't she have to go to school? What about Amber? Poor little Amber was just a stray dog. If she hadn't happened to run into him at the shooting range, he might have been caught by someone and made into dog soup. Cece frantically signaled to Wanbo, standing nearby. Wanbo, think of something quickly. Wanbo received the hint, cleared his throat, and said, Young master, don't worry. I've already custom ordered an exclusive cage for Amber. I'll lock Amber inside right away. I absolutely won't let him harm the young miss. Cece nodded vigorously. That's right, brother. You should get going. Cece will be fine. After much persuasion and multiple promises, Wu Yang finally left home reluctantly. Cece wouldn't stay home anyway, and the wolf would be locked in a cage. That should be manageable. The food supplies he had ordered would be delivered in large quantities today. Wu Yang had to go next door to the villa to collect the groceries in time. Otherwise, if the food got cold before putting it into his spatial dimension, he'd only be able to feed it to the wolves. Amber, are you being serious? Outside the residential complex, large trucks kept driving in one after another. The vehicles were fully loaded with food. The frequent comings and goings of so many large trucks naturally caught the attention of other residents and security guards in the community. However, since everyone living here was wealthy and the rich tended to indulge in purchasing unusual items, the onlookers, though curious, made no attempt to inquire. No questions was just what he wanted. Get spared Wu Yang the trouble of making excuses. He had already cleared out the neighboring villa and stored all the furniture into his spatial dimension, all to make room for storing vegetables. Each delivery batch was collected and sealed away into his space, and with enough time between arrivals, no one noticed anything amiss. After finishing up at the villa, Wu Yang hurried to the cold storage warehouse to collect fresh produced meat and seafood. Boss Kai, who handled the vegetable deliveries, stood at the warehouse entrance grinning from ear to ear. Brother, I brought you all the vegetables from the neighboring villages. As soon as the villagers heard you'd be buying, they all wanted to make this deal. Wu Yang nodded and said, bring as much as you can, just ensure the quality is guaranteed. Boss Kai patted his chest confidently and said, rest assured, I've personally inspected everything. I guarantee they're all freshly harvested vegetables from today. Wu Yang gave the goods a quick glance and found nothing wrong. Without hesitation, he transferred the payment to the boss on the spot. It was indeed a full payment. After all, he had money and didn't care about spending it. The apocalypse was coming anyway. What was the point of keeping money? Boss Kai said, brother, may I ask curiously, why are you buying so much vegetables? Wu Yang glanced at him calmly and said, my family's company is large and I'm buying extra as employee benefits. Boss Kai thought to himself, he's definitely a second-generation rich kid. What a massive company this must be. So many employees. He praised out loud. What good fortune to be your employee. Wu Yang chuckled quietly. Then the meat stall owner and the seafood boss also arrived, one after another, delivering their goods according to the requirements. After receiving payment, they all left with satisfied smiles. Wu Yang did a quick calculation. Between vegetables, meat, and seafood, he had stockpiled several 100,000 units, enough to sustain tens of thousands of people for generations. The total expenditure came to nearly 2 billion yuan. Vegetables made up the largest portion, because after the snow disaster, all vegetables would wilt, and Wu Yang refused to eat soggy produce. While the vegetables were still fresh, he bought as much as he could. For several consecutive days, Wu Yang repeated the same routine. Meanwhile, he called various suppliers to place orders for rice, flour, and fruits, each quantity reaching tens of thousands of tons. Rice was the most essential item, and Wu Yang purchased a variety of premium strains. After all, rice was the staple of Chinese people. Surviving on meat alone, without rice, was unthinkable. Flour could be made into various dishes, such as noodles, dumplings, and wontons. With rice and flour, life felt complete. As for fruits in the apocalypse, no one would dare to hope for them. Having enough rice to eat would already be a blessing, let alone fruits. But Wu Yang dared. After all, he had money. What was there not to dare? Affordable fruits like apples, bananas, oranges, and pears made up the majority. More expensive varieties such as durian, strawberries, mangoes, and lychees were also stockpiled in considerable amounts. This round of purchases cost nearly 300 million yuan. Clothing was equally critical. In the apocalypse, everyone would be focused on survival. Who would still be making clothes for anyone? Wu Yang placed a direct call to the manager of a certain major shopping mall. Leveraging his super VIP status, he placed massive clothing orders across shopping malls throughout the entire city of Shanghai. From down jackets and thermal pants to autumn-based layers and long johns, and down to short-sleeve vests, underwear, and swimsuits, plus all kinds of stockings. Shoes were no exception: snow boots, marten boots, military boots, cloth shoes, skate shoes, high heels, and more. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. For men, women, the elderly, and children, everything was covered. What, you're wondering what I need all this for? Heh. My family's company is large, and we have many employees. It's for distributing welfare benefits. Not only did he buy clothing, but Wu Yang also purchased 100 smartphones, 100 laptops, and 100 tablets from the electronics section of the mall. He also bought 500 sets each of household appliances as backup supplies. Gaming consoles were a must: Switch, PS5, Xbox, and even 100 Bamayabu handheld consoles. Yes, there might be power outages in the apocalypse, but he had generators. What was there to fear? He also bought 500 high-capacity USB drives. And what for? Well, obviously to download some adult films. Don't misunderstand, just for killing time. And just like that, another 600 million yuan vanished. Additionally, he stockpiled ample supplies of daily necessities such as firewood, rice, cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Medicines: Wu Yang also leveraged his connections to procure a large stockpile. Common medications like cold and flu remedies, headache and stomachache, painkillers, and wound treatment supplies. All of these had to be prepared in advance. Antibiotics were also an absolute necessity. Medicine was expensive, yet ironically buying in bulk now cost the least compared to later scarcity. Although after the apocalypse, Cece would awaken a light-type ability and her talent rank was SSS, the highest possible tier. Minor ailments could be healed with a simple gesture from her. But for peace of mind, he still prepared everything necessary. After all, he could never bear to treat Cece as nothing more than a tool to be exploited. At present, the diesel generators and fuel that Jiang Feng had helped purchase had arrived, and these items were delivered directly to their post-apocalyptic safe house. The diesel fuel might not last more than a few years, but there was no better way for him to acquire such large quantities at the moment. Buying diesel in such massive quantities within the country would inevitably attract the attention of authorities. Although Wu Yang could have simply gone abroad and leveraged his connections, the apocalypse was about to strike, and leaving his homeland made him feel uneasy. What if the apocalypse arrived prematurely? Therefore, he would never leave the city under any circumstances. But it didn't matter. Once the apocalypse arrived, he could simply go on a zero-yuan shopping spree. Time-saving, effort-saving, and money-saving. Before he knew it, November 5th arrived, 3 days before the apocalypse. After all his purchasing, 2 billion yuan remained from the original 5 billion. He couldn't even spend all 5 billion. Was he truly incapable? At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Yang returned home after a busy day. Sitting on the sofa, he carefully considered what else he should purchase. Should he use that 200 million to buy a small plane for fun? Seeing the feedback from many readers, I made some revisions to the content. Since this is my first time writing an apocalypse novel, I lack experience. I appreciate your understanding and forgiveness. Forget it. Airplanes take up too much space and are easy targets. He couldn't keep it hidden in his spatial storage forever. The moment he took it out, it would be noticed. That would be like telling other survivors, "Hey, I've got a big plane, come rob me." Only a fool would do such a thing. Moreover, pre-apocalypse airplanes would be utterly useless in the later stages of the apocalypse. By then, mutated birds and beasts would fill the skies, and a plane would be brought down in an instant. As for the remaining items to stock up on, things like daily necessities from supermarkets, there were too many scattered odds and ends, and Wu Yang couldn't be bothered to think about them all. He decided to simply wait until the apocalypse hit, and then do a free shopping spree at a large warehouse supermarket. His biggest headache right now was finding a proper channel to purchase weapons. Although Wu Yang had spiritual power for self-defense, spiritual power could run dry. Until he found a way to replenish it, he would need to rely on external tools like weapons. Besides, CC was only a light attribute ability, user with no offensive capabilities. Wanbo was just an ordinary person, having never awakened any ability in his past life. Even if he could later find some awakened crystal cores for Wanbo, their safety in the early stages was still uncertain. After all, they couldn't just stay cooped up in the safe house forever. That wouldn't help them adapt to the apocalypse. In China, buying firearms was almost out of the question. Even if he could acquire them through some channel, he'd likely end up in jail before the apocalypse even arrived. For the sake of safety, Wu Yang decided not to take such risky actions. Ordinary knives weren't suitable for chopping zombies. They dealt little damage and tended to get stuck in the flesh, hard to pull out. Moreover, weapons like knives and axes required considerable arm strength, so they weren't suitable for the elderly or children. At best, they were only useful for himself. It seemed he'd have to get some high-powered stun batons for CC and the others. After all, zombies were highly susceptible to electric shocks. Crank the voltage to max, and one hit would surely knock them out cold. Stun batons had been Wu Yang's go-to self-defense tool in his past life too. Given his weak constitution and mediocre abilities back, then he could only rely on something as simple as a stun baton that required no skill. Without further ado, Wu Yang immediately called his trusted security company and ordered 200 high-powered stun batons. He also ordered 1000 walkie-talkies and 1000 tang swords. Large quantities of these items could easily draw attention, but since Wu Yang was dealing with an old acquaintance, he wasn't worried about that. In his past life, he couldn't handle a tang sword, but with his current physical condition, wielding a blade was no problem at all. He also ordered 300 high-powered flashlights, essential for any night excursions. All of these were to be delivered to the warehouse. After hanging up, Wu Yang glanced at Amber, who was playing frisbee with CC in the living room, and shook his head in mild exasperation. A dog playing frisbee, that was fine. But a wolf? Why did a wolf love playing frisbee? Where's your pride? After several days of interaction, Wu Yang couldn't be certain if Amber was the heterochromatic wolf from the apocalypse. But one thing was clear: Amber posed no threat to CC. And with that goofy dog-like demeanor, he seemed more cowardly than fierce. How a wolf could have such an adorably silly expression was beyond Wu Yang. Still, since Amber had come to his home, Wu Yang would keep the wolf even if there was only a 1 in 1,000 chance it might awaken an ability. And once kept, the first step was to build a good relationship. Wu Yang smiled warmly at Amber and called out, "Come here, doggy." Amber replied, "A woo. A woo. I'm not a dog. Your whole family are dogs. Wait, my little master is adorable, so only you are the dog." Wu Yang tore open a bag of chips. "Doggy, come have some chips, barbecue flavor." Amber barked excitedly, "A woo, a woo, a woo." Coming. Wu Yang chuckled inwardly at how easily tempted Amber was. Glancing at Wanbo, who was cooking in the kitchen, he decided to slip back to his room for a private feast before dinner. Lately, Wanbo had switched from heavy salt bold cooking to a completely bland no seasoning style. According to him, this was to preserve the natural flavors of the ingredients. That kind of food was fine for the elderly and children. Sorry, CC, big brother is going to enjoy some good food alone first. After all, I can't reasonably explain what's in my spatial storage right now. In a few days, I'll definitely treat you to a proper feast. Speaking of which, Wu Yang just realized he hadn't bought any instant foods yet. Though raiding a supermarket was already on his plan, the store's stock might not be sufficient. Since he had the money, why not buy more? Pulling out his phone, Wu Yang started making calls again. Hello, Manager Wang at Baishang headquarters. I'd like to order 1000 boxes of every product your company makes. Yes. Fire chicken noodles, crayfish flavor, old hen soup, beef soup, pork bone soup. Whatever you have, I want it all. Also 1000 boxes each of hot and sour noodles, river snail rice noodles, and instant rice noodles. Oh, it's a company benefit. Next, Wu Yang used the same approach and ordered 500 sets of hot pot base and ingredients from various hot pot restaurants. When the snow disaster strikes while others are fighting zombies, he and Cece would sit in the safe house enjoying hot pot. Wouldn't that be living the dream? Oh, and hot pot needed drinks. Beer was a must. Cece preferred milk tea. Children made choices, but Wu Yang was a wealthy adult, so he'd have it all. First, he placed a 3-day order with major milk tea shops, 500 of every drink on the menu. Then he called various beer suppliers and ordered 200 cases of each brand. After this shopping spree, Wu Yang took stock of his spatial storage. Now he'd have enough supplies to live for another 500 years, even if he borrowed time from heaven. Time flew by, and it was 2 days before the apocalypse. During the day, Wu Yang went to the cold storage warehouse to collect the last batch of ingredients. As soon as he opened the warehouse door, his expression stiffened. What the hell? How is there a hole in the area where the cabbages are stored? Did thieves break in? Wu Yang frowned and looked at Manager Zhang, the warehouse supervisor. He said displeased, what's going on? Manager Zhang also had a grim expression. He entered the warehouse, scanned around, and pointed to a small hole near the back door. Young Master Wu, it seems those stray dogs have visited again. Wu Yang clenched his fist, thinking, damn, it's fine if they steal meat and canned food. What kind of hobby is stealing cabbages? A balanced diet. It's been days, and you still haven't caught these dog thieves. Manager Zhang shook his head with difficulty. They're too cunning and run very fast. Time was tight, so there was no time to catch them personally, so they had to let them go for now. Wu Yang took a deep sniff of the lingering scent in the air, squinting his eyes. Damn dogs, I've remembered you. Don't let me catch you again. Otherwise it'll be a dog meat hot pot for you. At that moment, Boss Kai, who delivers vegetables, also arrived with 3 heavy trucks carrying the last batch of goods. After unloading the vegetables, Wu Yang eyed the heavy trucks. Should he buy them all outright? These trucks would be useful in the apocalypse. Who would refuse a sale of his used trucks? Boss Kai immediately sold them to Wu Yang at 200 yuan each. He followed orders and parked the trucks in the warehouse. He was savvy enough not to ask any questions. After all, it was just a rich second-generation whim. After receiving the money, Boss Kai took the delivery workers and left in a taxi. This deal was a huge profit. Wu Yang also felt it was a huge profit for himself. At least it saved him the time of specifically buying vehicles. Time is much more precious than money. When no one was watching, Wu Yang entered the warehouse and retrieved all the items into his space. He turned and left, locking the main door as he went. Ring ring. As soon as he stepped out of the warehouse, his phone rang. Wu Yang took out his phone and saw it was Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng said, Mr. Wu, your apocalypse safe house has been fully constructed. You can come and inspect it. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow, thinking this Jiang Feng really likes cutting it close. If he hadn't finished it soon, it would have been too late. Without delay, Wu Yang drove his Raptor to the apocalypse safe house. Half an hour later, before him stood a circular building surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall. The wall was made of sturdy alloy with barbed wire covering its top. Wu Yang walked to the wall, input his spiritual power to test its strength. He used 50% of his spiritual power, and the wall was able to withstand it completely. It seemed that resisting the initial zombies was no problem. Jiang Feng asked, Mr. Wu, I've already tested the safe house's performance, and everything is fine. Would you like to test it again? Wu Yang thought to himself, I've already tested it without you knowing. Then he shook his head and said calmly, I trust your ability, no need for a test. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was deeply moved. This Mr. Wu is different from other big spenders. He actually trusts me so much. It's worth my hard work. Jiang Feng patted his chest and said, next time if Mr. Wu needs any building designs, feel free to contact me. I'll give you a 30% discount. Wu Yang smiled faintly, sure. He thought to himself, next time, even if I pay you in full, you probably won't want it. However, I hope you can survive until I come to you next time. Although Jiang Feng survived in the past life, Wu Yang is a rebirther this time, so who knows what butterfly effect might occur. To be safe, Wu Yang decided to help Jiang Feng out. After all, an earth element superpower with an SSS level talent is hard to come by. While Jiang Feng wasn't paying attention, Wu Yang, using the cover of the Raptor's rear hood, took out a large bag of instant noodles and bread from his space and handed them to Jiang Feng. Wu Yang said casually, I happen to buy too much, so I'm afraid they'll go to waste, so take them. Jiang Feng was taken aback, but accepted them. It wasn't much money, so he wouldn't be overly polite about it. He thanked him, you're too kind, Mr. Wu. We'll meet again when we have the chance. By the way, what are your plans for the next few days? Wu Yang asked. Jiang Feng took it as small talk and casually replied, after finishing this job, I plan to rest at home for a few days. Wu Yang understood, glad that he wasn't going out. He was afraid that if Jiang Feng went out, he wouldn't know where to find him. After seeing off Jiang Feng, Wu Yang also prepared to head back home. The next step was to bring Shishi and Uncle Wan to the Apocalypse safe house. Before he even reached home, he heard a series of wolf howls. A woo, is this Amber's voice? Could Shishi be in danger? Wu Yang immediately quickened his pace toward home. As he entered the villa gate, he saw a surprising sight. In the yard, Shishi was wearing a black gothic dress with messy hair. Amber was crouching beside her with a fierce expression. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. When did Shishi start liking this style of clothes? Wait, why isn't she wearing her school uniform? But that's not the point. The point was that Shishi was kneeling on the grass, pinning down a chubby kid and hitting him with both hands. The chubby kid kept cursing, "You're a wild girl without parents. Your parents must have been killed by your bad luck." With a thud, Shishi threw a clean punch. "Wu Shishi, how dare you hit people? It's because you're so violent that your parents don't want you." With another thud, Shishi punched again. You wicked girl. If your brother knew how fierce you were, he'd surely abandon you too." Hearing this, Shishi turned red with anger and clenched her fists. "Fan Jian, you're asking for it. I'll beat you to death. Getting beaten at school isn't enough. Now that you're home, you still want to be beaten by me." With that, Shishi continued to swing her fists alternately, punch after punch, as if she were enraged. Fan Jian screamed in pain, but was powerless to fight back. Wu Yang understood that someone was bullying Shishi. Where did this chubby kid come from? He deserves to die. Murderous intent surged in Wu Yang's eyes. "My innocent and adorable sister has been bullied by you to such an extent. You're courting death." Uncle Wan stood nearby with a grim expression. "This brat, if it weren't for his young age, I would have gone up and beaten him myself. The young lady has already lost her parents, which is pitiful enough, but she still has to be subjected to this brat's nonsense all day. No wonder the young lady doesn't want to go to school anymore. Wu, my poor young lady." Uncle Wan wiped his eyes and suddenly noticed Wu Yang standing in the shade. He stuttered. "Yo, young master, why are you back?" Shishi's swinging fist paused, and she turned stiffly, then fell to the ground in shock. "Be our brother." Shishi's heart sank immediately. "It's over. I've been caught." Seeing Cece fall, Wu Yang immediately rushed over and scooped her up. "Cece, are you hurt?" he asked with concern. Cece blinked her eyes, then shook her head. "No, it doesn't hurt." When the chubby boy Fan Jian saw Wu Yang return, he burst into loud sobs. "Wah! Wu Cece hit me again. I'm going home to tell my dad." With that, he scrambled away in a panic. Cece didn't dare to threaten him and could only let Wu Yang carry her back home. Settling onto the sofa, Wu Yang carefully examined Cece, and upon confirming she truly wasn't injured, let out a sigh of relief. Then he turned serious. "Now tell me what happened." Cece's attitude was sincere, and she quickly spoke up. "Brother, Cece hit someone. It was wrong of me." "Wrong? What was wrong?" Wu Yang countered. Cece hung her head and whispered timidly, "Hitting people isn't what good children do." Cece was wrong. Wu Yang ruffled her hair. "No, you weren't wrong. If he bullied you, then beating him up is exactly what you should do." Cece was stunned for a full 3 seconds. "What is my brother saying? Although Fan Jian did insult me, I've always beaten him until he's a blubbering mess. My brother actually thinks I was bullied." Even so, Cece nodded her head and cooed, "Cece will listen to everything my brother says." As long as her brother wasn't mad, that's all that mattered. Wu Yang let out a long sigh. If this were peacetime, he would certainly teach Cece to get along harmoniously with her friends. After all, girls brawling wasn't a pretty sight. But the apocalypse was fast approaching, and he had to teach Cece the survival rules of that new world. His expression turned grave. "Cece, remember this. If someone ever bullies you in the future, you hit back with all your might." Wu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. "And if possible, make it a decisive killing blow. And if you think you can't win the fight, then you must run away as fast as you can. Run to me, and your big brother will definitely get even for you. Not just get even. I will kill them myself." Wu Yang silently thought to himself, but now wasn't the time to say such things outright. Cece's mouth twitched with barely contained glee. "Does this mean that whenever someone bullies me, I can beat them up without any consequences? And this kind of good fortune exists?" But Cece dared not show her excitement and pressed her lips down again before asking, "Brother, you won't stop liking Cece just because she hit someone, will you?" "Never," Wu Yang affirmed. "You are my dearest kin. No matter what happens, your brother will never hate you, nor will he ever leave you. And remember this. In this world, I'm the only one who will never lie to you. No one else is to be trusted." Though Cece couldn't fully grasp the meaning of his words, she still nodded her head firmly. Cece loves her brother the most. Ahem. Uncle Wan, who had been standing quietly in the background like a piece of scenery, suddenly coughed. Cece looked over, then quickly added, "Cece loves Uncle Wan too." Wu Yang curled his lips into a smile. "Uncle Wan is okay too." Upon hearing this, Uncle Wan let out a relieved breath. "Wah, good thing the young miss hasn't forgotten about me. But, is the young master's way of educating the young miss really appropriate? The young miss is still so young. Is this level of violence really suitable? But that little fatty really did deserve a beating. Better to just follow the young master's lead." In a cheerful mood, Uncle Wan headed towards the kitchen. "Young master, young miss, you two play for a while. The dishes are half cooked in the kitchen, I need to keep an eye on them." Wu Yang nearly stretched out a dramatic pleading hand. "Don't go. Oh, woo." Amber let out a gleeful howl. Even a wolf wouldn't eat Uncle Wan's cooking. Cece secretly covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Luckily, she had stashed away a ton of snacks these past few days. Otherwise, she'd surely starve to a shadow of her former self. Grabbing a frisbee from the table, Cece got ready to exercise Amber again. Come on, let's go play frisbee. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong, ding dong. It was already 6:30. Who could be visiting at this hour? Wu Yang got up to answer the door, but was surprised to see a familiar figure standing outside. Dressed in a pure white dress with long black hair cascading over her chest, her face serene and gentle. It was Cece's homeroom teacher, Su Qingwan. Wu Yang's eyes lit up. Teacher Su, what brings you here? Please come in. Who cares why she's here? First get her inside. Invite her in first. Su Qingwan looked at Wu Yang, her tone full of concern. Cece has been sick for so many days now. Is she feeling better? I came to see her. Cece's been sick. Wu Yang's voice rose a notch as he turned to look at Cece in the living room. Thud. The frisbee in Cece's hands dropped to the floor, and her mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Oh no. Why is Teacher Su here? Seeing Cece, Su Qingwan immediately walked over and gently ruffled her hair. Cece, weren't you sick? Why are you still playing around? Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself? Turning to look at Wu Yang, Su Qingwan spoke with a hint of reproach. And you as her older brother, how can you not keep an eye on her? What if she gets even sicker? She sighed inwardly. Cece was such a well-behaved little girl, and losing her parents so young was already tragic enough. Now it seemed even her brother was unreliable. How much more unfortunate could this child get? Wu Yang. He turned his head to look at Cece, his eyes narrowed to slits. Little sister, don't say your big brother isn't looking out for you. I'll save face for you for now. But later you're going to give me a proper explanation. Wu Yang said vaguely, kids, you know. A little sweat might just help her get better. Seriously though, what kind of illness did you even come up with? You didn't even coordinate with me. Even though mom and dad are gone now, and no one scolds us for skipping school. Why do I still have this nagging feeling of guilt? Su Qingwan said disapprovingly. Look, Cece's cheeks are so flushed. She's clearly still feeling unwell. Even if you let her play, you need to keep track of the time. Upon hearing this, Cece's face flushed even redder. Should I just tell Teacher Su directly that it's because I got too hot from fighting just now? On second thought, maybe not. What if Teacher Su's blood pressure spikes again? That would be terrible. Cece leaned weakly against Su Qingwan. Teacher Su, I'm still feeling quite unwell. I don't think I can come to class yet. Su Qingwan let out a sigh. Your teacher understands that what happened at home has made you upset, and that's why your health has suffered. I understand. Cece said, hom. Su Qingwan said, it's alright, your teacher will be waiting for you back at school. Cece said, hom. Su Qingwan said, but you've already taken over 20 days of leave. You'll need to work hard to catch up on all the missed lessons. Wu Yang furrowed his brows and mouthed at Cece. Little sister, exactly how long have you been skipping school behind my back? No, wait, if you didn't want to go to class, you should have just said so. Do you think your brother is that unreasonable a person? Su Qingwan looked at Wu Yang and said, although Cece is only in second grade, she's currently studying some quite important material. If she can't attend school, it might be a good idea to hire a private tutor to make up the lessons. A private tutor? Wu Yang didn't agree with that at all. The apocalypse was imminent. Why bother with a tutor? Better to learn how to kill and survive. But he didn't directly contradict her either and vaguely agreed. Alright, I'll find a tutor for Cece when I get the chance. Su Qingwan had mainly come over to see how Cece's illness was doing. After all, the child was still young, and taking more than 20 days off from school would make any teacher worry. Moreover, she was especially fond of Cece as a student. Seeing that Cece seemed fine, Su Qingwan was relieved and ready to leave. Uncle Wan, who had been eavesdropping from the kitchen the whole time, let out a huge sigh of relief when he realized the young master hadn't gotten angry. It seemed that when it came to matters concerning Miss Cece, the young master's indulgence knew no bounds. Uncle Wan walked out carrying a dish and warmly invited, Teacher Su, why not stay for a meal? Cece also nodded, yes. Teacher Su, I haven't seen you in so long, let's eat together. Faced with such an adorable child's invitation, Su Qingwan couldn't bear to refuse. Just as she was about to agree, her gaze fell upon the blackened object in Uncle Wan's hand. Su Qingwan strode over on her long legs and asked with a stiff expression, Uncle Wan, what is this? Uncle Wan said with pride, braised pork. It's a new recipe I learned. Would you like to try my cooking first, Teacher Su? Su Qingwan steadied her nearly dropping jaw and shook her head with difficulty. When she usually saw Uncle Wan at school, he seemed like such a proper and reliable person. Who would have thought the food he cooked would look like this? And the brother didn't even do anything about it. Su Qingwan glared at Wu Yang. You actually feed this to Cece? Wu Yang. What does this have to do with me? Cece, knowing she had previously let her brother take the blame, quickly tried to clear his name now. She secretly tugged at Su Qingwan's sleeve and whispered, Teacher Su, Uncle Wan doesn't know how to cook, so we've been eating this kind of food lately. Hearing this, Su Qingwan's heart ached for them. Eating this stuff every day, wouldn't they get food poisoning? She declared, since I'm here, let me show you what I can do tonight. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. Teacher Su knows how to cook. Su Qingwan said modestly, I know a little. A little was more than enough. That was still infinitely better than Uncle Wan, who only knew about 0.000000001. Wu Yang and Cece immediately pulled Uncle Wan out of the kitchen, then cheerfully pushed Su Qingwan inside. They said in unison, We'll leave it to you then, Teacher Sue. The siblings sat at the dining table waiting eagerly, while only Uncle Juan felt it was a pity. He still had several new dishes he hadn't gotten to show off. Su Qingwan was quick and efficient, and within less than an hour she had prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Braised pork ribs, oil-braised prawns, mouth-watering chicken, stir-fried lettuce, and lotus root soup. Setting the dishes on the table, Su Qingwan said, I was in a bit of a rush, so these are just some home-style dishes. I hope you don't mind. Mind? Wu Yang and Cece exchanged glances and shook their heads frantically. No, not at all. It had been so long since they'd had food that looked this normal. Besides, these dishes looked absolutely delicious. Wu Yang immediately picked up a large pork rib for Cece, grabbed a big piece for himself, and began to eat. As soon as he took a bite, Wu Yang almost teared up. He praised repeatedly, delicious. This is so good. Even though he had been sneaking out to eat on his own lately, eating out all the time always made one miss home-cooked meals. Cece chimed in as well. Teacher Sue, I didn't know you were such a good cook. Cece loves it. Hearing this made Su Qingwan giggle. You're exaggerating. I was just going through the motions. Actually, she usually cooked for herself alone, so she rarely received feedback on her cooking. Now having her food enjoyed by others, Su Qingwan was genuinely delighted. Wu Yang thought to himself, if this is what she can do when just going through the motions, what would it taste like if she gave it her all? Uncle Juan's emotions were also complicated. It seemed he had a long way to go in the culinary arts. Young master and young miss, rest assured, I will study hard and absolutely live up to your expectations. The young master and young miss replied, we don't dare have expectations anymore. The whole meal passed with no one having time to speak, wolfing down every dish on the table until it was spotless. As for the braised pork Uncle Juan had made, it was completely ignored. Uncle Juan wiped the corner of his eye and placed the plate on the floor. Amber, this plate of meat is a treat for you. Amber will look down on wolves, do you? Who would eat this thing? You old geezer, I'll bite you to death. After the meal, Su Qingwan took her leave as she still had a mountain of work to finish. She had to rush home. Cece let out a comfortable burp and sighed. If only we could eat Teacher Sue's cooking every day. Every day? A thought suddenly flashed through Wu Yang's mind. Su Qingwan wasn't just a water-type ability user, her culinary skills were also impressive. If he could persuade her to come and live with them, they'd have nothing to worry about in the apocalypse. Besides, she was also such a gentle beauty. Looking at her every day would be a feast for the eyes, wouldn't it? Heh. Besides, his sister seemed to really like Su Qingwan too, which worked out perfectly. But for now, he wasn't in a hurry to keep her. It was better to let Su Qingwan gain some experience in the apocalypse first. If she turned out to be some naive saint, no matter how useful she was, Wu Yang wouldn't keep her around. Wu Yang didn't dare have any illusions about people's hearts when facing the apocalypse. After the meal, Cece and Uncle Juan each prepared to go about their own business. But unexpectedly, Wu Yang stopped them. You two, have you forgotten that there's something you haven't told me? Cece's heart skipped a beat. Damn, looks like she hadn't escaped this one. Uncle Juan decisively took all the blame. Young master, it was all my fault. It was me who suggested the young miss not go to class. Frowning slightly, Wu Yang asked why. Why didn't she want to go to class? Uncle Juan glanced at Cece, hesitated for a long moment, then pulled a note from his pocket. Young master, just take a look and you'll understand. Wu Yang glanced at the note and found it covered with various transfer records. What's this? Cece hung her head, staring intently at her toes, not daring to make a sound. Since things had already been exposed to this point, there was no point in hiding it any longer. Might as well come clean and get it over with. Uncle Juan swallowed hard. These are the compensation records for the young ladies. Incidents of beating people up recently. Wu Yang was utterly dumbfounded. Over a dozen transfers. Just how many people had she beaten? His brow twitched uncontrollably. When had his soft and adorable little sister turned into such a violent person? Uncle Juan hastily explained. It's all because of that chubby kid Fan Jian. Since we live in the same Shangshan one villa area, he learned about the accidental passing of the master and mistress. He spread it around the class, inciting the other students to ostracize and isolate the young lady. The young lady was pushed to her limits, which is why she resorted to violence. Uncle Juan added, I've already compensated everyone she beat up. Hearing this explanation, Wu Yang felt relieved. Oh, as long as she wasn't hurting people for no reason, it's fine. Cece was stunned. Just like that. It's over. Oh, huh. As it turned out, the matter truly did end there. Because there were more important things to attend to at the moment. Early the next morning, just as Cece was pondering whether she should pretend to go to school, Wu Yang called her over. He said they were going to hold a family meeting. Uncle Juan was also present, and the heterochromatic wolf Amber lay obediently on the floor. Wu Yang asked seriously, if the apocalypse were tomorrow, what would you most want to do? Or what would you want to buy? Indeed, the most important task was to spend all the remaining money. After paying for all the supplies, Wu Yang still had 50 million yuan left. It had to be used up. Cece raised an eyebrow. This was her specialty. Her favorite pastime was watching zombie flicks and disaster movies. Back then, the only reason she had begged her brother to commission a set of Iron Man armor was precisely for the apocalypse. Cece declared loudly, buy weapons. Buy gear. Uncle Juan stroked his 2 wisps of mustache. Buy tanks. Buy planes and cannons. Amber held a wool. A wool. Buy chips. Must buy chips. Why are you all looking at me? Can't you understand what I'm saying? The crispy, crunchy kind of chips. Wu Yang pressed his lips together. None of these suggestions were practical, as most couldn't be bought. After pondering for a moment, he decided to simply take them all out to enjoy their last day of leisure. As for Amber, raising a wolf is illegal these days, so you'll have to stay home and guard the house. Amber awoke. It thrashed about and rolled on the ground in protest. Not long after Wu Yang and the others left, two shaky figures slowly approached the villa. These two were none other than Wu Wenxing and Wu Chong, whose meridians had been seared with spiritual energy by Wu Yang. Wu Chong clutched his rear end. Even after all these days but was still throbbing with pain. Not to mention on the day he went to the hospital, he had been beaten up by a group of strangers. As a result, the father and son had been hospitalized for over half a month and could barely walk today. Their physical wounds had mostly healed, but the strange sensation within their bodies was growing increasingly pronounced. They were afflicted with an unbearable, all-consuming itch. Wu Chong cursed angrily that Wu Yang must have used some kind of dark sorcery. Dad, today we have to teach him a lesson. Wu Wenxing scratched his itchy arm. Rolling up his sleeve, he saw his arm was covered in angry red patches. He frowned impatiently. Idiot. If you ruin your relationship with him, how are we supposed to swindle money out of him? Suppressing his resentment, Wu Chong said through gritted teeth, once we've tricked Wu Yang out of his money, we'll sell that brat Wu Cece to Africa. Then we'll see if those siblings still dare to act so arrogantly. Indeed, after reviewing the surveillance footage, the father-son duo had discovered that it was Wu Cece who had shot them in the rear with the crossbow. This was a grudge they simply could not swallow. But unfortunately, they had only been discharged from the hospital today. The pair plotted secretly outside the villa's courtyard, unaware that a dark shadow was slowly creeping closer. Amber narrowed its heterochromatic eyes. Where did these two humans come from? They actually dare to try and sell my little mistress. This was unbearable. A wolf's patience has its limits. Bite them. A woo! Amber let out a howl. The father and son turned around, nearly jumping out of their skin. What the hell is that thing? A husky. Why is it black? So ugly. Amber was appalled. You dare call this wolf ugly? You're dead meat. Mark my words. With a single bound, Amber leaped over the courtyard gate, soaring over the top of the door. It then proceeded to maul Wu Chong and Wu Wenxing wildly. Tui, tui, tui. Why does their flesh taste so rancid? And their skin is making my tongue tingle. Disgusting. Even a dog wouldn't eat this. Let alone a wolf. Furious, Amber abandoned biting altogether. Instead, it raised its sturdy paws and swiped viciously at both their faces, leaving deep and shallow claw marks across their faces. In an instant, the two were howling in agony. Combined with the chaotic spiritual energy rampaging through their bodies, they passed out from the sheer pain. Amber tossed its head proudly. Pathetic. They faint just from this. Absolutely worthless. Then raising its hind legs, it kicked the two unconscious men flying into a nearby thicket. It wagged its tail, hiding all traces of its heroic deed, and sauntered off in style. Tonight I can ask for a few extra bags of chips. The trio who had gone out for shopping made their way to the largest department store in the demon capital. Wu Yang declared generously, buy whatever you like. Money is no object. Wanbo still felt somewhat embarrassed until Wu Yang transferred 10 million yuan on the spot. Then he too let loose, rushing straight toward the elderly health products section. She quietly slipped into a corner and made a call using her kid's smartwatch. Hello, it's me. Are you still selling that custom-made crossbow? What? You'll report me for illegal possession of weapons if I don't sell. Right now. This young lady has no money. Wait and see, I'll transfer it to you right away. Wu Yang wandered alone until he stopped in front of a bookstore. Right? He hadn't bought any books yet. Books are spiritual sustenance. Can't do without them. Especially when you can't sleep at night. Math textbooks are absolutely the ultimate cure for insomnia. Although such things wouldn't be useful in the early days of the apocalypse, just in case the apocalypse ends someday, these books would definitely become priceless treasures. Wu Yang entered the bookstore and waved his hand expansively. This row and that row too, I want them all. The shop assistant stared at him in astonishment. Are boys these days really so fond of reading? Wu Yang then walked to the educational book section, staring at a particular row of textbooks in a daze. If she had seen this, she would have been utterly terrified. Because the books before Wu Yang clearly read 3 years of Gaokao, 5 years of simulation. Wu Yang rubbed his chin. Although his little sister didn't need to study at the moment, and the Gaokao was even more impossible. But his little sister was only 8 years old. He couldn't let her become illiterate, could he? Perhaps when she turns 18, peace would have been restored to the world, and then she would need to take the Gaokao. Be prepared for anything. Bought them all. And so Wu Yang nearly cleared out the entire bookstore. The shop assistant immediately offered home delivery service. Throughout the entire day, Wu Yang, Shi, and Wanbo nearly emptied the entire shopping mall. Even the display cars on the first floor, Wu Yang bought them all. Generally, these cars were for customer test drives and not meant for sale. But there's no helping it. Wu Yang offered too much. So the salespeople cheerfully drove the vehicles behind Wu Yang's F-150 Raptor. As for the destination, it certainly couldn't be the Xiangshan No. 1 Villa District. Fortunately, the warehouse had already been cleared out. Wu Yang led the convoy of delivery vehicles toward the warehouse. Along the way, although she was curious, she was mostly filled with excitement. After all this shopping, did her brother really believe the apocalypse was coming? She never expected her brother to have the same peculiar notion as her. Meanwhile, Wan Bo wore a face full of worry. Spending money was satisfying for the moment, but what about after? How would they get by? But as a butler, he had no say in the matter. When the young master and young lady wanted to spend money, what could he do? All he could do was help carry things. After busying themselves until nearly 7 in the evening, they finally unloaded all the goods in the warehouse. Wu Yang closed the warehouse door and smiled mysteriously. In front of Wan Bo and Shishi, he stored everything into his spatial world. Both Wan Bo and Shishi's mouths hung wide open. Shishi exclaimed in wonder, "Brother, do you know magic?" Wu Yang wagged his finger. "No, this is just one of my storage spaces." That's right, he had decided to reveal everything. Without letting them ask more questions, Wu Yang drove back to the Xiangshan Villa district. He first picked up Pu the heterochromatic wolf from the old house. Then he had Shishi and Wan Bo pack up their belongings. Next, the 3 humans and 1 wolf arrived at the safe house location in the backyard mountain. Gazing at the sturdy fortress-like building before them, Shishi and Wan Bo Pu Wu Yang said, "From now on, this will be our home. You may also call it the Apocalypse Safe House." Wu Yang took out an electronic remote control, and the massive iron door of the safe house slowly opened. The 3 of them walked inside together. Sitting in the living room on the first floor, Shishi had finally come to her senses and asked urgently, "Brother, is the apocalypse really coming?" "How do you know?" Having read so many web novels, Wu Yang had already learned a trick. He said solemnly, "Actually, I had a dream. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock sharp, the apocalypse will descend." Shishi nodded repeatedly. This plot felt familiar. In some disaster movie, the male lead said the exact same thing. Could her brother be the male lead? How cool. Wu Yang continued, "Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, humanity will face the first natural disaster of the apocalypse, the snowstorm. At that time, temperatures will plummet to 30 degrees below zero, and the entire world will turn into a realm of ice and snow. This situation will last for 7 days and 7 nights. Shishi frowned. "Is that it?" Wu Yang glanced at her. Where did he detect a hint of disappointment in Shishi's tone? Must be his imagination, right? 7 days and 7 nights of blizzard seemed not long, and the number of deaths caused by the snowstorm wasn't particularly high. But as long as there was even 1 death, that was enough. Wu Yang shook his head and explained, "No, this is only the beginning." Wu Yang said, "Those who die in the snow disaster will become zombies. Zombies will devour living humans, and those humans will transform into zombies as well. By then, the entire blue star will become a living hell. And this is not even the most terrifying part. As the snow disaster unfolds along with natural catastrophes such as purple suns, red mists, and tsunamis, all animals and plants will become infected and begin attacking humans." After hearing this, Shishi grew even more excited. What about humans? Can humans kill at will with guns, just like in movies? Uncle Wan stood beside her, wanting to say something, but holding back. "Miss, your antisocial personality is about to be exposed. The young master is timid, you must never frighten him." But Wu Yang didn't pick up on any of that. He was diligently explaining. In the early stages, firearms can be used to eliminate enemies, but later on their usefulness diminishes significantly unless you're using heavy weaponry. Because humans will develop Esper abilities. Possessing such powers is the key to survival in the apocalypse. I'll explain more about Esper abilities when the time comes. For now, the most important thing is to stay obediently within this safe house and not go anywhere. He wasn't sure how much Shishi and Uncle Wan had actually absorbed or believed. But Wu Yang knew that no amount of theoretical discussion could match the impact of actual events. So everything would be revealed tomorrow. After dinner, Wu Yang registered both of them with iris recognition to unlock the various security doors in the safe house. All access cards could be opened not only with remote controls, but also via iris scans. Late at night, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Each floor of the safe house had 3 bedrooms with independent kitchens and bathrooms on every level. And safety gates had been installed at each stairway entrance. However, among the entire safe house, the 3rd floor had the largest space and the most luxurious facilities. The 2 largest master bedrooms on the 3rd floor belonged to Wu Yang and Shishi respectively. As for Uncle Wan, he stayed in one of the side rooms. Wu Yang ruffled Shishi's hair. "Would you be scared in a new environment? Should Big Brother sleep with you?" But at this moment, did Shishi have any time to bother with him? Glancing at the large bag of arrows placed in the bedroom, she hurried to shoo him away. "With Amber by my side, I'm not afraid at all. Brother, go back to sleep." Amber, chewing on potato chips, shot Wu Yang a scornful glance. Wow, idiot." Wu Yang gritted his teeth and glared right back without hesitation. "If you don't awaken any Esper ability when the apocalypse arrives, I'll make a pot of wolf meat hot pot." Amber seemed to understand that glare. She shuddered all over and instantly became obedient. A wolf, a wow. Good night, go to sleep. After Wu Yang left, Shishi nervously locked the door. Then she took out the crossbow from the bag, held it in her hands, and stroked it affectionately. It was a lightweight crossbow crafted from high-grade materials perfectly suited to Shishi's stature. Such items were generally not available for sale. But who could resist the shooting range owner, who was both impressed by Shishi's marksmanship and under her threat? Plus, Shishi had paid a substantial sum, which is how she managed to acquire this crossbow, along with 3000 arrows. Shishi curled her lips into a smile. As long as I have this, what does it matter if the apocalypse comes? At that moment, Shishi's phone suddenly received a message. Shishi picked it up and saw the sender was Fan Jian, that chubby little boy. Fan Jian, who's Cici? Just you wait. My dad said we're going to your house tomorrow to get revenge for me. Shishi gave a cold smile. If tomorrow is the apocalypse, then the first person I kill will be you. Amber, seeing Shishi's expression, couldn't help but shudder. Oh my, the little mistress is too scary. How can she be scarier than the old wolf? As the clock approached midnight, Wu Yong wasn't resting. Instead, he sat on the bedroom sofa clad in black clothes and pants. Checking his watch, Wu Yong ventured out into the night. Where was he going? Of course, to the supermarket for some free shopping. Although the apocalypse wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, and there was no guarantee it would really happen. But if he waited until after the snow disaster, some items in the supermarket would be damaged to varying degrees due to the low temperatures. By then it would be too late to do the free shopping. About 3 kilometers from the villa district was a large warehouse-style supermarket. Over the past few days, Wu Yong had already scouted the location, no observed it. The supermarket closed at 10 o'clock, and the staff who organized the shelves would finish work at midnight. By then only a few on-duty security guards would remain. To be safe, Wu Yong didn't drive, he chose to walk. On the way, he encountered surveillance cameras and consumed some spiritual energy to cover them. If the apocalypse didn't come tomorrow, he'd be directly arrested by the police. The entire journey was smooth with no pedestrians on the nighttime streets. Since the villa district was in a remote location, even passing vehicles were scarce. The supermarket itself wasn't Wu Yang's main target, the supermarket's warehouse was. Items in the supermarket were too scattered, making collection time-consuming. But items in the warehouse were stacked together, much more convenient. Wu Yong walked straight toward the warehouse. At the main entrance of the warehouse, 2 security guards sat on chairs smoking. Wu Yong bypassed them and headed directly toward the back door. As expected, a heavy iron chain hung on the back door. But was that a problem for Wu Yong? With one palm strike, Wu Yong shattered the iron chain. The moment he entered the warehouse, Wu Yong mobilized all his spiritual energy to envelop all cameras and anti-theft devices. His time was short, he had to leave within 30 minutes. Otherwise, it would inevitably attract the attention of patrolling security guards. For now, killing was clearly not an option. Wu Yong approached the shelves, touched them with his hand, and in an instant row after row of goods were absorbed into his spatial world. Next he did the same. Everything, chips, cola pots and pans, tissues, sanitary pads, was taken. There are also 50 boxes of Little Rain umbrellas, condoms. Take them all. He didn't even spare pregnancy supplies and baby products. A key principle of survival in the apocalypse is if conditions aren't right, absolutely, do not let your woman get pregnant. Otherwise, once a pregnant woman is infected with the zombie virus, you might very well end up with a baby zombie. Baby zombies are extremely fast and have almost no rivals at the same level. Wu Yong had once heard that an entire small base perished at the hands of a single baby zombie. That was enough to show its terrifying nature. Believe me, you wouldn't want to encounter such a creature. That's why Little Rain umbrellas, condoms are indispensable items in the apocalypse. Before long, Wu Yong had swept all the items off the shelves. The once fully stocked goods now stood bare and empty. Next, he moved to the refrigerated cabinets. Inside, aside from frozen meats, there were also quick frozen steaks, dumplings, wontons, and tang yuan. Though Wu Yong wasn't fond of quick frozen foods, he didn't mind them either. In the apocalypse, these were treasures hard to come by. Not just the food. Wu Yong even took the refrigerators themselves. These freezers would come in handy later. 10 minutes passed, and Wu Yong heard footsteps outside the warehouse. Boss, didn't we just finish a patrol? Why patrol again? My eyelids keep twitching. I've got a bad feeling. Better check it out. I'm so sleepy. Boss, you're way too cautious. Who would steal from a warehouse? Do you really think our security system is a joke? Wu Yong smirked. For others it might indeed be difficult, but for him, it was just a matter of whether he wanted to or not. Without further delay, Wu Yong flashed out of the warehouse. He even rewound the broken chains he had shattered. Unless someone looked closely, they wouldn't notice anything amiss. A perfectly risk-free zero-cost shopping spree concluded smoothly. After Wu Yong left, the warehouse door was opened. 2 security guards stepped inside and suddenly felt as if they were seeing things. The head guard said, "Am I seeing things? Where are the items on the shelves?" Boss, quickly pinch me. Am I still dreaming? The head guard gave the guard a heavy smack on the forehead. Now are you awake? The guard jolted and stammered. What do we do? It seems we've been robbed. The head guard roared. What else can we do? Go call the police, damn it. What happened afterward, Wu Yong didn't care. After all, nothing would trace back to him. Humming a tune, Wu Yong made his way back to the safe house. After freshening up, Wu Yong lay in bed pondering and finally sent a message to Su Qingwan. Teacher Su, I heard it's going to get cold tomorrow. Remember to dress warmly. He waited for a long while, but there was no reply. Wu Yong pouted. Already asleep. He thought for a moment, and then sent a message to Lin Dong. Fatty, I have a feeling something big is happening tomorrow. Get home early tonight. After a long pause, there was still no reply. No way. Fatty, who never sleeps before 2 a.m., was actually asleep. Lighting a cigarette, Wu Yong walked to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the myriad lights at the foot of the mountain. After tonight, such a bustling scene would never be seen again. He wished it were all a dream. Even if it meant losing all his wealth, no one would want to experience such a terrifying ordeal again. But against his wishes at 8 a.m., On November 10th, Wu Yong opened his eyes on time. He could hardly describe his feelings at that moment. Excited and thrilled, yet also somewhat anxious. But rushing wouldn't help, he had to wait patiently. Remembering last night's events, Wu Yong specifically checked the news on his phone, but surprisingly, there was nothing. Wu Yong chuckled. After all, the matter was too bizarre, and surely the authorities wouldn't make an announcement so early. He went to the dining area on the second floor where there was a round table by the panoramic window, specially remodeled by Jiang Feng at Wu Yang's request. From there one could overlook the entire Xiangshan No. 1 villa district. Outside the weather was clear and calm with no sign of the impending blizzard. The weather was particularly nice that day, 21 degrees Celsius, with gentle sunlight, comfortable and pleasant. Wu Yong took out an array of exquisite Hong Kong-style dim sum from his spatial world and laid them all on the table. Though she had already seen her brother conjure things out of thin air, Cece was still extremely excited. This special ability, this was a superpower. If only she could learn such a powerful ability. Uncle Wan sighed, inwardly thinking there was again no chance to showcase his culinary skills. The three of them enjoyed the view outside and their breakfast in silence, quietly waiting for the moment to arrive. After breakfast it was 8:30. Still early. Wu Yong squinted. Some enemies needed to be dealt with. With his abilities, he could make it back in half an hour. The targets of Wu Yang's revenge were Wu Chong and his son Wu Wenxing. He wasn't worried they wouldn't be home as both were idle and lazy. Thanks to their blood relation to Wu Yang's father, they held a considerable stake in the Wu group, living off dividends without ever needing to work. So these two wouldn't leave the house until the sun was high in the sky. Moreover, after Wu Chong's wife died, the father and son had filled the house with a bunch of long-legged maids. They spent their days indulging in wine and women. Why would they want to go out? But when Wu Yong arrived at Wu Chong's doorstep and rang the bell for a while, he was utterly dumbfounded. Wu Yong asked, "I'm looking for Wu Chong. Where is he?" The long-legged maid who opened the door shook her head. "The master didn't come home last night." Wu Yong frowned. "And Wu Wenxing?" The maid shook her head again. "The young master went out with the master and hasn't returned either. Do you know where they went?" "No, the master never tells us such things." Frowning in confusion, Wu Yong left. Not home. How could they not be home? That's impossible. Focusing his mind, Wu Yong sensed the spiritual energy he had left on the father and son. After a moment his eyes narrowed. Southeast direction, about 20 kilometers away. That range was too large. Only within 10 kilometers could he pinpoint their exact location. Forget it. I'll let them off for now. Besides, the fire attribute spiritual energy he had left on them wouldn't let them off easy. Meanwhile, in a ward at the first hospital of the Magic City, Wu Wenxing and Wu Chong lay on adjacent beds, faces twisted in pain. Wu Chong grumbled, "That damn dog actually broke my lumbar spine. Ouch, it hurts like hell." Wu Wenxing added, "Damn it. I finally got out of the hospital, and within an afternoon I'm back in bed. When I get out of here, the first thing I'll do is slaughter that dog." Hoopa growled, "Woof woof woof. You're the dogs." Wu Yong made his way back up the mountain to the safe house as the clock ticked closer to 10. Standing at the entrance of the safe house, Wu Yong didn't go inside. Moments later, a snowflake landed on his face. Above, the sun slowly became obscured by a massive dark cloud. Wu Yong raised his watch to check the time. Exactly 1000, not a second off. As if someone had said it perfectly. The blizzard had arrived. Wu Yong chuckled softly, then opened the door wide. First he lit the fireplace in the safe house, then made his way to the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor. Shishi and Uncle Wan were pressed against the window, gazing motionlessly at the scene outside. Amber lay on the floor nearby, yawning out of sheer boredom. Suddenly a thought stirred within him. Wu Yong sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling an inexplicable, yet intimate connection forming between himself and the spatial world within his mind. Not daring to let this moment of enlightenment slip away, Wu Yong swiftly calmed his mind and focused on the sensation. Meanwhile, outside the window the snow began to fall heavier. What had started as a light flurry gradually transformed into thick, heavy snowflakes. The temperature too began to plummet degree by degree. On the streets, pedestrians still dressed in autumn attire couldn't help but pause at the sight. What's going on? It's snowing. It's only October. How can it snow? No, the real issue is it hasn't snowed in this city for decades. Why would it snow at a time like this? It's so strange. BRR, it's freezing. Wait, wasn't it 21 degrees just now? How did it suddenly drop to 10? It's too cold, I can't take it. Let's go home quickly. At that moment, those who sensed something amiss still had a chance to get home. If they were lucky, they might escape the snow disaster. But there were always those who refused to believe it or who dismissed it as just a typical weather anomaly. So those who were supposed to be at work continued working, and those who were supposed to be at school continued studying. Meanwhile, news reports came out to reassure the public. Dear citizens, please don't panic. This is merely a consequence of global warming and will pass soon. Please take measures to keep warm, and if you have heating, be sure to turn it on. This snowstorm won't last long, and you can all resume your normal lives. With the official statement saying so, ordinary citizens naturally followed suit. Little did they know the authorities were merely trying to prevent social chaos. They themselves had no idea how long this blizzard would last. Those who had heating in their homes turned it on full blast. But this was the South, where most households didn't have such amenities, leaving many to rely solely on thick clothing for warmth. Gradually, however, people began to realize that the heating was completely ineffective. Not only that, but even wearing heavy down jackets they still felt waves of biting cold. At this point, everyone outdoors was restless. Office workers clamored to go home, and students begged to be dismissed early. Within just 2 hours, the thermometer on the wall showed the temperature had plummeted to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Outside, the streets were already buried under a thick layer of snow. Traffic on the roads began to increase as many people rushed to get home. But in this weather, driving was nearly impossible. Some desperate souls floored the accelerator regardless, only to end up crashing into guardrails. Soon cries of anguish and screams began to spread. Calls for help were made endlessly, yet no rescue workers arrived. Panic set in among the people who scurried about like headless flies, seeking any warm haven they could find. The city began to descend into chaos. At that moment it was only noon. On the mountainside of Shangshan, one villa district, Wu Yang's consciousness drifted into a murky realm shrouded in gray mist where nothing was discernible. Wisps of mist occasionally floated through the air. Wu Yang raised his hand, trying to grasp one. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in capturing a wisp. This was the power of spatial ability. A transparent crystalline core was slowly forming in his mind. In an instant, Wu Yang's heart surged with excitement and awe. His spatial world had actually awakened a spatial type ability within him. He knew that spatial ability users were 1 in 10,000. Though this ability seemed weak in its early stages, once it reached the 4th rank, there would be no equal among peers. Even in his past life, having survived until the 3rd year of the apocalypse, he had only heard of a single spatial ability master. The rest either perished midway or kept their abilities hidden. Wu Yang never imagined that the spatial world he had acquired in the realm of cultivation would bring him so many wonders. Now he could truly stride through the apocalypse unchallenged. He reasoned that with the arrival of the calamity, the spiritual energy of ability had begun to emerge on Blue Star as well. Wu Yang was merely fortunate to sense the existence of abilities earlier than other ability users. But this wasn't enough. The greatest benefit of spatial ability was gaining a storage space, but Wu Yang had already unlocked his own spatial world. As for transforming spatial power into an offensive ability that required gradual exploration, for now the opportunity hadn't arrived yet, so there was no rush. Wu Yang slowly opened his eyes only to see 2 enlarged faces staring right at him. Whoa! He stumbled back a few steps in shock. What are you two doing? Shishi said worriedly. Brother, you've been sitting here for 4 hours without moving. We called you, but you didn't respond. Uncle Wan added. Yes, young master, I thought you might have frozen solid. For hours. Wu Yang checked the time. It was already 2 p.m. Had it really taken him that long just to comprehend a spatial ability? Could it be that his talent in spatial ability was of the lowest grade? He felt numb. He wanted to crack. Walking over to the window and looking down, the snow on the ground had already reached a thickness of 2 meters. At the same time, the icy wind began to rage, relentlessly battering the windows. Outside was a frozen world while inside was warm as spring, a stark contrast. Shishi, still dressed in her black gothic gown, felt no chill at all. She said excitedly, Brother, you were right. The apocalypse is really here. She pointed to the villa complex at the mountainside. Look over there, the snow has already blocked the gates. Many people trying to get home have to climb in through the windows. Wu Yang chuckled. Those who managed to get home safely aren't the worst off. The worst were those who couldn't return because the roads were blocked by snow. They either froze to death or starved to death. In his past life, the day before the snow disaster, he had gotten dead drunk and slept until late afternoon. When he opened his eyes, he found the world outside had changed. In a panic, he thought about rushing to Shishi's school to pick her up, but to his surprise, the little girl was already home. At that time, he assumed Uncle Wan had the foresight to bring Shishi back early. Only now did he realize that the old man and the girl had been skipping classes without his knowledge. But fortunately, it had been that way, or he might have lost his 2 closest kin at the very start of the calamity. Wu Yang picked up his phone and glanced at it. Still no replies from Su Qingwan or Lin Dong. He shook his head, knowing he had done all he could. The rest was up to their own fate. Magic Capital City Central Elementary School Staff Dormitory, Building 3rd floor. Su Qingwan led all 18 students from her class into her tiny single-occupancy dormitory. Fortunately, the dormitory building stood right behind the school, or she never would have been able to bring them here in time. Within the cramped 30-square-meter room, there was barely even room to stand. Her class had 40 students in total, and most of them had already been picked up by their parents. Whether they made it home safely was anyone's guess. The remaining students were those who hadn't been collected in time, and Fanjian was among them. Fanjian whined, Teacher Su, I'm so cold. Can you turn up the heater any higher? The other students chimed in as well. Yeah, it's getting colder and colder. Why, I want to go home so badly. Su Qingwan glanced at the spinning little sun heater and reassured them. It's already turned up to the maximum. It should warm up in a little while. When she used the little sun heater alone, it was more than sufficient. But now for some reason its heating effect was getting worse and worse. She didn't dare voice this concern. She was the only adult present, and she had to keep the students calm. She draped all of her thick coats over the students, leaving herself in just a thin sweater. Su Qingwan had no idea what the temperature was now. She was shivering so violently that she could barely think straight. Yet she still did her best to maintain composure. Classmates, let's all huddle closer together. That way we'll stay warmer. Fan Jian pouted. Teacher Su, can you take me home? I want to go home. Your place is small and crappy. I don't like it. Fan Jian was inwardly fuming. He had called his father to come pick him up, yet his dad still hadn't shown up. Now he'd have to delay his plan to teach Wu Sisi a lesson again. Hearing this, Su Qingwan frowned. You little brat, I don't like you either. Don't think I don't know. You're the one who started the bullying against Sisi. But as a teacher she couldn't say such things. She could only say the snow is falling too heavily right now. The main entrance downstairs is already completely blocked. Once the snow stops, teacher will take you home. As dissatisfied as Fan Jian was, he could see the thick snow piled up outside the window. He pressed his lips into a pout and fell silent. Su Qingwan followed his gaze out the window and let out a sigh. If only this sudden blizzard would end soon. Hilton Hotel Penthouse Suite. The moment Zhou Wei opened her eyes, she saw goosefeather snowflakes drifting past the window. Rubbing her eyes, she took a full minute to confirm that it wasn't an illusion. Zhou Wei quickly scrambled out of bed and hurried to the adjoining room. Seeing the chubby man sprawled across the bed in an utterly graceless sleeping pose, she wrinkled her brow. Lin Dong, wake up. It's snowing heavily. Lin Dong grunted. So what if it snows? As long as there's no war, it's no big deal. With that, Lin Dong drifted back to sleep. Zhou Wei instinctively took a few steps back. The reek of alcohol on that fat man was absolutely revolting. Being with someone like him is such a stain on my dignity. Zhou Wei turned and left the room, walking to the living area. Gazing at the mountain of luxury shopping bags piled up there, she finally felt her mood improve. She thought to herself, thank goodness this fool is easy to deceive. When I told him I didn't want to play cards before marriage, he actually respected my wishes and didn't touch me. A sucker who's both generous with his money and easy to fool. I must hold on to him tightly. The sky grew darker and darker. It was only 5 o'clock, yet outside was pitch black. Xiangshan Villa District, halfway up the mountainside. On the second floor, Old One suddenly shouted, oh no. Wu Yang and Sisi turned to look at him confused. Old One said gravely, the snow is falling so hard right now that we can't possibly go outside. What if we run out of food? We'll all starve to death. Old One paced about frantically. Having watched countless movies with Sisi over these past days, he knew that in an apocalypse people without food would resort to eating other survivors without a second thought. Clenching his jaw, Old One declared, I don't have any family anyway, and I'm just an old man. Starting today, I'll stop eating. I'd rather starve to death. I must save the food for the young master and the young lady. What he didn't say was that at a critical moment, he would willingly sacrifice himself to become their food. Wu Yang looked at him with a strange expression and said, don't worry, I've already prepared for this. With a wave of his hand, a massive pile of food appeared on the table, every kind imaginable. The 2-meter round dining table was stacked into a small mountain. Old Wan and Sisi stared in awe. Amber meanwhile leaped up and snatched a bag of potato chips. He began munching away with loud crunches. Wu Yang paid him no mind and said, you don't need to worry about food. I've also prepared all the necessary supplies for daily living. But there's one thing you must remember, you must never tell anyone else about our supplies. Sisi and Old One nodded eagerly. They understood this principle all too well, or else all those disaster movies they'd watched would have been for nothing. Next, Wu Yang produced 2 stun batons and handed them to Old One and Sisi. These will be our weapons for the early apocalypse. Since the zombies haven't emerged yet, you can use these days to practice. Sisi was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke up. Brother, I don't want to use a stun baton. Can I use a crossbow instead? A crossbow? Wu Yang knew that Sisi had loved archery since she was little. Since she had attended an elite kindergarten, archery had been part of the curriculum. Sisi often tinkered with small bows at home too, so she did have a foundation in archery. But I didn't prepare a crossbow for you. Besides, your strength is too limited. I'm afraid you won't be able to take down a zombie with a crossbow. Wu Yang said regretfully. Sisi grinned widely, then patted Amber on the head. Amber, go fetch my things. Arf. Amber immediately dashed up to Sisi's room on the 3rd floor. Rooting around in the darkest corner of the wardrobe, he emerged with a large backpack clutched in his jaws. 3 minutes later, Wu Yang looked at the specially modified crossbow in Sisi's hands and was genuinely taken aback. Forget precision. Just the specially crafted materials used in the crossbow's construction meant that anyone struck by it would suffer severe injuries. Where did you get this? Sisi coughed lightly. Bought it. Wu Yang grew suspicious. That kind of thing isn't easy to come by. He marveled inwardly. My little sister has more connections than I do. Sisi pursed her lips. Brother, don't worry about all that. Just tell me, how is my crossbow? Wu Yang nodded. That depends on your shooting accuracy. Swish. The moment he finished speaking, Sisi raised the crossbow and fired at the mural on the wall ahead. With perfect precision, the bolt struck the eye of the figure in the painting. Wu Yang clapped his hands. Nice shot. That painting cost me 3 million. That being said, Wu Yang didn't really care. Those were all things he had bought long ago, moved from the old mansion villa. Such famous paintings were useless in the apocalypse anyway, so they might as well serve as practice targets for Sisi. But right now Wu Yang was troubled again. No matter how many paintings there were, they wouldn't last long. Wu Yang sighed. After the snowstorm passes, I'll get you some proper targets, little sister. Sisi smiled mysteriously. No need to bother, brother. I have everything I need. Wanbo directly wheeled a target out from his bedroom and placed it in the living room on the 1st floor. he said excitedly. Young miss, we can finally practice archery out in the open. Heaven knows how terrified they had been these past days practicing in the shooting range and backyard behind the young master's back. Wanbo was afraid Wu Yang would blame him for indulging Cici in these frivolous activities. Cici, on the other hand, was afraid Wu Yang would find out that she had not only beaten up many classmates at school, but also enjoyed these violent pastimes. But now it seemed this had brought her great benefits. Wu Yang looked up at the ceiling thinking, just how many things have you two been hiding from me? So Cici was closer to Wanbo, huh? At dinner time, Wanbo was about to head to the kitchen to show off his culinary skills, when Wu Yang quickly stopped him. He pulled out a bunch of hot pot ingredients from his spatial world. Wanbo, let's have hot pot tonight. Hot pot on a snowy day is the perfect match. Cici nodded enthusiastically in agreement. If anyone else heard this, they'd be furious. Most families had hardly any food stored, and could only gnaw on bread or instant noodles. How could they even dream of hot pot? At this moment, the outside temperature had already plummeted to minus 30 degrees, but Wu Yang knew this wasn't the end. Those sheltering at home could still turn on heating and electric heaters, wrapping themselves in thick blankets to barely hold on. But many people trapped on the roads by the heavy snow had already frozen into unconsciousness. Especially the homeless wanderers who were the first to die in the snowstorm. They received no aid whatsoever because all rescue personnel were also trapped by the thick snow. In the Magic City, there were no snow-clearing machines at all, leaving them utterly helpless. The snow outside grew heavier, the wind more biting, fully transforming into a blizzard. The snow had already reached a depth of 4 meters. The first floor was completely buried and half of the second floor was covered as well. Tonight would surely be a sleepless night. With the extreme low temperatures, many electrical devices also gave out, and the city's lights flickered out one by one. In the darkness, only a few remaining lights still shone. But they wouldn't last much longer either. However, all of this was none of Wu Yang's concern. The fireplace was burning too vigorously, and he could hardly sleep from the heat. He simply stripped off his clothes and lay naked on the bed, soon drifting off to sleep. The second day of the snowstorm. Early in the morning after breakfast, Wu Yang grabbed Wanbo and Cici to start his teaching session. Remember, in the apocalypse, never show mercy to any enemy. What we're about to face includes not only terrifying zombies, but also the ugliness of human hearts. When killing zombies, always aim for the head or the neck. Low-level zombies die completely once their necks are severed. There's a crystal core in a zombie's brain. Make sure to dig it out, it's used to upgrade your supernatural abilities. As for those who mean you harm. He paused then asked, what do you think we should do with them? Wanbo hesitated. Tie them up and throw them to the zombie horde. Cici answered decisively, kill. Wanbo's idea was decent, but a bit troublesome. However, Wu Yang was surprised to glance at Cici. His little sister was surprisingly enlightened. Fortunately, neither of them had a saintly disposition, which put his mind at ease. In his past life, Wu Yang had hardly ever let Cici go out to kill zombies, let alone Wanbo, an ordinary person. But this time he was determined to let them grow strong on their own. Even if he could become a powerhouse, he couldn't protect them every moment. Only when they were strong themselves would they truly be safe. Wu Yang affirmed to them, anyone who harbors ill intentions towards you. One word, kill. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip through. Otherwise the ones who die will be you. Cici was thrilled by these words. It seemed her brother shared the same mindset as her. The apocalypse would be her domain. Next, Cici went alone to the first floor to practice with her crossbow, while Wanbo was paired up with Wu Yang for sparring. Fortunately, Wanbo had a habit of exercising regularly, otherwise he would have collapsed long ago under such intense training. During the 7 days of the snowstorm, they were all extremely busy, having no time to worry about the outside world. Apart from eating and sleeping, they spent every day practicing various combat techniques and absorbing the knowledge Wu Yang shared. They had all tacitly agreed that Wu Yang had learned these things in a dream. After all, Wu Yang would never harm them, so they'd just listen to him. It couldn't be wrong. On the 3rd day of the snowstorm, they were completely unaware that the outside world had lost all power. After all, in the safe house, the generator Wu Yang had prepared was already running. Wanbo also tended to the fireplace, adding coal from time to time. Outside, all electrical appliances had completely ceased to function and heating systems had ground to a halt. The temperature had also dropped to minus 50 degrees. On the streets, people were being buried one after another by the blizzard. Even in their final moments, they still hoped this heavy snow would soon stop. Many people at home, having turned on all their heating, had finally managed to fall asleep. Yet unbeknownst to them, the power outage caused their body temperatures to drop fatally, and they never opened their eyes again. The families of these deceased couldn't even bury them, and could only leave them lying in bed. They prayed silently that the heavy snow would stop soon so they could bury their lost loved ones. Little did they know their wish was destined to be in vain. Time flew by, and it was November 8th. At nearly 10 in the morning, the blizzard that had raged for 7 whole days suddenly ceased. The sky returned to a serene calm. It was as if someone had pressed a pause button, stopping so abruptly. Before many could even react, they noticed the sun had appeared outside their windows. The blizzard stopped. Great. It shouldn't snow anymore, right? Look, the sun is out. Since the sun's out, it definitely won't snow again. Scared me to death. I really don't want to go through such a terrifying disaster again. Wait, is it my imagination? Why has the sun turned purple? No. I don't think it's an illusion because I see it too. There really is a purple sun. Monsters. There are monsters. Run. With the first scream, the apocalypse truly began. The sunlight grew increasingly intense, and as the light slowly shifted to a purple hue, the snow on the ground began to melt miraculously. The snow layer gradually thinned until only puddles of water remained. Yet in the human world, not a trace of snow could be seen anymore. It was as if the snow disaster had been nothing but an illusion. The corpses buried beneath the snow were revealed one by one. Only then did people realize that beneath this heavy snow lay so many dead bodies. And that wasn't the end. Some discovered that these corpses were miraculously standing up. However, their pupils were bright red. Their skin had turned a ghastly gray. A brave soul approached to take a closer look, but the stiff corpse lunged forward directly. Opening its mouth wide, it bit down on the person's neck. After struggling for a few seconds, the person went completely silent and collapsed to the ground. 10 minutes later, the dead person stood up again. But now drenched in blood, the head was barely attached to the body by half a neck. It sniffed around left and right. After catching a scent, it waved its bluish arms and stiffly lurched forward. At the mid-slope of Shangshan Villa District, Wu Yang and Cici sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the villa area below. By now, many people had been frightened out of their homes by the sudden appearance of zombies. Cici watched with great interest, occasionally offering comments. These zombies seem really slow. At this speed, I could definitely shoot them dead. Wu Yang smiled. They're only first-tier zombies, so being slow is normal. But zombies evolve. High-tier ones are incredibly fast, and some even develop intelligence and can speak. But zombies evolve. High-tier ones are incredibly fast, and some even develop intelligence and can speak. Hearing this, Cici grew even more excited. Brother, when can we awaken superpowers? Wu Yang lowered his eyes. Honestly, he didn't know either. In his past life's memories, on the second day after the purple sun appeared, he encountered a zombie while searching for food outside. He turned and ran in fright. Just as he was about to be caught, he miraculously realized his speed was increasing. In his mind, a grain-sized crystal core appeared. After the crystal core emerged, he understood that he had awakened the wind-type superpower. The wind attribute had many skills. In his past life, his talent was poor, so the best he learned was Gale Step. Gale Step had no offensive ability. Its greatest benefit was increasing speed. Thus, he began a lifetime of playing it safe. He fled from zombies, fled from enemies. In short, no one could outrun him. With this survival skill, he managed to join a small base. But ultimately, it was the people in that small base who caused his death. By then, it was already noon. The purple sun in the sky had turned so dark, it was almost black. Sitting by the window, Wu Yang felt a restless heat throughout his body. Something seemed to be sprouting within him. Was this the awakening of his superpower? Wu Yang looked up at the sun and suddenly understood something. In his past life, he and Cici had also endured the sun for a while, then fled indoors due to discomfort. But Uncle Wan had never been exposed to the sun. Could this be the key to awakening superpowers? Wu Yang immediately called Uncle Wan, who was busy in the kitchen, and together they went to the open terrace on the third floor. Sunbathe. That's the key to awakening. It might be uncomfortable, but you must endure. Upon hearing this, Cici and Uncle Wan grew excited and quickly sat down in chairs. The sunlight grew even more scorching, as if it would burn people to a crisp. They were all red under the sun, yet none cried out in pain. No one left. Even Amber sat obediently on the ground, though it was clear the wolf's eyes were becoming glazed. But they knew they had to awaken superpowers, otherwise survival in this apocalypse would be impossible. At that moment, Wu Yang felt the power of the purple sun most profoundly. Because he had already awakened space-type superpowers 7 days earlier, so he had a deeper affinity for the same attribute. His cultivation at the peak of chi refining was gradually converting into superpower energy. Well, that was good. Based on his estimation, his cultivation should at least translate to Immortal tier 7th rank superpower. In his past life, it would take about a year before 7th rank superpower users appeared. He was definitely far ahead. But gradually, Wu Yang's smile faded. He discovered that his 5 spirit roots were also transforming into superpower crystal cores. Along with the space-type core, his mind now revolved around 6 cores of different colors: space, wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. These grain-sized cores were slowly absorbing his superpower energy. His rank rose from mortal tier 1st to 2nd. And then, no more. He had converted from chi refining to mortal tier 2nd rank. So his strength hadn't increased, but decreased. Where was the logic in that? Wu Yang. He wanted to laugh, but couldn't. His golden finger had dug a deep pit for him. A single attribute superpower user upgrading from 1st to 2nd rank typically requires around 10 superpower crystal cores, depending on talent. From 2nd to 3rd requires about 30. But he had 6 attributes, meaning he needed 180 cores. And not every low-level zombie's brain contains a core. Plus, he still had to obtain cores for Cici and Uncle Wan to level up. How long would he have to struggle to upgrade? He was completely numb. Wu Yang collapsed onto the ground, looking up at the sun, which was gradually returning to its normal color. He couldn't help but flip the middle finger. The purple sun lasted only 20 minutes. At that moment, Cici and Uncle Wan opened their eyes. Wu Yang lazily asked, "How did it go? What did you awaken?" Cece said dejectedly, light-type superpower. I've learned healing, but I don't like it. Light? What light? Do I look bright? Why couldn't I get something like an assassin skill? So annoying. Wu Yang understood it was just like his past life. He turned to look at Uncle Wan anticipating. If Uncle Wan awakened a superpower, it would prove his theory correct. Uncle Wan was about to shake his head when he suddenly heard a voice. His eyes widened in disbelief. He stammered, I think I can hear the young Miss's thoughts. Hearing this, Cece's eyes lit up. What am I saying? Uncle Wan said, did the young Miss just say she wants a killer-level skill? Cece was stunned. Wu Yang understood now. The key to awakening supernatural abilities indeed lay in this purple sun. In his past life, Wan Bo had never been touched by the purple sun's rays, so he had never awakened. But now he had truly manifested a supernatural power. Wan Bo, this ability belongs to the spirit category. It's called mind reading. She covered her mouth, knowing from the name alone that it wasn't an offensive type power. At least she wasn't the only unfortunate one. Wan Bo couldn't help but rub his nose upon hearing that thought. Miss, I can hear every word you're thinking. Wu Yang asked curiously, Wan Bo, can you actually hear what I'm thinking? Please never cook for us again. Never cook again. Never cook again. Wan Bo shook his head. I can't hear a thing. Wu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that mind readers couldn't hear the thoughts of those at higher levels than themselves. Still, this ability was quite useful. Though lacking an offensive power, it could at least see through people's hearts. In the apocalypse, the human heart was the most unpredictable thing of all. With this ability, Wan Bo's chances of survival would greatly increase. The three of them turned to look at Amber, only to discover that his size had suddenly grown considerably larger. Previously no bigger than a large dog, he was now even larger than an ordinary wolf. Amber's blue-gray heterochromatic eyes shimmered brilliantly like precious gems. Yet the disdainful look in those eyes made it clear he was still the same foolish wolf. Amber lifted his head. You're all pathetic. Wan Bo's mind reading worked not only on humans, but also on animals. He faithfully relayed the message, and Amber consequently received a resounding smack from Wu Yang. Dog, if you haven't awakened an ability by tonight, you'll be dinner. Wu Yang's aura was truly intimidating. Being at a higher level than Amber, the wolf couldn't help but tremble. A wolf beneath the eaves must bow its head. Then Amber let out a howl. Suddenly a bolt of lightning shot from his mouth. Boom! The lightning sphere slammed straight into the railing of the open-air platform, successfully blasting a hole right through it. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. The destructive force of that lightning sphere was not to be underestimated. It seemed Amber truly was the lightning-type wolf king with heterochromatic eyes from his past life. Suddenly remembering something, Wu Yang asked, Shishi, how exactly did you come to find Amber? Was it really by the school? He recalled that in his past life, the wolf king with heterochromatic eyes had dominated a mountain west of Magic City until a powerful figure subdued it and reluctantly took it on as a battle companion. Hearing this, Shishi's eyes darted thoughtfully. At this point, there was nothing left to hide. Shishi said bluntly, I found Amber by the Yuan Wang shooting range. He looked utterly pitiful, as if he hadn't eaten for days. I fed him a bag of potato chips, and he insisted on following me home. Yuan Wang's shooting range. That was indeed in the western outskirts of Magic City. But to just stumble upon a wolf king with heterochromatic eyes, what kind of luck was that? And winning him over with a bag of potato chips, no less. Lightning-type ability. That was the highest output offensive power there was. Tears of envy dripped from the corners of Wu Yang's mouth. But once he mastered his space-type skills, he'd still be the most formidable of them all. Wu Yang looked at Amber and said, Fine, your wolf life is spared. However, narrowing his eyes, Wu Yang began setting his trap. Amber, you'll have to pay for this railing. That railing was made of alloy steel plates. It was expensive. No potato chips for you until you've paid it off. Amber howled while desperately signaling Wan Bo. A woo, a woo, a woo. Wan Bo translated expressionlessly. He says, Have you no humanity? How can you treat an old wolf like me like this? A fireball condensed in Wu Yang's hand, glaring menacingly at Amber, with the clear implication that he'd roast wolf meat over charcoal at the slightest provocation. After all, he'd never tasted wolf before, especially not one awakened with supernatural abilities. He wondered if it would even taste good. Amber trembled in fear. What else could he do? He couldn't win a fight. So he lowered his head in humiliation. Oh, Wu, tell me how to make amends. Wu Yang curled his lips into a smile. Serve as my guard for 30 days? Whatever I say, you must obey. As for why he didn't have Amber guard Shishi instead, simple. This wolf had long regarded Shishi, the one who found him, as a cub to cherish and protect. He wouldn't leave her side for a moment. Not while sleeping, not even while eating or using the bathroom. Amber, oh, Wu. Fine. Whatever you say goes. Then Shishi asked, Brother, what ability did you awaken? Wu Yang smiled. Many. Not sure which one you mean. Your big brother here has awakened 6 abilities. The bitterness inside, he'd swallow it himself. But this flex he had to pull off. Sure enough, the 2 people and 1 wolf present all cast envious glances his way. Yet Wu Yang still cautioned the fact that I have 6 abilities must never be told to anyone else. To the outside world, just say, I'm a wind-type awakener. Of the abilities he currently possessed, only fire and wind could serve as offensive output. The others were quite useless in the early stages, serving only as occasional support. Though the space-type ability was extremely powerful, and rare speaking of it openly would invite too much jealousy. Without sufficient strength, Wu Yang had no intention of revealing it in front of others. Wind-type, on the other hand, was an ability he had mastered in his past life and understood thoroughly. So claiming to be a wind-type awakener was actually quite fitting. Wu Yang walked to the edge of the railing and gazed downward. Since becoming a second-tier awakener, his senses had all sharpened considerably. Now he could clearly see what was happening in the Xiangshan Villa district. The survival game had begun. Wu Yang was not in a hurry to hunt zombies. It was noon, shouldn't he eat first? To celebrate everyone's awakened abilities, he waved his hand grandly and ordered a lavish feast fit for a 5-star hotel, filling the table with exquisite dishes. 3 people, and 1 wolf, 10 dishes, and 2 soups. Only 1 plate of vegetables, the rest were all meat. They sat by the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 2nd floor, savoring the delicious feast, while watching humans being chased by zombies in the villa district below. The distance was considerable, and aside from Wu Yang, Shi and Wan Bo could only make out vague silhouettes. Yet this hardly diminished their fierce appetite for the spectacle unfolding below. At this moment, they were all incredibly grateful that Wu Yang was so formidable and had prepared a safe house and provisions in advance. Otherwise, they would be the ones fleeing from zombies downstairs. After the meal, Wu Yang instructed everyone to return to their rooms to contemplate and comprehend their abilities. He too retreated to his chamber, seeking to sense the transformations occurring within his spatial power. Regarding the other elemental abilities, Wu Yang had already gained understanding of them during his time in the cultivation realm and the apocalypse, so unleashing basic ability techniques would pose no difficulty. Only the spatial ability remained a completely unfamiliar domain to him. Calming his mind, Wu Yang's consciousness entered the spatial world. The spatial world, once shrouded in gray obscurity, now held a faint glimmer of light. A surge of delight rose within Wu Yang. Could it be that his comprehension of spatial power had caused the world itself to evolve? Not daring to waste a moment, Wu Yang quickly stilled his mind to intuitively grasp the spatial techniques unique to him. Minutes ticked by relentlessly. Before long, 2 hours had already elapsed. Suddenly, Wu Yang's eyes snapped open. He raised his right hand, and a miniature air vortex manifested upon it. He directed his attack toward the water glass positioned before him. With a sharp crack, the water glass shattered on impact. Stepping forward to inspect, Wu Yang discovered to his astonishment that the glass handle had vanished entirely. A smile tugged at Wu Yang's lips. This was the new skill he had comprehended: spatial devour. It appeared the glass handle had been consumed by his spatial power. In truth, Wu Yang had simply transferred the handle into his spatial world, where it was immediately devoured by the spatial energy. Within his spatial domain, he held absolute dominion, capable of controlling the existence of everything contained within. With a mere thought, he could shatter inanimate objects to dust. For living beings, Wu Yang wouldn't even need to intervene. The rules of his spatial world would naturally reduce them to ashes. Yet this didn't mean he was invincible. First, his devouring range remained quite limited at merely 3 centimeters at present, which might not necessarily inflict devastating damage on an opponent. Secondly, the opponent would need to be struck by the spatial devouring attack, a prerequisite requiring Wu Yang's strength to surpass theirs. However, everything still awaited practical testing. Glancing at the time, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Unable to wait any longer, Wu Yang immediately summoned Wan Bo and Hoopa. Waving his hand eagerly, he declared, "Let's go. Grab your weapons and hunt some zombies." "Oh yeah." She excitedly grabbed her crossbow. She had finally reached this moment. She had no interest in contemplating her light-based abilities. For the past 2 hours, she had been relentlessly practicing with her crossbow, and now the moment to slay zombies had arrived. She could hardly contain her eagerness. Just as she was about to race downstairs, someone grabbed the back of her neck. She turned around. "Brother, what are you doing?" Wu Yang responded, "Put on the Iron Man armor. If you get bitten and infected by a zombie, that's no joke." Upon hearing this, she realized he was right. After all, her current healing abilities might not be effective against zombie bites. If she happened to die carelessly, how could she possibly dominate in the apocalypse? She promptly donned the armor. The dark element lowly instantly transformed into an armored Iron Man figure. She held a small crossbow in one hand and carried a bag of bolts on her back. The sight was oddly incongruous. Wu Yang admitted to himself that it was somewhat amusing, but he restrained himself from laughing aloud. As for Uncle Wan, Wu Yang had also prepared protective gear for him, replacing his usual Tang suit with a thick leather jacket. The leather jacket was sturdy enough that first-tier zombies couldn't bite through it in one strike. Uncle Wan wore a helmet on his head, wrist guards on his arms, and reinforced protection strapped to his thighs. With this setup, he should be virtually invulnerable. Wu Yang's strength didn't actually require such equipment, but for safety's sake, he still donned a leather jacket and wrist guards. In his past life, Wu Yang had survived until the 3rd year of the apocalypse by relying on his swift wind step, a testament to his cautious approach. Now Uncle Wan stiffly moved his head and asked, "Young master, has it really only been 4 hours since the zombies appeared?" Wu Yang replied gravely, 4 hours is more than enough time for zombies to run rampant. After all, when facing powerful monsters, life and death hang in the balance. Wu Yang drove the Raptor carrying several people all the way down the mountain towards the villa district. Though it was only a 20-minute walk and even faster with superhuman speed. But why not use the vehicle when they had it? He had long wanted to experience the thrill of ramming zombies with the Raptor. He had carefully considered bringing Cece and Old One along. Firstly, the villa area was situated at the northernmost edge of the city, isolated with low population movement. Thus, fewer external zombies would be present. Secondly, Shanshan no. One villa district consisted of only 88 standalone villas with few owners. Even including household staff, each household wouldn't have more than 10 people. Moreover, not everyone in these households would turn into zombies as survivors were inevitable. Lastly, with his Tier 2 ability, he could easily take down Tier 1 zombies. With Amber, the lightning-type beast, they had ample protection for Cece and Old Juan. The Raptor's loud engine soon attracted several zombies wandering in the district upon their arrival. Most of these zombies wore security or cleaning uniforms, likely former staff of the villa area. In his past life, these staff were also the first to turn into zombies. Due to heavy snow blocking roads, they couldn't go home and the office heating was insufficient. Thus, most staff froze to death in the cold. At that moment, several zombies howled and lunged at the vehicle. Growl, growl, growl. These zombies had clearly tasted human flesh with bloodstains around their lips and rotting flesh hanging from their mouths. Wu Yang had seen such scenes countless times, even more gruesome ones, so he felt nothing. But he glanced worriedly at Cece, as she was only 8, and he wondered if she could handle it. As for Old One, at his age, he should be mature enough. Cece's little face scrunched up. She was quite brave and had never found such scenes scary in movies. But seeing a terrifying monster this close in reality made her heart skip a beat. Yet she knew such scenes would become more frequent from now on. Hesitation or soft-heartedness would only lead to disaster. It must be said Cece's level of awareness was far beyond her peers. Cece opened the car window and decisively raised her crossbow, shooting at the charging zombie. Whoosh! The bolt struck the zombie's forehead with precision, and the zombie struggled for a few moments before collapsing. Cece raised an eyebrow proudly. How about that? I'm impressive, right? Wu Yang chuckled while Old One clapped in sync. The young miss is the most formidable. Now only 6 zombies remained, nothing to worry about. Stopping the car, Wu Yang retrieved a tang sword from his spatial storage and used its tip to rummage through the zombie's forehead. Red and white matter spilled onto the ground, but Wu Yang remained expressionless. After a moment, he frowned. No crystal core in this one. He had intended to demonstrate how to extract crystal cores, but now he acted as if nothing had happened. In his past life, statistics showed a 60% drop rate for zombie crystal cores, meaning only 6 out of 10 zombies would yield a core. The odds weren't low, but Wu Yang clearly wasn't lucky this time. Wu Yang cleared his throat. Let me first demonstrate how to kill a zombie. Watch closely, this strike will be quite stylish. Cece, Old Juan, and Amber on the car watched intently. Shing! As his words faded, Wu Yang swung his sword at a zombie in a security uniform lunging toward him. The strike carried a whistling wind infused with his wind-type ability. The zombie's head was cleanly severed. It rolled on the ground with a thud, coming to rest by the grass. Wu Yang strode over, using his sword tip to search through it again. After a moment, Wu Yang was speechless. No crystal core again. What was going on? Were low-tier zombies no longer producing cores? Impossible. Just then the remaining 5 zombies staggered toward them. Turning around, Wu Yang looked at the others and pretended nothing was wrong, saying, "Now you all give it a try." As he spoke, Amber leaped from the back seat, pouncing on a zombie in a cleaner's uniform and pinning it to the ground. She raised a paw and struck its head. Splat. Oops, a miss. Amber blinked her wolf eyes in embarrassment. The zombie hit in the head roared in fury. Amber swung her claws left and right as a Tier 1 superhuman. Her claws were razor sharp. In an instant, the cleaner zombie's head split in two. Amber rummaged through it and soon found a rice grain-sized crystal core. She held it up to Wu Yang triumphantly. A whoa. Is this what you wanted? Wu Yang's face stiffened for a moment. He knew where the problem lay. His luck was just too poor. Wu Yang said, dig more, 10 crystal cores for a bag of chips. Amber immediately became more motivated. Wu Yang thought to himself, Amber truly deserved to be the wolf king of the apocalypse. Her adaptability was beyond comparison. After all, wolves are fierce carnivores, perhaps this was nothing to them. Old One, however, nearly vomited at the sight of the zombie's splattered brain. Who could accept such a scene immediately? Cece looked pale, but held on. She opened the car door, but didn't get out. Instead, she climbed onto the roof and stood. With her abilities, despite being only 8, Cece had become much more agile. She squinted at the approaching zombies, ready to fire her crossbow. Old One also regained his composure, raising his high-voltage stun baton, ready to attack. Wu Yang observed for a while, and found the two and the wolf worked in perfect coordination. Old One charged forward to deliver an electric shock to a zombie, while Cece followed with crossbow bolts. If a zombie still struggled, Amber would pounce to finish it off. In no time, they took down 3 zombies. Only 3 remained on the road. Confident they could handle it, and wanting them to grow stronger, Wu Yang said, I'll leave the zombies on the road to you. I'll check inside the villas. Remember, don't make any loud noises, or you'll attract a horde. With his keen eyesight, Wu Yang spotted over a dozen zombies wandering aimlessly a few hundred meters ahead. But Tier One zombies had poor hearing, so keeping quiet would avoid drawing their attention. Cece and Old One nodded seriously. They'd watched enough zombie movies to understand. Wu Yang added, Amber, stay close to Cece at all times. Amber gave a soft, "oh woo," in acknowledgement. Why was Wu Yang going to the villa? To scavenge for supplies, of course. Although the resources in his spatial world were more than enough for several lifetimes, who would ever complain about having more? Moreover, Wu Yang planned to establish his own faction in the future. Humans are social creatures. Relying solely on the three of them and a wolf would not be enough to survive the apocalypse. Building a faction meant recruiting many people. More people meant more mouths to feed. Therefore, supplies were always welcome. The more the better. Wu Yang started his sweep from the villas with open doors. Generally, those with open doors had no survivors left inside. However, closed doors didn't necessarily mean there were living people within either. It was highly possible that survivors had been bitten and killed by zombies inside before they could even open the door to escape. Standing at the entrance, Wu Yang first tossed a pebble into the open doorway. After waiting silently for 3 seconds, a sudden roar pierced the air. A middle-aged woman, zombie clad in a thick cotton coat and drenched in blood, lunged at Wu Yang. Wu Yang recognized her. Having lived in the same villa area for over a decade, he knew most of the residents, if not by name, then at least by face. Wu Yang stood his ground, snapped his fingers, and unleashed an attack without hesitation. Spatial Devour. Bang! The right eye and the temple area of the zombie woman vanished instantly. Blood gushed from the wounds, spilling out a mixture of red and white decaying flesh. Wu Yang frowned. His precision wasn't quite on point. He had been aiming for the zombie's brain. He launched a second Spatial Devour, this time cleanly obliterating half of the zombie's forehead. The zombie woman collapsed heavily to the ground. Killing one zombie had cost him 2 uses of his ability, a waste. Just as Wu Yang was about to collect the crystal core, a stiff figure suddenly burst out from the kitchen with a roar. Roar! It was a young male zombie, the woman's son. Wu Yang had played football with him during their childhood. They had been playmates. But now they could no longer be viewed as humans. They were monsters. Show them mercy, and the only thing facing you would be death. Or worse, you would become a monster just like them. Given the close distance, Wu Yang didn't use his ability. Instead, he drew his Tang sword and swung it in a swift, decisive motion. The young zombie's head was severed, instantly thudding onto the floor. The commotion was loud enough that any zombie hiding inside would have been alerted. Yet after waiting a few seconds, there was no further movement. It seemed this villa was cleared. Wu Yang raised his sword and began digging for the crystal core within the zombie's head. Digging and digging deep inside the zombie's skull, hoping to find a tiny crystal core, but all that was found was a tiny flower. Brain matter. Aside from the brain, there was nothing else. Wu Yang's face darkened again. He walked over to the woman zombie and began digging with the tip of his sword. Finally, he managed to unearth a crystal core the size of a grain of rice. It was a transparent core. First-tier zombies were just ordinary ones, having not evolved any abilities, so their cores were still in their most primitive milky white form. Grabbing a piece of cloth, Wu Yang wiped the blood-stained crystal core clean before storing it in his space. He then headed into the kitchen and began rummaging through the cabinets. The vegetables in the fridge had long gone limp due to the cold, and Wu Yang paid them no mind. However, the remaining meat and some frozen foods were still edible, so he took them all in one go. Wow! There were even premium cigarettes and liquor, an entire counter filled with fine brands like Taizi and Zhonghua. How could he pass this up? Taking it all. After stepping out of the villa, he saw Cece and the others had already finished clearing the zombies outside. They appeared unharmed, though Uncle Wan was leaning against the car exhausted. Cece handed over 6 crystal cores. Brother, here you go. Wu Yang sighed inwardly. How come your drop rate for 6 zombies was a perfect 100%? While I dug through 3 heads and only got 1 core, a measly 30% chance. If anyone knows, how does an unlucky person like me turn their luck around? Waiting online quite urgent. The next villa had its door closed. Wu Yang didn't bother picking or choosing. He simply cleared the villas in the nearest order. His primary objective was to clear out the entire villa area beneath the safe house. He needed to ensure a safe and comfortable living environment for himself. Wu Yang remembered that many people in this villa area had managed to survive for a long time. After all, everyone here was wealthy, and most of them were cowards terrified of death. These people dared not go out to find food themselves, preferring to follow others and scavenge leftovers. Or they'd climb onto their moral high ground, manipulating the naive and soft-hearted into foraging for them. In his past life, Wu Yang was one of them. After all, he had mastered the Gale Step. Wasn't he just a perfect tool for scrounging up food? But even Wu Yang had his limits. He alone couldn't satisfy so many survivors. Hence, each person was lucky to get a single ham sausage a day, and nothing more was even dared to be hoped for. Besides, Wu Yang wasn't truly foolish. He kept most of the food he gathered for himself and Cece. This caused resentment among the other survivors, who began to harbor grudges against him. Coupled with prolonged hunger, many people resorted to any means necessary for a single bite of food. Killing and robbing became second nature to them. 6 months into the apocalypse, these people had completely run out of food. In a final desperate act, they conspired with Wu Chong and his son. While Wu Yang was out looking for food, they stormed his home and devoured Cece. Therefore, Wu Yang felt no mercy towards the people in the villa area. It was just that this time for some reason Wu Chong and his son weren't home, allowing them to live a few more days. However, their day of reckoning was not far off. Wu Yang approached the closed villa door and knocked. He needed to confirm whether there were any living people inside. After a moment, no one answered, but from within came the sound of raucous guttural roars rising and falling in succession. The zombies on the road ahead heard the commotion and slowly began to move toward Wu Yang and his group. Wu Yang furrowed his brow. Damn it. I was trying my best to keep quiet, yet you lot are screaming your heads off without a care. Isn't this just calling the zombies straight to us? We need to end this quickly. Wu Yang signaled to Cece and Old One to step back. Amber stood alert at the side, ready to strike at any moment. With a single kick, Wu Yang sent the heavy iron door flying open. Roar! An elderly man zombie lunged out, directly followed by an elderly woman and a zombie dressed as a maid. All three zombies were drenched in blood, their eyeballs a murky gray, their skin tinged with a pallid blue. The old man in front had blood stains and chunks of flesh clinging to the corner of his mouth, while the other two bore wounds of varying severity on their necks and bodies. It seemed the old man had died from the freezing temperatures, then turned into a zombie due to the appearance of the purple sun, and subsequently attacked the old woman and the maid. Wu Yang was the first to raise his Tang saber, cleaving the old man zombie's head clean off with a single stroke. There was no need to use his superpower in this situation. What a waste it would be. Amber also swiftly dispatched the elderly woman zombie in a flash, while Old One took care of the maid zombie. Cece used a crossbow, specializing in ranged attacks, as she was not suited for close combat. She stood at the doorway, coldly observing the bloody scene inside. Just then Old One struck down with his stun baton, but unfortunately his aim was off. The maid zombie reacted instantly, extending its sharp claws and slashing viciously at Old One. He quickly raised his arm to block the blow. Fortunately, Old One had a protective arm guard strapped on, or else that strike would have torn through flesh and infected him with the zombie plague. Cece furrowed her brow. Dare to harm my people. Seek death. Without a moment's hesitation, she loosed a bolt from her crossbow. Swoosh. The bolt struck the maid zombie's neck, embedding itself deep. The zombie flailed about for a few moments before collapsing heavily to the ground. It was time to extract the crystal cores. Wu Yang cleared his throat and said, Amber, you do it. No, let me do it. Cece pushed past Amber and walked forward with a solemn expression. Previously, Amber and Old One had handled the extraction, but now it was time for her to face this task. Holding a crossbow bolt in her small hand, Cece rummaged through the zombies' heads with extraordinary focus. Moments later, 3 crystal cores were in her grasp. Wu Yang gazed at the cream-white crystal cores, tears streaming down his face. So what if I'm an unlucky soul? My little sister radiates incredible fortune. With a 100% drop rate, who wouldn't look on with envy? The group made their way into the kitchen and began rummaging through cabinets and drawers. It was only natural that Wu Yang was adept at such tasks, but Cece and Old One swept through the place like a pair of marauding bandits. Cece said, Brother, this kitchen knife looks brand new, let's take it. Old One chimed in. Young master, this bag of salt still has plenty left, we should take it too. Amber let out a series of woeful howls. This household didn't even have a single bag of potato chips. Utterly worthless. Wu Yang rubbed his nose, thinking, when have you ever seen an old person who likes potato chips? However, when Wu Yang saw the large string of walnuts and prayer beads that Old One had uncovered in the living room, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. Old One looked at Wu Yang with hopeful eyes. Young master, can I take these? In his spare time, he could spin the beads and roll the walnuts. Such a delightful way to pass the days. Wu Yang found it hard to refuse after all these trinkets took up no space, so if Old One wanted to take them, he could. Stepping out of the villa's front gate, sure enough, the dozen or so zombies from earlier had already drawn near. With this many zombies engaging in close quarters combat would easily put Cece and the others in danger. Although he wanted them to gain experience and grow stronger, Wu Yang was unwilling to take that gamble. He couldn't, and he didn't dare. At most, he could capture a zombie each day and bring it back to the safe house for them to practice on. He couldn't allow his few remaining loved ones to be placed in any kind of danger. Wu Yang stepped in front of Cece, and Old One snapped his fingers and declared, Space devouring. Roar. Excellent, this strike hit its mark perfectly. The zombie that was struck had half its head burst open and collapsed to the ground. Wu Yang had precisely avoided the position of the crystal core. The remaining 13 zombies, devoid of any intelligence, showed no emotional response to the death of their comrade. In their eyes, there was only the food before them. Meat. It was all meat. So hungry. They must devour this flesh. The mindless zombies were consumed entirely by a ravenous hunger. The zombies raised their arms and lurched forward stiffly. Their hands revealed protruding bones, and their fingernails had transformed into long grayish-white claws. Wu Yang decided not to use space devouring again. Space-type abilities consumed far too much energy. After that single strike, he could feel a significant drain on his powers. It seemed he couldn't use space devouring too many times in a row. Counting the times he'd used it before, he could only employ it 5 times in a single day. Suddenly, Wu Yang made an astonishing discovery. Although Wu Yang possessed 6 types of supernatural attributes, making his advancement 6 times more difficult, his supernatural capacity was likewise multiplied by 6. At this moment these powers could be drawn upon at will whether applied to any attribute. Wu Yang curled his lips and immediately released a wind blade. In his past life his greatest skills were the Gale Step and the wind blade. The energy consumption of the wind blade was far less than that of Spatial Devour. Facing a small horde of zombies he had to decisively use his most familiar and powerful killing move. The wind blade swept out instantly severing the heads of 2 zombies. With a wet thud the heads rolled to the ground and were crushed underfoot by the zombies behind. Brain matter splattered everywhere. Wu Yang sighed realizing he was still too weak. The wind blade at the second tier could only launch a one-directional attack. If his level were higher he was confident he could turn this blade into a ricocheting strike. Amber watched eagerly. This man wasn't playing fair, stealing work from Old Wolf here. Wasn't it agreed that 10 crystal cores exchanged for a pack of chips? Old Wolf absolutely must not lose. With a roar Amber unleashed a thunderbolt that struck a zombie, instantly charring it black and crisp. Then it collapsed heavily. Amber raised his head proudly, as if to say, how about that? Isn't your wolf bodyguard reliable? Wu Yang chuckled softly. It seemed Amber had a strong competitive streak. Having a competitive spirit was good, it could drive him to grow. But how could a mere second-tier human be outdone by a wolf? Wu Yang immediately released 3 wind blades in one breath. Bang, bang, bang. The heads of 6 zombies fell to the ground. At the same time Wu Yang gasped for air, exhausted. A second-tier superpowered individual indeed couldn't be too reckless. Releasing several skills in succession truly consumed too much energy. In this way the 13 zombies were completely wiped out by Wu Yang and Amber. With no work left, Cici and Uncle Juan stepped forward to extract the crystal cores. Their luck wasn't bad. They obtained 8 crystal cores. The group didn't notice that the entire zombie-slaying scene had been observed by a young woman on the first floor of the villa across the street. Wu Yang, however, sensed someone staring at him, but he detected no malice, so he let it be. As the trio and the wolf prepared to continue clearing zombies ahead, the beautiful young woman across the street shouted excitedly, "Don't go. Don't go. It's Wu Yang and Cici, right? It's me. We often met in the neighborhood, and I even bought candy for Cici." Wu Yang frowned deeply. It was that malicious woman. Another murderer of Cici, and to think she lived in this very villa. Shouting so loudly as if she wanted the zombies to come faster. Foolish. But since she had crossed his path, the beautiful woman Qinlu looked at Wu Yang with pleading eyes, but her mind was full of schemes. After the snow disaster struck, she had hidden alone at home, surviving on the various supplies she had stockpiled. She hadn't expected that after the snow ended monsters would appear. Zombie movies were all the rage these days, so she immediately recognized the creatures as zombies. After the mutation, she dared not go outside, staying hidden in her house and observing. Qinlu had seen other survivors from nearby villas pass by her door, but just as they tried to call for help they were bitten to death by zombies that suddenly emerged. Within half a day she witnessed over a dozen survivors being killed by zombies. And those who were bitten turned into zombies 10 minutes after falling, terrifying her so much that she trembled all over. She thought no one could deal with these monsters, but then she saw Wu Yang. This man was young and handsome. Moreover, he could kill so many zombies, proving his strength was formidable. Following him might be a way to survive this chaotic world. Perhaps she could even seduce Wu Yang. He was also a scion of a wealthy family. She was beautiful in her own right after all. That was how she had married into wealth. Unfortunately, her bald husband had been trapped at his company during the snow disaster and probably froze to death by now. Even if he hadn't died, he had likely become a zombie. But she didn't care about any of that. Right now she needed to find herself a new patron. It must be said that Qinlu was a decisive person with sharp judgment. Relying on her beauty, she believed this naive young man would surely be smitten. Qinlu tugged at her collar, revealing a generous expanse of skin, and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Wu Yang, I have nothing left to eat at home, and these zombies are so scary I dare not go out to find food. Please help me." Cici frowned. Oh no, what kind of seductive vixen was this trying to lure her brother? Did she even deserve that? Uncle Juan also looked at Wu Yang worriedly. The young master was at a vigorous age. Would he fall for it? Uncle Juan quietly shifted his steps closer to Qinlu. With his current mind-reading ability, he could only hear thoughts if the person was within 3 meters. Wu Yang meanwhile sneered inwardly. Too scared to go out, but not too scared to devour people. Huh? Wu Yang said coldly, "What do you want me to do for you?" "Give me some food, anything will do," Qinlu replied hastily. Qinlu thought excitedly, first ask for food. Then he'll have to go home to get it. I'll just follow him home and stay there for good. Then while he's sleeping at night, I'll conquer him with my many skills, and he'll have no choice but to obey me. That was how she had completely ensnared her bald husband. The more Qinlu thought, the more pleased she became. This plan was sure to succeed. But unexpectedly Wu Yang directly took out a large pork hind leg from his spatial storage, as if it had just been slaughtered, still dripping with blood. Qinlu was dumbfounded. What was this? How wasn't it exactly freshly slaughtered? Slaughtered the same day, delivered the same day, and stored in the space the same day. The preservation capability of the spatial world. Dare you say it's not excellent? Wu Yang glanced ahead at the 4 zombies, attracted by Qinlu's loud voice, and a cold smirk curled his lips. Then he tossed the pork leg toward the entrance of Qinlu's villa. Thud! It made a dull, heavy sound. Hearing that sound, the four zombies came even more desperately in this direction. As they walked, they let out periodic howls. Wu Yang sneered, "Want to eat? Come and fetch it yourselves." Though a piece of meat had been wasted, such a minor loss meant nothing to Wu Yang. After all, who could blame him for using such fresh meat as bait? It was worth noting that while zombies had a penchant for human flesh, if driven by extreme hunger, they would not overlook fresh meat. These newly formed zombies had likely never consumed human flesh before, so they were probably starving. "Don't worry, brother is bringing you food." Standing at the first floor window of the villa, Chen Lu felt an unusual unease. Where exactly had Wu Yang produced that meat from? "I didn't see it." But Wu Yang paid no mind to her thoughts, simply calling out to Shishi and the others, "Let's go, we'll find another place." Shishi patted her chest in relief that her brother hadn't fallen for that seductive woman's charms, though she couldn't help but feel sorry about wasting such fine meat. That disgusting woman. Perhaps they should find an opportunity to eliminate her. How dare she harbor designs on her brother? Wanbo, hearing these thoughts, also sighed with relief. "You're still too young." It was clear that the young master intended to use that meat to lure the zombies. Although Wanbo didn't know Wu Yang's purpose, he couldn't care less. Wanbo had overheard Chen Lu's thoughts as well when he drew nearer. A woman with such ulterior motives should die soon enough. Keeping her around would only bring disaster. Back in the day, Wanbo had worked alongside Wu Yang's father, and his hands weren't entirely clean. Building the Wu group inevitably involved some dubious methods. It was only because of his advanced age that he had grown more lenient. Yet Wu Yang and Shishi were unaware of this glorious period. Both of them assumed Wanbo was merely an ordinary butler. Wu Yang drove off without acknowledging Chen Lu's desperate calls. "Cry all you want. Shout until your throat gives out. I won't spare you a glance." Within 2 minutes, the four zombies arrived at the scene. Roar, roar, roar. There was meat to eat. Wait, there's still living meat here. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door quickly. I'm hungry. That scream came from Chen Lu. The four zombies crashed through the gate and lunged straight at her. They grabbed Chen Lu by the neck and tore into her with frantic biting. Blood splattered everywhere. Even in her final moments, Chen Lu wondered why Wu Yang had just left so suddenly. Had her charm faded? And where had he produced that meat from in the first place? But she would never know the answer. Wu Yang drove around the villa district aimlessly. It appeared arrogant, but that was precisely his intent. The encounter with Chen Lu had served as a timely reminder. Since they couldn't locate Wu Chong and his son at the moment, he should eliminate the other executioners as soon as possible. Every extra day only deepened the danger. What? You're saying they never killed Shishi in this life, so he shouldn't target them? He understood the logic, but he wasn't going to listen. Whoever they had harmed in any lifetime didn't matter. They were all his enemies. Still glancing at Shishi, Wu Yang asked, "Would you think I'm ruthless?" Though none of them had witnessed Chen Lu being devoured by the zombies, they had all heard her harrowing screams. Shishi wasn't foolish, quite the opposite, so she had already pieced together Wu Yang's intentions. She shook her head. No, whatever brother does is always right. But Shishi wasn't blindly devoted, so she pressed further. "I want to know why brother is doing this." Wu Yang lowered his eyes deep in thought. If he planned to take revenge on so many survivors, Shishi and Wanbo would inevitably find out. He needed a reasonable explanation. So Wu Yang devised a cover story. "I had a dream, and from what I gather, it was a prophetic vision. In that dream, that woman was a bad person. Not just her, many survivors in the villa district are bad people. They're afraid of death and will do anything to survive, and they'll eat human flesh in the future." Hearing this, Shishi frowned. "Then they truly deserve to die. I support you, brother." Those who consumed human flesh had long ceased to deserve the title of human. Wu Yang exhaled and asked again, "What if my uncle and cousin were also this kind of person?" By uncle and cousin, he meant Wu Chong and Wu Wenxing. Shishi narrowed her eyes. "Kill them." What she didn't mention was that she'd witnessed both of them bullying her brother before, though she had already taken revenge. But people like that absolutely couldn't be spared. Wu Yang glanced at Wanbo for his opinion. Wanbo readily agreed. "Young master, whoever you say should die dies. I have no objections." Wu Yang was genuinely stunned. Well, somewhat. Were these two adapting so quickly? Why did they both seem more suited to this apocalypse than he was? The trio and a wolf rode in the car, continuing to clear zombies within the villa district. However, the ones they encountered from then on were only scattered groups of 2 or 3. They did spot a few survivors, but these people merely watched from upstairs in their homes, not daring to step outside. A couple of individuals being chased by zombies desperately cried for help upon seeing Wu Yang. Yet Wu Yang ignored them all. "You should be grateful you're not my enemies, otherwise don't expect me to save you. Instead, you'd worry about how I might end your life." For the few lone zombies, Wu Yang didn't act, letting Shishi and the others get out to handle them. Over the course of the afternoon, Shishi and Wanbo became increasingly skilled, shedding their initial awkwardness. Before they knew it, the sky was darkening. Wu Yang called everyone, urging a quick return home. Once darkness fell, it would become the zombies' domain. At night, zombies' keen senses and speed were enhanced. Thus, engaging them in the dark was definitely not a wise choice. Moreover, the entire city had lost power. Although Wu Yang had stored numerous high-powered flashlights in his spatial dimension, it remained highly inconvenient. Zombies do not rely on sight. To be precise, low-tier zombies are essentially blind. They can only use their hearing and smell to detect if any survivors are nearby. The scent of blood in particular was what they were most sensitive to. It was their most favored meal. Strangely, zombies wouldn't die. Without consuming humans, they would merely become extremely sluggish. But if they feasted on enough humans, they would evolve. Wu Yang clearly remembered that in 10 days the zombies would advance. That's when second-tier zombies would emerge. With his current second-tier superpower level, Wu Yang was confident he could take on or evade even small groups of zombies. But once he encountered a swarm of second-tier zombies, he would become extremely vulnerable. To possess sufficient self-protection, he had to level up to third tier before that. Caution and stability had always been Wu Yang's motto. Oddly enough, the zombies would universally upgrade to second tier within those 10 days, and mutant zombies would also appear during this period. Yet many human awakeners might not discover the secret of the crystal cores within the zombies' heads in time. A first-tier human awakener pitted against a second-tier zombie had an obvious outcome. Consequently, many awakeners would perish during this time. But after this wave, the zombies' progression would slow down considerably. It was as if nature, displeased that too few people had died in the blizzard, had forcibly accelerated the zombies' evolution to slaughter a large portion of humanity. Wu Yang recalled that in 10 days the global population would plummet by 70%. By then the whole world would become a zombie playground. Back at the safe house, Wanbo immediately went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. He felt that his stamina had greatly improved since awakening his superpower. Even after a whole afternoon of fighting, he was confident he had the energy to cook a lavish feast. However, this was just his own opinion. Neither the people nor the wolf had any desire for such an elaborate meal. She nervously tugged at Wu Yang's sleeve. She didn't dare think too much, worried that if Wanbo heard her thoughts, it would dampen the old man's enthusiasm. Wu Yang sighed and promptly produced a 6-person fried chicken set meal from his spatial dimension. Why 6 servings? Awakened beings have immense power and require a huge amount of energy. In simple terms, they had become human trash compactors. Wu Yang said, "Wanbo, let's have fried chicken tonight. No need for you to cook." Seeing the fried chicken, she was so excited she nearly jumped for joy. "McDonald's, I never thought I'd see you again, boo-hoo-hoo." Wanbo was taken aback, then turned around and objected, "This won't do. We've been eating takeout for days. It's not healthy to eat takeout every day. Besides, this old man isn't tired yet. Let me cook for you. Home-cooked meals are the healthiest." Wu Yang said, No, I actually love takeout." She's heart pounded. "Brother, convincing Wanbo is up to you." Wanbo's gaze swept over Shi and he immediately understood what was going on. Wanbo raised his sleeve and wiped the corner of his eye. "I promised the master and mistress that I would take good care of the young master and young lady. If I can't even do something as simple as cooking, how can that be called taking care? How is that not considered taking care? You do all the laundry and mopping." Wu Yang's brow twitched. Though it bordered on disrespect towards his parents, he asked anyway, "My parents died in an accident. When did they ever entrust us to you?" Wanbo was stumped. In a dream." In the end, Wanbo still went cheerfully into the kitchen, leaving Wu Yang and Shi at the dining table staring at each other in bewilderment. Shi rested her chin on her hand. "Brother, what are we going to do? We can't live like this forever, can we?" Wu Yang also sighed. Wanbo was their old family butler who had watched over him and his sister grow up and was akin to an elder. He couldn't resort to force with Wanbo, especially since the old man always used the "I'm just doing this for your own good" argument to trump everything. What else could be done? Just then a burnt smell wafted from the kitchen. Wu Yang looked up at the ceiling. "Maybe we should find a chef." She clapped her hands together. "Teacher Sue. Brother, I want to eat Teacher Sue's cooking. Why don't we lure her over?" "Lure?" Wu Yang was stunned. "Little sister, do you even hear what you're saying?" However, Wu Yang nearly forgot that Su Qingwan had never replied to his messages. Although the power was out, communication devices were still functional. Wu Yang needed to seize this opportunity to ask about the whereabouts of Su Qingwan and Lin Dong. These past few days he had been focused on training Shi and Wanbo and hadn't used his phone. Having spent many years in the apocalyptic and cultivation worlds, he had long kicked his habit of relying on his phone. Aside from right after he was reborn, when he had needed to contact people for stocking up on supplies, Wu Yang rarely used his phone. At all other times the device just sat in his room like a useless brick. After retrieving his phone from his room, Wu Yang discovered it was dead. Only after plugging it into charge did he see that Lin Dong had called him several times over the past few days. There was also a voicemail from 2 o'clock that afternoon. "Wu Yang, go, please pick up the phone. Monsters suddenly appeared everywhere. I'm so scared. I can't get in touch with any of my family members. I'm so panicked. Younger, do you have a helicopter at home? Can you come to the Hilton Hotel downtown to pick me up? I'm staying in the penthouse suite." "Wow, you even dare to think about a helicopter. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't actually own one. I was almost tempted to buy a plane though. But how did that fatty end up at the Hilton? It's a high-end hotel with complete amenities, so it wouldn't have been affected by the snowstorm." But Wu Yang remembered that a mutant zombie had appeared in that very hotel in his past life, devouring nearly half of its guests. It had sent shockwaves through the entire survivor community at that time. It was an extremely dangerous entity. To save or not to save? That was the question. Wu Yang called back, ready to check the situation first. But on the other end the phone was turned off. Battery dead. That shouldn't be. Even if the whole city lost power, it wouldn't affect a high-end hotel like that. After all, such hotels have backup generators. Moreover, the facilities in such hotels are top-notch, and the doors are especially sturdy. With Lin Dong's ability, as long as he didn't court death, he should be able to stay alive. Wu Yang turned to Shishi and asked, "Where is your teacher Su? Do you know?" Shishi nodded and handed over her phone. Wu Yang leaned over to look. It was a moment's post from 2 days ago. Fan Jian image. "We've been trapped in the dormitory building of the Central Elementary School for days. Can anyone come rescue us? I promise if you successfully save me, I'll have my father give you a large sum of money." Wu Yang zoomed in on the picture. Su Qingwan was leaning against the corner, looking exhausted with 6 students sitting around her. Elementary school dormitory. Good grief. You're not going to any place with few people. Wu Yang sighed inwardly. One was a brother who had helped him in his past life, the other a woman who could become his chef. And Su Qingwan was also a water element ability user with a high-level talent. But both of them were in densely populated areas. Which one to choose? Without hesitation, Wu Yang chose to rescue Su Qingwan first. "Sorry, fatty, wait for your big brother to save the head chef first." Why? First, at the Central Elementary School, most students had already gone home safely, so the number of people there wouldn't be too high. Second, even if some students hadn't gone home and unfortunately turned into zombies, they were nothing to fear. Come on, a burly adult like him could knock them out one by one punch per kid. Elementary school zombies. That was a prime place to harvest crystal cores. In the apocalypse, children had the hardest time surviving. Once they encountered zombies, the chance of being bitten was almost 95. In contrast, places like hotels were mostly filled with adults. Adult zombies versus elementary school zombies. Which would you choose? Even though Wu Yang now had second-tier abilities, if he encountered a large number of adult zombies, he could still fall into danger. For now, Wu Yang wasn't prepared to take that risk. The priority was to be safe. In short, stay low-key. At that moment, Uncle Wan had finished cooking, bringing out dishes that were odd-shaped and colorful. Nearly black braised ribs, stir-fried greens, without salt, braised pork with too much sugar. Wu Yang took a deep breath. He was definitely going to rescue Su Qingwan, the chef. After a difficult dinner, Wu Yang took out all of today's crystal cores from his spatial world. Counting them, there were 25 in total. Too few. If Shishi, Uncle Wan, and Amber didn't have high talents, they wouldn't be able to advance to the second tier. If they were going to rescue someone, they had to ensure their own safety first. Wu Yang said in a low voice, "These crystal cores, Shishi and Uncle Wan take 10, Amber takes 5. Absorb the energy quickly and try to advance to the second tier." Shishi asked worriedly, "Brother, what about you?" Wu Yang honestly admitted, "I need too many crystal cores. These are just a drop in the bucket for me. Better to let you guys level up first." Wu Yang told them about the zombies advancing in 10 days and also explained his plan to rescue Su Qingwan. "If we want to rescue people, we must ensure that all of us have reached the second tier." Shishi nodded vigorously. "I'll go back to my room and absorb the crystal cores now." To rescue Teacher Su as soon as possible, she had to work hard. As for another sentence, she didn't dare to think about it. Uncle Wan asked, "Young master, you haven't told us how to absorb them yet." Wu Yang slapped his forehead. He almost forgot the most important thing. He cleared his throat and said, "You can choose to swallow the crystal core directly. It will automatically dissolve in your mouth. That's the most effective way to absorb it." Upon hearing this, Shishi and Uncle Wan's faces stiffened. Dunno. Crystal cores, they were dug out of zombies' heads. Even if they were washed clean now, it was still too disgusting. Wu Yang could tell from their expressions that most people couldn't accept it immediately. Wu Yang didn't plan to tease them further and added, "There's another way. Hold the crystal core in your hand. Although you can't absorb 100 of it, you can still absorb 99. Upon hearing this, Shishi and Uncle Wan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't have to eat it directly, it was fine. Only Amber didn't care about such trivialities, immediately popping a crystal core into its mouth. The rice grain-sized crystal core instantly turned into a warm current surging into Amber's body. A woo-woo. It had no taste, not tasty. Wu Yang gave him a thumbs up. Good grief, indeed not something a human would do. Wu Yang thought that if crystal cores could only be absorbed by eating them, then given the quantity he needed to level up, he'd sooner choke to death. At the very least, his mouth would get sore from chewing. While the others went back to their rooms to absorb crystal cores, Wu Yang also returned to his. Wu Yang took out the map of the magic city he had prepared and carefully studied the route from Xiangshan No. 1 villa to the Central Elementary School. The drive from the villa area to the school would take half an hour. Along the way, there would surely be many vehicles buried under the snow disaster, and the people frozen inside would have all turned into zombies. Also, the route passed by an early-built residential area where most of the residents along the street were elderly. Most of these people would hardly survive the snowstorm, so it was possible that zombie hordes would appear there. Fortunately, tomorrow would only be the second day of the zombie outbreak, so the numbers shouldn't be too large. Wu Yang only prayed that things would go smoothly. But unexpectedly, things went even more smoothly than he had imagined. Half an hour later, Shishi and Uncle Wan ran to Wu Yang's room one after another. Shishi was ecstatic. "Brother, I've advanced to the second tier. I only used 6 crystal cores." Uncle Wan was also overjoyed. "I've also advanced to the second tier, and I only used 6 crystal cores too." Wu Yang was so overjoyed, he nearly rolled off the bed. Upgrading a first-tier Esper to second-tier required between 6 to 10 spirit cores. The higher the talent, the fewer cores needed. Talent levels were classified as SSS, SABC. If only 6 cores were needed to upgrade, that meant CC and Old Butler both possessed top-tier SSS level talent. High talent meant not only absorbing fewer cores, but also an infinite potential for future Esper abilities. Wu Yang's eyes filled with tears of joy. So what if he needed a large quantity of cores? His sister and Old Butler would save him plenty. It seemed an Esper's talent was directly tied to the duration of purple sun exposure. Did that mean Wu Yang himself and Amber both had SSS level talent? With insufficient cores, Wu Yang couldn't test himself, so he immediately summoned Amber. Amber had already absorbed 5 cores. If all went smoothly, 1 more would push her to second tier. Sure enough, 3 minutes later Amber successfully advanced to a second-tier lightning Esper. What? You think this breakthrough was too easy? This was because they were still at low tiers, and the gap between first and second tier was minimal, requiring fewer cores. Hence it appeared effortless. As time went on, advancement would grow increasingly difficult. Some would only ever reach third tier in their lifetime. Moreover, Esper advancement could be both simple and difficult. Simple because with sufficient cores and the ability to absorb them one could advance. Difficult because acquiring cores was no easy task. Many who feared death never ventured out to kill zombies, let alone discover the secrets of spirit cores. So yes, I am undoubtedly strong. If you are weak, it is your own fault. Roar. Amber, thrilled at her breakthrough, unleashed another lightning sphere. The sphere was nearly twice its former size, containing roughly double the concentrated lightning power. The lightning sphere struck Wu Yang's sofa with pinpoint accuracy, tearing a massive hole through it. Wu Yang chuckled and patted the dog's head. This sofa was a rare treasure worth more than the barricades. Amber, you're grounded from potato chips for a year. Amber, a Wu. Unacceptable. Old Wolf disagrees. Old Wolf can make it right. Don't confiscate my chips. Wu Yang. Then you'll be my little brother for half a year. Deal. A Wolf. Being a little brother. Piece of cake for me, Old Wolf. Standing aside, Old Butler stroked his chin. This sofa wasn't cheap, but could it really be that pricey? Such a pity, little wolf brother. This old man wants one too. The next day, Wu Yang rose fully refreshed. All night, the villa district at the mountain foot had echoed with zombie growls and survivors' screams. None of that affected Wu Yang. After all, he was a man possessing 7 spirit cores, still 149 short of his upgrade requirement. Hee. The more miserable your screams, the more zombies there are, and the more cores I can collect. So thank you for paving my way. Before Old Butler could react, Wu Yang already pulled breakfast from his spatial storage. Pan-fried buns, soup, dumplings, xiao long bao char siu buns. Today was a bun gathering. While gnawing on a bun, Wu Yang thought, Sister Qingwan, wait for me. Big brother is coming to rescue you soon. After a satisfying meal, the 3 humans and a wolf boarded the Hummer and drove down the mountain. This mountain road was free of zombies, which meant fewer opportunities to collect cores. Fortunately, the safe house in the back hill was located deep within the villa district. To exit the compound gate, they would have to pass through most of the residential area. There would surely be plenty of zombies along the way. And there went their chance to gather cores. Bang! A young zombie appeared ahead. Wu Yang stomped the accelerator, sending it flying. Amber leaped out and tore open its skull with a paw. Unfortunately, no core inside. Amber returned visibly disappointed. Amber nudged close to Cece. Oh, will Master Cuddles comfort me? Cece sidestepped with distaste. Amber, wipe your paws first. They're all bloody. Amber, a woof. No love anymore. Old Butler immediately produced wet wipes and cleaned Amber's paws thoroughly. After all, if the young miss threw a tantrum, she might secretly shoot arrows at your backside with a crossbow. Old Butler shot Amber a knowing glance. Amber, since I'm personally wiping your paws, want to be my little brother too? Amber, a woof. What did you say, Old Wolf? I didn't catch that. Wu Yang paid no mind to these trivial matters, focused entirely on driving without slowing down. Whenever zombies appeared, he plowed right through them. Some zombies wandering roadside heard the engine and immediately gave chase. Wu Yang raised his brows, instantly devising a plan to eliminate them all at once. With 4 second-tier Espers now aboard, even 50 zombies would stand no chance. A second-tier Esper easily dominating a dozen first-tier zombies. Fairly reasonable, wouldn't you say? It was rare for Wu Yang to have a moment to show off, and he promptly turned on the car's audio system. He cranked the volume to maximum, playing a cheerful tune titled, Auspicious Day. Today is a truly auspicious day. All that my heart desires shall come to pass. Today is a truly auspicious day. Open the door and welcome the spring breeze. Sure enough, all the zombies were drawn to the sound. Even the zombies wandering inside the villa rushed out upon hearing the noise. Growl, 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 growl. She felt like applauding. Her brother's tactic was brilliant. Meanwhile, many survivors hiding upstairs in the villas heard the commotion and immediately opened their windows to look. Who was this fool? Did they have a death wish? Wait a moment. If he was this brave, could he perhaps rescue them? However, the music was blaring too loudly, and the survivors dared not make any significant noise. If they failed to attract rescuers, but instead drew the zombies to them, wouldn't that be the end? Just then a sharp-eyed person spotted Wu Yang sitting in the car. Shen Qi's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the wealthy second-generation heir who had bought the clubhouse on the back hill of the villa district? He was actually this daring. Chen Shi was the manager of the property management office. It was he whom Wu Yang had approached when purchasing the clubhouse. Hearing that someone wanted to take over such a hot potato, how could he possibly refuse? The clubhouse had no business, and moreover it required time and effort to maintain every year. It simply wasn't worth it. So with such a fool willing to take it off their hands, all the leaders readily agreed and sold the clubhouse on the spot. As the property manager, Chen Shi occasionally strolled around the neighborhood on patrol, and he was naturally curious about what Wu Yang intended to do with the clubhouse. Many wealthy older men and rich heirs in the villa district had strange and peculiar hobbies. If this young heir was also conducting some illicit activities within the neighborhood, Chen Shi absolutely could not stand by and do nothing. Therefore, under the pretext of caring for the community's residents, Chen Shi also went up to the hillside to take a look. Unfortunately, the construction crew had covered the surroundings with green tarps, and he couldn't see a thing. But relying on his intuition, Chen Shi knew this matter was not simple. Furthermore, Chen Shi had heard from the security guards that trucks had been frequently delivering goods for Wu Yang recently. The security guard had also pretended to casually peer into the truck's cargo area. Although the rear door was closed, the aroma of food wafting out from within was unmistakably real. Chen Shi stroked his chin thoughtfully. The blizzard had raged for 7 days, and immediately after came the zombie outbreak. Survivors dared not venture outside, and now there was almost no food left in the villa district. Even if some people still had stored provisions, they would certainly keep them for themselves. Since this Wu Yang had purchased so much food, perhaps he hadn't finished it all yet. Why not simply go and borrow some from him? Going alone would definitely be inappropriate, and encountering zombies would also be dangerous. Chen Shi narrowed his eyes. It seemed he needed to devise a plan. Wu Yang drove all the way from the foot of the hillside to the entrance of the neighborhood. Behind the car, a formidable horde of snarling zombies followed in droves. Counting them, there were at least 50 or more. Most of these zombies were wearing casual clothes, indicating that the residents of the villa district had largely perished. The zombies, catching sight of 3 living humans, went into a frenzy. Growl, growl, meat. I want meat. Amber, eager to show off its skills, leaped onto the car roof in a few bounds and launched a ball of lightning. Crackle, pop. The leading zombie was instantly blasted to the ground. She sitting inside the car had a dark expression on her face. The wolf I tamed is actually stronger than me. Not cool. Unwilling to be outdone, she also jumped onto the car roof and fired her crossbow bolts. Wu Yang and Uncle Wan also got out of the car. Uncle Wan wielded a stun baton, while Wu Yang used his tang saber. Wu Yang was reluctant to use his special ability. He still needed to rescue Su Qingwan next, so he had to conserve his power. After all, special ability was like a mana bar. It would eventually run out. There was currently no way to replenish it. He could only wait for it to slowly recover. Even though Wu Yang possessed 6 times the normal mana capacity, given his cautious nature, he would certainly avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, killing zombies with the tang saber also helped hone his combat skills. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Whoosh! With a swift slash, Wu Yang instantly severed a zombie's head. However, this did not instill fear in the other zombies. After all, they had long forgotten what fear was. They still howled and lunged forward. Uncle Wan was also in high spirits. Ever since advancing to the 2nd tier, he fought zombies even more ferociously than yesterday. With 1 strike of his stun baton, he killed 1 zombie. Some zombies weren't killed by electrocution, but rather had their necks or skulls broken by his powerful grip. After a moment, the ground was densely littered with the thoroughly dead bodies of many zombies. The earth was also stained with a large pool of blood. Suddenly, a zombie was knocked to the ground by others. Just as it tried to get up, it saw a pair of legs in front of it. The starving zombie, heedless of everything, opened its mouth wide, baring its fangs, and bit down on the calf. Despite the fabric of the clothing, the zombie's sharp teeth managed to tear off a piece of flesh. Uncle Wan cried out in pain. Wu Yang turned around, his brows furrowed in anger. You're asking for death. He immediately unleashed a spatial devouring attack, blasting a hole in the zombie's head. Wu Yang urgently said, Uncle Wan, get back in the car first, and let Shi treat you. If the zombie virus reaches your nerves, it'll be over. Uncle Wan didn't dare delay. Under Wu Yang's cover, he limped back to the car. By now, the flesh around his calf was a bloody mess, and his face was contorted with agony, a sign that the corpse poison was beginning to spread through his body. Shi quickly followed him into the car. Shi looked at Uncle Wan with intense worry. I don't know how to use healing magic. She felt a pang of regret, as she should have practiced it a bit. Uncle Wan tried to comfort her. It's all right, miss. I'm just an old man with 1 foot in the grave. If I die, I die. But if I turn into a zombie, you must kill me immediately. I don't want to become one of those monsters. Shi nodded solemnly. Uncle Wan, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? I promise I will fulfill them for you. Uncle Wan said, in the bedside drawer of my bedroom, there are 2 strings of prayer beads that I treasure. If you have the time, miss, could you please wear them in for me? Shi replied, although I don't like them, since it's your wish, I will definitely fulfill it. Wu Yang finished off the last zombie and turned his head just in time to overhear this conversation. His brow twitched. Don't worry, you're not going to die. With Shi's 2nd tier level healing, this kind of minor wound is a piece of cake. It's just that if you 2 keep dawdling, then things will really take a turn for the worse. Uncle Wan, well, isn't this awkward? Shishi, I'm also quite embarrassed. Cece pretended nothing had happened, her expression serious as she pondered how to release her healing spell. Moments later, a faint, gleaming white light emanated from her hands. Bright white, the color of the light element. A symbol of radiance. Cece was exceptionally talented. Healing ordinary wounds was effortless for her. But a chunk of Wanbo's calf had been gnawed off by a zombie's fangs, and the corpse poison had already begun to spread. So Cece expended 2/3 of her ability to treat him. Sweat beaded on Cece's forehead, but she didn't bother to wipe it away. Her eyes were fixed intently on Wanbo's leg as she poured all her energy into the healing spell. After 3 minutes, the gnawed flesh slowly regrew. Soon the calf was restored to its original form. Wu Yang's brow relaxed. Good. Now you're truly fine. Cece wiped away her sweat, clearly delighted. Killing zombies brought a sense of accomplishment, but saving people felt just as rewarding. Though if forced to choose, she'd still take killing zombies. Wanbo tentatively moved his leg and exclaimed excitedly, I don't feel any pain at all now. It's like I was never injured. Wu Yang smiled. This was the advantage of having a light element ability user in the team. As long as one wasn't completely dead, a light element ability user could bring them back. That's why such ability users were highly sought after wherever they went. Of course, there were limits based on level. For now, Cece's healing art was more than enough to handle ordinary zombie bites. In his past life, Wu Yang had heard that some light element ability users who reached the king rank possessed the power of resurrection. If Cece could master that ability someday, they'd truly be invincible. Even if things went disastrously wrong, Cece could revive everyone. How amazing would that be? But for now, she was still eons away from the king rank. Better to focus on digging out crystal cores. While the group was treating Wanbo, the wolf cub Amber had already begun his diligent work. All the zombies had been cleared, and a small pile of crystal cores sat beside Amber. The wolf panted heavily, letting out a series of excited howls. Time for the wolf's potato chips, right? Wu Yang counted. 56 zombies, 39 crystal cores harvested. A decent haul. He pulled a bag of chips from his spatial world and handed it to Amber. But before the wolf could get too excited, he sensed something off. Amber stared wide-eyed at Wu Yang, letting out a puzzled whine. Weren't they supposed to trade 10 crystal cores for 1 bag of chips? Wu Yang explained. Only the zombies you killed yourself count toward your share. Tell me, how many did you actually kill? I gave you a bag of chips as a friendly discount. Amber munched on the chips, silently trying to do the math. 1 times 1 is 1, 2 times 2 is 4. Women's Day. The old wolf just couldn't figure it out. Arithmetic was too hard. Amber turned to Cece with a questioning whine. He wasn't lying to me, was he? Cece affirmed confidently, brother would never lie to me. Well, that settled it. Amber let out a determined howl, declaring his trust in his master's words. Wu Yang smirked. Even though Amber had gained abilities and become much more human-like, he still wasn't as clever as a human. Wu Yang recalled that animals reaching the king rank could speak human language and even take human form. Wu Yang looked forward to seeing what Amber would become. But for now, the pup was still young and gullible. Might as well take advantage of that. Wu Yang then glanced at the entrance of the residential complex, where zombie corpses were scattered haphazardly, nearly blocking the entire gate. He pulled out another bag of chips and held it up to Amber. Want these? Clear the road. With an eager howl, Amber dashed out of the vehicle, lowered his body, and raised his hind legs. One kick sent a zombie flying. Within moments, half the road was cleared. Wu Yang didn't push Amber too hard, just enough to get the vehicle through. Everyone climbed back into the Raptor and drove out of the complex. After a stretch, Wu Yang called for another stop. The road was flanked by mountains on both sides with no residences in sight. Wu Yang wasn't worried about being spotted, so he raised his hand and stored the Raptor into his space. He explained, there's bound to be a lot of zombies ahead. We'll switch to something sturdier. With that, he pulled out the heavy truck he had prepared earlier. Even though they had seen Wu Yang retrieve items from his spatial world many times, Cece and Wanbo were still astonished. Cece asked, brother, how big is your spatial world exactly? You can even fit a truck in there. Wu Yang casually waved his hand. Not that big. Just about the size of a Sakura country. Wanbo thought to himself, master, I can hear your true feelings right now. You're clearly thrilled on the inside. The heavy truck was tall, requiring stepping up onto its side steps. Wu Yang vaulted up in one smooth motion. The others followed suit. The front row of the truck could seat 5 people, and Amber finally had room to stretch out. He squirmed happily in the back seat, then remembered the chips he'd just earned. He crunched away contentedly, a look of pure bliss on his face. What a happy wolf life. Amber was relaxed, but Wu Yang's expression grew grim. The road ahead was bound to be treacherous. This was the group's first venture out since the apocalypse began, and both Cece and Wanbo stared solemnly at the scene beyond the window. The once bustling city of Demon City was now eerily empty, not a single person in sight. But there were plenty of zombies wandering aimlessly. Zombies could no longer be considered human. Thick black smoke billowed from many buildings, likely survivors' desperate attempts to fend off the undead. The vehicles littering the road showed clear signs of damage, shattered front ends, and heavily battered bodies. Bloody handprints stained the windows. Bodies, whether human or zombie impossible to tell, lay scattered and twisted across the ground. Not far ahead, 5 zombies crouched over a human corpse feasting. The victim's stomach had been torn open, spilling entrails and blood across the pavement. Hearing the heavy truck's engine, the zombies turned their heads, revealing blood-soaked mouths and horrifying faces. With guttural roars, the well-fed zombies craved the thrill of fresh flesh even more. They charged madly toward the truck. Wu Yang slammed the accelerator hard. In an instant, all 5 zombies were sent flying. Clearly, however, these zombies that had feasted on humans boasted exceptionally durable bodies. After that impact, 3 zombies still managed to struggle to their feet and lunge at the truck again. Cece reacted swiftly, raising her crossbow and firing 2 bolts in quick succession. Amber too leaned out the window and hurled electric orbs at the zombies. The advantage of ranged attackers became evident right then. Wan Bo watched with envy. If only the old man had learned marksmanship alongside the young miss back in the day. He felt utterly useless. Wu Yang drove the heavy truck like a bumper car, flooring the accelerator to slam into one zombie after another. Gradually, the nearby zombies were either crushed under the wheels or taken down by Cece and Amber. Wu Yang wasn't satisfied yet. He deliberately swerved toward the distant zombies, plowing through them with a series of thunderous impacts. Even as they were sent flying, the dim-witted zombies wondered. Where did these humans come from? They're way too brutal. Zombie number 1 didn't do anything to anyone. Having finally cleared this section of the road, the group quickly disembarked to collect the crystal cores. As the zombies were scattered some distance away, Wu Yang voluntarily headed to the farther spots. At that moment, 3 heads popped out from the second floor of one of the office buildings. These 3 men were all burly and tough-looking. One of the underlings, Jiang Yun, said, "Boss, these people are incredible. They've killed so many zombies." Boss Zhao Feng sneered, "What's the big deal? They just rely on having a heavy truck. If I had one, I'd dare to ram zombies too." Another underling, Xin Yuan, said, "Boss, why don't we ask them for help? We only have one last pack of instant noodles left. If we don't find food soon, we'll starve to death." These 3 were in a loan shark company, all working as debt collectors. When the snow disaster struck, only these 3 happened to be in the office. Relying on their ruthless tactics, they had looted a large stash of food and supplies on the second floor. That was how they survived the snowstorm. But now the food was running out. Zhao Feng frowned and said, "We don't know them at all. Do you think they'd save us? Look around you. Zombies are everywhere and society has completely collapsed." The 2 underlings also furrowed their brows. "Boss, so what should we do?" Zhao Feng said viciously, "Since that young man has wandered off, let's just steal their heavy truck. The old man and the little girl left behind are no threat at all. Survival is the only truth." But Xin Yuan was still worried. "That girl has a crossbow, and that wolf looks pretty fierce too." Zhao Feng gave Xin Yuan a hard slap on the head. "Idiot. Haven't we awakened superpowers too? Why should we fear them? Since the zombies on the street are all dead now, we must seize this chance to get out of here." The 2 underlings squinted. "Right. Let's do as the boss says." The 3 quickly ran downstairs and rushed toward the heavy truck. On the second floor, they had already killed all the few zombies there, so the path was relatively smooth. Zhao Feng stared at the heavy truck and laughed heartily. "Now this truck is ours. Brothers, get in." "Stop. Who are you?" Having just collected the crystal cores, Cece turned around and saw the 3 about to board the truck. She immediately demanded. Zhao Feng said coldly, "Little girl, I've taken a liking to this truck. If you know what's good for you, get lost now." Cece frowned. "This is my truck. Why should I give it to you?" Her soft, cute voice and innocent looks didn't intimidate them at all. Instead, Zhao Feng burst out laughing. "Huh? Why?" "Because of this fireball in my hand." Zhao Feng had awakened fire-type powers. In his hand, a fireball the size of an infant's fist materialized. The size of the fireball depended on the user's talent. Those with low talent could only conjure a small flame. The fact that Zhao Feng could form a fist-sized fireball indicated his high talent level. Zhao Feng threatened, "If you don't want to die, get out of here now." Jiang Yun also leered at Cece. "Little sister, if you're so attached to this truck, why not come with me? She's so soft and cute. Though she's young, give her a few more years, and she'll be all grown up right." With a whoosh, Cece didn't waste words. Her face darkened and she fired a crossbow bolt that precisely struck Jiang Yun's leg, the one who had spewed such filth. "Up!" Jiang Yun screamed. "You little brat, you're asking for it." As a water-type superpower user, he immediately launched a water ball attack. But Cece dodged it with ease, then fired another bolt in response. Both of Jiang Yun's legs were hit, blood gushing out. He collapsed to his knees, howling in pain. Zhao Feng was startled. These 3 had been killing zombies with their powers over the past 2 days without ever failing. How could this little girl dodge so easily? Zhao Feng was smart. Since they had awakened powers, this girl was clearly also a superpower user. With abilities involved, one couldn't judge a threat by age alone. Boom. Without hesitation, Zhao Feng fired a fireball. At that moment, Amber and Wan Bo, who were nearby, rushed over hurriedly. Wan Bo pulled Cece aside and used his own arm to block the fireball. He shouted angrily, "How dare you bully our young mistress? Are you asking for death? Ha ha ha. You old fool, what can you do to us?" The other underling, Chun Yuan, laughed loudly. In his eyes, this old man was even less of a threat. "Let's just kill them all. It's a good chance to test our abilities." Wan Bo frowned as he heard their thoughts. He knew they intended to kill them. He had to teach them a lesson. However, with just his electric baton, he might not be able to take down these 3 superpower users instantly. Superpower users were different from zombies. They could think and were ruthless, making them far harder to deal with. Amber also sensed the danger and let out a fierce growl, then shot a lightning ball at Zhao Feng. Boom. Boss Zhao Feng's clothes were instantly scorched, revealing a large hole, and the skin beneath was charred black. His whole body went numb and smoke wafted from his mouth. Zhao Feng clutched his mouth and coughed up blood, clearly badly injured. Although the gap between a second-tier and first-tier superpower user wasn't huge, Amber was a lightning type, the most powerful in attack. That single strike was enough to severely wound Zhao Feng. Wanbo breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily Amber was there, otherwise he and Cici might not have been able to deal with them so quickly. Zhao Feng, unable to move, said viciously, "Qin Yuan, go. Kill that wolf." Facing his boss's order, Qin Yuan didn't dare hesitate. He immediately activated his power, strengthening his entire body, and charged at Amber. Amber was amused. "You fool, daring to mess with me, the old wolf. Are you tired of living? I'll grant you that wish." Roar. Amber didn't even use his power. He simply leaped and tackled Qin Yuan to the ground. The 7 days of practicing pouncing on sandbags during the snowstorm weren't wasted. Amber bit down hard on Qin Yuan's shoulder, tearing off a chunk of flesh. Uffed. Amber spat out the meat in disgust. Disgusting. Qin Yuan's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Damn, I thought I was strong, but this wolf is even stronger than me. Aren't I supposed to be a physical-type superpower user? That doesn't make sense. Seeing this, Zhao Feng began to panic. They had barely made their entrance, only to be forced into an immediate retreat. Who the hell could he complain to about this? Zhao Feng made a snap decision and declared, "I'll let you off this time, but don't you dare cross my path again." Scram. Wanbo snarled, his brow furrowed. Cici tightened her grip on the crossbow in her hand, clearly hesitating over something. Not far away, Wu Yang, who had long since heard the commotion, let out a soft sigh. He had been observing the situation all along. The reason he hadn't stepped forward was to see how Cici and the others would handle this kind of predicament. But evidently the outcome left him dissatisfied. They weren't ruthless enough yet. With a single windwalk step, Wu Yang appeared before them. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Feng and said coldly, "Leave." "Who said you could leave?" Zhao Feng was momentarily choked with rage. "Young man, I advise you not to be ungrateful. If a real fight breaks out, neither of us will come out of it unscathed." Wu Yang snapped his fingers. "Void devour." Bang! Half of Zhao Feng's head exploded instantly. Even in his dying moments, Zhao Feng wondered what kind of technique was that. He just snapped his fingers. Who was he trying to impress? "Hey, why does my head feel so cold? Wait. Where is my head?" Boom. Zhao Feng was dead. Wu Yang's merciless execution of a survivor stunned both Cici and Wanbo. This was a human being, not a zombie. Was he really just going to kill him like that? So swift and decisive. Cici's eyes darkened slightly. This should have been her task. But she in the end had hesitated. Wu Yang strode over to Zhao Feng's body, picked up the Tang Dao, and without a moment's hesitation drove it straight into Zhao Feng's skull, immediately cracking it open. After rummaging around, he finally found a red core. A fire-type core. "At least you were useful for something," Wu Yang remarked indifferently. An ability user's brain is guaranteed to contain a core. The probability is 100%. Moreover, the core's color varies depending on the type of ability. For instance, since Zhao Feng was a fire-type user, his core was red. Lightning-type users have purple cores, while water-type users have light blue ones. If an ability user absorbs a core that matches their own ability attribute, their rate of advancement increases dramatically. Wu Yang also possessed fire-type abilities, so this first-rank fire core was worth more than a dozen ordinary cream-colored ones. Qin Yuan had been faking unconsciousness all along. Damn it, that wolf's bite hurt like hell. Thank goodness I have the body refinement ability now, otherwise I'd be dead for sure. But I'm starving and I don't want to fight anymore. I might as well just pretend to be knocked out. It wasn't like I intended to kill and rob them anyway. It's all that idiot Zhao Feng's fault for getting us into this mess. Let Zhao Feng and Jiang Yun be the fools who risk their lives. If Zhao Feng and his partner win, I'll just get back up. If they lose, I'll pretend to be gravely wounded and unconscious. He figured that the old man and the little girl wouldn't go as far as to finish him off. But unexpectedly, Qin Yuan suddenly felt a deadly threat. Squinting his eyes, Qin Yuan watched as Wu Yang, looking like a god of war, ended Zhao Feng's life with a single move and then brutally split his skull open. Unaware of the secret of the cores, Qin Yuan believed Wu Yang was a bloodthirsty, violent murderer. Not content with just killing, he even resorted to mutilating the body. And now the terrifying murderer was walking step by step towards him. Qin Yuan scrambled to his feet in a flash and dropped to his knees with incredible speed. "Big brother, please spare my life. I never intended to harm you all, please let me go." Qin Yuan thought that with his ability to bend and adapt, he had managed to become Zhao Feng's most favored lackey. He figured this young man would also let him go after seeing such a humble attitude. Swish! Without uttering a single word, Wu Yang's blade fell instantly, ending Qin Yuan's life. Qin Yuan, kneeling on the ground, suddenly felt a chill on his neck. "Huh, where's my head?" "No, wait, young man, you don't fight fair. Even after all that begging, you still won't spare me." Thud. Qin Yuan's head rolled to the ground. Wu Yang didn't even spare it a glance, instead turning and walking to another spot. There Jiang Yun, who should have been at death's door, was scrambling away on all fours, trying to hide behind a sedan. Where do you think you're going? Need a lift? A voice full of chills sounded from behind, causing Jiang Yun to tremble violently. Damn, I've been caught. Jiang Yun said fiercely, how dare you kill someone? Aren't you afraid I'll go to the police? Wu Yang smiled slightly. Sure. Go ahead and report it at the police station in the underworld. Swish. With a swift strike, Jiang Yun's life was also ended. Wu Yang began harvesting the cores. Jiang Yun was a water-type user, so his core was light blue. That one was useful to him too. From Chun Yuan's body, he dug out a pale yellow core, which belonged to the body refinement category. Wu Yang thought to himself, no wonder Chun Yuan survived Amber's bite. He must be a body refinement type. Body refinement ability users are divided into many different sub-abilities, but their most common trait is that their physical strength is multiplied exponentially. Given Wu Yang's second-rank physical strength, he probably couldn't withstand a single bite from Amber. Hence in battles, body refinement users always stand at the very front, capable of fighting zombies in close quarters, akin to the role of a warrior. Wu Yang remembered that Lin Dong had awakened a body refinement ability, so this core could be kept for him. Just then Cece walked over and said in a soft, small voice, brother. Wu Yang rubbed her head. Get in the car first. Lingering here too long will attract zombies. Sitting on the heavy truck, Wu Yang took a long drag from his cigarette before asking, you made a fatal mistake today. Do you know what it was? Shi and Wanbo knew exactly what it was. When Wu Yang had previously explained how to deal with survivors in this apocalyptic world, both of them had sworn they would kill them. Yet when it truly mattered, they had faltered. In the end, they had even considered letting them escape. Shi lowered her head. Brother, I promise it won't happen again. Wanbo followed. Young master, this time it was my fault. Having long since read their minds, Wanbo required no further explanation. He understood everything. Wu Yang exhaled a plume of smoke. Killing someone for the first time? It's natural to feel afraid. But you must confront this reality as soon as possible, for from now on this will become your normal life. These people have already crossed swords with us. Enemies like them must be killed on the spot. If you had truly let them go today, then one day when they've grown stronger and returned for revenge, you'll be the ones who die. In this new world, clinging to the moral codes and social order of the past was a luxury we could no longer afford. Showing mercy to other survivors would bring about our destruction. She clenched her fists and nodded frantically. Brother, I swear there will never be a next time. Wu Yang felt a pang of sympathy seeing Shi's expression, but he chose not to comfort her. Shi and Wanbo needed to grow stronger as soon as possible. In his past life, Wu Yang recalled a base leader's son who was a 6th-level Esper. Raised entirely under his father's protection, every spirit core he acquired for leveling up had been provided by him. He had no combat experience whatsoever and couldn't distinguish between trustworthy and dangerous survivors. Despite living in the apocalypse, he had continued to exist as though in peacetime. Instead, his naivety proved fatal. He fell to a 5th-level Esper and met a gruesome end. Beyond a certain threshold, the gap between Espers, just 1 rank apart, was enormous. Such a fate stemmed entirely from his ignorance of human nature and his overly comfortable existence. Comfort bred ruin. Wu Yang refused to let this happen to those under his care. The tension inside the vehicle was suffocating until Amber suddenly barked, "Oh, you should focus on something important." Amber produced a pile of spirit cores and handed them to Wu Yang. Zombie cores gathered from the streets earlier. Amber lifted his head expectantly. Didn't I do well? A reward, please. Wu Yang chuckled and tossed him a bag of chips from his spatial storage. Wanbo and Shi also offered their cores, bringing the total haul from this outing to 45 spirit cores. A promising start indeed. They continued down the road and fortunately encountered no zombie hordes. Any stragglers were dispatched effortlessly by Wu Yang. Through the car windows, Wu Yang spotted numerous zombies desperately banging against the glass of abandoned vehicles along the roadside. These were people trapped inside their cars during the snow disaster, unfortunate souls who had become zombies. Wu Yang pressed the accelerator, sending both the car and the zombies flying. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the Central District Primary School. This was where the real challenge began. Suddenly Wu Yang sensed a familiar presence. This was the spiritual energy he had left within Wu Chong and his son. Because the spiritual energy had been converted into Esper abilities by Earth's rules, Wu Yang had lost control over it. He could only faintly sense the direction in which it lay. Wu Yang glanced sideways at the tall buildings rising nearby. The direction of the municipal hospital. He had finally found it. But the municipal hospital would be an even tougher nut to crack than the primary school. Power. He needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible. With a sharp turn, Wu Yang parked the heavy truck sideways at the school's main gate, blocking it completely. This was to prevent outside zombies from entering the school grounds. After pulling the keys, Wu Yang stepped out. He wasn't worried about theft. Only a handful of people in the city could drive a heavy truck anyway. Someone like Xiao Feng was merely an exception. Wu Yang had no intention of using the truck to ram zombies. This was an ideal training ground, so he planned to put Shi and the others through their paces. The iron gate at the school entrance was closed. Through its bars, they could clearly see over 50 student zombies wandering across the playground. Another dozen or so teacher zombies shuffled about aimlessly. These were people trapped in classrooms during the snow disaster. There was no heating in those classrooms, not to mention warm clothing. Consequently, none of them had survived past the third day of the snow disaster. But clearly the zombies on the playground were not all of them. Wu Yang could see many more moving through the upper floor classrooms. The Central District Primary School's playground was vast, so the zombies were spread out rather thinly. She pointed toward a building behind the teaching block. Brother, that's the staff quarters. If we want to reach it, we'll have to cross the playground. Wu Yang nodded. Though nearly 70 zombies were present, they posed minimal threat. After all, most were elementary school students appearing no older than 10. Even she could take them down with a single arrow. I'll handle the adult zombies, Wu Yang said. Can you clear out the rest? She clenched her tiny fists. Don't worry, brother. I've got this. Wanbo added. Young master, I will protect the young miss at all costs. Amber, oh, no one will harm my little master. Wu Yang clapped the wolf firmly on the head. Stop shouting. Loud noises will attract zombies. Amber glared with fierce eyes. How dare this human strike his head? Wu Yang smirked, a fireball igniting suddenly in his palm. Care for some charcoal grilled wolf meat? Amber whimpered, a good wolf never fights humans. Wu Yang strode to the iron door's padlock and wrenched the chain apart with a single forceful tug. Without giving the zombies inside a moment to react, he lunged forward in a swift bound and closed in on the zombie teacher. Grr, grr. Blood smeared the zombie teacher's mouth in a wide grotesque ring, dripping steadily down its body. Who knew how many children it had devoured? Wu Yang drew his tang blade and cleanly severed the teacher zombie's neck with practiced ease. As he turned aside, he noticed Cece and the others had already begun their attack with seamless coordination. Cece stood atop the heavy truck, firing crossbow bolts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wanbo remained at the base of the vehicle, wielding his electric baton to keep any zombies from climbing up. Amber knew his role as the team's close-quarters fighter, so he charged straight into the zombie horde, plowing through them recklessly. With his exceptional speed and powerful physique, not a single zombie could even lay a claw on him. The proud heterochromatic-eyed wolf didn't even bother using his supernatural ability against the elementary schooler zombies, relying entirely on his massive frame to smash through them. Swipe, swipe. One claw, one kid. His razor-sharp talons opened fresh holes in their skulls on the spot. In less than half an hour, the zombie horde in the schoolyard was completely cleared out. As for Wu Yang and his companions, their faces looked as relaxed as if they'd been on a casual outing. Wu Yang mused silently. Where exactly was the nearest kindergarten? Little ones, you wouldn't mind handing over a few crystal cores to your big brother, would you? Ha ha ha. It was time to open the treasure chest. Or rather, time to dig out the crystal cores. Cece hopped nimbly off the truck roof, eager to be first in cracking open skulls. Amber and Wanbo followed to help. This was an activity Wu Yang preferred to sit out, knowing full well how cursed his luck was. Cece struck gold with every dig. Crystal cores were everywhere. Watching her, Wu Yang felt a restless itch and grabbed his tang blade to stab down at a nearby zombie too. And of course, nothing. Huh. Absolutely nothing. My apologies, everyone. I'll just see myself out. Just then Cece let out a sudden gasp. Dajwang. Wu Yang glanced over from a distance and saw a young boy lying on the ground with a boyish face. But now with his greenish complexion and bared fangs, he looked truly unsettling. Wu Yang figured this must be his sister's classmate. It was clear she couldn't bear to dig into him. He was about to volunteer to help her. But to his surprise, Cece narrowed her eyes, her face twisting with fury as she raised her crossbow and drove it into Dajwang's head. As she dug, she sneered coldly. Dying like this, you got off easy. Huh. No crystal core. You useless piece of trash. Wu Yang. Who are you? Where has my sweet, innocent little sister gone? Wanbo cleared his throat with a cough. Cece turned around and saw Wu Yang's face full of utter disbelief. Suddenly Cece's expression shifted, and she said pitifully, Brother, this guy bullied me before. Poor Cece. Wu Yang cracked his knuckles. Damn, he dared to bully my sister. Wu Yang unleashed a fireball spell, burning Dajwang to a charred crisp. Cece let out a quiet sigh of relief. Close call. Amber trembled as he watched. This man was utterly ruthless. This old wolf would never dare provoke him again. The commotion from their zombie slaughter in the schoolyard, however, had drawn the attention of the zombies on the upper floors of the teaching building. A cacophony of roars erupted one after another. Grr, grr. The zombies upstairs twisted their stiff necks, sniffing left and right, straining to locate the source of the noise. Soon the zombies began shambling toward the stairwell exits. Wu Yang surveyed the bottom of the teaching building. There were 3 stairwells in total. Though he was tempted to charge up and harvest their crystal cores, rescuing Su Qingwan was the priority right now. Wu Yang shut the iron doors of the stairwells and pulled a bundle of hemp rope from his spatial dimension, lashing the doors shut with layer upon layer of bindings. The rope wasn't particularly strong, but Wu Yang had no choice. There was no iron chain in his spatial storage. If the zombies all pressed against the doors at once, the hemp rope wouldn't hold for long. He'd have to figure out a way to get some chains. Let's move. We head to the dormitory building first to rescue the others. Wu Yang beckoned the group and dashed toward the dormitory. Cece, clad in her armor, moved with some difficulty. Amber quickly sidled up to her and gave a meaningful glance. Oh, whoa. Master, hurry and ride me, ride me. Cece understood instantly. A tall and mighty wolf mount. How could she possibly refuse that? She swung herself onto the wolf's back in one fluid motion, gave his rump a pat, and shouted, "Giddy up!" The pair, girl and wolf, sped off into the distance. Wu Yang watched from the side with envy. Such a majestic and imposing pet. When would he ever get one? Meanwhile, on the third floor of the dormitory building, Su Qingwan clutched a kitchen knife hiding on the dormitory balcony. The blade was stained with mottled blood, evidence of her desperate battles against the zombies. Her clothes were filthy and ragged, her hair tangled and matted, a far cry from her former goddess-like image. At this moment, only 3 people remained in the cramped balcony space. Fear filled every pair of eyes. Through the balcony's glass window, numerous bodies lay sprawled outside, each bearing gruesome blood-drenched wounds on their heads and necks. But that wasn't the most horrifying part. The truly terrifying thing was that 7 or 8 zombies were roaming outside the dormitory, sniffing the air for any trace of living breath. These zombies were the very students Su Qingwan had once protected. Many of them were also teachers who had lived in the dormitory. During the 7-day blizzard, 6 of the 16 students under Su Qingwan's care had frozen to death. Another 4 students had starved to death. The remaining students had been bitten and killed by zombies when the corpses reanimated. If Su Qingwan hadn't acted decisively, rushing to the kitchen, grabbing a knife, and killing the zombies, all of her students would have been torn apart. Now only Fan Jian and a little girl named Li Xiaoming remained with her. When they saw the zombies leave the room and shuffle back out into the corridor, the 3 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Through her observations, Su Qingwan had come to understand that these zombie monsters relied solely on smell and hearing to detect the living. That was why even with the balcony glass open and no curtains drawn, the zombies couldn't see them. The 3 had already been hiding on the balcony for 2 days. Throughout that time, they barely dared to breathe, fearing the zombies might detect them. Now seeing the zombies finally leave, Fan Jian collapsed to the ground, immediately bursting into tears. "Teacher Su, I'm so hungry. Can you find me something to eat?" After days of enduring both a snow disaster and a zombie outbreak, cold, hungry, and terrified Fan Jian would have thrown a tantrum long ago, if not for the zombies outside. Su Qingwan frowned. "Didn't you eat a ham sausage this morning?" "Hungry again," Li Xiaoming said disapprovingly. "Fan Jian, you're going too far. Teacher Su risked her life to get those ham sausages, and you ate them all by yourself. I haven't eaten in days. Can't you let me have this? What's the matter with you 2 girls eating so much?" Fan Jian retorted angrily. Li Xiaoming said, "You know exactly how much food and warm clothing you've snatched from your classmates these past few days. If it weren't for you, the others wouldn't have died. You're a murderer." Fan Jian immediately stood up, pointing at Li Xiaoming. "Li Xiaoming, how dare you call me a murderer? Are you asking for a beating? Looks like I need to teach you a lesson." As he spoke, Fan Jian conjured a fireball and hurled it at Li Xiaoming. Indeed, these 3 had all taken refuge on the balcony exactly when the purple sun descended, thus each had awakened superpowers, and with the highest innate talent at that. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Seeing the fist-sized fireball about to hit Li Xiaoming, Su Qingwan instantly released a water ball, quenching the flame. Li Xiaoming collapsed to the ground in fright, unable to utter a single word. Although she had awakened a physical-type superpower, she was still young and couldn't react in time. A second later, and she would have been reduced to ashes by that fireball. Slap. Su Qingwan could no longer hold back and gave Fan Jian a hard slap. "Fan Jian, you dare to bully classmates, but don't dare to kill zombies. Do you really think I won't beat you?" Su Qingwan was furious. If it hadn't been for Su Qingwan discovering her water attribute superpower right after the purple sun ended and using the water ball technique and a cleaver she had devised, they would all be dead by now. Li Xiaoming at least cared enough to keep watch, while Su Qingwan went out for food, but Fan Jian only cowered on the balcony, not moving an inch. An utterly ungrateful wretch. Fan Jian clutched his face. "Fine, you bitch. You dare hit me. Even my dad never hits me. What right do you have?" Su Qingwan sighed, realizing she had been too lenient. Slap. She gave him another resounding slap. "Now do you know why? Because I'm your teacher, because I'm older, because I have the right to discipline you." Fan Jian burst into loud sobs. "Wah. I'll tell my dad and have him complain about you. You're not fit to be a teacher. You and that Wu Sisi both deserve to die." Su Qingwan sneered. "Teacher. In this situation with students nearly extinct, where would she go to teach?" Fan Jian's crying attracted zombies. The ones that had left now turned back towards Su Qingwan's dormitory. Upon closer inspection, there were even more, at least a dozen zombies swarming in. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing the zombies getting closer almost at the balcony, Fan Jian cried, even louder, "Dad, I want to go home. Come pick me up." Su Qingwan frowned, raised her cleaver, and shouted, "Shut up. If you want to live, keep your damn mouth shut." Gone was her gentle and courteous demeanor. Li Xiaoming also stood up, activating her superpower, ready for battle. Her superpower was a physical type enlargement, allowing her to instantly grow to adult size. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies, sensing food, began pounding desperately on the glass. "Meat. It's meat. Open the door. I'm starving." "Su Qingwan. Is that Teacher Su?" Just then a male voice came from the balcony above. Su Qingwan looked up, pleasantly surprised. "Teacher Chen, you're alive." After the apocalypse, greetings had shifted from "Have you eaten?" to "You're still alive." The man was the school's math teacher, named Chenny. Chun-Yi was short and thin, always walking with his head down, giving off an unapproachable vibe. He wasn't particularly close to Su Qingwan, but they were colleagues who crossed paths daily. Chun-Yi saw the three of them squinting slightly. All delicate-skinned women and a child. Perfect. A strong hunger surged within him. No one noticed that a crimson glint flashed in Chun-Yi's eyes, and something seemed to twitch on his cheek. He hastily said, "Teacher Su, come to my place. It's safe here, no zombies." Hearing this, Fan Jian immediately asked, "Is there any food? I'm starving." "Of course, come up quickly." Chun-Yi tossed down a sturdy hemp rope. "Climb up this rope. I've secured the other end." The balconies of the dormitory building were only a meter apart, and the floors weren't high. Even a child could step on the balcony railing, and with the ropes help climb up smoothly. Ahead were zombies about to break through the glass. Above was a safe room and food to eat. Which to choose? Fan Jian shouted, I'll climb first. After saying this, he directly grabbed the rope. "Teacher Chen, pull me up." Chun-Yi looked thin and small, but his strength was unusually great. He easily pulled up a little fatty like Fan Jian of that weight. Chun-Yi shouted, "Teacher Su, you hurry up too. The balcony glass is about to break." Su Qingwan turned her head, noticing some red stains on this rope. She looked up at Chun-Yi's face, feeling something strange about him, as if he appeared more gloomy than usual. But his pupils were black, so he shouldn't be a zombie. But Su Qingwan still cautiously asked, "Teacher Chen, you haven't been in contact with zombies these past few days, haven't been bitten?" Chun-Yi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "Of course not. I recently installed a new security door. It's very sturdy, zombies can't get in." Bang bang bang. GRRRWRRR. Seeing that the zombies were about to break the glass, Su Qingwan had no time to think further. Biting the bullet, she first pushed Li Xiaoming up. After Li Xiaoming's enlargement ability, she was nearly 1.8 meters tall, so she easily climbed onto the balcony. Su Qingwan also climbed up using the momentum. Behind them, the zombies shattered the glass, only to find that the food outside had vanished. Enraged, they let out a chaotic roar. Where was the meat? On the fourth floor dormitory, though they had escaped the danger zone, Su Qingwan dared not relax. She looked around Chun-Yi's apartment. The layout was slightly larger than her own, about 70 square meters. 2 bedrooms and a living room. This was the dormitory allocated by the school to married teachers. On the dining table, a portable gas stove held a pot that was bubbling and emitting steam. This type of gas stove used gas canisters for cooking, so it could still be used even if water and electricity were cut off. Fan Jian had already sat beside the dining table, his eyes filled with greed as he stared at the cooking pot. Su Qingwan felt something was strange. Both bedroom doors were tightly closed, and she didn't see anyone else. She knew Chun-Yi was married to Teacher Wang from the school, but at the moment she couldn't see where Teacher Wang was. "Teacher Chen, where is your wife?" "I don't see her." Chun-Yi's eyes suddenly became sharp. After a moment, he said, "My wife isn't feeling well. She's resting in the bedroom." He led Su Qingwan to the dining table. "Let's eat first. I see you've been hungry for a long time. We can talk after the meal." Grr. Just as Su Qingwan was about to politely decline, her stomach growled at the most inopportune moment. She was indeed very hungry. If it weren't for awakening her special ability and strengthening her physical constitution, she might have already collapsed from starvation. But smelling the meat aroma from the pot, she always felt something was off. What kind of meat is cooking in this pot? Chun-Yi lifted the pot lid. "Just some ordinary pork. I'm not very good at cooking, maybe I used too little seasoning. There might be a bit of a fishy smell. You'll have to make do with it." Fan Jian excitedly grabbed his chopsticks and immediately served himself a large bowl of meat. "You can eat or not, but if you don't, I'm eating it all." With that, he began eating heartily. Just as Li Xiaoming was about to pick up her chopsticks, Su Qingwan subtly pinched her hand, signaling her not to move. Although Li Xiaoming didn't understand why she was always a good student and obeyed her teacher most faithfully, Su Qingwan wasn't deliberately stopping her from eating. It's just that she had discovered something wrong with the meat in the pot. Based on her years of cooking experience, this was definitely not pork. At this moment, she had a horrifying conjecture. Su Qingwan stood up. "Teacher Chen, may I use the restroom?" Li Xiaoming also said, "I need to use the restroom too." Chun-Yi frowned, suspicious in his heart, but still pointed them in a direction. "Over there is the restroom. Remember, don't go to the wrong door. I mean, my wife is resting. I'm afraid you might disturb her." Su Qingwan nodded, then quickly pulled Li Xiaoming along. Passing the master bedroom door, Su Qingwan deliberately lingered near the doorframe. Suddenly her heart was shocked, because she clearly heard a dull roar coming from inside. It was the kind of whimpering sound made when someone's mouth was blocked. There was definitely something wrong with this house. Su Qingwan glanced down at the gap under the door. Several drops of dried blood stained the floor. Cold sweat poured down her back, yet she could only force herself to remain composed as she pulled Li Xiaoming into the restroom. Once the bathroom door closed, Su Qingwan immediately leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. She kept thinking about what to do next. If her guess was correct, there must be a zombie in the master bedroom. It's very likely Teacher Wang. And that pot of meat. Su Qingwan couldn't be sure whether it was human meat or zombie meat. At this time, who would still have extra food at home? Let alone meat. Li Xiaoming nervously asked, "Teacher Su, what's wrong? What happened?" Su Qingwan immediately covered her mouth and whispered, After we go out, we'll make an excuse about rescuing people, then leave this place immediately. Even though the zombies outside were terrifying, that was at least a known danger. Unknown dangers are the most frightening. Li Xiaoming nodded in confusion. Whatever Teacher Su said, that was what it was. Having made her decision, Su Qingwan immediately opened the bathroom door. Unexpectedly, Chun Yi stood upright at the door, his eyes crimson red as he stared at her. His face wore a strange and unfathomable expression. Su Qingwan's heart pounded wildly. She gripped the cleaver she had never let go of and said with feigned casualness, "Teacher Chun, I have another student trapped downstairs. I'll rescue him and come up to your place together." Chun Yi suddenly burst into laughter. "Su Qingwan, who are you trying to fool? You've heard everything, haven't you?" "Heard what? I don't understand what you mean." "Ha ha ha. Since you've heard the sounds, why don't you go say hello to my wife?" Saying this, Chun Yi ran to the master bedroom door and threw it open. The entire room was covered with mottled bloodstains, and scattered across the floor were numerous dismembered limbs. It looked exactly like a slaughterhouse. A foul stench of decay hit them in the face, causing Su Qingwan and the others to retch. Even Fan Jian put down his bowl and crouched on the ground, vomiting violently. On the bed lay a ferocious zombie. It was Chun Yi's wife, teacher Wang Wei. Wang Wei's hands were bound with iron chains, and a large ball of rags was stuffed in her mouth. And on her thigh a large chunk of flesh was missing. Chun Yi walked into the room with a smile. "Honey, are you hungry? Don't worry, I'll bring you food. Remember to leave some for me after you eat." With that, Chun Yi took out a key from his pocket and unlocked the chains. Grrrwrrr. The zombie spat out the rags from her mouth, grabbed Chun Yi's neck, and began devouring him. Chun Yi panicked and shouted, "Xiao Wei, it's me. If you want to eat meat, go eat them." Wang Wei's head creaked as she turned her neck and saw Su Qingwan and the others frozen at the doorway like wooden statues. She immediately flung Chun Yi aside and pounced forward. Grrrwrrr. By then, Wu Yang had already led the group to the base of the dormitory building. On the way, any stray zombies they encountered were dispatched without a second thought. The crystal cores were too urgent to extract. They would be dug up all at once after rescuing the survivors. Between the dormitory and teaching building stood an iron fence sealed with a heavy padlock. Wu Yang crushed the padlock with a casual squeeze and stepped into the dormitory compound. "Brother, look. It's Teacher Su." CC, perched upon Amber, pointed to the balcony above. Wu Yang raised his gaze and caught Su Qingwan leading her group from the third-floor balcony to the fourth. Thanks to his exceptional eyesight, he could clearly make out Chun Yi standing on the fourth-floor balcony. Wu Yang frowned. "That man. Something is off about him." "CC, do you know him?" CC replied. "He's our school's math teacher, named Chen Yi. He's rather reclusive." Chen Yi. That name was all too familiar to Wu Yang. Was this not the corpse eater who had struck terror across the city in his previous life? Rumor had it that during the snow disaster he had personally murdered his own wife and devoured her flesh raw to stave off starvation. Under the laws of nature, humans were forbidden from preying upon one another. Therefore, once a human consumed another human, a prion virus would take root within their body. In the era before the apocalypse, such a condition could still be contained. But after the apocalypse arrived, all humans and zombies underwent mutations, causing this virus to grow far more potent. Thus, Chun Yi ultimately transformed into a monstrous creature, neither fully human nor wholly undead. His deceased wife, hastened by the natural calamity and fed upon by Chun Yi himself, had also evolved into a mutated zombie. Everyone believed that this mutated zombie was the true terror. Yet what they failed to grasp was that the most dreadful threat was Chun Yi himself. He possessed not only the intelligence of a human, but also the physique of a zombie. Invincible in close combat, he consumed both the living and the undead, which is why he advanced in rank with alarming speed. When confronting such a corpse eater, one must eliminate them immediately before they had a chance to develop further. Wu Yang had only known that Chun Yi was a teacher, never expecting him to be an instructor at a primary school in the city center. It seemed this was precisely where the corpse eater had been cultivating his power. But in his past life, how had Su Qingwan escaped Chun Yi's grasp when left to her own devices? He had no time to ponder further. Since Wu Yang had already arrived, he would not tolerate any variables. Without hesitation, he led the group upstairs. On the fourth floor at Chun Yi's residence. Watching Wang Wei lunge forward, Su Qingwan immediately unleashed a water sphere technique. While the water sphere technique could not kill a zombie outright, it could slow its movements, buying Su Qingwan precious time to sever its neck with a kitchen cleaver. But who would have guessed? The water sphere technique failed entirely. Wang Wei showed no reaction and continued her roaring charge. Clearly this was no ordinary Tier 1 zombie. Under Chun Yi's feeding, it had mutated into a Tier 2 zombie. Indeed, one at the peak of Tier 2. Su Qingwan shouted urgently, "Fan Jian, activate your ability now." Fan Jian curled into a ball in the corner, desperately shaking his head. "No, I won't. I won't." Li Xiaoming was frozen in terror. Wang Wei's appearance was by far the most horrifying zombie she had ever seen. Veins bulged across her face, her eyes protruding grotesquely, her claws razor-sharp, her entire body stained with blood. Su Qingwan swung her cleaver downward, but Wang Wei knocked it aside with a single swipe, sending Su Qingwan flying into a corner. She gasped in pain. A guttural ga-ga-ga sound emanated from Wang Wei's mouth as she lumbered toward Fan Jian in the corner. Such delicate, tender flesh. Just the sight of him made her salivate. Fan Jian screamed in terror, then spotted Li Xiaoming beside him. With a sudden push he shoved her forward. Don't come near me. I'm not tasty. If you're going to eat someone, eat her. Li Xiaoming was thrust directly into Wang Wei's embrace. Before she could struggle, even a few times Wang Wei clamped her teeth onto her neck. Squirt. A geyser of blood erupted. Within mere seconds Li Xiaoming's life had been extinguished, and her neck had been bitten clean through by Wang Wei's fangs. A human whose neck had been bitten through would not even have the chance to become a zombie. Su Qingwan roared with fury. You're courting death. Suddenly Su Qingwan felt a surge of instinct. She manipulated her ability, and the water sphere in her hand slowly shifted shape, condensing into a razor-sharp water arrow. A spark of hope ignited in Su Qingwan's eyes as she immediately released the skill, water arrow piercing. Squirt. The water arrow pierced through Wang Wei's neck. Her head twisted unnaturally, and she lost all mobility. Su Qingwan knew this strike could only delay the zombie temporarily. Right now they had to flee this place immediately. Just as she reached the door to pull it open, Fan Jian came sprinting over and clung desperately to her legs. Woo woo woo. Teacher Su, don't leave me. Don't abandon me. Su Qingwan's brows furrowed in irritation. This wretched child was actually the one who survived until the very end. Truly the old saying held, that calamity endures for 1,000 years. In the space between life and death, every second counted. Because Fan Jian had delayed them by those 2 precious seconds, Wang Wei had recovered her mobility and lunged toward them once more. Su Qingwan closed her eyes in despair. It was over. It seemed she would die here today. May the next life have no bratty children. Bang! At that moment the front door was kicked open. Beyond the doorway Wu Yang stood like a descending deity wielding a Tang Dao. He quickly surveyed Su Qingwan. Thankfully she had not been scratched by the zombie. He flicked his hair back and declared with nonchalant grace, "Step aside. The rest is my responsibility." Su Qingwan paused, taken aback. Who was this? He looked somewhat familiar. Cici appeared at the doorway astride Amber. Teacher Su, we've come to rescue you. Su Qingwan froze again. Who are you? Cici lifted her helmet. It's me, Cici. Su Qingwan's eyes immediately reddened. She rushed forward and embraced her. Good child. You have not disappointed my affection for you. Inside the room Wu Yang raised his Tang Dao and surveyed the scene, his brow furrowing. As expected, this zombie had mutated into a Tier 2 abomination. Judging by its aura, it had already reached the peak of Tier 2. But so what? It was nothing more than an easy kill. Swish. Wu Yang infused his wind ability into the Tang Dao and delivered a single strike, cleaving Wang Wei's head cleanly in two. Against Tier 2 zombies, slashing the neck was no longer effective. One must go for the head. Witnessing Wu Yang dispatch with such ease a zombie, she could not possibly defeat, wonder filled Su Qingwan's eyes. How formidable. This man, just how powerful is he? And that blade he wielded appeared incredibly impressive as well. Could Cici's brother truly be this handsome? Fan Jian spotted Cici and cried out in disbelief. Wu Cici, you're actually still alive. Cici snorted coldly. Since you haven't died, how could I? Having witnessed Wu Yang's prowess, Fan Jian dared not speak further aloud, though dark thoughts churned within him. He now possessed fire-based abilities. Killing Wu Cici would be a trivial matter. Perhaps he should wait for an opportunity and eliminate her. Those prior grievances must be avenged. Wan Bo, gripping his electrified baton, heard every one of those thoughts. His expression darkened dreadfully. You brat, I think it is you who deserves to die. Su Qingwan approached Wu Yang and asked, what's wrong? The zombie is dead. Aren't we leaving? Wu Yang shook his head and pointed toward the master bedroom. The truly dangerous one is inside. Su Qingwan leaned forward to look, and beheld an utterly terrifying sight. In the master bedroom, Chun Yi, whose neck had been bitten by Wang Wei, had not perished. Instead, he was cradling a severed limb from the floor and devouring it voraciously. Hearing the commotion, Chun Yi turned his head, raised the flesh in his hand, and revealed an eerie smile. It tastes delicious. Would you like to try some? Ugh. Su Qingwan could no longer hold back, crouching on the ground as she retched violently. But she hadn't eaten anything these past few days, so she could only bring up some bitter gastric acid. Wu Yang gazed at Chun Yi with a grim expression. At this moment, Chun Yi could hardly be considered human anymore. Having consumed enough food, the skin across his entire body had turned black and his eyes had become an eerie crimson. Veins bulged prominently across his face. His appearance was far more terrifying than any zombie. Wu Yang raised his hand and conjured a wind blade, slashing it toward Chun Yi. Clang! The wind blade struck as if hitting metal, failing to inflict even a scratch on Chun Yi. Wu Yang's expression grew serious. This confirmed that Chun Yi had completely transformed into a ghoul. Moreover, he had already acquired the physique of a third-tier zombie. Fortunately, he had only just developed and could not yet wield his own power with any proficiency. Chun Yi turned his head, revealing that all his teeth had transformed into sharp fangs. Opening his mouth wide, he spewed forth black mist. How dare you interrupt my meal? Despicable. Then all of you shall remain here and become my food. As he spoke, Chun-Yi lowered himself to all fours like an animal, and with a powerful thrust lunged toward Wu Yang. The black mist was clearly no ordinary substance. Wu Yang hastily held his breath and raised his tang blade to parry. As he engaged Chun-Yi in close combat, he called out to those attempting to help, "Don't come in. This is beyond your ability to handle." Shi and Wan Bo watched the battle unfold with anxious faces. Though deeply worried, they dared not act rashly. Should they inadvertently interfere with Wu Yang's attacks, the consequences would be dire. An ordinary tang blade was clearly useless against this kind of monster. Its strikes felt no more than tickles. Wind blades were equally ineffective against ghouls. It seemed that ordinary elemental abilities could not harm Chun-Yi in the slightest. Yet Wu Yang remained unruffled. He thrust his right palm toward the ground, earth spike technique. Immediately rows of sharp earth spikes burst forth from the wooden floorboards. Squelch. Chun-Yi's feet were instantly pierced by the spikes, yet he appeared completely unbothered. He taunted with a chilling laugh. "Ha ha ha, is that all you've got?" The earth spikes Wu Yang had conjured at second tier were not particularly long, merely 8 centimeters. They could only wound Chun-Yi's feet and cause no further harm. But that was enough. What Wu Yang needed was simply to create distance between himself and Chun-Yi. What comes next will be the real move. Don't think that just because second-tier elemental attacks don't work on you, you're invincible. Because as luck would have it, I possess other abilities. Wu Yang curled his lips and snapped his fingers. Space Devour. Boom. A gaping hole blew open in the left side of Chun-Yi's head. Bits of red and white matter splattered across the wall. Wu Yang winced and took a step back. Fortunately, he had kept his distance, or he would have been covered in the mess. When dealing with ordinary zombies, this strike would never have produced such a gory result. But Chun-Yi was a ghoul with defense far superior to other zombies. The hardness of his skull was also something ordinary zombies could never match. Therefore, even with Space Devour, Wu Yang could not forcibly consume through his skull. Yet despite having his head blown open, Chun-Yi still did not die. From his throat came a furious roar. "How dare you blow off my head?" Chun-Yi grabbed the severed limbs on the ground and stuffed them frantically into his mouth. Remarkably, the wound on his head began to slowly heal. Good heavens! These were indeed the ghouls that made survivors tremble and unite against them. Even when injured, they could recover by feasting on flesh. Who could possibly deal with that? Didn't that mean that as long as a ghoul had a piece of meat in hand during battle, they were invincible? But all of this presupposed one crucial condition: sufficient time to heal. And would Wu Yang grant him such time? Absolutely not. Space Devour. Space Devour. Space Devour. Wu Yang unleashed 3 consecutive Space Devour attacks, all striking Chun-Yi's head. So what if my current Space Devour range is only 3 centimeters? 3 times 3 equals 9. Just do the math. How many 3-centimeter sections could your skull possibly have for me to devour? Though I can only fire Space Devour 5 times in one burst, as long as I don't tell you, you'll never know. However, Chun-Yi would never get the chance to learn this either. With the 3 consecutive Space Devour attacks, Chun-Yi's head was thoroughly blown apart. Thud. His body crashed heavily onto the earth spikes, impaled completely through. Dead beyond any doubt. Wu Yang exhaled. Finally, it was over. He clutched his chest. Spatial abilities were utterly exhausting to use. Firing so many attacks in succession had pushed his spiritual energy to its absolute limit. Shi and the others rushed over immediately. "Brother, are you all right?" Su Qingwan also gazed at him with deep concern, though beneath that was an even stronger emotion: shock. Powerful, truly incomprehensibly powerful. Wu Yang turned around, glancing at Su Qingwan, and said with practiced nonchalance, "I'm fine. Handling a monster like this. Easy peasy." Wan Bo stroked his beard. Humph. Always so stubbornly displaying his Chinibu tendencies. It was time to crack some skulls open and search for tools. Though his sister had incredibly lucky hands, Wu Yang couldn't bear to order her around. But she stepped forward voluntarily. "Brother, let me do it." With that, she cast a sinister glance at Fan Jian, who cowered in the corner. Raising her crossbow, she performed the craniotomy on Chun-Yi with swift efficiency. "Humph, you fat pig. See that? That's exactly what awaits you. If it weren't for Teacher Su being here, I would have taken you out in an instant." The craniotomy on Chun-Yi went smoothly, and she actually extracted a black crystal nucleus. After Wu Yang cleaned away the blood, he examined it, and discovered this was actually a dark-type awakening crystal nucleus. He knew that Chun-Yi had used his dark-type abilities to quietly build up his strength in the early apocalypse, eventually becoming a terrifying executioner in the later stages. Wu Yang had expected to obtain at best an elemental crystal nucleus, yet this turned out to be an awakening crystal nucleus. A wide grin spread across Wu Yang's face. This haul was absolutely massive. He had only encountered such a thing once in his previous life. The probability of excavating an awakening crystal nucleus was 1 in 100,000. Even a certified European player would have to concede defeat before Shishi's luck. Awakening crystal nuclei, as the name suggests, could grant people new abilities. A black one represented dark-type abilities. Dark-type abilities encompassed many categories, such as body mystification, poison arts, dark hallucinations, dark perception, and more. The specifics depended on what each ability user could comprehend. Each skill further branched into different subcategories which would not be elaborated here. Such treasures needed to be stored away for now and distributed later. Wu Yong had no intention of keeping it for himself, certainly not at this stage anyway. After all, he already possessed 6 abilities. If he gained another one, what kind of life would he even have? Every day his eyes would open to fighting zombies, and closing them would also mean fighting zombies. All just to earn crystal nuclei for tier advancement. There wouldn't be a shred of joy left in life. Not worth it, not worth it. She continued performing craniotomies on Wang Wei, and sure enough, she extracted another second-tier crystal nucleus. A second-tier crystal nucleus was larger than a first-tier one, and the ability energy within was doubled in concentration. Moreover, a single second-tier crystal nucleus was equivalent to 30 first-tier ones. Wu Yong swept Shishi into a fierce embrace and spun her around in circles. Who needed cheats? His sister was the greatest cheat of all. Su Qingwan walked over and said to Wu Yong, "Thank you for saving me, otherwise I would certainly have died today." Wu Yong noticed that she said, "I" instead of "we." Wu Yong cast a meaningful glance at Fan Jian in the corner. He had not forgotten that it was this little fat boy who had bullied Cece at their doorstep. Yes, Wu Yong had always believed that it was Cece who had been bullied. In a certain sense, that was indeed the case. Fan Jian had bullied Cece verbally only to be crushed by her with brute force. How could that not be considered bullying? Wu Yong looked at Su Qingwan and suddenly asked, "Why didn't you reply to my message?" Message? Su Qingwan paused for a moment before remembering that Wu Yong had sent her a message the night before the snow disaster. She vaguely recalled. Perhaps. She had replied. Su Qingwan's face flushed crimson. "I'm sorry, I thought I had replied to you. After that day between the snow disaster and taking care of the students, I didn't even realize my phone was switched off." Wu Yong rolled his eyes. "Great job. What I thought," I replied. "If you could reply to messages telepathically, you wouldn't be in this situation." Perhaps her brother would have rescued her long ago. But Wu Yong was not the kind of person to hold grudges over something so trivial. After all, he had come to save Su Qingwan for several purposes. Under the circumstances, he certainly needed to show some goodwill. "Teacher Su, what are your plans now? If you have nowhere to go, would you like to come with us?" Hearing this question, Su Qingwan grew thoughtful. She was an orphan with no ties or attachments. Apart from teaching at the school, she had no other hobbies or interests. Her friends were all fellow teachers at the school, and she had no idea whether they were still alive. Thinking of a teacher she was close to, Su Qingwan asked, "I have a friend who lives in the dormitory on the 4th floor. Could we take her along?" Wu Yong looked at her with a strange expression. "Do you really think anyone on this floor could have survived? Haven't you noticed how quiet this entire floor is? Our door has been open this whole time. Not only have no survivors come in seeking help, but there aren't even any zombies around." Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan finally noticed. Indeed, she had felt the surroundings were unusually quiet. Wu Yong pointed to the pile of severed limbs in the master bedroom. Those survivors or zombies likely became food for the zombie and that monster inside long ago. He then opened the door to the side bedroom, revealing more than a dozen bodies strewn about in disarray. They weren't undead. They were human corpses. Ugh. Su Qingwan covered her mouth with one hand and gestured for Wu Yong to stop talking, lest she be overcome with nausea again. Cece tugged at Su Qingwan's sleeve. "Teacher Su, just come with us. Our place is very safe. Cece hasn't seen you in a long time and has missed you so much. Especially missing the food you make. Sigh, it was so delicious." Old Man One glanced at Cece and rubbed his nose. "Miss, there's no need to exaggerate like that. Shouldn't the old man learn to cook properly?" Su Qingwan did not hesitate and agreed immediately. "All right, then I'll go with you. Young master, you go ahead. I'll cover our rear. Brother, I have something to do. You go first." Just as they were about to leave, Wanbo and Cece spoke up simultaneously. The two exchanged glances. "Miss Wanbo, what are you up to?" Wu Yong pondered for a moment and quickly guessed their intentions, then turned his gaze to the silent Fan Jian. Caught off guard by the sudden gaze, Fan Jian failed to mask his resentful expression. Panicking, he stammered, "What? Why are you looking at me?" Wu Yong replied coldly, "Before we leave, there's a small problem that must be resolved. This menace absolutely could not be left alive. Since he was young, just kill him on the spot." Xing. Wu Yong drew his Tang Dao and was about to advance on Fan Jian when Cece suddenly grabbed his arm. "Brother, let me handle this. Didn't you teach us that in the apocalypse we must never leave behind survivors who could pose a threat?" "Fan Jian targeted me. Let me deal with him." Wu Yong hesitated for a moment, but did not stop her. If his sister wanted revenge, he would let her have it. One had to experience killing eventually. Cece held the Tang Dao like a god of death, advancing step by step toward Fan Jian. Fan Jian scrambled backward into the corner, firing multiple fireballs in succession. "Don't come any closer. Wu Cece, if you dare hit me, my father will definitely kill you." Cece casually deflected the fireballs. "Head too weak." Whooshed. With a single swing, Cece severed Fan Jian's head cleanly and efficiently. His head rolled and came to rest beside Li Xiaoming's corpse. The two corpses glared at each other with lifeless eyes, but neither could speak another word. Su Qingwan turned her head away at the sight, pretending not to see. She harbored as much anger toward Fan Jian as anyone, having watched helplessly as he caused the deaths of many people. If she were not a teacher, she would have pounded the boy thoroughly. So young, yet so selfish and careless with his words. People like him deserve to die. Otherwise countless others would have perished because of him. Wu Yang actually had a newfound respect for Su Qingwan. He had not expected her to remain silent and accept the situation so calmly. Such a person knew how to read the situation clearly and assess the circumstances instantly. No wonder she had become a valued asset in the national apocalyptic base in her previous life. Cece raised the blade and performed a crude craniotomy on Fan Jian with a sinister smile. As expected, she obtained a fire-type crystal core. She chuckled darkly to herself. Ha ha ha, that damn Fan Jian is finally dead. Who should I target next? Old man, one miss, something's wrong with you. You're acting very strangely. Meanwhile, the amber creature beside them slashed open Li Xiaoming's skull with one claw, obtaining a flesh-type crystal core. It smacked its lips regretfully. What a pity. The loli was quite cute. Su Qingwan then asked, what is this thing? Crystal core. Every ability user has one in their brain, and so do zombies. They can be used to evolve. Wu Yang briefly explained how to extract them. Su Qingwan understood. She was surprised such things had this function. The zombies I killed earlier, I never extracted their cores. Should we go collect them? Wu Yang smiled slightly. We'll collect them. But not now. He glanced out the window. The sky was nearing dusk. After the apocalypse began, darkness fell much faster. It was not even 5 o'clock yet the sun was already setting. The night would last for 12 hours as though designed specifically to allow nocturnal creatures to dominate this world. It would still be timely to return to the safe house now, but there were still numerous zombies in this dormitory building that needed clearing. The school's dormitory also held many crystal cores calling out to him. The round trip would consume too much time. Wu Yang made a quick decision. Let's stay here tonight. The group was taken aback looking up at the blood-spattered building. Their expressions hardened, realizing the immense psychological toll it would take to stay in such a place. Wu Yang chuckled, knowing exactly what they were thinking, but didn't bother explaining just yet. Follow me downstairs and you'll see. The dormitory building had 5 floors with 4 households on each. Only the 4th floor was currently safe. The zombies on the stairwell had already been cleared out earlier, but the corridors on other floors still had quite a few zombies wandering around. Having tired himself out for the day, Wu Yang had no desire to continue killing zombies. They all quietly descended the stairs and made their way to the lawn outside the dormitory. Pulling out several bundles of iron chains from his spatial storage, Wu Yang first secured the main gate at the bottom of the building. Where did those chains come from? Wu Yang wouldn't tell anyone he'd had his eye on the chains under Chun Yi's master bed for a while now. Sure, they'd been used to restrain zombies, which was a bit gross. But weren't better options lacking right now? Whatever could be used shouldn't go to waste. Lucky for him, Chun Yi had plenty of chains at home, otherwise Wu Yang wouldn't have found an easier and more efficient solution. He just wondered how wild this guy used to play to have so many chains lying around. Wu Yang shook his head to himself, and then bound the iron gate between the dormitory and the teaching building. The open area around the dormitory was now safe. With the heavy truck blocking the school's main entrance, no outside zombies could gather here. Wu Yang didn't want any zombies disturbing his sleep at night. With a grand wave of his hand, a luxurious top-tier RV materialized before everyone's eyes. Shishi's eyes lit up instantly. Brother, you're amazing. You even have an RV. Su Qingwan was utterly stunned. What kind of ability is this? Magic. Wu Yang looked at Su Qingwan. Since you're with me now, I won't hide it from you. My ability is that I can summon anything at will. Sure, he claimed not to hide anything, but Wu Yang still held back a little. After all, he didn't fully trust Su Qingwan yet. But Su Qingwan's attention was instantly diverted. With you. Her face flushed bright red again. What nonsense was Wu Yang talking about? Couldn't he see that Shishi, a little kid, was standing right there? Just because he saved her life, did he expect her to offer herself in return? That wouldn't be proper. Wu Yang was younger than her after all. How old was he? 21 this year. 5 years younger than her. Calling him a younger brother was just too embarrassing. Wanbo looked up at the sky. Was this something he was supposed to hear? He sighed. What use was mind reading? What use? Day after day this old man was about to be driven crazy by all the noise. Wu Yang had no idea what Su Qingwan was thinking. He opened the RV door and invited everyone to get in. The luxurious interior and complete amenities left everyone astonished once again. Upon spotting a bathroom, Su Qingwan immediately rushed over excitedly. Only then did she realize how rash she was being. Su Qingwan looked at Wu Yang, knowing he was the one in charge here. She asked hesitantly, Wu Yang, see, can I take a shower? She was someone who valued cleanliness deeply. Heaven knew how much not showering for so long had been driving her crazy. Although Su Qingwan had been using her water-based ability to get drinking water these past days, using it to shower would be far too extravagant. More importantly, she hadn't yet been able to conjure up enough water to bathe with. Wu Yang thought to himself, Teacher Su used to look at me with such disdain the first few times we met. And now, look at her now. She still has to rely on me. Humph. Women, from now on you'll obediently sing conquest for me. Wu Yang's mind wandered for a couple of seconds, then he replied seriously, of course you can. The RV has plenty of water and electricity. You can shower as long as you like. Su Qingwan's eyes curved into a smile. She dashed into the bathroom, hastily stripping off her dirty clothes. Whooshed. Soon the sound of running water echoed out. Wu Yang stood by the bathroom door rubbing his nose. Was she really that eager? And did Teacher Sue realize she didn't have any spare clothes to change into? If I proactively brought them to her, would that seem inappropriate? After a moment of thought, Wu Yong rummaged through his spatial storage anyway. A white dress, found it. Underwear. Should I pick lace? Bruh. What size was she again? Wu Yong closed his eyes, gesturing with his hands to estimate. Didn't feel quite like his ex-girlfriend's, but pretty close to the one before that. 3 short, 1 long. So it's a C cup. Wanbo silently moved away from the bathroom area and settled onto the sofa. The things that were about to happen weren't for this old man's ears. Wanbo pulled out a prayer bracelet from his pocket and began quietly fiddling with it. Ba, the young master has grown up. It wasn't until 20 minutes later that the sound of water in the bathroom finally stopped. Su Qingwan, feeling refreshed, dried herself off and looked at her reflection in the mirror, smiling with satisfaction. Then she remembered the pressing matter. Oh no, what am I supposed to wear? Her dirty clothes were definitely a no-go, they already smelled musty. She couldn't just walk out wrapped in a towel, could she? Would Wu Yong think she was throwing herself at him? That wouldn't be right. There were an old man and a child in the RV. Knock, knock, knock. The bathroom door was knocked. Wu Yong stood outside holding a pile of clothes, a faintly amused expression on his face. Ahem, Teacher Sue, I've left the clothes by the door. Grab them yourself. With that, Wu Yong turned and walked away with an air of righteousness. He was a proper man, a sneaking peeks was hardly appropriate. Su Qingwan opened the door awkwardly and saw a stack of clothes on the ground. She quickly grabbed them and brought them inside. When she saw the bra and underwear, she blushed even harder. How did he know my size? Su Qingwan looked down at herself. Was it really that obvious? Wu Yong, humming a tune, walked over to the lounge area, where Shishi was playing games on a laptop. These were all offline games that Wu Yong had specially copied before the apocalypse. There were all sorts of genres. Shishi was currently playing a zombie game, excitedly mowing them down left and right. Amber the wolf sat beside Shishi like a human, watching with great interest. Occasionally, it would let out a few awoohs. These zombies have got some skills. Worthy opponents for old wolf me. Wu Yong smiled and shook his head, then walked over to the dining area. Although the RV had cooking facilities to celebrate Su Qingwan's first day joining the team, Wu Yong pulled out a full table of delicious dishes from his spatial storage. Wu Yong didn't choose strong-smelling foods like hot pot or barbecue. Although the area was safe, he wasn't bold enough to take that kind of risk. What if there were hidden mutated zombies or ghouls like Chun-Yi lurking around? Wouldn't he have to get up and fight all over again? Wu Yong wasn't willing to take the slightest risk. Better safe than sorry. So he opted for takeout from a 5-star hotel. Steamed king crab, drunken ribs, clay pot beef stew, Cantonese roast duck, Buddha jumps, over-the-wall stuffed tofu, sea cucumber congee, and more. 15 dishes in total. He stopped only when the small dining table could barely fit anymore. What could he do? There were many people in the group, and all of them were ability users. They needed even more food. Wu Yong announced time to eat. Only after speaking did Wu Yong realize something was off. When had he become like a caretaker? No, this matter would need to be handed over to someone else in the future. A group gathered around the dining table. Su Qingwan's face still carried a faint blush. Her head bowed low, she dared not even glance at Wu Yong. The sight of all the delicious dishes on the table finally drew her attention away. Su Qingwan swallowed hard. When was the last time she had seen so many dishes? It seemed like the last time, but she wasn't very familiar with everyone yet. Should she be more restrained? Forget it. She was practically starving to death. Let's eat. 15 dishes of food and rice were wiped clean in less than 20 minutes. Su Qingwan felt somewhat embarrassed and stood up on her own initiative. I'll wash the dishes. Wu Yong didn't stop her, although he could simply store these bowls in his spatial world and forget about them. But Su Qingwan was still somewhat of an outsider after all, so she couldn't be allowed to do nothing at all. Her willingness to take initiative was a good thing. Wu Yong contentedly rubbed his belly and retrieved the crystal cores from his spatial world to take inventory of their supplies. They had obtained 112 first-tier crystal cores in total. Combined with what they acquired the day before, they now had 156. 2 fire element cores, 1 water element core, and 2 body system cores. Each elemental crystal core was worth 10 ordinary first-tier crystal cores. On top of that, there was also a second-tier core and a dark element awakening core. Everything was complete. They had finally gathered enough materials for advancement. This trip had been a huge windfall. Even after Wu Yong absorbed the cores needed to advance to 3rd tier, he would still have 67 remaining. At this moment, Cece came over and asked, "Brother, what is this black crystal core?" Wu Yong patted her head. "This is a dark element awakening core. It's a real treasure." Wu Yong explained the abilities of the dark element to the group. Cece listened with mounting excitement. The dark element was that powerful. He handed over. Cece asked excitedly, "Brother, can I have this core?" But Wu Yong shook his head. "No, you're a light element ability user. The dark element contradicts your ability, which might cause some adverse reactions. Moreover, awakening an ability using an awakening core is extremely painful. You're still young and might not be able to withstand it. And having 2 abilities would also cause the number of cores needed for tier advancement to multiply. Our family doesn't have much to spare." Actually, in Wu Yang's heart, he was more inclined to give this core to Uncle Wan. Uncle Wan only had 1 psychic ability, telepathy. It seemed useful now, but once the zombies evolved it wouldn't be enough. It's just that right now they really had nothing to spare. Cece sighed. The pain she could handle fine. But just the number of cores brother needed was already massive. I suppose I shouldn't cause more trouble. While the dark element core was out of reach, Wu Yang sighed as well. If he had to rely solely on first-tier cores, the speed of leveling up would be like a snail crawling. It seemed he would have to find more mutated bodies to get some second-tier cores. Another approach was to use third-tier abilities to sweep through everything before the zombies reached second tier. Wu Yang carefully recalled where mutated zombies had appeared in his previous life. Although he had survived through sheer caution, using wind step precisely, because of that he had overheard quite a bit of intelligence. After much deliberation, he did remember many things. Unfortunately, it was still far from the right time for high-level mutations to appear. The mutations appearing now would only reach third tier at most, still not impressive enough. Wu Yang furrowed his brow. It seemed he would need to find more zombie gathering spots. The trip to the hotel and hospital was urgent. Right, he couldn't forget the kindergarten either. Wu Yang gave Cece and Hoopa 26 cores each. Hoopa is a lightning ability user and our main damage dealer. Cece is a light ability user and our team support. So both of you must reach third tier as soon as possible. After reaching third tier, they could slow down the progress. After all, his own advancement was the most difficult. As for Uncle Juan, sorry about that. We will wait until the rich man has more to spare. Uncle Juan's hand that was rubbing the prayer beads froze. Young master, you're clearly afraid I would eavesdrop on your thoughts. Nevertheless, Uncle Juan could only sigh helplessly. His ability really did seem too useless. Wu Yang looked at Cece and Hoopa and reminded them once more, remember to absorb slowly. Find out what your daily upper limit is. Hoopa tilted his head indicating he didn't understand. Cece asked, what is an upper limit? Didn't we absorb the cores all at once before? Wu Yang thought for a moment and explained, the crystal core in our mind is like a stomach. Different stomach capacities mean different appetites. If you eat too much you'll have some adverse reactions. The same principle applies to absorbing crystal cores. But due to differences in talent and level everyone has a different daily absorption limit. I didn't remind you before because everyone here has SSS level maximum talent. Absorbing 20 cores a day is no problem. But since you need to absorb 26 cores today, you should still be careful. Cece nodded somewhat understanding. In short, don't eat until you're stuffed. Wu Yang patted her head. Exactly. Cece is so smart. Hoopa will. The old wolf understands too. After giving instructions to both of them, all three prepared to start absorbing the cores. The difference was that Cece and Hoopa only dared absorb one at a time, while Wu Yang held a handful of cores. For normal ability users like Cece and Hoopa, they really could only absorb slowly. But Wu Yang was not normal. After all, he possessed 6 types of abilities. If others' daily absorption limit was 20, then Wu Yang's limit was 120. But Wu Yang felt his individual ability core limit was far more than just 20. In his previous life, Wu Yang had A rank talent, and his daily limit was 18. But above A rank, there were S rank and SSS rank. Wu Yang was only being cautious, deducing that SSS rank's limit was 20. However, through experimentation this time, Wu Yang discovered he could absorb 180 cores daily. It seemed that for SSS rank, the current limit was 30 cores. Fortunately, he could absorb in large quantities. Otherwise, after accumulating enough cores, he would have had to wait for several more days. Wouldn't that have been even more of a waste? At this moment, the 6 types of crystal cores in Wu Yang's mind began to glow, absorbing the energy within the cores ravenously like beasts devouring raw flesh. Half an hour later, Wu Yang let out a long breath. He clenched his fist and felt the ability power within his body. Third tier, here I come. But Wu Yang hadn't stopped yet. He still had 2 body system cores in his hand. He had originally planned to save them for Lin Dong, but on second thought, enhancing his own current abilities was the most important thing. Otherwise, let alone saving people and building a faction, if he died first, everything would be lost. Unlike other elemental crystal cores, if a body system core was absorbed by another ability user, it could enhance the ability user's physical defense. So even non-body system users wouldn't waste it. Wu Yang felt his absorption limit hadn't reached its peak yet, so in one breath he absorbed the 2 body system cores as well. A moment later, Wu Yang clenched his fist and felt that the power throughout his body was much fuller than before. Even his muscles had become more robust. With this, he could punch down 5 kids without any problem. Suddenly, Wu Yang sensed a subtle shift in the spatial world. Calming his mind, his consciousness entered the space where a patch of isolated land had appeared within the gray expanse. The land was tiny, only about 20 cubic meters, yet what was most peculiar was the towering tree that stood upon it, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. With a mere thought, Wu Yang's consciousness drew near the tree, and there, hanging from a branch, was a green fruit. Upon closer inspection, the fruit had a faint blush of red. What is this? An apple? Wait, why is there a tree in my spatial world? I don't recall planting any trees. Hold on, aren't trees living beings? Can they survive in the spatial world? Does this mean I can now place living things inside? Something's off, very off. Wu Yang didn't approach the tree recklessly. Anything unknown could harbor danger. If there's any risk, he wouldn't take it. Rising from the sofa, Wu Yang scanned the car, looking for a living creature to test if it could be stored in the spatial world. CC on the left. No way, absolutely not. Such a dangerous test, I can't let CC do it. If the spatial laws tore her apart, it would be all over. Uncle Juan up front. No, Uncle Juan, listen, I absolutely didn't mean to use you as a test subject. Please don't look at me with that pitiful gaze, I beg you. Wait, I'm a rank higher than you now. How can you still hear my thoughts? That shouldn't be possible. Could this be Uncle Juan's sixth sense? Wu Yang rubbed his nose guiltily and turned his gaze to Amber on his right. While this wolf pup has thick skin and sturdy flesh, maybe give it a try. Amber, who was absorbing a crystal core, suddenly opened its eyes, as if sensing something, its face full of question marks. Oh, Wu, what are you looking at me for? Got some chips for me. Come on. Wu Yang rolled his eyes. Forget it, this foolish wolf pup, I'll spare its life. After going back and forth, Wu Yang realized there wasn't a single living creature around to experiment on. The RV was so clean, not even a cockroach. Should I go outside and find a zombie to try? Nah, it's already dark. I'll wait until tomorrow. It's nighttime, no lights outside. Am I supposed to fight monsters with a flashlight? Too tiring. I'll pass. Just then Su Qingwan finished washing the dishes and walked over drying her hands. Wu Yang looked at her in a white dress, feeling a bit dazed. Under the warm yellow glow of the car's lights, Su Qingwan's face appeared even more gentle and captivating. Her long hair cascaded smoothly down her back. Her delicate face, with apricot-like eyes, was utterly charming. His gaze wandered down to her delicate collarbone and graceful curves. Well, I sure have good taste in dresses. Wu Yang began to daydream, if I had such a beautiful teacher back, then wouldn't my grades have been top-notch? But this dress isn't really suitable for combat. I wonder what else Teacher Su likes to wear besides white dresses. Following his principle of asking, when in doubt, Wu Yang said, Teacher Su, white dresses are fine for daily wear, but for combat you should wear something more practical. What kind of clothes do you like? Su Qingwan had been worrying about this very issue, and now Wu Yang asked. She turned her head away awkwardly. Well, just some sportswear or casual clothes. Wu Yang understood. Searching through his spatial world, he produced several styles of sportswear and handed them all over. All of them were form-fitting athletic suits. Su Qingwan took them shyly. Asking a man for clothes was somewhat embarrassing no matter how she thought about it. But Wu Yang didn't notice her discomfort. Remembering a serious matter, he continued. Teacher Su, how long did you stay in the sun? I mean the purple sun, after the snowstorm. Since she had awakened her superpower, she must have been exposed to the purple sun. He just wasn't sure if she had the highest potential as in his past life. Su Qingwan didn't understand why he asked, but she replied, that day we were surrounded by zombies, so I took the two students and hid on the balcony fully exposed to the purple sun the whole time. As expected, she had the highest level SSS talent. Wu Yang was satisfied and handed her 6 crystal cores. Try to absorb the power inside. These 6 should be enough for you to reach the second tier. Su Qingwan hesitated for a moment, then accepted. She had already taken the clothes, a few crystal cores wouldn't hurt. And only by gaining strength could she avoid holding everyone back in tomorrow's mission. She sat down right there and began absorbing the crystal cores. Meanwhile, CC finished her absorption and successfully advanced to the 3rd tier. A triumphant smile spread across her face as she seemed to have grasped a new ability. Wu Yang could tell from her expression that CC's daily limit had also reached 30. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, an alarm blared from Wu Yang's phone. It was a warning from the safe house's surveillance system. Although the city's power and water were cut off, the network was still functional. So the security system could still send real-time danger alerts. Wu Yang opened the surveillance feed and saw a dozen people standing at the main gate of the safe house. Mostly they were residents of the villa district. Each of them held a cleaver or a fire axe, hacking furiously at the gate. A few even unleashed various elemental powers trying to break through. The man leading them wore a suit and looked oddly familiar. Wu Yang squinted. Wasn't that Chen Qi, the property manager? The surveillance feed also relayed their voices. Damn. Why can't we break through this gate? We've been hacking for so long, even using our powers, but nothing's working. My guess is that this gate is made of a sturdy alloy. Unless we use heavy weapons, it would be extremely difficult to break through. Then what? Are we just giving up on this solid fortress? Hey, why don't we try climbing over? Damn, that Wu kid is seriously creepy. There's even electric wiring on the walls. I nearly got electrocuted. The property manager Chen Qi stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, it's already this late, and Wu Yang hasn't returned. Who knows if he's dead out there? Let's come back tomorrow during the day, otherwise attracting zombies would be a real problem. The other residents nodded in agreement. Alright, let's do as Manager Chen says. Wu Yang sneered. A nest of rats, all together. Perfect, I'll catch them all in one sweep. But go ahead, try your tricks. If you can break through this door, I'll admit defeat. My 80 million wasn't spent for nothing. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the faculty dormitory, 3 figures appeared beside a closed window. With the power out, the room was engulfed in darkness. Bathed only in moonlight, they revealed themselves to be 2 men and 1 woman. All 3 were school teachers, 2 physical education instructors, and 1 English teacher. Yiqing, the English teacher, wore only a loose shirt. Meanwhile, the 2 male teachers Su Lin and Li Guang were bare-chested, clad only in shorts. Yiqing gasped for breath, exhausted. Can't you 2 take turns? You've nearly worn me to pieces. Damn, physical education teachers really have boundless stamina. Su Lin groped at Yiqing. Worn to pieces. You seem full of energy to me. Li Guang also chuckled and patted her. Seeing how aloof you acted before we thought you were so pure. Who'd have thought you'd know so many tricks in bed? He Qing gritted her molars. If it weren't for food for survival, she would never have fallen to such depths. These people all lived on the third floor, the same floor as Su Qingwan. He Qing occupied a single dorm, while Su Lin and Li Guang shared a double room. He Qing was a delicate flower who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen and had never learned to cook. Naturally, she had stored little food at home. By the third day of the blizzard, she had eaten everything. Hungry and freezing, He Qing had no choice but to seek help from the two male teachers next door. Little did she expect that both were wolves in sheep's clothing, luring her into their room under the guise of offering food. Then began their relentless torment day and night. When the blizzard ended, He Qing was just looking for a chance to escape when zombies appeared in the hallway. Now, even if they drove her away, she wouldn't leave. Fortunately, Su Lin and Li Guang, both bachelors, had hoarded enough food to keep all three from starving. That afternoon, they hadn't paid attention to the commotion from Wu Yang and his group on the fourth floor, merely assuming it was zombies rampaging. Because at that moment, all three were busy playing cards. They only stopped when darkness fell. He Qing leaned against the window, sighing inwardly, wondering when this life would ever end. Suddenly, she spotted an RV parked on the lawn below, concealed by the bushes. Rubbing her eyes, He Qing saw a familiar figure seated by the RV's window. He Qing gasped. Su Qingwan. Su Lin and Li Guang also crowded over to look. Hey, it really is that woman. Strange, how is there an RV here, and why is Su Qingwan downstairs? Look, there's an old man and a young man in the car. Could they have come to rescue Su Qingwan? Li Guang stroked his chin. He had long harbored desires for Su Qingwan. Though He Qing was pretty, she wasn't half as beautiful as Su Qingwan. A few days ago, Su Qingwan had come to borrow food, but she wasn't easily fooled. The moment she heard she'd have to enter their room, she turned and left immediately. Li Guang sighed inwardly, wishing he could trick Su Qingwan into his clutches too. He Qing's eyes darted around, shrewdly, easily reading the men's intentions. She suggested, why don't we ask Teacher Su for help? She's such a good person, she'll surely help us. Ask for help? How do you think there's room for 3 more in that RV? Su Lin scoffed dismissively. Li Guang sneered, since there's no room for us, we'll just get rid of those 2 men. Li Guang idly played with a thumb-thick arc of lightning. With our abilities, beating up an old man and a brat would be a piece of cake, right? Su Lin pondered for a moment, then agreed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. And so the 3 of them prepared to head downstairs in the dark. Fortunately, Su Lin's dorm was right next to the stairwell, or they would have attracted the attention of the zombies in the hallway, causing them serious trouble. Along the way, the 3 were extremely cautious, not even daring to turn on a flashlight. He Qing hadn't wanted to come. Although she had awakened an ability, she had never killed a zombie. She was terrified, but she was still dragged downstairs by the 2 men. When they reached the iron door on the first floor, Su Lin's face darkened. Damn, who locked this door? Li Guang stepped forward, boasting, a mere iron lock. I'll have it open in seconds. Boom. A flash of purple lightning streaked across, and the iron lock snapped with a sharp crack. In the corridor, the previously aimless zombies all turned their heads. Growl, growl, growl. A commotion. It must be food arriving. He Qing, standing at the back, panicked. Oh no, the zombies are coming, run. With that, she shoved the 2 men aside and sprinted desperately towards the RV. On the RV, Wu Yang also heard the ruckus. Hey, test subjects. See, here they come. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. He Qing pounded heavily on the RV door. Su Qingwan, open the door. I know you're in there. Open the door. Wu Yang looked up at Su Qingwan across from him just as she finished absorbing the crystal core and opened her eyes. Wu Yang asked, an acquaintance. Su Qingwan frowned. We know each other, but we're not close. And, Su Qingwan, don't hide and pretend you can't hear me. I heard your voice. He Qing screamed hysterically. By now, Su Lin and Li Guang had also reached the RV with dozens of zombies chasing close behind them. Li Guang roared, stupid woman, you've been fiddling with the door for ages. Just break it down. He recklessly hurled his thumb-sized arc of lightning, slamming it viciously against the RV door. Yet the door remained unmoved, marked only by a black scorch. Wu Yang's face darkened. A mere lightning ability user of common talent dares to dirty my vehicle. You're dead. I've spoken. Growl, growl, growl. The zombies were right on their heels. Meat, don't run. Su Lin spun around and hastily activated his skill, Beast Transformation Black Bear. Instantly, Su Lin's body began to grow taller, his human features fading as black fur sprouted all over him. Moments later, he had transformed into a 3-meter-tall black bear. Wu Yang looked out the window. Hey, a physical-type beast transformation skill. That's a tank for the team. The beast transformation skill isn't limited to just black bears, though. Depending on what each ability user comprehends, they can transform into different ferocious beasts. Wu Yang recalled a king-level physical type from his past life who had mastered 8 beast transformations, flying ones, land ones, aquatic ones. All of them. Wu Yang had been incredibly envious. After all, the guy could fly. Who wouldn't want that? Transformed, Su Lin fought with extraordinary ferocity, swatting down a zombie with a single claw strike. This sight made Amber restless. There's a beast out there even more impressive than me, old wolf. I won't stand for it. Just then Li Guang also desperately unleashed his lightning arc at the zombies, which made Amber even more eager. He frantically signaled Wu Yang with his eyes. A woo. Open the door for me. Old Wolf here requests a challenge. Those two idiots are definitely provoking my existence. I must show them who the true master of lightning among beasts is. The commotion of the fight roused every zombie in the dormitory building. They all lurched forward with rigid limbs, stumbling toward the lawn in front of the building. Even in the pitch-black darkness, the zombies' speed remained unaffected. If anything, they grew faster. Upstairs, the zombies trapped inside the rooms pounded furiously against the doors. Bang, 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 splat. I heard the sound of flesh. Meat, wait for me. A dark, oppressive tide of zombies surged forward. Counting them, there were over 40. Among them were adult zombies and plenty of student zombies. Amber wagged her tail frantically. Whoa. Hurry up and open the door for me. Wu Yang let out a soft chuckle. He had originally planned to let the people outside work for him for free. But since Amber wanted to show off, he had no choice but to open the car door. To help Amber eliminate the zombies with precision, Wu Yang also turned on the headlights, illuminating the entire lawn. He Ching, standing outside the door, saw it open and immediately tried to rush onto the vehicle. Whoa. Amber pounced in a single bound, sending He Ching flying, then swiftly joined the fray. He Ching, where did that dog come from? And why is it so big? Never mind that. Get in the car first. Teacher Su, save me. Please help me, Wu. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow at Su Qingwan. Well, are you going to save her? This was a test. If Su Qingwan's answer failed to satisfy him, he wouldn't hesitate to find a new chef. Su Qingwan bit her lower lip, recalling the time during the blizzard when she had gone to Li Guang and the others to borrow food. Back then, all she had left in her dorm was a single bag of noodles, and everyone was starving. Su Qingwan had no choice but to steel herself and knock on door after door in the corridor begging for food. But no one was willing to lend any. Some wouldn't even open their doors. Whether there truly was no one home, or they simply refused to help, the moment they heard there were over a dozen students in Su Qingwan's room, each one wore a look of reluctance before shutting their door. Only Li Guang and his group opened their door. But the moment she saw what was inside, Su Qingwan retreated. She had clearly glimpsed through the crack of the bedroom door. He Ching lying there completely naked. Su Qingwan was an adult, as she understood exactly what had been happening. She immediately declined Li Guang's invitation to come in and fled in a fluster. Su Qingwan didn't know He Ching well and had no idea why she did such a thing, but at that moment she didn't want to dwell on it. She wasn't a bad person, but she wasn't a saint either. Su Qingwan bit her lower lip and looked at Wu Yang. I'll do whatever you say. Wu Yang nodded. That answer was acceptable. Seeing He Ching still trying to climb aboard, Wu Yang kicked her off with a single blow. His face expressionless, he said, if you want to live, get lost. He Ching was sent flying straight into the horde of zombies, letting out a shriek. Save me. Did anyone come to her rescue? Of course. Amber was gleefully slaughtering. Opening her massive jaws, she unleashed a thunder orb as thick as an adult's fist. Crackle. It pierced through one zombie's skull and blasted into another. 2 zombies down. Cece also walked to the car door, watching with eager excitement. Cece raised her hand. Ability amplification. Instantly, a bright white beam shot from her palm, striking straight into Amber's body. Amber jolted, feeling a warm current surge through her. Whoa. What's this? This old wolf feels stronger. Roar. Amber unleashed another thunder orb. This one obliterated 3 zombies outright, and the 4th was gravely wounded. Amber bounded about in sheer excitement. Whoa. I knew it. I'm the most invincible cub. Wu Yang watched the scene and asked Cece, you learned a new skill. Cece raised her chin proudly. That's right. Wu Yang marveled. Cece was only at the 3rd rank, yet she had already mastered 2 skills of the light attribute. One was healing, which she had possessed since her initial awakening. The other, ability amplification, simply put, granted a buff to other ability users. Whether the target used offensive, defensive, or support skills, they would all be enhanced. At Cece's current 3rd rank level, she could boost an ability user's power by 5 times. This rank up was another jackpot. Old Man One remained seated in the car, wiping the corners of his eyes as he watched the scene unfold. Whoa, it's true. The most useless one here is this old man. Maybe I should learn how to cook after all. In less than 15 minutes, every zombie on the lawn had been eliminated by Amber. Amber trotted back, panting heavily. Li Guang and Su Lin, who had believed they were surely doomed to be swarmed to death, were utterly stunned. What the hell? Where did this wolf come from, and how is it this strong? I haven't even made a move, and the zombies are already dead. Su Lin exchanged a glance with Li Guang and whispered, what do we do now? That wolf looks formidable. I'm afraid there's no way to drive them off. Li Guang narrowed his eyes. So what if it's strong? I can tell that wolf's ability is already spent. Strike while the iron's hot. Kill it while it's weak. Didn't you notice no one else dares to get out of that car? Those people definitely don't have abilities. They're nothing to fear. Even if they do, they must be garbage abilities. With the 2 of us plus He Ching's power, aren't they just playthings in our hands? Su Lin nodded almost imperceptibly, then shot He Ching a meaningful look. He Ching was already seething with jealousy. Back at school, she and Su Qingwan had constantly been compared to each other. Su Qingwan was the universally acknowledged goddess, while He Qing always stood a head below her. Now Su Qingwan looked clean and tidy just like in the pre-apocalypse days, living in such a luxurious RV with such a handsome young man by her side. Meanwhile, look at herself, reeking of filth, forced to serve two ugly, lecherous brutes. Damn it, why does that bitch get all the good things? He Qing's eyes darted around before landing on Wu Yang, who was nearest to her. An invisible wave of energy emanated from her body. In a delicate, feeble voice, she said, "Handsome, I'm hurt. Won't you come over and help me?" Wu Yang's mind wavered for a moment, then he let out a cold snort. This woman actually knew mind control. No wonder she was so brazen. Too bad for her, she picked the wrong target. Mind control, like telepathy, belongs to the mental category. If the target is of equal or lower rank, they can easily fall under the caster's spell. But Wu Yang was 2 ranks above her. How could he possibly be manipulated? However, Su Lin and Li Guang didn't know that. Both had been under He Qing's control, and they assumed she had already succeeded. Just thinking about Su Qingwan soon becoming their woman, the two were overcome with excitement. They immediately launched their attacks at Amber. Thunder Orb. Beast Transformation, Black Bear. Amber lazily lifted her gaze. These two useless fools, are they joking? Roar. A concentrated thunder orb blasted forth. Crackle. Su Lin and Li Guang were instantly fried to a crisp. Unfortunately, Amber's ability was nearly depleted, so it didn't kill them. Amber was about to finish them off when Wu Yang called out, "Hold on." Amber tilted his head. "Ow, ow. What's wrong? Those two wanted to finish me off, and you won't even let me land the killing blow. Don't you love me anymore?" Wu Yang smirked. Keeping them alive was of course for experimentation. He tossed a bag of potato chips to Amber. "Good work today. This is your reward. Go rest." Amber let out a happy howl. "Ow, ow, Wu." He knew his master loved him best of all. Clutching the chips in his mouth, Amber trotted back to the RV and curled up beside Shishi. Shishi wrinkled her nose in mild disgust. Then she grabbed Amber by the scruff, fetched a wet wipe, and began cleaning the dog's paws. She'd picked up this wolf herself. What else could she do? Better to handle it herself. Outside the vehicle, Wu Yang strode forward with long, unhurried steps towards Su Lin and Li Guang, who lay sprawled on the ground. A chilling aura radiated from his body. Both men jumped in terror. He hadn't been controlled. Damn it. Then were they going to die? The two immediately began groveling. "Little bro, it's all a misunderstanding. We thought this wolf had been bitten by zombies, so we wanted to help you kill it." Wu Yang smiled faintly. "A misunderstanding, huh? Yes, definitely a misunderstanding. Since you know Teacher Su, we're friends now. Friends should help each other. Oh, then would you be willing to do me one more favor?" Wu Yang stroked his chin. "Actually, maybe 2 small favors. I need your help." Su Lin's face lit up. Kids really were easy to fool. "Of course, little bro. Just tell us what to do." Wu Yang patted Su Lin's head, rubbing it as one would a dog's, then closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into his spatial world, settling beside the great tree. With a mental command, he spoke, "Absorb him." Nothing happened. "Absorb." Ryup. Su Lin's hair along with part of his scalp and skull vanished in an instant. Su Lin felt his forehead go suddenly empty. What? Where was his hair? Why was his face wet? Shit, was he bleeding? Thud. Su Lin was dead. A bitter taste surged in Wu Yang's throat, blood threatening to spill. He forced it down, pretending nothing had happened. Wu Yang had tried to forcefully pull Su Lin into his spatial world, but the realm had resisted, and he had suffered a minor backlash injury. It seemed living beings still could not enter the spatial world. The only living thing within it was that peculiar tree. Seeing Su Lin dead, Li Guang trembled uncontrollably. What was happening? His entire skull was gone. How unnervingly bizarre. Li Guang wanted to flee in terror, but he couldn't escape. Wu Yang grabbed him by the collar. "What's the matter with you? I said 2 favors, and you've only done 1. Li Guang's pant legs were damp with urine. He pleaded, "Please let me go. Spare me." Wu Yang clicked his tongue in disgust. So vile. He had even lost control of himself. How repulsive. Wu Yang threw the man to the ground and snapped his fingers. Spatial devour. Bang! Li Guang's head exploded. Li Guang was dead. Wu Yang nodded in satisfaction. The range of his spatial devour had now reached 5 centimeters. With proper precision, a single strike could kill an opponent. Turning around, Wu Yang looked toward He Qing. Seeing both men die so easily, she was momentarily panicked. But she quickly composed herself. Let these 2 bastards die. Who had the strength to claim her deserved to keep her anyway? Only this handsome, powerful young man before her was worthy. He Qing knelt on the ground, her face twisted into a sycophantic smile. "I'm not with them. They force me. Big brother, please take me with you. I want to join you. My ability is extremely powerful. I can definitely help you all." Wu Yang thought to himself, powerful, yes, but unfortunately, he had no use for a woman with ulterior motives. He glanced at her sideways. "To me, you're nothing but a waste. I already gave you a chance to live. That chance is gone now." Xing. He drew his tang sword, ready to end this woman. He Qing continued to struggle desperately. "Why not me? Isn't my ability stronger than Su Qingwan's? You took her with you. Why can't you take me?" She had secretly witnessed Su Qingwan killing zombies from inside her room. Su Qingwan only wielded a water-based ability. Surely her own power was far superior. "Teacher Su can cook for me. What can you do?" Seeing Wu Yang already swinging his blade, He Qing dropped to the ground. I can serve you. I can do anything. Ah damn that Su Qingwan. Because she could cook she got to stay. Wu Yang's steps faltered slightly. Cough. There were still people around. You may have no shame, but I still have mine. Besides, he was a decent man and quite particular about what he ate. Seeing this, He Qing thought she still had a chance and immediately began unbuttoning her white shirt. In her heart, she viciously conjured voodoo dolls of Su Qingwan. Smug woman, I refuse to believe you can defeat me. Once I get on that RV, I'll find a chance to throw you out to the zombies. Meanwhile, Master One was diligently performing craniotomies on the zombies. At that moment, he happened to walk past He Qing and heard her inner thoughts furrowing his brows. He turned around and said, Teacher Su, this woman wants to kill you. He Qing, did I just say that out loud? Su Qingwan knit her brows tightly. We have no grievance against each other. Why do you want to kill me? He Qing shook her head frantically. I didn't. That old man is talking nonsense. Wu Yang stroked his chin. This woman certainly couldn't be spared. Perhaps he should simply give Su Qingwan her first experience with killing. Don't blame him for being ruthless. Once you've experienced in the apocalypse how good people meet bitter ends, you'd make the same choice. Wu Yang looked at Su Qingwan and said, Teacher Su, let me tell you one rule of survival in the apocalypse. Never spare anyone who poses a threat to you. Only those who are ruthless can survive longer. Su Qingwan paused. She had heard their entire conversation. So Wu Yang didn't like her for who she was, he simply needed her to cook. Regardless, it was Wu Yang who had saved her. In the apocalypse, having value to others was actually a good thing. She didn't want to die, so she had no choice. Su Qingwan knit her brows and condensed a water arrow in her hand. He Qing, you forced my hand. I'm sorry. Swish. The water arrow pierced through He Qing's neck, and she collapsed to the ground. He Qing's eyes, filled with intense jealousy, refused to close. Wu Yang showed no interest in the corpse, but instead looked at Su Qingwan with keen fascination. He hadn't expected Su Qingwan to have comprehended an offensive water-based ability so early. In his previous life, Su Qingwan had been highly valued by national bases precisely because she was a rare offensive water-type ability user. After reaching a high-level ability status, her water tornado technique had shocked the entire survivor community. Ordinary water-type ability users typically provided water supplies to major bases or offered support during battles. But Su Qingwan could serve as a primary damage dealer within a team. She alone could fill the roles of several people. Wu Yang's gaze upon Su Qingwan seemed to glow. This was definitely striking gold. Teacher Su, just stay by my side obediently. Inside the RV, She witnessed the entire scene. She smiled with an unreadable expression. Late at night, everyone returned to the RV once more. This time Su Qingwan also took part in the craniotomy. She clutched her mouth and rushed to the bathroom, vomiting violently as soon as she entered. Ugh. Wu Yang thought to himself, let her vomit, she'll get used to it after a few times. She thought, brother, you're so inconsiderate. Shouldn't you go check on her at a time like this? Wu Yang handed He Qing's spiritual type and physical type crystal cores to Uncle Wan. The spiritual type core suits you well. Absorb it once, and it will greatly enhance your abilities. The physical type core will boost your defenses. These two elemental cores are enough to push you to the peak of the second rank. As for the third rank, wait until I reach the fourth, and I'll upgrade you then. Uncle Wan's eyes welled up with tears. Young master, I knew you hadn't forgotten about me. Wu Yang rubbed his nose. Alright, let's all get some rest tonight. At dawn we'll continue clearing the zombies from the school. He took out a pillow and a blanket from his spatial world, propped up his legs, and lay down on the sofa. Before heading to the bedroom, She glanced at Wu Yang with a hint of pity. Brother, the bed is huge. Why don't you sleep with me and Teacher Su? Su Qingwan, who had just emerged from the bathroom, halted her steps upon hearing this. Well, that's not entirely out of the question. Wu Yang swept a glance at Su Qingwan and let out a faint sigh. Sis, I appreciate the thought, but the timing really isn't right. After all, I am a normal man with needs. Clearing his throat, Wu Yang said with a straight face, no need. You two get some sleep. She muttered inwardly, brother, I practically handed you the opportunity, but you just wouldn't take it. Could it be he's not into this type? She regretfully pulled Su Qingwan back to the room, and Amber followed close behind. Well, that makes this bedroom mine. The little girl and the beauty, here I come. Before going to sleep, Wu Yang quietly asked Uncle Wan, who was lying beside him. Uncle Wan, have you ever eavesdropped on Teacher Su's thoughts? Is she reliable? In the darkness, Uncle Wan spoke enigmatically. Young master, rest assured, Teacher Su is very reliable. After all, there wasn't a trace of betrayal in her mind. Instead, her thoughts were full of all sorts of strange things. The old man was too old to understand them. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Su Qingwan got up. She walked to the kitchen and began preparing breakfast. In the fridge, Wu Yang had already stocked enough ingredients, eagerly awaiting Su Qingwan's culinary skills. Though there wasn't much room for creativity, especially on the RV. Su Qingwan simply made a few soft-boiled eggs and beef brisket noodles. Even so, Wu Yang was thoroughly content. This was real food. Wu Yang had a quintessential Chinese stomach. Some foreign dishes were tasty, but they could never compare to Chinese cuisine. And he was long tired of takeout too. Today, Su Qingwan wore a pale pink athletic suit, a short hoodie that revealed her slender waist paired with high-waisted sweatpants. The outfit accentuated her figure to perfection. Wu Yang stole a glance at her long legs while slurping up another big mouthful of noodles. TSK tisk, she was a feast for the eyes. So much better than the white dress. After breakfast, Wu Yang stored the RV back into his spatial world. Since Su Qingwan was one of them, now he didn't have to hide much. Then Wu Yang led everyone to the teaching building to clear out the zombies. At the Iron Gate, he instructed Su Qingwan, "You're at the second rank now, so you should easily handle these first-rank zombies. So try not to use your ability unless necessary. This will also train your close combat skills." Su Qingwan nodded firmly, then pulled out a cleaver from who knows where, clutching it nervously. Wu Yang smiled and offered his own tang sword. "A cleaver is too short, getting in close for a kill is dangerous. Take my sword instead." It doesn't feel right. Your sword must be very powerful." Su Qingwan hesitated. She had seen Wu Yang use it before and knew it was probably his most trusted weapon. She didn't want to take advantage. Without argument, Wu Yang pressed the sword into her hands. "Take it. I never shortchange my own people." Taking the sword, Su Qingwan asked curiously, "Does such a formidable blade have a name?" Having read many wuxia novels, she knew powerful swords usually had names. A name. Since he'd last used it with his wind ability, Wu Yang said casually, "The wind-slashing saber." Wind-slashing saber. Su Qingwan murmured under her breath. Just from the name, she could tell it was extraordinary. Her cheeks began to blush again. He'd given her such a mighty weapon. It was clear he saw her as someone special. Uncle Wan looked up at the sky, thinking, "Teacher Su, you're mistaken. The young master has several hundred tang swords just like this one." At that moment, more zombies appeared on the school playground. Wu Yang glanced at the iron gate at the entrance to the teaching building stairwell. One of the gates which he had locked had somehow been broken through by the zombies. It looked like the commotion last night had drawn some of them down. Wu Yang waved his hand. "Let's move." Amber nudged Shishi's arm with his head, letting out a low growl. "Get on." Shishi didn't hesitate and hopped onto Amber's back. Riding a wolf was so cool. Wu Yang shoved open the iron gate connecting the dormitory building to the teaching building. Hearing the noise, the wandering zombies all turned their heads. Roar. Time for breakfast. Wu Yang pulled another new tang sword from his spatial world and charged straight into the zombie horde. "Hey kids, big brother's here." Clang, clang, clang. With a swift raise and fall of his blade, he mowed down a large swath of zombies. A third-rank physique was clearly far superior to the second. Reaching the fourth rank would make him a mid-level esper, promising an even greater breakthrough. Thanks for the upgrade materials, kids." Amber leaped onto the flag platform and fired electric spheres at the approaching zombies. Roar. Howl. With Shishi's buff, Amber could take out 3 of them with a single strike, no problem. Shishi not only enhanced Amber's ability, but also buffed her own physical strength. With a single shot from her crossbow, she skewered a line of zombies like kebabs. Uncle Wan saw this and thought, "I can't fall behind." Having absorbed the spiritual and physical cores last night, he felt his physical strength and mental control had significantly improved. "Hey kids, Grandpa's coming." Uncle Wan charged into the crowd, and 3 zombies lurched towards him, arms flailing. He glared at one of them, silently commanding, "Back, back, back." The thought flashed through his mind, and miraculously the zombie actually stumbled back a few steps. "Grr," it gurgled, its red eyes rotating in confusion. "What's happening? Is it magic?" Uncle Wan chortled with glee, stroking his whiskers. Who knew this old man could master mental manipulation? Come on kids, cough up those cores. Bam, 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 crackle. Uncle Wan struck the zombies relentlessly with his electric baton at full power. A whole group of zombies bit the dust. Su Qingwan watched dumbfounded. "Wait, how are you guys killing these zombies so easily? And wait, why does Wu Yang have another sword? It looks exactly the same as the one he gave me." Whoa, my feelings were misplaced. Su Qingwan shook her head, snapping out of it, and quickly joined the fight. Seeing former students and colleagues turned into zombies lurching towards her with contorted faces filled her with sorrow. With a heavy heart, she raised the tang sword, apologizing as she cut them down. "What with Teacher Chun, I'm so sorry. Teacher Chun down. What with Xiaoming, you died so horribly." Xiaoming's head went rolling. "What Wu Vice Principal, how did you end up like this?" The Vice Principal decapitated Wu Yang and the others. Damn apologetic killing. Noted. The zombies on the playground were eliminated by the group in less than an hour. Third-tier and second-tier ability users against first-tier zombies were practically a crushing force. Next, the group entered the teaching building, directly clearing it floor by floor. There wasn't a single living person in the classrooms. Everyone had become zombies. These were students who during the snow disaster had no time to leave school and had no teachers to lead them to the dormitories. The classrooms had no heating, let alone warm clothes or food. By the second day of the snow disaster, most had frozen to death. Even those who barely survived by drinking melted snow were attacked by zombies when the purple sun descended. Now all had perished. Wu Yang felt a pang of regret as he killed the zombies. So many zombies, yet not a single mutant among them. "Kids, you're really letting me down." But thankfully the crystal cores are plentiful. After a whole morning, killing zombies wasn't the most tiring part. It was performing craniotomies on the little fellows that wore them out. Crystal cores the size of rice grains were indeed hard to find. Often hidden beneath the red and white mess inside the skulls, it was easy to miss one. So even though Wu Yang considered himself unlucky, he had to bravely step up and crack open skulls for the sake of efficiency. Fortunately, the morning yielded 396 crystal cores. The whole group was exhausted, panting heavily. Wu Yang looked at his little companion Amber, who lay sprawled on the ground with his tongue hanging out. Clearly, he couldn't help with the work anymore. Wu Yang glanced out the window, and a thought struck him. His wood-type spiritual root had transformed into ability power, but he hadn't used it yet. Now the wood-type ability should be called plant-type ability. He just wondered if, like other plant-type ability users, he could control plants. Wu Yang found an empty classroom with relatively few zombies, and used his plant-type ability, tree growth. Sure enough, the branches of the large tree outside the window stretched wildly. The branches crawled in through the window, wrapped around the zombie corpses in the classroom, and tossed them outside. Thump, thump, thump. The classroom was instantly cleared of all zombie bodies. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. It seemed his plant-type ability was the same as other ability users. With this, the things he planned to do next would go much smoother. Wu Yang then cast several water orbs to wash away the bloodstains in the classroom. Next, he used a few fireballs to evaporate the water on the floor. All done. The classroom was as spotless as it was before the apocalypse. This series of moves was the first time CC Wanbo and Amber had witnessed such a display. Though they already knew Wu Yang possessed many abilities, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. But Su Qingwan was clearly the most shocked. Su Qingwan stammered, "Wu Yang H, how many abilities do you actually have?" Wu Yang took a hearty lunch from his spatial world and laid it out on the desk. Today, it was a Western-style meal. Shrugging, Wu Yang said casually, "Not many, just a few." Wu Yang swore he wasn't showing off in front of a woman, he just wanted to test the effects of each ability. Su Qingwan raised a hand to push her jaw back up. Wanbo looked up at the sky. He had originally wanted to show off his newly comprehended skill, but now it seemed better to forget it. "I could never compare to the young master." Su Qingwan took a bite of her beef roll and asked, "Amber is lightning type, CC is light type, what about Wanbo? I've never seen him use his ability." Wanbo sighed softly. "This old man's ability is quite ordinary and doesn't help much, so I'd rather not mention it." Wu Yang nearly choked on his cola. "A psychic type ability counts as ordinary. Do you even hear what you're saying?" Even though Wanbo had only learned mind reading so far and lacked offensive ability power, Wu Yang knew that in his past life there was a king-level psychic powerhouse who could not only foresee the future, but also possessed an invincible skill like a psychic domain. With Wanbo's current SSS rank talent, mastering such formidable skills was only a matter of time. Su Qingwan nodded, gently thinking that Wanbo must feel inferior about his ability, so she'd better drop the subject. To change the topic, Su Qingwan asked, "Wanbo, we've known each other for so long, but I still don't know your name." Wanbo stroked his beard. "This old man's name is quite unremarkable, nothing worth mentioning." Just as Su Qingwan was about to give up asking, Wanbo hastily added, "This old man's name is Wan Qingsong." Cough, cough, cough. Wu Yang spat out his cola. "If your name counts as unremarkable, then what does mine count as?" Cece gritted her teeth in annoyance. "Damn it. Wanbo actually got to show off. Maybe I should change my name to something more imposing too. What should it be?" Amber let out an arwhel. "My name Amber is the coolest of all." After everyone had eaten their fill, Wu Yang began distributing the crystal cores. His ascension from Tier 3 to Tier 4 was a qualitative leap. Tiers 1 to 3 were considered beginner ability users, while Tiers 4 to 6 were intermediate. Both one's ability power and physical constitution would see a multiplied enhancement. For instance, Wu Yang's Space Devour could previously only be used 5 times consecutively, but after leveling up, he could use it 8 times, and the required ability bar would also decrease. That's why the number of crystal cores needed was immense. Even after absorbing the 2 body-type crystal cores, Wu Yang still needed 280 more to advance. Using these cores along with those acquired last night, he had over 160 Tier 1 ordinary cores and a lightning elemental core left. That was enough to bring both Wanbo and Su Qingwan to Tier 3 and Cece and Amber to Tier 4. Without another word, the group quieted down and focused on absorbing the cores. Wu Yang used both hands, piling the cores in his palms. As time passed, the ability power within the cores slowly diminished. The fully absorbed cores didn't disappear, they simply turned into ordinary crystals. Wu Yang didn't discard them either, storing all of them in his spatial world. After all, since Wu Yang absorbed them while holding them, about 1% of the energy still remained inside. Throwing them away would just be wasteful. Perhaps they could yield some new uses. After roughly half an hour, the crystal core within Wu Yang's mind gradually grew from rice grain size to mung bean size. And this change caused Wu Yang immense agony. Imagine having a foreign object growing in your brain, expanding inside your skull. The pain was akin to needles piercing his head, causing fine beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Wu Yang even wondered to himself whether a craniotomy or a cross-realm ascension was more painful. He'd never had his skull opened in his past life, so he'd never know the answer. Wu Yang gritted his teeth. If he wanted power, he had to endure this pain. In his past life, he only had an A-rank talent and lacked any formidable attack methods. That was why it took him 6 whole months to reach Tier 4. Now he was 6 months ahead of schedule. Such an opportunity was a rare stroke of fortune. Unfortunately, Wu Yang had to stop after absorbing just over 200 cores. He couldn't continue. His head felt like it was about to burst. Today's absorption had to end here. It seemed he'd have to wait until tomorrow to advance to Tier 4. Still, he was now at the peak of Tier 3. He could still coast to victory with ease. At that moment, Wu Yang sensed another transformation in the great tree within his spatial world. Calming his mind, his consciousness stepped into that space. He saw that the green fruit on the tree had now largely turned red. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing that as his level increased, the fruit would gradually ripen as well. Wu Yang eagerly anticipated the benefits this fruit might bring. After all, the spatial world wouldn't produce a poison apple to harm him. But was there a way to accelerate the fruit's growth? Wu Yang rested his chin in his hand, pondering, and then an idea struck. Holding up a handful of crystal cores, he offered them to the great tree. Brother Tree absorbed these quickly. Would it work? Should I show you? After a long moment, the tree remained completely still, showing no intention of absorbing the remaining energy. Wu Yang scratched his head as if hearing the caw of crows. Wasn't this awkward? Good thing no one saw that, or I'd look like a fool. Oh, maybe burying them in the soil would work. Isn't that where the tree gets its nutrients? Wu Yang dug into the soil and buried the several hundred remaining crystal cores all at once. Dig a hole, fill it with dirt, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wu Yang waited patiently. Suddenly the great tree began to sway without any wind, and the crystal cores buried in the soil began to crumble into dust one after another. Within a short time, several hundred crystal cores were completely reduced to powder. They vanished cleanly without needing wind. Just Wu Yang's breath was enough to scatter them. And the fruit on the tree had visibly ripened further. Wu Yang curled his lips into a smile, realizing that the great tree could accelerate its growth using crystal cores. However, Wu Yang wouldn't recklessly feed new crystal cores to the tree. He needed them for himself. For now, he would let the tree serve as a repository for discarded cores. With a sly chuckle, he exited the spatial world. Behind him, the great tree shook its branches frantically, clearly displeased. The things humans do you refuse to do at all? Wu Yang stood up and saw that Wan Bo and Su Qingwan had both completed their absorption and successfully advanced. Meanwhile, Cece still held 7 or 8 crystal cores in her hand, saying with regret, "I've reached my limit." Amber let out a dejected "awoo" as well. But Wu Yang felt this was already quite good. Previously, their daily limit had been 30 cores. Yet after their levels increased, that number had also begun to grow. Over time, the daily absorption capacity would continue to increase. Wu Yang encouraged them. "It's normal. There's still time to absorb more tomorrow." Glancing out the window, he added, "Besides, we're all at least 3rd-tier ability users now, which is more than enough to overpower everyone else." Hearing this, Cece and Amber immediately perked up with excitement. Wu Yang curved his lips. "Come on, next stop, the Hilton Hotel." Su Qingwan was taken aback. The Hilton Hotel is in the city center. That should be very dangerous. What would we do there? Wu Yang smiled mysteriously. "To find a tank for our team." At this stage, their team had damage dealer's support and a healer, all accounted for. All they were missing was a meat shield. Haha, fat guy, come on into Big Brother's Armed City Center Hilton Hotel. Dozens of cars were parked along the road, completely blocking the street. These were people who, when the blizzard struck, couldn't make it home and sought shelter in a hotel. Unfortunately for them, the hotel's main doors had long been sealed shut by the thick snow. So they had no choice but to take refuge in their cars, only to be completely buried by the heavy snowfall until the last breath of oxygen in their vehicles ran out and they lost their lives. Under the violet sun, after the snow melted, the hideous zombies inside the cars were revealed. On the day the violet sun appeared, many survivors in the hotel wanted to leave only to find the entrance blocked by cars. Those with sharp eyes noticed that there were zombies inside the cars. Monsters! Someone screamed in terror, which thoroughly alerted the zombies in the vehicles. The zombies frantically smashed through the car windows and surged out all at once, savagely devouring the survivors. Thus the hotel fell as well. The glass doors on the ground floor of the hotel were already shattered, with numerous corpses lying inside the entrance. There were zombie corpses with cyan skin and human remains reduced to nothing but skeletal frames. In the spacious lobby, bloodstains were everywhere, bloody handprints covered the walls, and over 70 zombies roamed about. There were middle-aged men in bathrobes, elite gentlemen in suits, and female office workers in tight short skirts. The zombies let out guttural roars from time to time. Grr, grr, where's the flesh? Where did all the flesh go? They wandered aimlessly, sniffing everywhere for any trace of human scent. No one dared to enter the hotel, and likewise those on the upper floors didn't dare to come out. In the top floor suite of the hotel, 2 people sat on the living room sofa. On one end of the long sofa, Lin Dong said with a worried expression, "I should have listened to Brother Yang and stayed safely at home. I had 2 warehouses full of food stockpiled there, but now." "Son." Zhou Wei, weakened by hunger, pointed at Lin Dong and scolded, "If you hadn't given our food to the people in the opposite room, would we be in this situation?" Lin Dong rubbed his nose. "I thought we'd be able to leave once the snowstorm ended. Who could have predicted things would turn out like this?" Zhou Wei demanded, "Tell me, what are we going to do now? The food and water provided by the hotel are almost gone. If we don't figure something out, we'll starve to death." Lin Dong scratched his head anxiously. "Don't panic, let me think. Think. How many days have you been saying that? Didn't you awaken an ability? Why don't you go out and find some food? Zhou Wei was furious, hurling a throw pillow at Lin Dong's head. You useless piece of trash. I shouldn't have come to this damn hotel with you. Zhou Wei was seething with anger. She had gotten together with Lin Dong for his money, and now after barely enjoying a few good days the apocalypse had struck. Where was she supposed to seek justice? Lin Dong was momentarily dazed from the impact of the pillow. Rubbing his head, he complained, Xiao Wei, how can you use such foul language? Besides, you've been way too violent lately, throwing things at me, at every little thing. Zhou Wei completely revealed her true nature, cursing hysterically, throw things at you. It's because you're so useless. I told you to go find food, but you wouldn't. You said you'd find someone to rescue us, and what happened? Not a single person showed up. And you said you were close to that Wu Yang. You called him so many times. Why didn't he pick up? And he still hasn't come to save you. I think this Wu Yang isn't all that special. Lin Dong grew agitated, his voice rising a few notches. Don't you dare talk about Brother Yang like that. The streets are crawling with zombies out there. Even if Brother Yang wanted to rescue me, he might not be able to. And maybe he's looking for me right now. It's just that I lost my phone, so he has no way to find out where I am. Zhou Wei let out a contemptuous humph and inwardly cursed idiot. Even at a time like this, he still believes someone will come to save him. Zhou Wei recalled that on the day the violet sun appeared, the signal in the room was poor, so Lin Dong walked out onto the balcony to make a distress call. As a result, he caught sight of zombies on the road and was so terrified that he flung his phone away. A man this stupid was definitely unreliable. Zhou Wei lay on the sofa scrolling through the contacts in her phone, wondering which of her admirers she could lure over to rescue her. Just then someone knocked on the door of the suite. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A woman's voice sounded from outside. Help! Is anyone in there? Please open the door and help us. Zhou Wei and Lin Dong exchanged glances. Zhou Wei asked fearfully, why would someone be calling for help at this hour? Could it be a zombie? Lin Dong shook his head. Probably not. The zombies I have killed these past few days could not speak. Whoever is outside is likely human. When facing Zhou Wei, Lin Dong tended to overlook many grievances simply because she was his girlfriend. Sometimes he even appeared naive and foolish. However, that did not mean Lin Dong lacked a brain. Analyzing the situation in his mind based on his years of reading apocalyptic fiction, the call for help outside was highly suspicious. In the past few days, apart from the first day when a few zombies had caused a commotion on the top floor, the upper level had been unnervingly quiet. Everyone minded their own affairs and cared nothing for their neighbors. But this approach was also correct. At this critical moment, each person could barely protect themselves. If anyone was still thinking about helping others, they were simply too well fed. Lin Dong rubbed his hungry stomach after days of not eating properly. Unfortunately, although he wanted to be a good person, he was not full enough. Moreover, Lin Dong understood deeply that in the apocalypse, without absolute strength, one should not casually open doors for strangers. The woman outside continued shouting, please, even if you do not save me, save my child. My child is starving to death. My child is only 2 years old. Whoa. The woman not only screamed desperately, but also intensified her pounding on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Dong furrowed his brows. Damn it, with such a loud commotion, was she afraid of not attracting the zombies? What does your child have to do with me? I might never even have children in this lifetime. Trying to stir my sympathy through a child. Sorry, but I have lost all sympathy. Can you not see my girlfriend is already unhappy with me? However, Lin Dong could not let the woman continue causing such a disturbance. He cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole. Through the peephole, he saw only a young woman in a cleaner's uniform tightly wrapping a child in a bedsheets. To the right, there was also the corpse of a zombie. That was the one Lin Dong had killed earlier, and it was through killing that zombie that he discovered his power had awakened. Lin Dong called out softly, stop making noise and leave. We do not even have enough food for ourselves, nothing to give you. If you dare knock on the door again, do not blame me for being rude. Hearing this, the woman outside suddenly revealed a sinister smile. You too. As expected, there are only 2 people in your room, right? Lin Dong cursed inwardly, damn it, I was too careless. But the woman outside, disregarding his thoughts, her right hand veins bulging, exerted tremendous force attempting to twist the door lock off. She was a power user, and specifically a physical type power user. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Lin Dong's forehead as he immediately activated his own abilities, holding firm at the doorway. He had long blocked the entrance with coffee tables and sofas, and now leaned his strong body against these obstacles. These barriers would definitely be enough to hold off zombies, but against a power user they were utterly inadequate. Lin Dong gritted his teeth. Xiao Wei, come help quickly, let us block the door together. Behind Lin Dong, Zhou Wei, witnessing the scene before her, was already terrified out of her wits. Zhou Wei had not awakened any powers, she was simply an ordinary person. Zhou Wei trembled as she hid behind the sofa. I cannot, I am afraid. Lin Dong clicked his tongue. This woman was completely unreliable at critical moments. The woman Li Fong held the child in her left arm while activating her power with her right hand, then shouted toward the corridor corner. Brother Zhao confirmed there are only 2 people inside. Hurry over and help me break the door open. As soon as she finished speaking, 8 men in security uniforms came running from the corridor. Their clothes were stained with blood, and each carried weapons like electric batons or fire axes, also splattered with blood. No one knew whether the blood belonged to humans or zombies. Leading them was Brother Zhao, a middle-aged man with a crew cut and a square face, his expression carrying a vicious air. Brother Zhao glanced at Li Fong with dissatisfaction. Move aside. I already told you I have the room key for this unit, why bother with all this? Besides, you cannot even open it yourself, idiot. Li Fong retreated awkwardly. It is just that I am holding the child, so it is inconvenient. Brother Zhao grew more irritated. Why are you still holding a child that died long ago? If you cannot deceive people anymore, you are useless. Li Fong nodded. I understand. Beep. Brother Zhao swiped the key card, but was surprised to find several sofas blocking the way. At this moment, Li Fong volunteered. Let me do it this time, it will definitely work. She threw the child inside the room and exerted tremendous force with both hands. Her hands instantly expanded to 3 times their normal size. This was a type of physical system ability, partial giantization. Power users could manipulate any part of their body to enlarge at will through their willpower. The power of that body part would increase several times accordingly. Boom. The obstacles blocking the doorway were instantly shattered by Li Fong's force. Lin Dong was also knocked forward by the impact, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn, this woman is actually stronger than me. Lin Dong lay on the ground looking at the child wrapped in bedsheets nearby. The child thrown on the ground had skin that had turned an abnormal purple color. Veins bulged across its face, and its eyes were tightly shut. It was clearly dead for a long time. Lin Dong gritted his teeth. You people are truly ruthless, using your own child so casually. I thought I was cruel enough, but I did not expect you to be even worse. Li Fong sneered. What nonsense are you talking about? Look at what time it is. Who has the energy to care about a dead child? This was indeed Li Fong's biological son, who had stayed with her in the hotel staff dormitory and barely survived the snow disaster. But unexpectedly, he died from hunger on the 2nd day after the snow disaster ended. That was when Brother Zhao, who also lived in the staff dormitory, found Li Fong. The starving group decided on the spot to use this child to stage a performance, specifically to deceive those staying in the hotel. Brother Zhao entered the room and scanned around, seeing discarded lunchboxes and food packaging everywhere. He then laughed loudly. Those women downstairs did not lie to me, there is still food in this room. Brother Zhao ordered the guards behind him. Brothers, search inside and take all usable supplies. Yes, Brother Zhao. The guards behind him all rushed inside. One of the guards with sharp eyes immediately spotted Zhou Wei hiding behind the sofa. The guard's face lit up with a lecherous look. Brother Zhao, there is another woman here. Brother Zhao's eyes brightened. Oh ho, this woman is quite pretty, looks like this trip was not in vain. Take the woman away. Bring her back for the brothers to enjoy. Yes. The responding guard lunged directly at Zhou Wei. Oh. Zhou Wei screamed immediately. Zhou Wei crawled out from behind the sofa, using both her hands and feet, heading toward the corner of the wall. Lin Dong, you fat bastard, what are you standing there for? Save me quickly. Lin Dong furrowed his brows and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he was very dissatisfied with Zhou Wei's attitude, he absolutely could not watch his girlfriend being taken away like this. Damn it, taking my woman right in front of me. Do you think I am dead? This chapter has been completely rewritten. Meanwhile, Wu Yang drove the heavy truck towards the hotel. Along the way, Cece was evidently thrilled, for she no longer had to wear the clumsy Iron Man suit. Their team now consisted of 4 members and a wolf, all having reached the 3rd rank. First-rank zombies could not even bite through their skin and flesh. Even if accidentally scratched by sharp fangs, Cece could easily heal the wounds with her healing art. Cece put on her favorite black gothic dress again, and Su Qingwan helped her tie her hair. Instantly, Cece transformed into a delicate little girl again. Wanbo wiped his eyes, thinking that this family indeed needed a mistress. At that moment, Cece asked, Brother, do you think with zombies appearing for so many days, Brother Lin Dong might be dead? Wu Yang replied casually while driving, if we think positively, death is unlikely, but he might be half dead. Cece nodded, that's true. Brother Lin Dong eats so much he's probably starving half to death. Su Qingwan wiped her sweat, finding the siblings' conversation rather odd. No, she must not let Wu Yang corrupt Cece. When they were 1 street away from the hotel, Wu Yang suddenly stopped the truck. Because dense vehicles ahead had completely blocked the entire street. Even though the truck could ram cars out of the way, with so many vehicles it couldn't get through. The once bustling city center road had now become a desolate street. Shattered glass from shop fronts littered the ground. From upstairs residences, screams occasionally echoed. On the street, hundreds of zombies roamed, and not a single survivor was in sight. Without formidable abilities and enough manpower, no survivor dared to approach this street. Even if someone wandered in by accident, they would have long become zombie fodder. Su Qingwan sat in the passenger seat, sweat beading on her forehead, as she stared at the dense throng of zombies ahead. She turned to look at Wu Yang in the driver's seat, now fully relying on him as their pillar. What should we do now? Wu Yang frowned. With their abilities, dealing with these zombies wasn't hard, but he feared attracting even more. Otherwise, they'd be surrounded and trapped by the zombie horde. Suddenly, a crisp sound of breaking glass drew everyone's attention. Wu Yang looked up and saw a young man standing on the balcony of a 5th-floor apartment in a nearby building. The young man is back against the railing, stared with a desperate expression at the zombies crashing through the glass in front of him. The young man shouted in despair, "Even if I die, I refuse to become monsters like you." With that, he leaned back and fell from the balcony. Bang! He landed on the roof of a car parked on the street, instantly splattering a large pool of blood. His legs twitched a few times before he fell completely still. The car's alarm system was triggered by the impact. Beep beep beeped. Beep 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 beeped. The loud piercing sound drew all the zombies on the street toward it. The zombies scrambled onto the car, where the body lay like starving wolves pouncing on prey. Roar, roar, roar. A feast dropped from the sky. "Let me taste it." Wu Yang showed little emotion at the scene. In his past life, he had seen many people commit suicide. Some chose death because they lacked the courage to face the zombies, or because their family had turned and they no longer wished to live alone. Wu Yang narrowed his eyes. This is the moment. He quickly said, "We can't drive the rest of the way. I have a motorcycle. Wan Bo and Teacher Su come with me. Amber, you carry Cece. Remember, we head for the opposite street, avoiding the zombie horde as much as possible. Move fast." As he spoke, they all got out immediately. Wu Yang stored the truck in his spatial world and pulled out a heavy motorcycle. In the past, besides sports cars, Wu Yang had a phase of loving motorcycle racing. Before the apocalypse struck, he had already stored his heavy motorcycle in the spatial world. Wu Yang swung his leg over and mounted the motorcycle, gesturing, "Wan Bo, sit behind me. Teacher Su, sit in front." Wan Bo climbed on swiftly, while Su Qingwan hesitated briefly before sitting in front of Wu Yang. A refreshing fragrance wafted to his nose, and Wu Yang took a deep breath. He hadn't expected Teacher Su to smell so nice. And so soft. Stop, stop, stop. This was not the time to indulge in comfort. Wu Yang twisted the throttle, and the engine roared. He glanced at Cece and Amber beside him. "Go. Rush straight to the hotel in one breath. Don't get entangled. Virum, Virum, Virum." Oh, whoa. They all sprinted swiftly towards the hotel. It was truly an exhilarating ride, a real-life version of Speed Passion. Wu Yang weaved through gaps between vehicles at high speed. Several times he nearly collided with other cars, but fortunately it was all close calls. When encountering zombies or obstacles, Wu Yang balanced on one leg, tilted the motorcycle low, and maneuvered around them at an extremely tricky angle. The motorcycle swerved wildly, scaring Su Qingwan into clinging tightly to the bike, too afraid to move. Wan Bo, on the other hand, directly hugged Wu Yang's waist. "Oh dear, at my age, I never thought I'd be risking my life with the young master. It's truly thrilling." Wu Yang's face darkened. "Wan Bo, if you were a woman, I could tolerate it. But an old man hugging me like this, that's improper, isn't it?" Seeing this, Cece, riding on Amber, couldn't help but chuckle. Compared to the heavy motorcycle, Amber easily dodged obstacles. After all, with its physique and agility, it was far superior to any motorcycle. When encountering zombies, Amber swatted them away with a single claw. When blocked by cars, Amber leaped effortlessly over their roofs. In less than 10 minutes, Amber and Cece reached the hotel entrance first, with Wu Yang arriving right behind. However, they couldn't let their guard down yet, because a massive horde of zombies was trailing behind them. Up ahead, zombies from the hotel lobby, hearing the commotion, roared and lunged at them. Wu Yang decisively pulled the heavy truck out of the spatial world and blocked the hotel lobby entrance tightly. The zombies that had chased them to the door, seeing the sudden giant object, were completely bewildered. After all, with their not-so-bright brains, they couldn't figure out what was happening. How did the prey that was right in front of them suddenly vanish? Roar, roar. Countless zombies pounded desperately against the heavy truck, but their efforts were utterly futile. Instead, their assault only pressed the truck closer to the hotel, sealing the entrance even more tightly. Wu Yang shook his head slightly. Not only were the zombies at this stage weak, but their intelligence was also remarkably low. He hoped that more formidable zombies would appear soon. Only then could they contribute more crystal cores to him. For now, according to the game's terminology, the villa district where Wu Yang resided was akin to the novice village. The elementary school in the city center was the beginner-level dungeon. But the hotel, on the other hand, was the advanced dungeon for novices. The hotel was densely populated, and although numerous rooms provided convenient hiding spots, there was only a single corridor, making escape difficult. However, all of this was hardly a challenge for Wu Yang's squad. After all, they could no longer be considered novices. In the hotel lobby, a mere 70+ zombies could be dispatched with ease. Clang! Wu Yang drew his Tang saber and charged headfirst into the horde. "Remember, our objective is to rescue Lindong. Ignore everything else." "Understood. Got it, big brother." "Don't worry, young master." As the words fell, the others behind him joined the fray without hesitation. Roar, roar. Shing, shing, shing. With sweeping strikes from Tang sabers and electric batons, a large swath of zombies fell. Roar, roar. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Bolts from crossbows flew, felling yet another large group of zombies. Some zombies, caught completely off guard, had their skulls pierced by various blades and clubs. Before collapsing, the zombies stared with crimson eyes, their expressions tinged with confusion. Huh, why is this flesh so ferocious? They even kill zombies. Zombie no. 2 requests a rematch. Gah. It didn't take long before the lobby was completely cleared of zombies. Shishi, along with Amber, began performing cranial surgeries on the fallen zombies. Wu Yang walked over to Su Qingwan and asked, "How are you feeling? Are you alright?" Su Qingwan panted, her chest heaving. She wiped the sweat from her brow and said, "I'm fine. I feel like I could keep hacking for another 2 hours." Wu Yang produced a pack of tissues from his spatial world and handed it to her. "We might encounter stronger zombies ahead. Stay behind me then and focus on support." Taking the tissues, Su Qingwan nodded, a slight blush on her face. "I understand." She bit her lower lip, gently touched by Wu Yang's unexpected thoughtfulness, not only offering her tissues, but also vowing to protect her. "It seems I've misjudged him all this time. From now on I must take good care of Wu Yang and Shishi." Uncle Wan silently witnessed all of this from the sidelines. "Who am I? Where am I?" 20 minutes later, Shishi ran back excitedly, holding a large pile of crystal cores. "Big brother, we got 54 crystal cores in total." Wu Yang ruffled her hair. "Keep them for yourself to absorb. But remember, never absorb too many at once." Although Wu Yang also wished to advance, he would certainly be generous when it came to his sister. "As for the others, what status do they have to receive the same treatment as my sister?" Unexpectedly, Shishi shook her head. "No, these are all for you, big brother. It's so hard for you to advance. Only if you're strong can you protect us." Hearing this, Wu Yang felt even more delighted. Indeed, she was his true sister. All his care for her was worthwhile. Wu Yang said, visibly moved. "In that case, as a trade, you can make one request, and I'll agree to anything." Shishi's eyes twinkled as she suddenly said, "Big brother, I want that dark type awakening crystal core, okay? I just want to take a look at it." Wu Yang closed his eyes briefly, already guessing Shishi's intention. "Just look. I'm afraid you might end up looking inside your own head." He absolutely could not take such a risk. Clearing his throat, Wu Yang said, "Well, Shishi, how about you choose something else?" "I'll agree to any other condition." Shishi pouted slightly. There was truly nothing else she wanted. She had plenty to eat and wear, and she could even chop zombies as a leisure activity. Life was actually smoother than when she was attending school. The only downside was not having a formidable superpower. In Shishi's view, the dark type sounded much more impressive than the light type. After all, black was her favorite color. Shishi puffed out her cheeks and remained silent. Noticing her unhappiness, Wu Yang scratched his head, then suddenly remembered something. He produced a cup of taro bubble milk tea from his spatial world and handed it to her. Sure enough, Shishi's eyes lit up the moment she saw it. This was her favorite. She thought she'd never taste this again in her lifetime. Shishi happily slurped her milk tea, already plotting in her mind how she could get that crystal core from her brother next time. Su Qingwan looked at the zombie corpses scattered across the floor and the lingering stench of decay in the air. Given this scene, drinking milk tea. Su Qingwan asked in a low voice, "I'd like some too. Do you have any more?" Wu Yang glanced at her in surprise. It seemed women of all ages loved milk tea. He immediately fetched another cup for Su Qingwan. Amber, standing nearby, let out an unsatisfied howl. "Awua. Don't forget about me, the old wolf. I've been contributing too." Uncle Wan translated the howl, and Wu Yang chuckled. "I remember. I've noted down all your contributions. Keep up the good work. When we get back, you'll get 10 bags of potato chips as a reward." Amber held a deal. Wu Yang and his group arrived at the elevator lobby in the main hall. Fortunately, the elevators were still operational. It seemed the hotel's generator was quite reliable. Wu Yang glanced at the floor indicators. The hotel had 49 floors in total. Climbing all the way up would be exhausting and would mean facing numerous zombies along the way. That would waste a great deal of time. Without hesitation, Wu Yang led the group into the elevator. As the elevator doors slid shut, a small door beside the lobby front desk opened. 3 women emerged from the door, all dressed in uniform sets. They were all hotel front desk staff. One tall woman said, "These people are incredible. They killed so many zombies. Should we ask them for help?" An older woman shook her head. "Let's observe for now. Besides, they went to the top floor. Who knows if they'll even make it back down alive." A short-haired woman chimed in, "It's unlikely. Brother Zhao from the security team is also upstairs with his men. If they run into them, this group probably won't survive either." "Ugh, that bastard Zhao Chong. If we hadn't told him there might be food in the top floor suite, he would have turned on us. I really hope that Brother Zhao and his men get bitten to death by zombies." The 3 women sighed and retreated into the break room, locking the door tightly behind them. Meanwhile, in the top floor suite, Lin Dong lay on the ground, barely breathing, with a trail of blood at the corner of his mouth. The moment the conflict with Brother Zhao erupted, he had been swiftly subdued by the group. Lin Dong was filled with indignation. "Damn it, I've watched plenty of disaster movies. Shouldn't the body-type superpower be strong?" Brother Zhao sneered, "Ha, just one measly superpower user, and you thought you could take us on? There are 8 of us here and 5 are superpower users." Thud. Zhou Wei, terrified by the sudden turn of events, felt her legs give way and collapsed onto the floor. She hadn't awakened any superpower, she was just an ordinary person, so escaping these men's clutches was impossible. Zhou Wei desperately searched for a plan, then took a deep breath. In this situation, only the adaptable survive. Better that someone else dies than me. Zhou Wei stammered, "Be Brother Zhao." Brother Zhao turned and leered at her. "What? Are you going to plead for this fatty?" Zhou Wei shook her head, frantically crawling on her hands and knees to Brother Zhao's feet. "I'm just casual friends with this fatty. His fate has nothing to do with me. I'm willing to go with you." Hearing this, Lin Dong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Wei, how could you? Brother Zhao and his security guards burst into raucous laughter. See that, you fat bastard. Doesn't matter how rich you are. In the end, your woman belongs to me. Brother Zhao's eyes darted around, and a wicked idea struck him. He picked up a fire axe and handed it to Zhou Wei. To prove your loyalty, you'll be the one to kill this fatty. Zhou Wei raised the fire axe with trembling hands, steeling herself. I'm sorry, Lin Dong. Time for you to die. None of them noticed that in the suite diagonally opposite, someone was observing the situation through the peephole. Seeing Zhou Wei raise the fire axe, the door across the way swung open instantly. Earth wall art. Brother, run. Suddenly, Lin Dong noticed a half-meter-long earthen wall materializing before him. Startled, he recognized the figure behind it, and without hesitation channeled the last of his supernatural energy to reinforce his body. He then charged into the room across the hall. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Before Zhao Ge, Zhou Wei, and the others could even react, they heard the door across the way slam shut with a heavy thud. Inside the room, Lin Dong sat on the floor, gasping for breath. He looked up at the man with a small braid tied at the back of his head. Thank you so much, brother. Lin Dong expressed his gratitude. If you hadn't saved me, I'd be a dead man today. Zhang Feng scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Actually, I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't shared your food with us during the blizzard, we probably would have starved to death. Indeed, this man was Zhang Feng, the designer well known to Wu Yang. Standing beside him was his assistant Xiao He. A few days prior, Zhang Feng had finished building the safe house and was planning to take a break. However, the manager of the Hilton Hotel approached him, wanting to redesign the top-floor suites. Zhang Feng initially didn't want to come, having already earned a substantial sum from Wu Yang. But the hotel manager's offer was simply too generous to refuse. So on the very day the blizzard struck, Zhang Feng brought his assistant to inspect the top-floor suite. Yet the moment he stepped onto the top floor, a violent snowstorm erupted. With no other choice, Zhang Feng was forced to take shelter in the top-floor suite. But with no food inside, he and his assistant, desperate with hunger, had to borrow a few packs of instant noodles from Lin Dong across the hall. At this moment, Lin Dong's heart swelled with emotion. A random act of kindness he had performed without a second thought had ultimately saved his own life. He never expected that a complete stranger would prove more reliable than his own girlfriend in a critical moment. Zhao Ji's furious voice echoed from outside the door. Damn it, you fat bastard. You think hiding in that room means we're done for? Boys, break the door down. One of the security guards chimed in. Are you sure, Brother Zhao? Breaking down the door will make a lot of noise. What if it attracts zombies? We've already cleared out all the zombies on these 2 floors. Where else could they come from? Zhao Ge snarled. Or do you think zombies can take the elevator up here, you idiot? Besides, that fat guy and the 2 men inside are clearly supernaturals. If we let them recover and they come after us for revenge, what then? We have to kill them. Eliminate the threat for good. Yes, Brother Zhao is right, the subordinate said, nodding and bowing obsequiously. With that, several of the supernaturals among them unleashed their offensive abilities, conjuring fireballs or wind blades. However, the door of the high-end hotel was exceptionally sturdy, and they couldn't break it down. That's when Li Fang, the cleaner, stepped forward. Out of my way, you useless lot. Li Fang, also a body-type supernatural, reached out to wrench the electronic lock off the door. With a grinding crack, she managed to tear half of it away. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhou Wei slipped back into her own room, thinking, fight on, fight on. Whoever survives, I'll go with them. Inside the room, Zhang Feng frowned and said to Lin Dong, step back. Xiao He and I both know the earth wall technique. We'll combine our powers to erect a defensive wall. Xiao He joined Zhang Feng at the door, and together they conjured an earthen wall, completely sealing the entrance. Xiao He said worriedly, Boss Zhang, my ability isn't as strong as yours. I can't hold this for long. We need to think of another way. Zhang Feng's heart was equally troubled. Both he and Xiao He only possessed defensive earth-based abilities, relying on their earth wall technique for survival these past few days. This was also why he hadn't rushed out to save Lin Dong earlier. But the man had shown him kindness by sharing a meal. To stand by and watch him die would be dishonorable. Zhang Feng sighed and said, let's just try to maintain the wall for now. Hopefully they'll give up and leave when they can't break through it. At that moment, a man came to mind. The one who had commissioned him to build the Doomsday safe house. That man had even given him a stash of food. Had he known the apocalypse was coming? If he were here, maybe he'd think of a good way to get us out of this. Sigh. I should have never come to this hotel. Bang. Li Fang ripped the electronic lock clean off the door, sparks flying from the exposed circuitry. The door swung open. But to their surprise, behind the door stood a solid earthen wall, perfectly blocking the entrance. Zhao Ge shoved the others aside, cursing, useless. I'll do it myself. As he spoke, Zhao Ji's right hand transformed into a metallic straight sword. He was a rare metal-type supernatural. He thrust the sword deep into the earthen wall and twisted it violently, causing the wall to crumble instantly. The forceful disruption of their ability made both Zhang Feng and Xiao He grunt in pain. Zhao Ge burst into manic laughter and grabbed Xiao He, who was closest. With a sickening thwip, his blade pierced through Xiao He's head. Xiao He didn't even have a chance to speak before he dropped dead. You bastard. Zhang Feng roared in fury. Lin Dong also cursed angrily, damn it. I'll fight you to the death. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ji's face twisted into a sinister grin. Don't worry. You two are next. Suddenly, an elegant mechanical female voice echoed through the empty corridor. Ding! Attention, you have arrived at the 49th floor. This unexpected sound drew everyone's attention. Everyone froze their faces, turning pale with fear as they stared towards the elevator. They hadn't forgotten how the zombies had appeared on the upper floors. Some survivors bitten in the lobby had fled into the elevator. Subsequently, those people had turned into zombies. And so the infection had spread from person to person throughout the entire hotel. Zhao Gu cautiously hid behind the others, his eyes glued to the end of the corridor. Damn, I just said zombies can't take the elevator. Don't tell me I'm about to be proven wrong. Several figures with an unusual presence began to walk slowly towards them. 2 men and 2 women, young and old, and a tall, mighty wolf. As the head of security, Zhao Gu had sharp observational skills. He immediately noticed that every one of these people was impeccably dressed and glowing with health. Clearly, they were not to be trifled with. What's more bizarre was that the woman and the little girl were each holding a cup of milk tea. In this day and age, how could they possibly still have milk tea? What kind of privileged life was this? Zhao Gu watched as the young man in the black trench coat, holding a tang saber, advanced step by step, radiating an intimidating aura. Zhao Ji's legs couldn't stop trembling. This man is incredibly strong. Definitely not someone he could handle. Wu Yang surveyed the scene in the corridor and let out a cold laugh. Oh, busy with something here. Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Dong's brows lifted in delight, while Zhang Feng was filled with disbelief. Lin Dong and Zhang Feng clutched their chests and limped toward the door. A security guard outside the door shouted at Wu Yang, "Mind your own business, kid. I advise you to back off or I'll cut you down, believe it or not." This security guard was just an ordinary person without any awakened ability, so he couldn't sense Wu Yang's suppression of rank. Wu Yang didn't know how to respond. He really hadn't seen someone this arrogant in a long time. Except himself. Without bothering to answer, Wu Yang raised his hand and brought down the blade, instantly severing the head of the security guard. The head rolled across the ground, blood spraying everywhere. The other guards were terrified by such a decisive killer. This young man was even more ruthless than them. At least when they killed, they'd exchange some harsh words and show off first. As the leader, Brother Zhao summoned his courage to speak. "Brother, how can you be so unreasonable? We didn't provoke you at all. How can you kill people casually?" At that moment, Lin Dong and Zhang Feng also made their way to the doorway, letting out surprised cries. "Brother Yang, it's really you. Young Master Wu, what are you doing here?" Several people spoke almost simultaneously. Wu Yang nodded toward Lin Dong, then paused when he saw Zhang Feng. Why was Zhang Feng here? It seemed he had good fortune today. All the people he wanted to save were together. Perfect timing to handle 2 matters at once. However, this wasn't the time for catching up. Wu Yang looked at Brother Zhao with cold eyes. "Now you understand where you went wrong offending me. Anyone who dares to bully my brothers must die." Hearing such merciless words, Brother Zhao's face changed drastically. He glanced at his companions. They had all fought alongside him over these past few days. No matter how strong this young man was, they still had a certain chance of victory. Brother Zhao shouted in anger, "Damn it! Don't think I'm afraid of you." Everyone attacked together, kill them. Hoopa stirred restlessly, but without Wu Yang's command, he dared not move. Hoopa let out a howl. "Woo woo. Does this mean it's my turn to enter the fray?" In the past, Wu Yang might have let Hoopa gain experience. But today he came to rescue his brothers and old acquaintances. Could Wu Yang really pass up such a perfect opportunity to show off his power? For men's strength is the best way to make others submit to them. Wu Yang snapped his fingers. Space devour. A hole suddenly exploded through Brother Zhao's head. He fell to the ground, his eyes still wide with terror in death's final moments. Completely unaware of why he died so suddenly, Wu Yang had long noticed that this leader was a metal-type ability user. Metal-type defenses were quite formidable. Unfortunately, a 3rd rank versus 1st rank was still an instant kill. Although Wu Yang could have used his wind-enhanced Tang sword to eliminate the opponent, but that would clearly lack sufficient intimidation. Consider if Wu Yang channeled his wind ability into the Tang sword, slaughtering everyone around. That would certainly appear impressive. But killing a bunch of people without any warning, just snapping his fingers, would seem far more terrifying. Space Devour was absolutely the ultimate tool for ambushes. Clearly that maneuver had left both Lin Dong and Zhang Feng stunned. They looked at their own palms, each reflecting inwardly. What kind of ability did I even awaken? Compared to Brother Yang, Young Master Wu, isn't mine too useless? Old Man One covered his mouth. Haha, at least he wasn't the only one thinking this. Seeing their leader killed so easily, the other guards, including Li Fong, trembled and wanted to flee. Wu Yang sneered, "Run where? Stay and keep your big brother company." Multiple Space Devour strikes followed in succession. All the guards were defeated. Only Li Fong remained kneeling on the ground with trembling lips. "I'm a woman and you're a man. You wouldn't hurt a woman, would you?" Wu Yang tilted his head, looking puzzled. "It's the apocalypse now. Who cares if you're a woman?" A crossbow bolt flashed past, aimed straight at Li Fong's forehead. Li Fong was dead. She smugly put away her bow and arrows, hiding her merit and fame. "She dared to morally bind my brother. Die." Su Qingwan blinked her eyes. "Is there no chance for me to show off?" "Wait, Shi, how did you become so violent?" From when Wu Yang and the others exited the elevator in just 3 minutes, 8 guards, including Li Fang, were all killed. Lin Dong stared in shock at this scene. Yang, brother Yang, you're so strong. Lin Dong suddenly lunged forward and tightly hugged Wu Yang. Woo woo woo. Brother Yang, you finally came to save me. I knew you wouldn't forget me. Woo woo woo. I thought I was going to die. Wu Yang disgustedly pushed him away. Stay back, you stink to death. Lin Dong awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I haven't taken a bath for several days, so it's normal to smell a bit. At this moment Jiang Feng also walked over. Young Master Wu, do you know each other? Wu Yang nodded and introduced, this is Lin Dong, my good brother, who grew up with me. This is Jiang Feng, my designer. Lin Dong asked curiously, designer. Brother Yang, did you buy another house? Wu Yang kept him guessing. Yes, you'll find out when the time comes. But Jiang Feng, why are you at the hotel? Didn't you say you wanted to rest at home? Jiang Feng had many questions in his heart, such as whether Wu Yang had known the apocalypse was coming, and why Wu Yang specifically gave him a large bag of food. But Jiang Feng knew this wasn't the right time. He explained to Wu Yang why he was here, and briefly described what had just happened. Wu Yang understood. It seemed in his previous life Lin Dong had also survived with Jiang Feng's help. But why did Jiang Feng later join the national base while Lin Dong joined another base? This question remained unknown. Suddenly a strong foul smell drifted through the air, causing Wu Yang to frown. Old Man Wan approached Wu Yang, and said warily, Young Master, I feel something's not right. There seems to be a very powerful creature hiding here. Old Man Wan possessed a mental type ability, and his sixth sense was very strong. Wu Yang didn't doubt him, and said grimly, everyone be on guard. Wu Yang turned to look at Lin Dong and Jiang Feng. Are there any powerful zombies on this floor? Lin Dong shook his head. There shouldn't be any. I can kill the zombies on this floor with one punch. Suddenly a strange sound came from the suite where Lin Dong had been staying. Up. Zhou Wei, who had been hiding in the room, ran out screaming. Although she hadn't seen the scene outside, she knew from the sounds that Lin Dong was the ultimate winner. So upon seeing Lin Dong, Zhou Wei rushed straight into his arms and cried tearfully, Brother Dong, help. There's a monster inside. There's a monster inside. Wu Yang glanced at Zhou Wei, silently categorizing her among the dead, and continued forward. At the doorway the boy wrapped in a bedsheet, who should have been dead, eerily sat up. The boy's skin was still purple, and when his eyes opened they revealed a pair of blood-red pupils. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. This was a mutant ghoul. He was fortunate enough to encounter the mutant zombie that had devoured all the hotel guests in his past life. Such ghouls only appear in the early days of the apocalypse due to their unique formation conditions. Those who become ghouls are individuals who barely survived the snowstorm, but consumed mutated water or food on the day of the purple sun, tragically perishing as a result. After death, these individuals show no difference from other corpses. However, if triggered by a certain catalyst, they would revive, transforming into ghouls. They are far superior to zombies. Upon birth, they possess extraordinary strength. Wu Yang sensed that this ghoul had already reached the second tier. This was a high-grade crystal core delivered right to his doorstep. However, he remembered that it wasn't yet time for mutants to appear. Could something have changed, causing the mutant ghoul to emerge earlier? Hungry. I want to eat. Suddenly the ghoul spread its arms and staggered to its feet, uttering human speech. Wu Yang was startled. This ghoul, looking only about 2 years old, had evolved intelligence. Ordinary low-tier zombies couldn't speak after all. The ghoul was incredibly fast. Although it retained human habits, and was just a toddler learning to walk, it possessed the physique and strength of a mutant zombie, allowing it to reach the door with an odd, staggering gait. Wu Yang sensed the ghoul's target wasn't him, so he sidestepped. The ghoul rushed into the corridor, embraced Li Fang's corpse, and opened its gaping maw. It bit down on Li Fang's chest, sucking greedily like a baby nursing. This sight sent Zhou Wei into another fit of screams. Cici, holding Su Qingwan's hand, looked at the ghoul with disdain. So filthy, so uncivilized. Su Qingwan set down her milk tea, suddenly losing her appetite. Zhou Wei continued screaming, hysterically shaking Lin Dong's arm frantically. Monster! Dongji, kill it! Lin Dong furrowed his brow and shook off Zhou Wei's arm. He hadn't forgotten that this woman had tried to kill him just moments ago. If not for Jiang Feng's timely rescue, he would have been dead. Lin Dong looked at Wu Yang. Yangji, aren't we killing this monster? Wu Yang squinted and said slowly, no rush. Wait a bit. It seemed this ghoul had revived because its mother died, triggering its transformation. In his past life, the mother hadn't died this early, so the ghoul didn't appear so soon. What was Wu Yang waiting for? He was waiting to witness the more gruesome and horrifying scene to come. The ghoul gnawing on Li Fang was clearly unsatisfied with just sucking. Letting out a dissatisfied howl, it suddenly opened its mouth wider. The corners of its mouth stretched all the way back to the base of its skull. It was utterly terrifying to behold. The ghoul revealed razor-sharp fangs with thick black liquid oozing from its mouth. It pounced on Li Fang and tore chunks of flesh from her body with its teeth. Gulp gulp. The ghoul made deeply satisfying swallowing sounds. None of the onlookers moved. They all acknowledged Wu Yang as the strongest and the leader. Until he spoke, they would simply await orders. After a while, half of Li Fang's body had been devoured, leaving bare white bones. The ghoul raised its head, a strange electric shimmer passing through its body. Wu Yong smirked. The ghoul had advanced again, from Tier 2 to Tier 3. And this was the moment Wu Yong had been waiting for. Since the ghoul's catalyst was right beside it, once it consumed the trigger of its revival, it would ascend. If the ghoul devoured Li Fong completely, it could ascend to Tier 4, or even 5. But Wu Yong wouldn't allow that. After all, I'm only at Tier 3 peak. If you become Tier 4, how can I fight you? Wu Yong called out, hey. Kid, are you full? Ha ha ha. The ghoul turned its stiff head toward Wu Yong. Wu Yong smiled. Since you're full, let big brother send you off. Lin Dong shrank back. Why did Yang Ji look even more twisted than the ghoul? Jiang Feng quietly moved closer to Lin Dong, finding the chubby guy more reassuring. The ghoul let out a ferocious roar. Ha ha ha. How dare you disturb my meal? Do you think kids are easy to fool? The ghoul hadn't attacked humans earlier because it was drawn to its catalyst, driven by instinct. It sought to absorb energy from that catalyst. Now that Wu Yong had interrupted this process, the ghoul couldn't tolerate it any longer. Roar. The ghoul opened its mouth and shot out a fireball. This wasn't an ordinary fireball. It was the size of an adult's head and laced with wisps of black venomous mist. Wu Yong remarked irritably, you zombies have no honor. Using fireballs is bad enough, but poison too. He struck out with his palm, earth wall technique. Rumble. A wall of earth 3 meters high and 2 meters wide suddenly rose before them, blocking their view completely. It sealed off the corridor tightly. The ghoul's fireball smashed into the wall, punching a hole, but the black mist within seeped slowly through. Moments later, the wall crumbled and the fireball dissipated. Wu Yong wasn't surprised. Tier 3 against Tier 3, their energies were roughly equal. Besides, Earth Wall wasn't Wu Yang's signature move. He just wanted to gauge the ghoul's full capabilities. Now that the experiment was over, Wu Yong wasted no time. He aimed at the ghoul's head and snapped his fingers. Spatial Devour. Boom. The ghoul was still puzzled that its fireball had no effect when its head burst open. Ha ha ha. Am I not strong? You bad guy. Those were the ghoul's final words before death. Wu Yong rubbed his nose and muttered, you're wrong. Big brother here is a truly good person. Seeing the bizarre creature dispatched so effortlessly by Wu Yong, both Lin Dong and Jiang Feng cast him admiring glances. Then again, as men, they kept their respect to themselves. The most visibly moved was Zhou Wei. She had been watching Wu Yong from behind, murmuring silent marvels to herself. Who would have guessed that Lin Dong, that overweight fool, had such a handsome and formidable brother? Zhou Wei's expression shifted in an instant to one of delight and gratitude as she threw herself into Wu Yang's arms. Thank you for saving me. You must be Wu Yong. You're incredible. I truly admire you. Su Qingwan's face darkened instantly. Where did this shameless woman come from? I haven't even had the chance to embrace Wu Yong. Old man Wan pressed his lips together. Was that really the point? Zhou Wei continued speaking while rubbing against Wu Yang's body. A warm, soft pressure pressed against his abdomen. What should have been an intoxicating embrace, yet Wu Yang's expression grew chillingly dark. Damn it, what game is this disgusting woman playing? Does she not know the rule? Never prey on a friend's woman. Trying to trap me into compromising situations. And worse still, she's a woman who already betrayed her own companion. To Wu Yong, she was already a dead woman. He shoved Zhou Wei away forcefully. I didn't save you. Don't flatter yourself. Turning toward Lin Dong, whose face mirrored his own gloom, Wu Yong asked, Fat boy, is this your girlfriend? Lin Dong clenched his fist, nodded once, then shook his head. She was, but she isn't anymore. Zhou Wei froze, then quickly recovered. Brother Dong, what are you talking about? You're not still angry about what just happened, are you? I was only acting. I was actually looking for a chance to rescue you. Zhou Wei, do you really think I'm that gullible? Lin Dong said coldly. Wu Yong was satisfied with Lin Dong's attitude, but it wasn't quite enough. He said, Fat boy, if Jiang Feng hadn't rescued you, that woman would have already cut you down. Now what do you think you should do? The air stilled for 3 seconds as everyone waited for Lin Dong's decision. Meanwhile, Zhou Wei was retreating step by step. After a moment, Lin Dong took a deep breath, picked up the fire axe from the ground, and slowly approached Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei, you could have survived under my protection. Even if you chose me for my money, I wouldn't have cared. But you should never have desired my death. I saw your expression when you raised that fire axe just now. You genuinely wanted me dead. We're in the apocalypse now. If I let you live, I'd be leaving a threat behind. So I'm sorry you have to die. Swish. Lin Dong activated his ability, and with maximum force decapitated Zhou Wei in one swing. Wu Yong walked over and patted his shoulder. Well done, brother. A woman like that deserved to die. Women only slow down your blade speed. Lin Dong turned and threw himself back into Wu Yang's arms. Whoa, brother Yang, that nearly scared me to death. This was my first time killing someone. Wu Yang covered his nose. That sour stench from days without a bath was truly overwhelming. But Wu Yang felt moisture on his shoulder. Lin Dong was genuinely crying. He sighed inwardly. After all, she had been his first girlfriend, so his pain was understandable. Wu Yang comforted him. It'll be alright. Once you've killed one, you'll kill more. You'll get used to it. At that moment, his gaze swept over the ghost corpse lying on the ground. That ghost corpse had fed on its master's mother's body to gain energy, and regular zombies similarly consumed human flesh to grow stronger and advance. Did that mean zombie and Esper corpses also contained energy? If so, could he use these bodies to nourish the great tree in his spatial world? Wu Yang glanced at Jiang Feng. Everyone present was an ally, so he felt no hesitation about retrieving the corpses and storing them in his spatial world. But he didn't fully trust Jiang Feng yet. He didn't know whether this man was reliable or not. If he was, he'd be eliminated. Jiang Feng felt a chill under Wu Yang's piercing gaze. What was young Master Wu up to? Why keep staring at me? Something's off. Haven't I skipped bathing and washing my hair for days? Could I still look this dashing? Then again, young Master Wu's earthwall technique was seriously impressive. Whoa, I'm so useless. Cough, cough. Old man once suddenly cleared his throat. Looking at Wu Yang, he said, young master, go ahead and do as you wish. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. Old man, you're being sneaky again. Eavesdropping on my thoughts. Just wait until I reach the 4th stage tomorrow. Then we'll see if you can still listen in. Old man once stroked his beard and looked up at the ceiling. Wu Yang grew serious. Fat boy, how about sticking with me from now on? I've got food, drink, and everything you need. Lin Dong nodded frantically. Brother Yang, even if you kick me out, I'd never leave. Jiang Feng walked over, scratching the back of his head. Young Master Wu, can I stick with you too? After all, your place is safer. The prey had come knocking voluntarily. Could Wu Yang refuse? But he had his limits, so he decided to test Jiang Feng first. After his rebirth, he had learned that espers gain power through the purple sun, and he wondered if his return might trigger a butterfly effect. If Jiang Feng's talent proved weak, he wouldn't take him in. Wu Yang asked, how long were you exposed to the purple sun that day? Jiang Feng was caught off guard by the question, but replied, I don't recall exactly. I was sleeping when the purple sun appeared. My bed faced the floor-to-ceiling window directly. I was practically baked awake by the sun. By the time I woke up, the purple sun was already fading. Wu Yang patted Jiang Feng's shoulder. Good brother, it's settled. You're with us. Jiang Feng, huh? Lin Dong suddenly asked, Brother Yang, what's special about this purple sun? You don't mean people mutate after being exposed to it? I basked in the sun for ages. Oh my god. No wonder I suddenly became so powerful. I must be chosen by destiny. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow at him. Truly a bro with Chinibu tendencies. Once men shared that kind of delusional enthusiasm, they found plenty to bond over. Wu Yang explained, the purple sun is what awakens espers among survivors. The longer the exposure, the greater the esper talent. He turned to Shishi and Su Qingwan, who were diligently performing craniotomies on the corpses scattered on the ground. Pointing to the crystalline cores, he said, this is called a spirit core. It's the key to our strength. From now on, whenever you kill a zombie or an esper, remember to perform a craniotomy to retrieve the core. Both Lin Dong and Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. Suddenly Lin Dong sprinted down the corridor. Shit. I haven't extracted the cores from those zombies I killed earlier. I can't let them go to waste. Jiang Feng clapped his hands. So Xiaohe's brain has a core too. Let's dig it out. Consider it Xiaohe staying with us in spirit. Wu Yang smirked. These Chinibu men adapted to the new reality remarkably fast. Brother, there are 2 crystal cores inside this ghost corpse's head. Cici held the 2 crystal cores and excitedly handed them to Wu Yang. Wu Yang raised his gaze. He had long anticipated this outcome. Inside the ghost corpse's head were a 3rd-tier fire crystal core and a 3rd-tier darkness crystal core. The fire element was a treasure for him. Moreover, a 3rd-tier core was worth 50 1st-tier ordinary cores. Lin Dong also returned with 3 crystal cores and offered them to Wu Yang. Brother Yang, these are all for you. Wu Yang asked, aren't you keeping any? These are treasures meant for breakthroughs. Lin Dong shook his head. Since I'm following you, Brother Yang, you decide how to distribute them. Seeing this, Jiang Feng also wisely handed over the earth element crystal core he had dug up to Wu Yang. Young boss Wu, this one is for you too. Wu Yang returned an approving glance. From now on, we are all brothers. Let us address each other by name. All right, then, Brother Yang. Although Jiang Feng was a few years older than Wu Yang accepted the title without a hint of arrogance. After all, in the apocalypse, titles were determined by strength, not merely by age. Today they had gathered quite a number of elemental crystal cores. Besides the 3rd-tier cores, there were metal, earth, wind, flesh, and 2 water element cores. A truly substantial haul. Wu Yang did not plan to clear out the remaining zombies in the hotel for now. It was already close to 4 in the afternoon with only an hour until nightfall. Wu Yang glanced at his watch and muttered, about time to head back and deal with the next batch. He raised his hand and absorbed all the corpses in the hallway into his spatial dimension, preparing to study them once they returned to the safe house. Observing the astonished gazes of Lin Dong and Jiang Feng, Wu Yang said, I'll lay my cards on the table. I possess a spatial ability. Lin Dong and Jiang Feng swallowed hard, silently calculating just how many abilities Wu Yang had actually revealed. A true boss, unlike ordinary people like them. The group took the elevator to the 1st floor. The hotel lobby remained empty with nothing but zombie corpses piled upon the ground. Wu Yang wasted nothing, absorbing everything into his spatial world. At the main entrance, the heavy truck was still blocking the way. However, the zombie horde that had surrounded the truck had already dispersed. Nevertheless, thousands of zombies still roamed the streets along with countless vehicles. With 2 new members added to the team, their original method of retreat was no longer viable. Wu Yang had no intention of retracing their steps anyway. Click. Suddenly the sound of a lock being picked echoed through the vast emptiness of the hotel lobby. It caused Wu Yang and the others to stop and turn around. No one suspected it was a zombie, for current stage zombies certainly could not open doors. From inside the doorway emerged 3 women wearing blazers and pencil skirts. Their clothes were already filthy and stained, and the stockings on their legs had been torn to shreds. The eldest among them, front desk supervisor Sister Chun, hurriedly called out, "Wait, can you take us along?" Wu Yang glanced at her indifferently. "Why should I bring you?" Sister Chun paused. "I saw you when you entered. I assumed you were here to rescue people." She pointed at Lin Dong and Zhang Feng and said, "Since you saved these 2, could you also take us along? Just consider it an act of kindness. We promise not to cause you any trouble, and we will definitely obey." Another tall woman nodded desperately, her face filled with eager hope. She could tell Wu Yang was the leader, so her gaze remained fixed upon him. For days they had been hiding in the front desk restroom, starving and constantly fearing discovery by zombies outside. Everyone lived in constant fear. Nor were they the only survivors who had entered the hotel to rescue others, yet none of them ever returned. The 3 women had initially lost all hope of survival, and were prepared to join Brother Zhao's group if things became unbearable. Even if treated as playthings, the 3 of them could endure it as long as they stayed alive. But now they saw Wu Yang descend the stairs unharmed and successfully rescue people. Moreover, Wu Yang was accompanied by a woman and a little girl, all dressed neatly and presentably. No matter how she considered it, seeking this man's help seemed like a wise choice. As the 3 women thought this, the hopeful gleam in their eyes deepened. The 2 younger women even relied on their beauty and flashed coy glances at Wu Yang. The tallest woman subtly tugged at her stockings, revealing her fair thighs. Wu Yang swept his gaze over them. As front desk staff at a 5-star hotel, the 3 women were undeniably attractive. Not breathtakingly gorgeous perhaps, but delicately charming. Yet in this apocalypse, he would not let a woman's appearance stir his compassion. Furthermore, Wu Yang glanced at Su Qingwan. These 3 women did not even measure up to half her beauty. Su Qingwan sensed Wu Yang's gaze and shot him an irritable look. "Men, don't think I can't see your eyes fixed on those girls' legs." But beneath it all, Su Qingwan harbored a subtle worry. Why did it seem that everyday women were throwing themselves at Wu Yang? An intense sense of crisis surged within her heart, making her gaze toward Wu Yang all the more complex. Wu Yang rubbed his nose. "Why is she looking at me like that again? I'm a decent man, you know." Looking at the 3 women, Wu Yang suddenly recalled what had happened to Lin Dong and Zhang Feng earlier. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Yang asked, "Are all 3 of you front desk staff?" "Yes. We are the only ones left at the front desk. The rest have all turned into zombies." Sister Chen replied. "Heh." Wu Yang let out a cold sneer and turned to Lin Dong. "Fatty, I remember you telling me that Brother Zhao used a room key card to open your door. Where do you think they obtained those cards?" Hearing this, Lin Dong suddenly realized the truth. Of course, only front desk staff would possess room key cards. Moreover, those guards under Brother Zhao even knew there was food stored in his room. Lin Dong lowered his eyes, recalling the day the snow disaster arrived. Because of the survival awareness instilled in him since childhood, Lin Dong had decisively called the front desk and ordered a large quantity of food. Combined with the complimentary meals provided by the hotel upon check-in, only then was he able to survive smoothly. Lin Dong clenched his fists. Of course, how would the security guards know such things unless someone at the front desk had informed them? And the room key card must certainly have been given to them by front desk staff. If Brother Yang had not rescued him in time, he would have been killed by those guards long ago. These 3 women were indirectly responsible for his peril. The 3 women in front of him heard this and immediately knew things had taken a turn for the worse. They had never expected that the person they had inadvertently harmed would be the very man standing before them now. What terrible luck. Sister Chen spoke in panic. "I'm sorry, young man. We were all threatened by Brother Zhao. We didn't mean to." Another woman joined in. "We had no choice. Besides, you are all fine now, right? Let us just pretend this never happened." Exactly. How could a grown man hold a grudge against a few women? The 3 women spoke over one another, somehow managing to paint themselves as the victims. Lin Dong held the fire axe in his hand, instantly feeling caught between a rock and a hard place. Was this moral blackmail? Wu Yang sneered coldly. "You weren't doing it on purpose." The 3 women replied in unison. Yes. Absolutely not intentional." Swish! A blade of sword energy sliced through the air. 3 heads fell to the ground in an instant. Wu Yang shrugged. "Sorry, I wasn't doing it on purpose either." Facing this scene, everyone fell silent. They all tacitly agreed. Those 3 women deserved to die. Wu Yang surveyed the group, noticed no abnormalities, and said, "We can't go through the front gate anymore. I'll take you to the back entrance." The hotel's rear entrance was in a remote location usually reserved as the staff passage. Fortunately, Wu Yang had studied the map long ago, so he knew the way. Opening the back door, a desolate path came into view. Few vehicles passed on the road, and there were fewer than 100 zombies. Not wanting to waste time dispatching them, Wu Yang directly brought out the RV. He beckoned everyone to board. Seeing the RV, Lin Dong was utterly astonished before numbly climbing inside. Zhang Feng, however, remained unfazed. After all, he was the one who had designed a safe house worth 80 million. Could such a merely modified RV possibly surprise him? Well, to be honest, he was still a little stunned. Believing himself to be useless, Lin Dong volunteered, "Brother Yang, let me drive. I know how to operate this kind of RV." Wu Yang did not refuse. He had been driving for the past few days and was quite exhausted. Still, he first had Shishi heal the injuries of both Lin Dong and Zhang Feng before confidently letting Lin Dong take the wheel. For once able to rest, Wu Yang slumped onto the sofa in the lounge area. Su Qingwan brought him a cup of coffee. "Master Wan mentioned that you usually enjoy coffee. Since I haven't been of much help today, I made you a hand-poured cup." Wu Yang raised his gaze. "Then I must taste Qingwan's brewing skills." Su Qingwan lightly punched his chest. "Shishi is right here. Stop talking nonsense." "What did I say? I just want to try the coffee you made." Wu Yang wore a thoroughly innocent expression. Su Qingwan faltered, stomped her foot, and turned away. Wu Yang raised his brows triumphantly, then pulled out his phone from his pocket. The monitoring app on his phone had been pinging all day, but Wu Yang had had no time to check it earlier. Now upon opening the surveillance feed, he nearly laughed in disbelief. In the monitor's view, survivors from the residential community had already erected tents in front of Wu Yang's safe house. Several campfires burned alongside the tents. Chun Shi, the property management manager, declared loudly, "We have 35 people here, 23 of whom have awakened abilities. I believe that as long as we work together, we can certainly break through that door." "Exactly. If worst comes to worst, we can just settle down on this mountainside. There are no zombies here. It's far safer than our own homes." "Then what about our food? All our supplies combined will barely last 2 days." "You fool." Manager Chun said that this surnamed Wu bought plenty of food. "Once we break through that door, do you think we'll lack provisions?" "Well, that's right." Shishi and Master Wan heard the commotion and joined Wu Yang. Seeing the scene, Shishi narrowed his eyes and subtly glanced at Master Wan. Shishi thought to himself, if brother is unwilling to act, then it falls to the two of us. Master Wan received the signal and nodded. Shishi's concern was understandable, for many of the uncles and aunties among those survivors had watched them grow up. The families often visited each other, their bonds close and intimate. However, what Shishi did not know was that in his previous life, every single one of these people had been his enemy. Thus, Wu Yang harbored no intention of showing mercy. He walked to the driver's seat and replaced Lin Dong. "I'll take over from here. You and Zhang Feng use this time to urgently improve your abilities." Wu Yang handed them 2 element cores, one fleshy type from Li Fong and one earthen type from his assistant Xiao He. These suited Lin Dong and Zhang Feng perfectly. They could directly advance to the second stage with energy remaining in the cores afterward. The two did not ask further questions and immediately began absorbing the cores. Half an hour later, the RV slowly entered the Shanshan No. 1 villa district. Night had fully fallen. Having been absent for 2 days, the residential community appeared unchanged. Zombies still littered the roads. As usual, Wu Yang pressed the accelerator, sending the creatures flying. Bang, bang, bang. The RV rolled deeper into the community, soon reaching the foot of the hill. In front of the safe house, over a dozen tents had been pitched with bonfires burning ahead of them. The community survivors, illuminated by the firelight, continued attacking the gate with various abilities. "Watch this. Fireball technique. Wind blade, open this damn door. Thundersphere. Damn it, why hasn't it worked yet?" At the sudden sound of an engine, everyone froze and turned toward the mountain road, their expressions puzzled. Someone remembered that the safe house owner drove a pickup truck. Could it be he had returned? Chen Chi's eyes were the sharpest. He spotted Wu Yang in the driver's seat at a glance. But what startled him most was that Wu Yang was not driving a pickup, but an RV. Chen Chi quickly schemed and shouted loudly, "Owners, since the master has returned, we are saved." "Wonderful. We're saved. That damn kid is finally back. Tell him to open the door right away." All the owners broke into smiles, as if certain they would spend the night inside the safe house. Some kept glancing at the rooftop peeking above the safe house walls, their expressions riddled with greed. Should they go swimming in the pool first? Or take a soak in the sauna? Watching this spectacle, Wu Yang stomped down on the accelerator hard. Viru. The RV charged straight toward the crowd. Everyone panicked at this sudden turn of events, scrambling to dodge to either side of the road. The vehicle came to a steady halt at the safe house entrance. Wu Yang opened the door and stepped out. The others on board followed. Upon seeing Wu Yang, a middle-aged man rolled up his sleeves and approached, muttering angrily, "You brat, what are you doing? Trying to run us over?" Wu Yang sneered. "What are you doing blocking my doorstep?" The middle-aged man hesitated, then retorted bluntly, "Isn't this the community club? How did it become yours?" "The community club clearly belongs to all the owners." He gestured to the crowd. "Say it, doesn't it belong to all of us?" "Yes, it belongs to all of us. Why are you hogging it, right? Open the door and let us in." Bolstered by their support, the middle-aged man grew cocky. He looked at Wu Yang and said, "So what if you spent money to buy it? Without our consent, as owners, it isn't yours." Swish. Wu Yang shot him a sideways glance and drew his Tang sword in one motion, severing the man's neck in a single strike. "Ah, murder. He's killing people. Young man, how can you commit murder? Do you have any sense of justice?" The crowd erupted into chaos. Wu Yang felt his heart grow weary. How many days into the apocalypse had it been, yet these people could still utter such idiotic words? In his previous life, he had been morally blackmailed by this very crowd, used as nothing more than a tool. while Shishi had been murdered by these wretched souls. Looking around, besides Wu Chong and his son, every single shameless wretch was among them. It seemed that greedy, self-serving cowards never changed no matter the circumstances. Manager Qin, you were the one who organized us to come here. Say something. At that moment, Qin Shi, who had been hiding among the crowd, was shoved forward. Qin Shi had never expected Wu Yang to show absolutely no mercy, saying he would kill, and then simply killing. He had no desire to die. Seeing the tide turn, he hastily retreated behind the others. Yet some bastard had the audacity to push him to the front. Qin Shi forced himself to speak. Wu Yang, we're all neighbors. Since you've built such a safe house, surely you can't just watch us die. I recall the club had quite a few rooms. It shouldn't be a problem to shelter us, right? An elderly woman shuffled forward. Xiao Wu, Annie watched you, and Shishi grow up. You even came to my house for dinner when you were little. Auntie wouldn't dare kill any zombies, but please, in the name of our past acquaintance, open the door and let me in. With these two breaking the ice, the others seemed to have forgotten the grisly scene that had just unfolded, chiming in from the safety of the crowd. That's right, we're all elderly folk. How could we possibly have the strength to slay zombies? As a young man, don't you know to respect your elders? Young man, I heard your family has plenty of food stored away. If you won't let us in, at least share some provisions with us. We're not asking for much. Didn't those delivery trucks bring over 20 loads? Just give us half. That's right. And water too. Share some water. You've only got a handful of people, you certainly can't use it all. Also, I noticed you have several vehicles. Hand over that modified pickup truck from before. Wu Yang treated their prattling as mere canine yapping. He paid them no heed, instead turning his gaze to the people standing behind him. He asked calmly, do you think I should save them? Su Qingwan gazed at their greedy expressions and felt nothing but revulsion. Lin Dong cursed viciously, save their arses. These people are dog ugly on the inside, but their imaginations run wild. Let them all rot. Jiang Feng disagreed as well, but since Wu Yang had just rescued him, he stayed silent and merely shook his head. Shishi approached Wu Yang with Amber at her side. Brother, we can't save them. Uncle Wan stood firmly beside them. Shishi, is that you? A young woman stepped forward. My son is your classmate. For my son Sake, you have to rescue me. Oh my. Teacher Su, you're here too. Wonderful. We can keep each other company from now on. The woman spoke as she attempted to walk over. Shishi frowned. That's Fan Jin's mother. Wu Yang glanced down at Shishi. Then she's your call. Without a word, Shishi raised her crossbow and fired. Whoosh! The bolt pierced the woman's forehead. Her face still wore that smug, triumphant expression. Then she crumpled to the ground. Up. The crowd erupted in chaos once more. Wu Yang's voice cut through the noise like ice. Is there anyone else who wishes to enter my safe house? Damn it all. Let's tear them apart. They've only got 6 people. We have over 30. What are we afraid of? Kill them, and this building, and all the supplies will be ours. Someone bellowed these words. Immediately, every awakened ability user launched a ferocious assault on Wu Yang's group, their faces twisted with savagery. Those without awakened abilities clutched kitchen knives and baseball bats, charging toward Shishi and Su Qingwan. In their minds, women and children were surely weak, perfect targets to strike first. Foolish insects. As Wu Yang's words fell, Amber lunged into the crowd, first tackling Qin Shi, who stood at the very front. Oh whoa. You were the one who led them here, weren't you? Watch old wolf here tear your throat out. Amber went straight for Qin Shi's neck. Before Qin Shi could even activate his ability, his eyes rolled back, and he was utterly finished. Amber howled in excitement. Only then did everyone realize that Wu Yang's group had brought along such a magnificent, fearsome wolf. Humans invariably feel primal fear when facing wolves. After all, the disparity in power between them was immeasurable. Moreover, after Amber had awakened her abilities and broken through to 3rd tier, her form had grown even more imposing. She now weighed a full 180 gene with limbs of incredible robustness. One swipe could effortlessly dispatch a grown man. The crowd scrambled to flee down the mountain. Yet the descent was suddenly blocked by several walls, completely sealing the mountain path. Jiang Feng stood beside the RV, a subtle smile playing at the corner of his lips. Wu Yang glanced at him. The young man had promise. Lin Dong refused to be outdone. Gritting his teeth, he activated his ability without hesitation. Lin Dong's height, originally just 175 centimeters, surged upward in an instant, reaching 250 centimeters in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, his pants were loose-fitting, or they would have been torn to shreds by his transformed physique. You dare covet my brother Yang's belongings? Let me demonstrate what it truly means to be an eagle catching chicks. Lin Dong lunged at the crowd with a savage grin. Shishi, Uncle Wan, and Su Qingwan each unleashed their abilities as well. Wu Yang, may you die a wretched death. The old woman who had argued with Wu Yang earlier howled in fury after a crossbow bolt struck her. Yet quickly she fell silent forever. Wu Yang shook his head with resignation. Their curses numbered countless before she was hardly special. He had granted them a chance to flee. They chose to stay of their own accord. Did they fault him for it? They asked when he gave them a chance. One could only blame them for their abysmal perception. Wu Yang checked his watch. 6:30. He was growing hungry. The battle should conclude soon. So what if the opposing side numbered over 30? They were all spineless cowards, utterly incomparable to his own people. They couldn't even properly control their own abilities. Just look at that wayward fireball. Tisk tsk. Wu Yang called out, Amber Lindong return. Amber and Lindong obeyed, instantly darting back to the RV. Clang. Wu Yang drew his Tang sword and channeled nearly all his spiritual energy, executing his mightiest wind blade technique. Wind-slashing blade be annihilated. Ho! The wind blades surged toward the crowd. Every soul still standing was cleaved by its passage. Splat! Splat! Ordinary survivors were severed in two instantaneously. The ability users had deep bone-exposed wounds carved into their chests and abdomens. Blood sprayed through the air. Thud! At the safe house entrance, no enemy survivors remained standing. Only Wu Yang's people. Uncle Wan brandished his electric baton and moved forward, finishing off each fallen enemy one by one. Witnessing this, Lin Dong and Zhang Feng rushed over to assist with the brain surgery. Executing this technique had inflicted considerable strain on Wu Yang. Fortunate indeed that the wind blade was an ability he had mastered in his past life with exceptionally high comprehension. Otherwise he could never have performed it. Shishi hurried to Wu Yang's side and cast a healing spell upon him. The healing spell did not merely mend wounds. It also restored ability energy and mental fortitude. Gazing at Shishi's anxious expression, Wu Yang felt an overwhelming surge of warmth in his heart. Fortunately in this life, those who had wronged him were nearly all slain. Fortunately in this life, everyone dear to him remained at his side. At the entrance of the safe house, bodies lay scattered in disarray. Everyone stepped forward to help extract the crystal cores. Among the 35 survivors, there were 23 superpowered individuals yielding 23 elemental crystal cores. No one held anything back. All were handed over to Wu Yang. Wu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Let's head inside. He pulled out an electronic remote to unlock the safe house door and welcomed everyone in. As the crowd entered, the lights on the ground floor of the safe house flickered on one by one. In an instant, the entire safe house was brightly illuminated. Lin Dong exclaimed in admiration, "Impressive, Brother Yang. Even the whole house is decked out with smart tech." Wu Yang smiled. "Well, we have designer Zhang Feng to thank for that. Indeed, it's all thanks to Brother Yang's generosity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to design it so luxuriously and securely." Zhang Feng rubbed his nose sheepishly. Lin Dong wandered around marveling. "Wow, there's even a massive indoor pool. Hey, Brother Yang, can I go for a swim?" Wu Yang shot him a glance. "You haven't bathed in days, have you? Don't dirty my pool." Lin Dong chuckled awkwardly. "All right, then I'll go take a shower now. I can already smell the stench on myself." Suddenly Wu Yang remembered something important and asked, "By the way, you haven't used tap water to bathe or drink these past few days, have you?" "No, we haven't. The hotel provided mineral water, and that's what I've been drinking," Lin Dong said with a curl of his lips. "The tap water has a weird smell, though I didn't dare touch it." Zhang Feng also confirmed he hadn't used it, mainly out of distaste. Wu Yang felt relieved that both of them were particular about such things. He explained, "Remember, you must never use tap water from now on. The water source has been contaminated by the zombie virus. Drinking it could affect a superpowered individual's abilities. For ordinary people drinking, it would be no different from slow poisoning. If you absolutely must use tap water, just make sure it doesn't get into your mouth." Both of them patted their chests, grateful they hadn't used it. Uncle Wan approached and said, "There are rooms upstairs, let me take you up to shower." "No need." Wu Yang glanced at Zhang Feng. "Since the designer himself is here, let them go on their own." His gaze was meaningful, and Uncle Wan understood the implication. Zhang Feng nodded. "All right. But which floor will we stay on?" "Which floor?" Uncle Wan glanced at Su Qingwan, then at Wu Yang. "Ahem, you two stay on the second floor. After all, only 2 rooms remain on the 3rd floor. If you take them, where would my future young mistress stay?" Unaware of Uncle Wan's private thoughts, Lin Dong and Zhang Feng simply nodded and headed upstairs to shower. Although Su Qingwan also wanted to freshen up, she knew that with these men around, no one would cook. She had to take on the responsibility of preparing meals. Su Qingwan asked Wu Yang, "What would you like for dinner?" "I'll go cook." With the 3 brothers finally gathered, how could they not have some barbecue and beer? As the saying goes, barbecue with beer, the more you drink, the merrier. Wu Yang pulled out a pile of skewers from his spatial storage. "Tonight it's barbecue and beer." "Awesome." After everyone had left, Wu Yang pulled Uncle Wan aside to the living room and sat down to discuss serious matters. "Uncle Wan, over the next few days you should occasionally listen to their thoughts to confirm they don't harbor any other intentions." It wasn't that Wu Yang didn't trust them, but it was genuinely hard for him to trust anyone fully. Having survived the apocalypse, Wu Yang had to ensure that everyone was absolutely loyal to him. These people were the first members of the force he was building the future backbone. He had to guarantee everything was foolproof. As for Uncle Wan's loyalty, Wu Yang had no concerns. In his past life, Uncle Wan would rather starve himself than let him and Cece go hungry. Such loyalty was hard to shake. Hearing Wu Yang's words, Uncle Wan was taken aback. "Young master, can mind reading be used intermittently?" Wu Yang was also surprised. "Haven't you been using it constantly?" Uncle Wan nodded. "Yes, isn't it a passive skill, eh?" Lately, watching Cece play games, Uncle Wan had learned what a passive skill meant. Wu Yang pondered that mind reading, being a superpower, would consume superpower energy whenever used. He had never awakened a psychic type ability, so he didn't know the specifics. But constantly listening to others' thoughts must require significant mental strength and superpower energy. Over time it would inevitably be exhausting. Wu Yang voiced this doubt, but Uncle Wan shook his head. Young master, I don't feel very tired. To be precise, I can sense a decrease in superpower energy, but the change is quite small. Hearing this, Wu Yang was taken aback. Could it be that Uncle Wan's mental strength was powerful enough that maintaining mind reading required only a tiny amount of superpower energy? Still, Wu Yang reminded him, you should try turning off the ability. Even if it seems fine now, prolonged use might fatigue your mental strength. During battle, any subtle change could affect the entire outcome. Uncle Wan nodded lightly. Understood. Remembering something, Uncle Wan asked, young master, I've recently awakened a new ability, but I'm not sure what it's called. Tell me about it. Wu Yang gestured. Uncle Wan said, I can control zombies' movements with my mind, but it seems to last only a short time. I don't know if it's because my ability is too weak or for other reasons. A look of delight crossed Wu Yang's face. What you're describing must be mental control. When using mental control, you must immerse your will completely in the control. During that time, you can't let external things interfere. Using mental control while fighting simultaneously would be quite difficult for you right now. Wait until your rank is higher before attempting that. Uncle Wan acknowledged, it's strange though. It seems I suddenly learned this ability overnight. Overnight. Wu Yang slapped his thigh excitedly. It must be related to the crystal core you absorbed earlier. The original owner had awakened mental control, so after absorbing that core you gained the same skill. Wu Yang became more convinced this was the case. This discovery surprised him greatly. It seemed that after reaching SSS level talent, a superpowered individual could learn new abilities from crystal cores of the same attribute. If he could get his hands on more spatial-type crystal cores, wouldn't he be able to master all spatial abilities? Unfortunately, spatial-type superpowered individuals were rare, so he could only rely on luck. Moreover, Wu Yang couldn't help but think that with Uncle Wan's ability, recruitment would no longer be a concern. Anyone with ulterior motives would be immediately detected. He could even use mental control to manipulate others and play a game of espionage. Uncle Wan was certainly going to be the future enforcement elder. The more Wu Yang thought about it, the more envious he became. Why the hell don't I have such an awesome ability? His gaze inadvertently drifted toward Uncle Wan's head. Tisk, he wondered what the crystal core inside looked like. Uncle Wan, feeling the gaze, got goosebumps and couldn't help but rub his arms. Young master, you know I can hear your thoughts right now, don't you? Right. Please spare me. Not long after, the aroma of grilled meat wafted down from upstairs. Wu Yang stood up and said matter-of-factly, Uncle Wan, you should first figure out how to turn off your mind reading. I'll go upstairs and give Teacher Sue a hand. Having instructed this one, there were still several students upstairs. But well, some students still needed extra attention. On the second-floor terrace, Su Qingwan smiled gently at Wu Yang and said, I've prepared some barbecue. Would you like to try some? Wu Yang hurried over and, seeing no one around, began to act playfully. Hee Qingwan, do you need some private tutoring from me tonight? Su Qingwan blushed, quickly glanced around, and after confirming no one was nearby, stomped her foot and said, Who's your little sister? I'm older than you. Wu Yang chuckled without directly answering. He leaned in and took a deep whiff of the skewers, saying, As expected of Qingwan, you're so fragrant. Is Teacher Sue fragrant? Cece thinks so too. Just then Cece appeared from somewhere, sneaking a mischievous smile as she walked over to stand beside them. Brother, are you dating Teacher Sue? Then when will Cece have a little nephew? Su Qingwan's face turned even redder. Cece, don't talk nonsense. A little nephew? That's too soon. After saying that, she stomped her foot again and retreated into the kitchen. Wu Yang watched her retreating figure, her tall, slender silhouette, her hair cascading like a waterfall behind her. He stroked his chin and realized something was off. Did Su Qingwan just tacitly accept that? Cece tugged at Wu Yang's sleeve and said with a shake of her head, Brother, the ancient said, there are 3 unfilial acts, and having no offspring is the greatest. Whether Cece can have 3 little nephews or nieces depends on you. In the kitchen, Su Qingwan's hand, which was washing vegetables, paused. She silently lowered her head even more. It was all Wu Yang's fault for corrupting Cece. 3. That's too many. The barbecue was ready. 6 people and a wolf sat on the second-floor terrace, enjoying the evening breeze and eating skewers. Wu Yang thought for a moment and brought out 5 cases of beer from his spatial world. To celebrate the further expansion of our team tonight, we drink until we're drunk. Lin Dong wiped the corner of his eye and downed 10 lamb skewers in one go. Then he raised a bottle of beer and gulped it down, sobbing. Wu, I thought I'd never taste beer again. Brother Yang, I'll never leave you again. Jiang Feng was also in high spirits, frantically toasting Wu Yang. Brother Yang, I knew from the start you were a man of foresight. Otherwise, who would think of spending so much money to build a safe house? I don't want to leave you either. No matter what, I'm not leaving. Jiang Feng had already decided not to ask whether Wu Yang knew about the apocalypse in advance. He had come to terms with it. Such questions were better left unasked. After all, if Wu Yang wanted to tell him, he would know eventually. Wu Yang leaned back in his recliner, eating the beef skewer Su Qingwan had handed him, and raised an eyebrow. Eat well tonight. Tomorrow follow me for something big. None of them asked where they were going tomorrow. In their hearts, they were all convinced that following Wu Yang was the right choice. Amber lay on the ground with a bowl in front of him filled to the brim with beer. Amber let out a heavy burp. Burp. Beer with potato chips. What a delight. Never thought this old wolf would live such a life. It seemed he had truly chosen the right master. Cece glanced at Su Qingwan's barely touched beer, raised her milk tea, and clinked it against Su Qingwan's repeatedly. Cece remembered what Uncle Wan had just told her, that as long as you drink a lot, a little nephew or niece would come. She didn't understand the principle, but she trusted Uncle Wan wouldn't lie to her. Cece raised her milk tea with a beaming smile. Teacher Su, cheers. Before long, Su Qingwan's eyes grew hazy, and she stared at Amber in a daze. She asked worriedly, Amber is a wolf after all. Is it really okay for him to eat potato chips all the time? Won't he get malnourished? Children are still growing, they can't just eat snacks. Wu Yang glanced at Amber, then gently held Su Qingwan's delicate hand. Don't worry. Where you can't see, he's already devoured several plates of beef. Potato chips are just his snack. Uncle Wan stood by the grill looking up at the stars. Master Mistress, I will not let you down. I'll make sure our young master carries on the Wu family lineage. The lights on the mountainside stayed on all night. Up on the mountain, it was bright and harmonious. Down below, it was a completely different scene of chaos. The group drank all 5 cases of beer and didn't return to their rooms until the early hours. Before going to bed, Wu Yang distributed all the crystal cores he had gathered that day. Although they hadn't killed many zombies resulting in few ordinary cores, they had encountered a group of ability users who insisted on contributing elemental cores. So after tonight, the main team's levels could rise by another tier. Unfortunately, most were common elemental cores. There wasn't a single light-type core that Cece needed, nor a single spirit-type core that Uncle Wan needed. After giving all the ordinary cores to the 2, Wu Yang staggered back to his room to take a shower. Behind him, Su Qingwan bit her lip, gently listening to the screams echoing through the villa area, and silently made a decision. Splash! The bathtub was filled with water, and Wu Yang lay down comfortably. Suddenly the bathroom door was pushed open. Wu Yang lazily lifted his gaze, and saw Su Qingwan walk in wrapped in a bath towel. She kept her head lowered, her entire face, and even the area below her collarbone flushed pink. Then she unwrapped the towel, and stepped her fair long legs into the bathtub, lying directly in Wu Yang's arms. With a warm, fragrant body in his arms, Wu Yang almost stumbled over his words. Qingwan, why are you here? Su Qingwan playfully patted his leg, and said, You didn't prepare a room for me, and now you have the nerve to ask. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. He had clearly told Uncle Wan to handle the accommodation arrangements for the team. It seemed Uncle Wan was indeed a good steward. From now on, he definitely needed to get more spirit-type cores for Uncle Wan. With a beauty in his arms, Wu Yang couldn't remain indifferent. After all, he was a normal man. And a normal man who had been celibate for years across 2 lifetimes. And so the water in the bathtub rippled all night. The next morning, Wu Yang got up full of energy. Seeing Su Qingwan still sleeping soundly beside him, Wu Yang tucked her in and left the room. He clicked his tongue in admiration. Truly a water-type ability user. She almost drowned him. In the living room, Wu Yang closed his eyes and began absorbing the crystal cores. He had delayed too long the night before, so he had to make up for it now. Wu Yang was already at the peak of the 3rd rank, so it only took him about 10 minutes to successfully advance to the 4th rank. He still had 21 elemental cores left in his hand. He was still halfway to his next small goal. After reaching the 4th rank, Wu Yang's understanding of spatial abilities deepened. He felt he had gained 2 new spatial skills. He sent his consciousness into the spatial world to check the ripeness of the fruit on the tree. But unfortunately, it was hard to discern any change with the naked eye. He still hadn't tested the pile of corpses he had collected yesterday. As usual, Wu Yang dug a hole, filled it with earth, and counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First, he buried the corpse of the ghost zombie. Instantly, the great tree began to sway without any wind. Wu Yang could clearly sense that the tree was expressing joy. The ghost zombie's corpse was absorbed by the tree in an instant, turning to dust. Wu Yang's face lit up. It seemed his guess was correct. Zombie corpses indeed contained energy that the tree could absorb. Wu Yang dug another huge pit, puffing with effort. He threw in dozens of zombie or ability user corpses along with the leftover crystal cores. The tree shook even more violently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wu Yang could actually hear the sound of wind. This was a strange phenomenon. Time in the spatial world was frozen. How could there be wind? He turned to check the other places where he stored items, and they were as calm as a stagnant pool. It seemed only the area around the tree was alive. The corpses in the pit began to gradually decrease. With over 100 corpses, the tree needed time to absorb them all. Wu Yang didn't just wait around. He withdrew his consciousness from the space. At that moment, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. He went over and saw Su Qingwan holding her lower back with one hand and a spatula with the other stir-frying. He walked up behind Su Qingwan, buried his head in the crook of her neck, and asked softly, "Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Aren't you tired?" Su Qingwan was too embarrassed to turn around and whispered, "If I didn't get up, you'd have to eat Uncle Wan's cooking again. I wouldn't bear that." Wu Yang's eyes were full of smiles. A virtuous woman suddenly appearing. Who wouldn't envy him? Breakfast this morning was especially abundant with the addition of 2 grown men, Lin Dong and Zhang Feng. Su Qingwan prepared even more meat dishes. The table was filled with poultry. Lin Dong ate until his mouth was greasy, nearly licking the plate. He looked at Su Qingwan with gratitude, saying, "Sister-in-law, your cooking is absolutely delicious." "Brother Yang is so lucky." Jiang Feng also nodded incessantly. "Indeed, sister-in-law. If I could eat such delicacies every day, I wouldn't leave, even if you kicked me out." What? Why are you calling me sister-in-law?" Su Qingwan blushed again. She pinched her own hand, scolding herself inwardly for being so weak-willed. Why can't she ever get rid of this blushing habit? Lin Dong chuckled knowingly, seeing through it, but saying nothing. Wu Yang glanced at everyone and gave a faint smile. In truth, Su Qingwan's cooking couldn't compare to a five-star chef's. But the advantage was that everyone was tired of fancy restaurant meals, so they preferred this kind of warm home-cooked food. Especially Wu Yang himself, who used to have 3 chefs at home, who could cook dishes from any country. Yet he always felt something was missing. Now this kind of food was exactly right. After the meal, Wu Yang observed everyone, and found that they had all successfully advanced. Currently Wu Yang, Cici, and Amber were all at the 4th rank. Uncle Wan, Su Qingwan, Lin Dong, and Jiang Feng had all reached the 3rd rank. Wu Yang said, "Today our destination is the city center hospital, which will be even more dangerous than the hotel. Although the zombies are still all at the 1st rank and pose no threat to us, the hospital is the most likely place for aberrants to appear. Everyone must be extra cautious." Then Lin Dong asked curiously, "Brother Yang, how do zombies become aberrants? Is there a reason?" Wu Yang replied, "There are 2 ways. One is when their chance comes, zombies advance, possibly even skipping ranks. For instance, a 1st rank zombie could advance to 3rd rank. The other is simpler places with many living people are prone to aberrant zombies because zombies advance by feeding on human flesh and blood. Hospitals mostly have frail patients who, when faced with zombies, don't even have a chance to flee and are instantly caught and devoured. So it's possible that multiple aberrants have appeared in the hospital." Wu Yang frowned, thinking that his spiritual sense tracking Wu Chong and his father was getting weaker. He figured it was due to Blue Star's natural laws that disallowed abilities other than supernatural powers. Therefore he had to eliminate those 2 before the spiritual sense completely faded. Yet those 2 were quite lucky, surviving in a place as perilous as the hospital. He only hoped they'd be somewhat capable, preferably already surpassing 1st rank superpowered individuals, so that he could gain some rewards from them. Moreover, the supernatural abilities those 2 had awakened were quite remarkable, and Wu Yang had long set his sights on their crystal cores. Before leaving, Wu Yang looked at Su Qingwan and said pointedly, "You should stay home today and rest your injuries." Su Qingwan's expression stiffened, realizing what he meant. She didn't refuse, feeling a bit tired indeed. She nodded gently. "All right, you all be careful. I'll cook and wait for you at home." "Okay." With that, Wu Yang led the others out. Lin Dong drove again, and Wu Yang enjoyed the leisure observing the scenery outside the window. By now, many survivor squads had appeared on the streets. Along the way, Wu Yang spotted over a dozen teams, each usually with a dozen or so members. Facing the terrifying zombies, most survivors chose to band together for warmth, believing the more people the better. Wu Yang even saw several ordinary people wielding cleavers and stun batons. In 3 days, the zombies would fully advance to the 2nd rank. These ordinary people without awakened abilities would probably be mostly dead by then. The apocalypse absolutely wouldn't allow those without strength to survive. And on the roads, many superpowered individuals couldn't even defeat 1st rank zombies. Many people, before they could even scream, were tackled by a horde of zombies and devoured on the spot. Some survivors, seeing such a large motorhome, hurriedly chased after it, begging for help. Lin Dong looked back to ask Wu Yang's opinion. Wu Yang glanced coldly and said indifferently, "Ignore them. If anyone blocks the way, just run them over." Lin Dong understood and nodded firmly. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the city hospital's entrance. Unexpectedly, the number of zombies inside wasn't as high as imagined. There were only about 40 or so visible. Many zombie corpses lay on the ground, suggesting that another survivor squad had already come to clear out the zombies. In the apocalypse, the hospital was a must-loot location. Not every team had a light-type superpowered individual, so minor injuries and illnesses required medication. But if the wound was inflicted by a zombie, then one could only say goodbye to this world. At that moment, the zombies inside the hospital spotted the motorhome and charged over with roars. "Roar, roar, roar." Wu Yang commanded, "Drive straight in and stop at the inpatient building entrance." He could already sense that Wu Chong and his father were inside the inpatient building. "Got it." Lin Dong floored the accelerator, sending zombies flying high into the air. Bam, bam, bam. They crashed heavily to the ground. Getting excited, Lin Dong drove around and rammed all the zombies on the road to death. In no time, all the zombies were cleared. Jiang Feng and the others voluntarily got out to perform craniotomies on the zombies. Looking at the dozens of 1st-rank crystal cores in his hand, Wu Yang sighed inwardly. To him now, 1st-rank crystal cores were of little use. He urgently needed higher-rank cores, or elemental crystal cores from superpowered individuals, which would be quite useful. At this moment, Wu Yang deeply wished that more reckless superpowered individuals would come, providing him with elemental crystal cores, preferably high-rank ones. "If I kill you in self-defense, no one can blame me, right?" The motorhome stopped at the entrance of the inpatient building. Amber's nose twitched a wool. It seemed to smell a familiar scent. Who was it? Wu Yang looked at Cici and said, "Little sister, you stay in the car." There are too many zombies inside. You're a long-range shooter, it's easy to get into danger. But I'm already 4th rank, I can protect myself. Cece pouted in dissatisfaction. Wu Yang still disagreed. But you're too small, a dense zombie horde could easily surround you. In truth, Wu Yang had selfish motives. Bringing Cece along was to serve as everyone's healing support, but not letting her leave the car was because the hospital was full of unknowns. If they truly encountered a zombie that Wu Yang couldn't match, he was confident he could escape using the Gale Step. Moreover, Wu Yang had a vague feeling that he might now be able to use the space-type skill of spatial jump, a teleportation ability. Using spatial jump to escape would definitely be even better than the Gale Step. As for the others, in a true emergency, no one was more important than Cece. Wu Yang took out a laptop, milk, tea, and snacks from his spatial world. After thinking, he also took out a walkie-talkie. Just stay in the car and play games. First-rank zombies can't break through the motorhome. If you encounter superpowered individuals asking for help, don't bother with them. Cece pouted, but reluctantly agreed. She cast an ability amplification for everyone, then opened the laptop and started playing games. Wu Yang led the others out of the car, raised his hand, and cast an earth spike technique around the motorhome. Only then did he confidently lead everyone into the inpatient building. Cece sat in the car, but after Wu Yang left, she abruptly closed the laptop. She thought, it must be because I'm too weak that brother doesn't feel safe letting me go. My abilities are all supportive, which indeed seems weak. No, I must find a way to develop an offensive ability. Cece closed her eyes and began pondering new techniques in her mind. The lights on the first floor of the inpatient building still glowed. It seemed the hospital also had backup generators. Wu Yang had regretted not taking the hotel's generator earlier. He wondered if he could locate the hospital's generator room this time. At that moment, the lights in the building began to flicker. A hospital is already a chilly place, and the flickering lights only made the atmosphere more terrifying. Moreover, on the first floor, over 20 zombies clad in patient gowns or nurse uniforms wandered aimlessly. Each one had a trail of blood and flesh hanging from the corners of their mouths. It seemed unlikely there were any survivors on the first floor. Wu Yang handed out electric batons and walkie-talkies to the group, then walked in empty-handed. Seeing a zombie lunge at him, Wu Yang formed his index finger into a sword shape and swiped it from left to right. Spatial blade. Instantly, an invisible sword energy materialized out of thin air. It swept through, instantly severing the heads of over 20 zombies. Wu Yang curled his finger at the heads on the ground. Come to me. In a flash, over a dozen crystal cores were teleported into his hand. Wu Yang smiled. These were the 2 skills he had comprehended after advancing to a 4th-tier ability user. The first was Spatial Blade, which used spatial force to create an invisible edge for attacking enemies. The second was Telekinesis, using spatial power to transfer objects into his hand. Spatial Blade could be combined with Spatial Devour. If a single slash wasn't enough, he could follow up with Spatial Devour. Within the 4th tier, Wu Yang had virtually no rivals. Telekinesis, however, had a current range of 20 meters and could only handle objects weighing less than 20 Jin. Wu Yang realized these abilities could not only kill invisibly, but also allow him to rob and kill without being detected. After all, he could execute these skills with just a glance. He only added hand gestures to look cooler. Wayangji, you've learned new skills again. Lin Dong stammered. Wu Yang shrugged. Yeah, haven't you all learned yours? Lin Dong's eyes nearly welled up. I'm so useless, why am I so useless? Amber tilted her head. Is this guy showing off? King Amber can't lose either. Oh, whoa. Amber leaped forward, twisting her body midair. She aimed her tail at the zombie horde. Oh, whoa. Watch this thunder strike. Her long tail swept, and a devastating bolt of lightning condensed in the air. Crackle. The thunder swept through, instantly charring over a dozen zombies to a crisp. Amber raised her head proudly. Hey, easy peasy. Wu Yang looked at her in astonishment, never expecting that after reaching the 4th tier, Amber could already condense lightning with her tail and unleash advanced skills like Thunder Strike. Roar. Hearing the commotion, the zombies inside the first floor rushed out with ferocious faces. Facing the new zombies lunging at them, Uncle Juan narrowed his eyes. Mind control freeze. Instantly, several zombies stood rooted to the spot, clawing at the air, unable to move forward. Roar. What's happening? Why can't I move? This meat knows sorcery. Woe is me. Uncle Juan smiled faintly, raised his electric baton, and turned the power to maximum. Boom, boom, boom. 7 or 8 zombies fell instantly. Jiang Feng, unwilling to lag behind, extended his right hand. Earth cover petrification. Mud erupted from the ground, completely covering the heads of several zombies. The zombies clawed frantically at their own faces. But they couldn't get the mud off. Roar. Stop it. I can't breathe. 3 seconds later, the zombies stopped moving entirely. Jiang Feng stepped forward, and with a single strike of his electric baton blew the head off a petrified zombie. The head shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Wu Yang was quite surprised. Jiang Feng's petrification was indeed impressive, working similarly to Uncle Juan's mind control. Both could immobilize enemies. Against a zombie horde, such skills would prove invaluable. Wu Yang remembered that in his past life, after Jiang Feng reached the king level, his petrification could ignore the enemy's defenses and cover their entire body in mud. Within 0.1 seconds, they could suffocate the enemy to death. Wu Yang was genuinely looking forward to their future achievements. However, seeing all this, Lin Dong sobbed even louder. Well, why did I advance to the 3rd tier, but didn't learn anything? Wu Yang patted his shoulder and comforted him. Try using your ability. Maybe you'll discover something unexpected. Lin Dong wiped his sleeve across his eyes, which were devoid of real tears. All right, watch this gigantification. Suddenly Lin Dong's body began to grow, his muscles swelling. His clothes started to rip apart. In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong reached a height of 3 meters. Standing there as a giant, completely naked, he looked down at himself. Holy crap. Yang Ji, it's big, it's big. It really got big. Wu Yang's face darkened. Good thing he didn't let Shishi come in. Otherwise she might get pink eye at best, or go blind at worst. Too dirty. Where did this filthy thing come from? Wu Yang didn't want to admit he knew this guy. Rummaging through his spatial storage, he pulled out a pair of maternity pants and threw them at Lin Dong. Put these on now? It's indecent. Lin Dong chuckled and caught the pants. The largest size maternity pants looked like nothing more than a pair of briefs on him. Wu Yang rolled his eyes. He first stored all the zombie corpses into his spatial storage, then walked over to the floor directory. It showed that the building had 20 floors with the patient wards on floors 9 through 18. Wu Yang could sense that Wu Chong and his son were upstairs, but he'd need to get closer to pinpoint their exact location. Sweeping through the building floor by floor would take who knows how long. Looking at the directory, Wu Yang noted that the 9th floor had a nurse station. There should be patient registration records there. He could start there to get a general direction. Wu Yang waved to the others. Let's go, we're heading to the 9th floor. The lights in the elevator flickered as well. Wu Yang frowned, realizing the hospital's backup generators were nearly out of power. It seemed he wouldn't get this bargain either. But that was fine. Wu Yang glanced at Jiang Feng. This kid definitely knew where the manufacturer of the generators was. When they go on a supply run in a few days, they could just raid that place. Having made up his mind, Wu Yang pressed the button for the 9th floor. The elevator doors slid open slowly. A nauseating stench of decay and rot rushed forth, yet oddly intermingled with a faint trace of fragrance. Beyond the elevator, there was not a single person. More precisely, there were no survivors, and not even a single zombie. This was clearly not a good sign. The corridor was strewn with mottled bloodstains. The pristine white walls were splattered with blood and covered in countless bloody handprints. This was evidently not the work of ability users. Wu Yang observed that the ground was littered with countless severed limbs. Most terrifying of all, there was not a single intact corpse. Yang Ji, what is this? Lin Dong asked. Should keep your voice down. Don't make a sound. Wu Yang cautiously approached the nearest severed arm to examine it. Its skin was a ghastly gray, with veins bulging from the surface. This was clearly not a human remnant, but a zombie's. Wu Yang couldn't help but complain inwardly, damn it, another ghoul. Where the hell did all these monsters with peculiar appetites come from? What so when the apocalypse comes, it's your world now? Having devoured this much food, this ghoul's level must have reached a remarkably high rank. I just wonder if I can take it down. Wu Yang closed his eyes and sensed the space jump ability he had comprehended. Well, no big deal. If I can't win, I'll just run. As for the others, I'll offer you my sincerest blessings. Wu Yang looked to his right. About 10 meters from the elevator was the nurse station. There Wu Yang would find the information he needed. Even if he encountered the ghoul, Wu Yang didn't want to miss this opportunity. Wu Yang gestured to the others to proceed with caution, then lightened his steps and slowly walked toward the nurse station. The sight that followed nearly made everyone vomit their breakfast. Because on the floor of the nurse station there were a dozen or so human heads. Judging from the hairstyles and hair ornaments, these were all heads of the hospital's nurses. Ugh. Old One, being advanced in age, was the first to lose his composure. He leaned against the wall and dry heaved. Amber also wrinkled her nose. Why did I have to have such a keen sense of smell? No, endure it. The chips I just ate must not go to waste. Wu Yang blinked, then chuckled. Ha, look at you lot being so timid. This is nothing to me. Ugh. Gulp. Wu Yang swallowed hard, then stepped forward to inspect. The dried bloodstains and the putrid odor indicated that these people had been dead for over 2 days. Could it be that the ghoul was no longer on this floor? Yet Wu Yang still did not let his guard down. Although he had already reached the 4th rank, the ghoul's rate of advancement might be even faster. A zombie of this caliber. Whoa, little sister, I miss you so much. Shishi's light type ability was the most effective against these abominations. Wu Yang began flipping through the patient registration log on the nurse station desk. Young master, are you looking for someone? Old One, having recovered, suddenly asked. Wu Yang nodded. There was no need to conceal it at this critical juncture. I'm looking for Wu Chong and his son. These two. I have to kill them. Besides, Wu Wenxing also has a spiritual type ability. His crystal core would be perfect for you. Old One understood immediately. This must be another one of the young master's prophetic dreams. He didn't ask why these two had to be killed. He'd disliked them for a long time anyway. Young master, what ability does Wu Wenxing have? Perhaps I could learn some new skills from his crystal core. Wu Yang had already spotted the names Wu Chong and Wu Wenxing. They were in the VIP ward on the 18th floor. Squinting his eyes, Wu Yang said, you just might actually learn something new. Wu Wenxing specializes in psychic attacks and hypnosis. Old Wan stroked his beard. Well, that Wu Wenxing can finally be of some use. Beside them, Lin Dong and Jiang Feng swallowed hard. Wait, Are you two master and servant really discussing killing people and taking crystal cores so casually? Just as the group was about to leave the nurse station, the sound of rolling wheels echoed through the air. Rumble, rumble. The sound came from the empty corridor, growing closer and closer. Everyone tensed up, staring intently in the direction of the hallway. What's going on? Don't tell me it's a ghost. Moments later, a woman in a wheelchair appeared before them. She wore a clean hospital gown with soft fine hair draped over her chest, her face deathly pale. Since her appearance, the fresh scent in the air seemed to grow even more intense. Upon seeing Wu Yang and the others, the woman wept tears of joy. Thank goodness. After so many days, I finally see survivors again. Seeing such a frail woman in a wheelchair, the tension in the group eased. Lin Dong walked over and asked, Miss, it's so dangerous here. How come you're all alone? Chun Ming's eyes were red as she whispered, I don't know either. I was a patient here. 2 days ago when I woke up, I found the world outside had become like this. Being in a wheelchair, I can't go anywhere easily. I tried to call for help, but now the phone signal is gone too. Whoa, I'm so scared. Can you please help me? The sight of the beauty and tears softened the expressions of the men. Jiang Feng chimed in, don't worry, don't be afraid. We'll get you out of here. Chun Ming bit her lower lip, which appeared full and luscious red and alluring. Thank you all so much. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Old One added, but we still need to go to the 18th floor. Taking you with us might be inconvenient. Perhaps you could wait here for us. Upon hearing this, Chun Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, then returned to normal. She quickly said, please don't leave me alone. No matter how terrifying it gets, I want to stay with you. All right. You can come with us then, but remember, if there's any danger, stay far away from us. Lin Dong said. After the discussion, Lin Dong volunteered to walk behind Chun Ming and help push the wheelchair. No one noticed that Wu Yang remained silent, throughout his eyes lowered in deep thought. As they entered the elevator, Chun Ming gazed at the cramped space and suddenly flashed a sinister smile. Hee, now you can't escape. Chun Ming reached her right hand back, stroking Lin Dong's hand on the wheelchair. Little brother, you've got such fleshy hands. I like that. Can I kiss you? Lin Dong had barely any experience with women. He never expected this beauty to be so forward. He felt a bit shy. This isn't really appropriate right now, is it? Let's talk about this once we reach a safe place. With a sudden yank, Chun Ming pulled Lin Dong onto her lap. Why isn't it appropriate? I think the timing is perfect now. Because I happen to be hungry again. With that, Chun Ming grabbed Lin Dong's face with both hands, ready to bite down. Lin Dong's eyes were vacant, tinged with an unnatural flush. Beside him, Jiang Feng seemed oblivious to the scene, staring blankly ahead, while Old Wan's eyes were also hollow, lost in some trance. Amber's expression flickered between dazed and sharply focused. At that moment, Wu Yang, who had remained silent all along, shouted, damn it, you're asking for death. With that, he unleashed a spatial devour toward Chun Ming. Bang! The group seemed to hear the sound of glass shattering. And gradually their eyes and expressions returned to normal. Lin Dong, seeing Chun Ming's face inches from his own, leaped up in shock. He cried out in alarm, what the hell? What kind of monster is this? At this moment, on the 18th floor of the hospital. The 18th floor housed the hospital's premium wards, each room lavishly furnished and decorated. The entire floor consisted of 6 premium wards, each spanning 120 square meters, their interiors indistinguishable from meticulously decorated luxury residences. Inside one ward, Wu Wenxing, having just finished a game of basketball, lay on the bed with a satisfied expression. Beside him, a woman with a numb look on her face pulled on the nurse's uniform that had been scattered across the floor. Turning around, the woman knelt on the ground, hands placed flat and raised high. Young Master Wu, please grant me food. Wu Wenxing burst into laughter, casually picked an apple from the fruit basket on the bedside table and carelessly tossed it onto the woman's body. You performed well today. This is your reward. The woman's face immediately lit up with excitement. If she rationed it, this apple would be enough to keep her alive for 2 days. Thank you, young Master Wu. Should you have any needs, please do not hesitate to call me. With that, the woman turned and left the ward. Wu Wenxing also got up and walked into the adjacent room where Wu Chong was. Wu Chong was also lying bare-chested on the bed, a woman nestled beside him. Seeing his son arrive, Wu Chong patted the woman's face. You can get lost now. The woman responded submissively, yes, Master Wu. After the customary plea for food, she left the room and sat down on a chair by the door. A row of women sat there. Some wore nurse uniforms, others doctors' white coats. What they shared in common was that each had a beautiful face. Yet on every face was an expression of numbness or barely concealed resentment and unwillingness. Inside the room, Wu Wenxing lounged sprawled on the sofa, clenching his fist. Dad, who would have thought that after the apocalypse, it's become our world? Wu Chong laughed heartily. We're definitely the most accomplished members of the Wu family. You awakened the psychic ability, and I mastered the lightning ability. We've both reached the 3rd tier. In this hospital, no one is a match for us. Wu Wenxing took a bite out of a fruit from the basket. If I ran into that brat Wu Yang now, I'd beat him to a pulp. After the apocalypse began, the father-son duo had been fortunate enough to be exposed to the purple sun and had acquired abilities. They immediately started ruling the roost on the premium ward floor. Using their powers, they ordered the male doctors to scour the hospital for food and forced the female doctors and nurses to entertain them. What a comfortable life it was. There had been doctors who attempted to resist, but they were killed on the spot by the pair. All the men were killed. Moreover, the father-son duo had stumbled upon the crystal cores within the brains of these rebels, which allowed them to reach the third tier. As a result, not a single survivor in this building dared to oppose them. The pair also reveled in this lifestyle. Wu Chong stood up. Go check if the people collecting food are back yet. Those idiots better not run into that terrifying zombie downstairs. At the mention of this, Wu Wenxing cursed as well. That zombie has cost us a lot of men. Let's just find a way to kill a few more survivors and get some crystal cores to level up. Otherwise, if that zombie discovers our location, we'll be in big trouble. Wu Chong narrowed his eyes. Fine. When those women come back, we'll pick one to deal with. Meanwhile, in the elevator, Lin Dong collapsed to the floor with a thud. Chun Ming, who should have had a pale face, was now covered in terrifying bulging veins. Her clothes were soaked in blood, and her body emitted a foul, rancid stench. Most terrifying of all, her once dainty cherry lips had transformed into a gaping bloody maw. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Chun Ming's mouth, a wound inflicted by the spatial devourer. However, it was clear the attack had only caused a minor cut, far from fatal. Wu Yang stared at Chun Ming with a grim expression. He hadn't expected her to be a ghoul capable of illusion. And like him, she had reached the fourth tier. That was why his spatial devourer hadn't killed her instantly. Illusion was a branch of psychic abilities. The caster could use a scent or an object as a medium to draw others into a fabricated reality. Within the illusion, the ghoul could make the victim see whatever she desired. In fact, they had all been ensnared in this ghoul's illusion ever since stepping onto the 9th floor. Despite being at the same tier, Wu Yang had also been caught off guard. And the ghoul, after feeding, hadn't left, but remained lurking on the 9th floor, likely waiting for unsuspecting survivors to walk into her trap. Fortunately, relying on his powerful spatial perception and his past life experience with illusion environments, Wu Yang managed to snap out of it just in time. Wu Yang glanced at Chun Ming's legs. It seemed that this ghoul had been paralyzed in her legs when she was human. Thus, she could only rely on illusions and confined spaces to corner her prey before devouring them. Chun Ming glared at Wu Yang with a twisted, ferocious face. Although ghouls were mutant zombies, they differed in possessing intelligence. However, her intelligence was quite limited. Chun Ming had already sensed that Wu Yang knew her disabled legs were her weakness. This man was not easy to deal with, and neither was the wolf beside him. Chun Ming turned her head to glance at the rising floor indicator. I didn't expect you to see through my illusion. It seems you're at the 4th tier, just like me. Don't rush. After I eat 2 more people, I can heal my legs. And when that happens, you'll be my first meal. Ha ha ha. As her words faded, the elevator emitted a chime. Ding! The 18th floor had arrived. Whoosh! Chun Ming propelled her wheelchair out of the elevator with incredible speed. Spotting a group of nurses sitting on chairs, she leaped, pouncing onto one of them. She began to voraciously devour the nurse. This all happened in a flash. Before Wu Yang and the others could react, the ghoul had already gotten away. Up! A group of nurses let out blood-curdling screams and frantically scrambled into the wards. What's all that screaming for? Wailing like banshees. Wu Wenxing stepped out of the ward, saying impatiently. Wu Chong was also displeased. You women are so undisciplined. Seems you need to be taught some manners. Unexpectedly, the moment they stepped into the corridor, they saw Chun Ming, like a wolf among sheep, savagely biting a nurse pinned beneath her. Wu Wenxing was taken aback. Are you human or ghost? Have you gone mad with hunger? You're actually eating people. Wu Wenxing didn't retreat, however. Since Chun Ming was wearing a patient gown, he assumed she was just one of the playthings on this floor. Now that one of these playthings dared to cause trouble in his domain, Wu Wenxing bellowed. Watch this. Psychic attack. Ha ha ha. Chun Ming widened her blood-red mouth and turned to look at Wu Wenxing, a man who clearly did not know when to quit. Wu Wenxing's 2nd-tier psychic attack was utterly ineffective against Chun Ming. It was only then that Wu Wenxing noticed Chun Ming's eyes burning crimson red. She was clearly no longer human. He quickly dodged behind Wu Chong and shoved him forward. Dad, hurry up. Before Wu Chong could react, Chun Ming darted toward him and seized him. Her 10 fingers formed claws, sinking deep into his flesh. Then she opened her massive mouth and bit down on Wu Chong's neck. Oh, son, save me. In his desperation, Wu Chong forgot to activate his ability and frantically pounded on Chun Ming while screaming for help. Unfortunately, Wu Wenxing's supposed father-son bond proved meaningless. He had long since hidden himself behind one of the nurse girls. As Wu Chong turned his head, he suddenly spotted Wu Yang and bellowed, Wu Yang, I'm your eldest uncle. Come save me, Wu Yang. Wu Yang watched the scene with cold, unreadable eyes. Lin Dong had finally recovered his breath and asked, Brother Yang, aren't we going to intervene? Wu Yang replied calmly, Of course we will intervene. If we wait for this ghoul to finish its meal, it will undoubtedly become even harder to handle. While everyone else kept their distance from the terrifying mutated corpse, Wu Yang approached with composed grace. Clang! Wu Yang drew his Tang Dao. Wu Chong's face lit up with hope. Quick, chop off that madwoman's head. Wu Yang offered a faint smile. What a rare opportunity. I shall see you off first. Swish! The Tang Dao flashed, and Wu Chong's head rolled away with a thud. Gripping a cluster of nurses, Wu Wenxing dodged and fled into the stairwell. When he saw this scene, he was rendered speechless with terror. Damn it. How could Wu Yang be so strong? Bloody hell, run. Dad, I will make Wu Yang join you in death. Wu Wenxing flung open the locked stairwell door and bolted downstairs. Seeing his food chopped down, Chun Ming abruptly turned her head, black slime dripping from her gaping mouth. Ha ha ha. Are you too impatient to seek your own death? Wu Yang curled his lips into a smile. If you were 5th tier, I might flee. But you and I are both 4th tier. You pose no threat. Swan. Wu Yang focused intently and unleashed Spatial Devour and Spatial Blade in rapid succession. Chun Ming sensed countless invisible blades and a bizarre force attempting to sever her skull. Chun Ming was unwilling to die like this. She frantically mobilized her ability to defend herself. However, all of it was futile. Against a spatial type ability, even the strongest defense was fragile as glass. Bang! Chun Ming's head erupted in a spray of blood, and her body crashed heavily to the ground. Wu Yang snorted coldly and strode over to where Chun Ming lay. Looking down at the name on Chun Ming's patient gown, Wu Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Chun Ming, another with the Chun surname. The last ghoul I encountered was named Chun Yi. Tell me, are the two of you related? One after another, all are cannibalistic perverts. Wu Yang clicked his tongue, his expression thoroughly disgusted. Wu Yang swiftly performed a craniotomy on Chun Ming and obtained a 4th tier psychic crystal core. He then dug a 3rd tier lightning crystal core from Wu Chang's skull. Only then did Wu Yang scan the entire floor and discover that apart from a few nurses shivering in corners, Wu Wenxing had already vanished without a trace. Wu Yang looked at Old Man Wan and asked, "Where's Wu Wenxing?" Old Man Wan pointed toward the stairwell. Hoopa pursued him downstairs. For some reason, Hoopa seemed extraordinarily furious upon seeing Wu Wenxing. Hoopa was indeed furious. The man who had beaten him last time had reappeared here. Hoopa had not forgotten that these two had once spoken of selling CC. Could Hoopa possibly tolerate that? Especially now, after having already killed humans and zombies, Hoopa's bloodthirsty instincts had been fully awakened. So he had directly chased Wu Wenxing downstairs. Wu Yang glanced at the few nurses and made no move to care for their fate. He waved his hand. Let's go chase them down. The stairwell was far less safe than the 18th floor. Zombies roamed everywhere. Roar, roar, roar. Upon seeing Wu Wenxing leading a group of nurses down the stairs, all the zombies attacked in a frenzy. Wu Wenxing had zero experience fighting zombies. His instinctive move was to shove the nearest nurse forward. Oh. The nurse let out a piercing scream. These nurses were almost entirely ordinary people with no ability to resist whatsoever. They were devoured by the zombies on the spot. The remaining 4 nurses glared at Wu Wenxing with pure hatred. Yet they had no choice. Staying with Wu Wenxing at least offered a chance of survival. Alone, they would surely perish. So despite their resentment, they continued to follow closely behind him. Wu Wenxing's heart was filled with regret. When his ability first awakened, he had dispatched everyone capable to search for food. If he had known, he should have kept a few to protect him. At that moment, Hoopa also came running down the stairs. Aru. Upon seeing Hoopa, the zombies showed considerably less interest. Compared with human flesh, wolves were far less appetizing. Nevertheless, these zombies still blocked Hoopa's path. Without hesitation, Hoopa raised his tail and delivered a thunderous strike. In an instant, a cluster of zombies were electrocuted, charred outside and tender within. Hoopa did not even bother to extract their crystal cores. Instead, he launched himself forward in a flying pounce straight at Wu Wenxing. Thud! Wu Wenxing was slammed hard to the ground. Dazed for a moment, he cursed, "Damn it! You bastard again! Today I will kill you!" Hoopa disdainfully twitched his whiskers. Aru, just you. Wu Wenxing gritted his teeth. Seeing Wu Yang and the others descending the stairs behind him, he froze. Wu Yang, what exactly did I do to offend you? Why do you seek my death? Wu Yang smiled faintly. Nothing personal. I simply find you disagreeable. After all, how could he explain that this man had wronged him in a past life? Observing Wu Wenxing's situation, however, he fared better than in his previous life. What incredible luck! Wu Yang gave the command to Hoopa. Hoopa, rip him apart. As Hoopa was about to open his jaws, Wu Wenxing roared in fury. Damn it! Even if I die, I will take you all down with me. Aru. Hoopa's paw struck, cleaving Wu Wenxing's skull open. At the final moment before death, Wu Wenxing activated his ability, using psychic hypnosis, to control the remaining 4 nurses. The 4 nurses suddenly went mad and bit through their own wrists. Blood splattered all over the floor. Then the 4 of them rushed frantically downstairs. A moment later, their screams rang out. And from below, a terrifying roar echoed upward. Roar, roar, roar. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. Delivering crystal cores to me again. How am I supposed to accept such generosity? Lin Dong said worriedly. Yang Ji, could there be any terrifying mutant zombies downstairs? Wan Bo and Jiang Feng also cautiously raised their electric batons. Wu Yang shrugged. Let's go down and see. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't be stronger than that ghoul. After all, ghouls aren't picky eaters, so they evolve quickly. Wu Yang refused to believe that this hospital could produce a ghoul even more formidable. He remembered that in his past life, surviving for so many years in the apocalypse, he had only encountered 3 ghouls in total. Yet within such a short span of time, he had already run into 2. His luck was truly hard to judge. The group made their way downstairs. On the 14th floor, a massive creature was squatting on the ground, devouring the corpses of the 4 nurses. Damn, this thing is even bigger than me when I use giant transformation, Lin Dong exclaimed. This zombie, already 4 meters tall, was clearly also a mutant zombie. The zombie turned its head to look at them. Roar, roar, roar. Meat, more meat, hee. Don't rush, let me finish these pieces first, then I'll enjoy you all, hee hee. Jiang Feng asked in astonishment. Aren't ghouls the only ones who can speak? How can this zombie talk too? Wu Yang scanned the floor littered with severed limbs and explained, it seems this zombie devoured all the patients, doctors, and nurses on this floor, which allowed it to evolve to the 3rd tier. Once a zombie reaches the 3rd tier, it gradually gains intelligence, so being able to speak is only natural. As zombies level up, by the time they reach level 10, their intelligence can rival that of a teenager and their speech becomes indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Wanbo stroked his beard. Just a teenager. That should still be easy to fool. The group chatted leisurely, completely disregarding the 3rd tier mutant zombie before them. After all, anyone present could easily slay it. If Wu Wenxing were still alive, he would surely die of rage all over again. Because the zombie that Wu Wenxing and Wu Chong had always feared was precisely this mutant. Many of the pawns they controlled had also perished at its hands. Wu Wenxing had hoped this zombie would kill Wu Yang and his group, but little did he know he was merely wishful thinking. Lin Dong stepped forward, activated his giant transformation, and lunged at the zombie. Boom. Unexpectedly, he crashed into an invisible wall and was sent flying back. Lin Dong rubbed his rear. What's going on here? A barrier. At this sight, Wu Yang finally grew interested. He had sensed a faint trace of spatial fluctuation earlier, but it was so weak. He thought it was merely the residual ripple from his own spatial blade. But now could it be that this zombie created it? Wu Yang's heart leaped with joy. He was finally about to obtain a spatial-type crystal core. The mutant zombie glanced disdainfully at Lin Dong. Haha, trash. My barrier is super awesome. Wu Yang smiled faintly. Oh. So you're a spatial-type mutant zombie. I've got something even cooler. Wanna see? The zombie let out a gurgle sound and nodded stiffly. Show me. Impossible cooler than mine. Come sit down and Big Brother will show you a treasure. The zombie hugged a severed nurse's arm, obediently sat on the ground, and stared intently at Wu Yang. As soon as Wu Yang finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Spatial Devour X3. Boom, boom, boom. The mutant zombie's spatial barrier was instantly shattered by Wu Yang, and a massive hole was blown through its head. The zombie stared with blood-red eyes. You liar. Gah. Wu Yang performed a craniotomy on the zombie, and sure enough, obtained a 3rd-tier spatial-type crystal core. Wu Yang rubbed his chin. At least Wu Wenxing was somewhat useful, sending a gift to his little brother before he died. Spatial-type abilities were already 1 in 10,000 among survivors, let alone one from a mutant zombie. This was perhaps a 1 in 10 million chance. A 3rd-tier spatial crystal core might even allow him to comprehend additional spatial skills. Just then Wu Yang suddenly sensed that the earth spike technique he had cast near the RV had been broken. His brow furrowed. Not good, something might be happening near CC. We need to head back immediately. Alright. The group immediately sprinted toward the elevator. Meanwhile, back at the RV, CC opened her eyes, excitedly glancing at the beam of light condensed in her palm, and raised an eyebrow with satisfaction. The light-type attack ability Light Arrow wasn't so hard to master after all. She just wondered how powerful it was. Maybe she should find some zombies to test it on. CC looked out the window, but she had noticed fighting sounds coming from the right side of the inpatient building since earlier. And now the noise was gradually moving toward the RV. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Meng Xiu, dressed in a white coat, led 5 nurse-attired women in a frantic dash toward the inpatient building. Behind them trailed nearly 200 zombies. These were the people sent out by Wu Chong and his father to scavenge for food. Food in the inpatient building had mostly been exhausted, so today they had no choice but to risk leaving the building and head toward the cafeteria. Unexpectedly, the cafeteria was packed with zombies. Hearing the commotion, the zombies smashed through the locked windows and poured out in a frenzy. Roar, roar. The zombies howled and charged at the women with claws bared. A small bespectacled nurse asked in panic, "What should we do, Dr. Meng? With this many zombies, we probably can't outrun them." Meng Xiu panted in response, "Don't say such discouraging words. As long as we get into the inpatient building, we'll be safe." Another petite nurse wailed, "But the inpatient building is also full of zombies. We snuck out quietly without disturbing them earlier. But with this many zombies making such a racket, they'll definitely wake the ones inside too." Meng Xiu knew this as well, but she had no choice. As the leader, she had to keep the others calm. Meng Xiu silently prayed that once they reached the inpatient department, they could find a safe room to hide from the zombies. The women she led were nurses from her own department, and fortunately all of them had awakened abilities. It was thanks to these abilities that they had managed to escape the clutches of Wu Chong and his father. Determined to survive, and to survive with dignity, these young women under Meng Xiu's leadership summoned the courage to kill zombies and forage for food. Meng Xiu had considered escaping, but the outside world had no water or electricity and was teeming with countless zombies. It was far less safe than staying in the high-grade wards. Even though the hospital had also lost its water supply, there was still electricity. In the face of terror, a single light could provide immense comfort. Just then the bespectacled nurse gasped and pointed at the RV parked in front of the inpatient building. Look, when did that RV get there? It wasn't there when we came out. That RV looks sturdy. If we can get inside, maybe we can survive this zombie horde. Her suggestion won the approval of the other women. Yes, let's hurry. We have to get on that vehicle. Maybe we'll find other survivors who can rescue us. When they were only 50 meters from the RV, Meng Siyu, with her keen eyesight, noticed something wrong. Wait, look, there are earthen spikes all around the RV. The owner must have set them up. Those spikes are too tall. There's no way we can get across them. The nurse wearing glasses asked, then what do we do? Can't you break through those spikes with your ability, Dr. Meng Siyu shook her head slightly. It won't be easy. And it looks like there's only a little girl inside the RV. No, we can't go over there. That little girl looks only 7 or 8 years old. We can't lead a horde of zombies to her and get her killed. As she finished speaking, the others wore expressions of regret. They were all doctors and nurses, and each of them harbored compassion for children. Meng Siyu gritted her teeth. If the RV were full of adults, she would have called for help without hesitation. But even with her desperate will to survive, she could not bring harm to a little girl she had never met. Furrowing her brows, Meng Siyu said, Sisters, you go on ahead. I'll hold off these zombies. No way, Dr. Meng. How could we abandon you? If we fight together. All right, let's take these monsters down. Anyway, even if we somehow lived, we'd probably fall victim to those 2 father and son bastards. Better to die right here. Kill as many as we can. Sisters, fight. It had to be said. These nurses possessed remarkable courage. Faced with such a dire situation, they would rather die than drag an innocent child into their fate. Their words reached Cece's ears with perfect clarity. As a 4th-tier awakener, her hearing far surpassed that of ordinary people. Cece let out a pitying sigh. She had been hoping they would lure the zombie horde over, giving her a chance to show off her light arrows. But then she looked out the window and saw something that astonished her. In Meng Siyu's hand was a fire axe, and it appeared anything but ordinary. An ordinary fire axe would easily get stuck in a zombie's neck and be impossible to pull out, but Meng Siyu was able to cleave through zombie necks with a single stroke. Clean and decisive. Cece watched with rapt attention. She could sense an immensely powerful force flowing through the fire axe, making it exceptionally sharp. What kind of ability is that? Could it be one of those special abilities my brother mentioned? Cece's eyes lit up. Heh, pretty sister, you get to live. I said so. Uffed. Wielding the fire axe, Meng Siyu hacked fiercely at the zombies lunging toward her. She had no technique, just a wild, desperate swinging. Thankfully, her combat experience over the past few days had taught her that zombies could only be killed by striking the head. The other nurses also unleashed their abilities. Water barrier, earth wall, vine growth, bind them, fireball. Cece shook her head. Most of these people had defensive type abilities. It didn't look like they had much of a chance. Cece wasn't in a hurry to act. She remembered what Wu Yang had said: this team doesn't keep dead weight. Help me. At that moment, the nurse using fireball abilities couldn't hold on any longer and was scratched by a zombie's claws. She glanced back at the RV, her face full of despair. Little sister, I'm sorry, but I want to live. With that, she ran madly toward the RV, hurling fireballs at the earthen spikes surrounding it as she ran. Help! Little sister, open the door and save me. The zombies behind her swarmed after her with a chaotic rumble. The other women witnessed this and shook their heads in disapproval, but none of them had time to deal with her. They were barely managing to keep themselves alive. Cece gazed coldly at that nurse. Even though I would have helped, it would never have been like this. You're dead. By my hand. Opening the window, Cece reached out, hooked her hand, and vaulted onto the roof of the RV. She looked at the approaching zombies with a mocking expression. Drawing her crossbow, she loosed a bolt that pierced the nurse's head with pinpoint accuracy, even amid the encirclement of zombies. Meng Siyu turned her head and shouted, Little sister, get back inside. You can't fight this many zombies. Cece's lips curled into a faint smile. I just killed your companion, and you're still worried about me. Good, you're the one I like best. Facing the zombies, Cece began to condense a light arrow in her right hand, then loaded it onto the crossbow. Light arrow, annihilate. Clatter, but to her surprise, the ordinary crossbow couldn't withstand the power of the light arrow and snapped apart. Cece's expression stiffened slightly. Looks like showing off isn't as easy as I thought. Thud, thud, thud. The zombies piled up against the bottom of the RV, opening their terrifying jaws and devouring the nurse Cece had killed. Meanwhile, the earthen spikes around the RV were being completely filled in by the endless stream of zombies who used themselves as fodder in suicide charges. Bang, bang, bang. Ruhart. The zombies spotted Cece standing on the roof and began attacking the RV in a frenzy. Cece frowned. Since the crossbow is broken, I'll just have to use my bare hands. Whooshed. A light arrow landed amidst the zombie horde and burst into brilliant radiance. Light arrows not only had the power to slay zombies, they also possessed the ability to purify them. After all, zombies were creatures of darkness, and nothing feared the light more than they did. The zombies struck by the arrow had their heads explode instantly. The other zombies caught within the glow all clutched their faces in agony, letting out piercing wails. Cece raised an eyebrow with pride. Looks like my newly developed light arrow is pretty impressive after all. When Meng Xiu and the others saw a little girl take out so many zombies with a single arrow, their faces lit up with joy. Maybe, just maybe, they actually had a chance to survive this. But the next scene plunged them into utter despair. In the near distance, a dense swarm of zombies drawn by the sounds of battle came roaring toward the RV in a frenzy. Looking out across the horde, the number of zombies had reached nearly 1,000. Cece's brow furrowed. Oh, I might have bitten off more than I can chew. Without daring to waste a moment, she desperately channeled her ability to take down zombies. Whoosh, 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 annihilate. Young as she was, even at 4th tier, her physical strength remained insufficient. Throwing light arrows barehanded meant not only a limited range, but also an enormous drain on her stamina. Yet the massive horde continued to charge toward her relentlessly. Even Meng Xiu and the others had been forced back against the base of the RV by the overwhelming horde. Each of their faces bore the look of someone prepared to die. Whoosh! Suddenly a ripple appeared in the air. A figure materialized on the roof of the RV. Wu Yang landed precisely beside Cece, asking anxiously, "Sis, are you alright?" Cece looked at Wu Yang, who had appeared out of nowhere, her small face brimming with excitement. "Brother, how did you suddenly show up?" Yes, Wu Yang had indeed appeared out of thin air. Wu Yang had been troubled by a nagging premonition, so he told Uncle Wan and the others to take the elevator down while he used Space Leap to reach the RV in under half a minute. In simple terms, Space Leap was teleportation. Currently, with a single Space Leap, Wu Yang could travel up to 100 meters, ignoring all obstacles. After using it 3 times in succession, Wu Yang arrived in an instant. Catching his breath, he ruffled Cece's hair. "If I hadn't come, my little sister would have been zombie food by now." Cece gave an embarrassed little laugh, then proudly declared, "Brother, I learned a new skill. From now on you have to bring me along when you fight." Wu Yang had seen Cece's light arrows too. Though surprised, he nodded. "All right." Gazing at the massive horde surging toward them, Wu Yang narrowed his eyes. Blade of space. Shing, shing, shing. The moment the words left his lips, countless invisible blades swept through the zombie horde. Thud, thud, thud. A string of zombie heads toppled in rapid succession. Oh! Just then Uncle Wan and Amber descended, as well, charging straight into the horde. They began a frenzied slaughter. Uncle Wan attacked zombies while lamenting bitterly to himself, "Even the young miss has learned offensive abilities. Damn it. Looks like I'm the most useless one again." In less than half an hour, the group had slaughtered over 1,000 zombies. Meng Xiu and the others, however, were utterly stunned. They were all ability users, so why were these people so exceptionally powerful? Meng Xiu looked up at Wu Yang. This man was incredibly strong, even stronger than Wu Chong and his father. No, even Wu Chong and his father would not last a single move against this man. What a pity that he was just another man. Meng Xiu had always been a dedicated student, which was how she got into medical school and became a surgeon at the city hospital. She had never been in a relationship, and after witnessing the vile nature of Wu Chong and his father, she had grown even more wary of men. Wu Yang jumped down from the car roof with Cece. He had already noticed that Meng Xiu was a special type ability user. If his guess was correct, her ability was the special type enchantment. This kind of ability user could be considered the scientific researchers of the apocalypse. Because their power was incredibly formidable, an enchanter could use their ability to empower any object, amplifying its function to a greater degree. For example, after Meng Xiu enchanted a normal fire axe, it would become an unstoppable weapon. Even a small knife once enchanted could pierce through a zombie's skull. In his past life, Wu Yang had heard of a woman with the enchantment ability in a large base. Together with a metal-type ability user, she had mass-produced weapons and armor for that base. That base had become the most heavily fortified one. Enchantment could indeed empower ordinary weapons, but it was only sufficient for the early stages of the apocalypse. In the later stages, weapons had to be forged by metal-type ability users, and then empowered by enchanters to reach their peak quality. Although metal-type ability users were rare, one could always encounter them eventually. But special-type ability users were as rare as pearls in the vast ocean. Wu Yang stroked his chin. Could it be this woman standing before him? If it was her, he would drag her along, even if he had to tie her up. But first he had to stay calm, or she might think he had ulterior motives. "Little sister, you're amazing. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, we'd surely be dead." Meng Xiu walked over with a smile. Cece, seeing the look in Wu Yang's eyes, knew he was eager to recruit her. "I'm not that impressive. It's my brother who's really amazing. Sister, would you and your friends like to join my brother? He's handsome, incredibly powerful, and our place is very safe. We have food, drinks, and everything you need. Sticking with my brother is definitely a good deal." Wu Yang nearly choked on his own saliva. "Little sister, are you trying to find me a new wife? Did you forget about your teacher Sue so quickly?" Meng Xiu looked at Wu Yang with confusion. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "Hello, it's fate that we've met. I'm Wu Yang. May I ask your name?" Meng Xiu frowned. This man seemed a bit unserious. Still she replied, "I'm Meng Xiu. Thank you for saving us earlier. If we ever meet again, I don't know how to repay you. After all, we don't even have any food right now. But if you ever need my help, I will not hesitate to offer it." Meng Xiu knew very well that this whole mess was because they had led the zombies here. Fortunately, the man named Wu Yang had arrived in time, otherwise she would have endangered an innocent little girl. Don't wait for the future. I need you right now, Wu Yang said hastily. That name. She was indeed the powerful enchanter he had been thinking of. He couldn't let her get away. Wu Yang pointed at the fire axe in Meng Siyu's hand. If I'm not mistaken, you're a special type enchanter, right? Since you're willing to repay me, why not craft a few weapons for my team? Although repaying a life-saving debt with just a few weapons isn't much of a gesture. But I'm a reasonable man. Just make a few for everyone in my team. Hearing this, old Wan and the others' eyes lit up. If they could get powerful weapons, they wouldn't have to worry about future battles. But a few weapons. You really know how to spin a tale. Meng Siyu was taken aback. Enchantment. I don't know what the ability is called, but I can indeed make weapons stronger. It's just, my power is limited. I don't think I can do it in a short time. Meng Siyu let out a bitter laugh. This fire axe only became this sharp because I've been channeling my ability into it every day. If I have to craft weapons for every one of you, it will take a very long time. Wu Yang felt a secret thrill. He wanted exactly that, her not being able to do it quickly. He would lure her in first, and once she saw the conditions at the safe house, she wouldn't want to leave. At that moment, Cici chimed in, Sister Ming, my crossbow is broken. Can you help me make a new one first? You can come home with me and work on it slowly. I'm not in a hurry. Cici's adorable appearance coupled with the fact that she had saved her life completely won over Meng Siyu. Meng Siyu was a bit worried because Wu Yang's group were all men. But since Wu Yang had his little sister with him, he probably wasn't a bad person. After thinking for a moment, Meng Siyu nodded firmly. Alright, I can go with you to help craft weapons. But, Meng Siyu looked at Wu Yang pleadingly. Could you please kill 2 men for me? They've harmed many of my colleagues. They're in the VIP ward of the inpatient building. If you kill them for me, I'm willing to stay with you and forge more weapons. Wu Yang's expression turned strange. Are you talking about Wu Chong and his father on the 18th floor? I've already killed them, but the others are dead too. Meng Siyu's eyes widened. What happened? Wu Yang explained what had just occurred, deliberately omitting the fact that a few nurses were still alive. To him, it didn't matter anyway. Upon hearing this, Meng Siyu and the 4 nurses beside her became excited. That's wonderful. Those vile father and son are finally dead. We don't have to live in fear anymore. They deserve to die. Those 2 were disgusting. Someone should have dealt with them long ago. It's just a pity about our other colleagues. Meng Siyu looked at Wu Yang gratefully. Thank you for killing them. Now I have no regrets. But these nurses have been with me all along. Can they come with us? Don't worry, we'll find our own food. As long as you can give them a safe place to stay. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. This woman knew her boundaries, which made things easier. As for the nurses, if they had any value, he could take them along too. He could always use more hands for logistics and cleaning. 1 special type ability user plus 4 nurses as a bonus. Not a bad deal at all. The group exchanged brief introductions before climbing aboard the motorhome together. Fortunately, the interior was spacious enough to accommodate 5 additional women without feeling cramped. The 4 nurses were thrilled by the luxurious interior and the fully equipped utilities. Lin Dong and Zhang Feng were equally excited. Lin Dong chatted with the girls while driving, while Zhang Feng pretended to remain composed as he poured glasses of water for everyone. Old Man Wan sat in silent contemplation, having already listened to the thoughts of the newcomers and found nothing suspicious. Meanwhile, Meng Siyu and Wu Yang settled into the lounge area at the rear of the motorhome. Wu Yang suddenly asked, You saw everything earlier, didn't you? He was referring to the moment before boarding when he had retrieved all the corpses from the hospital into his spatial world. None of the other women had noticed, their attention entirely captivated by the luxurious motorhome. Only Meng Siyu, who had been observing Wu Yang with unwavering focus, happened to witness the scene. Startled by his question, Meng Siyu hastily shook her head. Don't worry, I know nothing, and I won't say a word. Wu Yang curved his lips into a faint smile. This woman knew which side her bread was buttered on. But if I may ask, Meng Siyu ventured, why are you so much more powerful than the rest of us? Wu Yang explained the function of crystal cores and outlined the hierarchy of supernatural talent grades. Meng Siyu's eyes widened in sudden realization. So I have an SSS grade talent. She glanced toward the nurses ahead. That means one of them has an S grade while the other 3 are A grade. At that moment, Cici handed Wu Yang a crystal core. Brother, this is a fire tribute core from that bad woman. I dug it out for you. Meng Siyu rubbed her nose. Cici was referring to the nurse who had run toward the motorhome and had been killed by the girl. Meng Siyu felt no sympathy for her, only regret over her fatal misjudgment. Had that nurse chosen differently, Cici would have long since healed her zombie bite with her healing ability. It was simply her misfortune. Wu Yang accepted the fire attribute core without hesitation, and in front of Meng Siyu began tallying up the day's crystal core harvest. 1 4th tier psychic core, 1 3rd tier spatial core, 1 3rd tier psychic core, and 1 lightning core, and 1 1st tier fire core. Plus over 800 ordinary 1st tier cores. With the spatial core secured, the other elemental cores no longer held much appeal to Wu Yang. As for the ordinary ones, their effect on him was negligible at best. Well, actually, the 4th tier psychic core, I'll be keeping that for myself. After distributing the rest of the cores, Wu Yang stated, from here on the number of cores you'll need to level up will increase significantly. You won't be able to absorb them all in a single day. So whenever you have free time you should take out your cores and absorb them. Everyone nodded and all except Lin Dong, who was driving, began absorbing their respective cores. Meng Xiu and the other women watched with unconcealed envy. Since they had arrived in the apocalypse and awakened supernatural abilities, every one of them craved power. Wu Yang had deliberately chosen this moment to distribute the cores. It was essential to showcase his strength and the benefits of staying by his side. That was how he would earn their unwavering loyalty. Meng Xiu swallowed hard as she stared at the handful of cores in Wu Yang's hand. She said nothing, but the raw desire in her eyes spoke volumes. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through Meng Xiu's head. She clutched her temples, refusing to cry out. A moment later she slowly opened her eyes, sensing a dramatic surge in her power. "Congratulations," Wu Yang announced. "It seems you've reached the second tier." "What? How did I level up so suddenly? I haven't absorbed any cores yet." Wu Yang explained, "Zombies can naturally ascend after devouring sufficient flesh and blood. By the same principle, supernatural ability users can level up naturally as well. It's like accumulating experience points in a game. Kill enough zombies, and after a certain period of time you advance to the next tier. However, this method is nowhere near as fast as absorbing crystal cores." Meng Xiu nodded, feeling boundless energy surging through her body. All the fatigue from the earlier battle had vanished completely. Moreover, she had a subtle impression that her skin had become even more radiant. Wu Yang produced a tang saber and handed it to her. "Try enchanting this blade, and let's see what you're capable of now." Meng Xiu immediately began channeling her ability. Enchanting required absolute concentration, and beads of sweat dripped from her forehead as she worked. 10 minutes later her supernatural energy was completely depleted, but the tang saber had become noticeably sharper. Wu Yang picked up the blade and tested it. Not bad, about twice as sharp as before. But that's still not enough. At your current level, crafting a suitable weapon for CC would take about 10 days. Meng Xiu wiped the sweat from her brow, a hint of apology in her voice. "I'm still too weak. But don't worry, since I've agreed to help I will see it through." Wu Yang gave a slight nod and resumed absorbing his cores. Meng Xiu meanwhile stole a quiet glance at him. This man truly seemed different from others. Perhaps staying by his side was a wise choice. Old Man Wan watched this unfold from the corner of his eye and stroked his beard thoughtfully. Young second mistress. Now that was worth considering. Had Wu Yang known what was running through Old Man Wan's mind, he would have protested. "I'm really not that kind of man." Half an hour later dusk was beginning to settle as they arrived at the safe house. Standing at the entrance, Meng Xiu and the 4 nurses were utterly astonished by the high-tech, futuristic structure before them. Su Qingwan, who was inside, heard the commotion and rushed out excitedly. She had been alone all day and waves of anxiety had kept washing over her. At first she had assumed she was worried about Cici, but she soon realized that the one she truly worried about was Wu Yang. After all, he was her first man. But to her surprise, the moment she opened the door, she found 5 unfamiliar women standing outside. Especially the woman at the front, who was strikingly beautiful. Su Qingwan felt her heart sink. She walked stiffly to Wu Yang's side and asked, "Are these new teammates?" How had he managed to bring back so many women in just one day? Sensing her unease, Wu Yang took her hand in front of everyone and introduced her. "This is Su Qingwan, my woman." He then turned to the other women. "This is Meng Xiu Dr. Meng and the others are her colleagues." Su Qingwan mustered the air of a mistress of the house. "Welcome all of you. Please come inside." "No." Wu Yang shook his head. "Meng Xiu is here to craft weapons for our team, so she'll be staying in the safe house. But the rest of you, I'm sorry you're not part of my team, so you can't come in." The women's hearts skipped a beat at his words. They had assumed they'd be staying in such luxurious accommodations as well. The 4 nurses immediately spoke up. "We'd like to join your team." Meng Xiu opened her mouth as if to speak, then closed it. Hadn't they sworn they hated men? Hadn't they insisted on finding their own food? Now they changed their minds this quickly. Where did that leave her? Still, most of Meng Xiu's attention was fixed on the intertwined hands of Wu Yang and Su Qingwan. So this Wu Yang already had a woman. Wu Yang chuckled lightly and said, "Your talent levels are too weak. My team has no need for those of low aptitude." However, Wu Yang's tone shifted. "The safe house still requires people for cleaning and logistics. If you're willing, you may come and serve as maids." "Yes, maids." Wu Yang made it explicitly clear. Though these nurses were not as skilled as Meng Xiu, who was a doctor, yet asking them to bow their heads and work as maids was something many might not accept. But Wu Yang was unaware that upon hearing the words maid and logistics, the nurses' minds were already wandering into fanciful thoughts. The Wuchong father and son had treated them as mere logistics as well. That pair was ugly in appearance, so naturally the women were unwilling. But if it were this man before them, that might be acceptable. In fact, perhaps they were the ones getting the better deal. "Willing. I'm willing." "Me too. I'm especially diligent and quick at cleaning. Leave it to me." Without much hesitation, the women agreed at once. Wu Yang turned to Wan Bo. "Take the 4 of them to live on the basement level and give them some uniforms." Wan Bo understood instantly. Previously, when Wu Yang had swept through the mall for clothing, he had bought quite a few uniforms. Along with the remaining uniforms from the long-legged maids at home, there was more than enough for several people. Su Qingwan saw nothing wrong with the arrangement. The safe house was vast, nearly 4,000 square meters, and 4 maids alone might not be enough to keep it clean. Su Qingwan pondered whether they should hire more maids, but that would ultimately depend on Wu Yang's decision. She gently hooked his little finger. "I've prepared the meal. Let's go eat." Then she whispered in his ear, "I also made you a nourishing soup." Seeing Cece had already followed Amber indoors, Wu Yang planted a kiss on Su Qingwan's cheek. "What, afraid I'm not up to it?" No, it's me who can't handle it, and I'm afraid you'll be too tired today." "Tired or not, won't we find out tonight?" "No, yesterday was my first time. The wound hasn't healed yet." Wu Yang scooped Su Qingwan into a princess carry. "What's there to fear? We'll have Cece cast a healing spell on you later." The two laughed and headed inside, completely oblivious to Meng Xiu standing behind them, her face full of embarrassment. But Meng Xiu thought to herself, first time, so they just got together. In the kitchen with 5 new women added, there wasn't enough food. The 4 nurses now in maid uniforms stood beside Su Qingwan to help. The women looked at the fragrant rice and a large platter of boiled pork, almost moved to tears. Before the apocalypse, these women had barely eaten rice to maintain their figures. But now they had no idea how long it had been since they last enjoyed a meal of rice. Wanbo spoke from behind. "The young master has instructed that since this is your first time at the safe house, this first meal is provided specially. But from now on you'll have to prepare your own food. Of course, as long as you work every day, we'll provide rice and vegetables. As for meat, that will depend on your performance." The 4 nurses nodded vigorously. "We'll do our best." What did no meat matter? They had survived on fruit from hospital ward baskets before. Rice was the true soul of humanity. In the dining area, Meng Xiu looked at the 4 nurses in their new clothes and asked hesitantly, "Brother Wu Yang, do you have any clothes that might fit me? I'm too dirty to join the meal without feeling like I'm ruining it." "I do." Wu Yang's consciousness delved into his spatial world to search, then casually asked, "What's your size?" "Huh, I'm 28. Why?" "No." Wu Yang glanced at Meng Xiu's 2 headlights. "I meant what's your size here." Realizing he meant her bra size, even the worldly Meng Xiu felt a flush of embarrassment. Clenching her teeth, she turned her head away. "Oh ho." Wu Yang took a second look at her. Hidden under her loose white coat, one wouldn't guess she had such a generous chest. He pulled out various large and small garments from the spatial world and handed them all to her. Meng Xiu accepted them reluctantly. After a thought, Wu Yang also gave her 30 ordinary cores. "Consider these alone to help you rank up." Meng Xiu was about to decline when Wu Yang continued, "Only when you level up can you craft better weapons for us faster." "Then, I'll accept them for now. Don't worry, I'll go out tomorrow to kill zombies and repay these cores. And I'll repay the favor of the clothes later too." Wu Yang sighed inwardly. Why was this woman so determined to settle every debt? If she actually repaid everything, would she just up and leave? A thought crossed his mind, and Wu Yang continued his persuasion. "No rush to enchant weapons yet. The Tang sword I hold now is merely a mortal-made piece from before the apocalypse. Only when we find a metal element esper who can forge weapons will your ability truly shine." "Then what should I do now? I can't just stay here and freeload, right?" Meng Xiu asked. Wu Yang curled his lips. "I don't mind. You can repay your life debt in other ways for now." Meng Xiu shot him a displeased glare. "You already have Qingwan. Don't get any ideas." With that, she went upstairs to freshen up. Wu Yang felt innocent. "Seriously, I just wanted you to work for me. What were you thinking? And besides, 1 sister is more than enough. Too many sisters would be hard to handle." Half an hour later, everyone gathered around the dining table on the 2nd floor and enjoyed a hearty meal. Not only was there rice and meat, but even fruit for dessert, which Su Qingwan had prepared. As for Wu Yang, he alone enjoyed the nourishing soup Su Qingwan had brewed for him. Lin Dong watched with a smacking sound of envy, wondering when such happiness would come his way. After the meal, it was only 8 o'clock, and Wu Yang couldn't wait to drag Su Qingwan back to the room. They played 3 rounds of baseball, and only after Su Qingwan begged for mercy did Wu Yang reluctantly stop. He felt that since reaching the 4th rank, his desire to play baseball had grown stronger each day, and the frequency of these games had increased as well. In his past life, he had lived in misery, constantly worrying about food and shelter with no energy to think of anything else. But now he had strength, a house, and food. As the saying goes, a full belly stirs lustful thoughts. He was becoming more and more decadent. Unfortunately, Su Qingwan couldn't handle more, or he would have played another 3 rounds. Wu Yang sat up in bed, startling Su Qingwan, who quickly wrapped herself in the sheets and edged away. "Brother Yang, I really can't anymore. Please stop." Though Su Qingwan was 5 years older than him, hearing that address put Wu Yang in a wonderful mood. He pulled her into his arms and sighed gently. "Don't worry. Do I seem like someone who doesn't cherish a woman?" Wu Yang muttered inwardly. "It's only because you're Cece's teacher. What if I hurt you and Cece gets mad at me? No one is more important than his little sister." Wu Yang pulled out 100 cores and handed them over. "Take these to rank up first. Once your level rises, your stamina will improve. Then we can have a long night together." Su Qingwan shyly accepted the cores and sat on the bed to begin absorbing them. Wu Yang couldn't be bothered to dress, walked to the sofa, and took out spatial cores to absorb as well. Neither of them noticed that the door wasn't fully closed. Meng Xiu happened to pass by on her way back to her room, and caught a clear view of Wu Yang's bare body and sturdy baseball bat. As a surgeon, she had seen plenty of naked men, but such an impressive baseball bat was a first. Bang! Meng Xiu reached out and shut the door firmly, then whispered, "Cici is on the 3rd floor too. Be careful." Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. So Wan Bo had arranged for Dr. Meng to stay on the 3rd floor, and it seemed she was in the room to his left. Without dwelling on it, Wu Yang continued absorbing the cores. Just now he had felt a faint glimmer of insight. The 3rd-tier spatial crystal core contained an energy vastly more immense than that of a 1st-tier core. It took Wu Yang half an hour to fully absorb its power. Unfortunately, he couldn't advance to a higher tier, and today's absorption had already reached its limit. But what delighted him most was the sensation of comprehending the ability of the spatial barrier from this crystal core. Instead of testing it immediately, Wu Yang first delved his consciousness into the spatial world. The hundreds of corpses and discarded crystal cores he had fed to the great tree earlier had been completely absorbed by it. Seeing Wu Yang enter, the great tree swayed excitedly as gusts of wind whipped around it. Wu Yang could sense that the tree was craving more food from him. With the thought, the thousands of corpses he had collected today were all piled into the large pit before the tree. At the sight of such a feast, the tree's excitement grew even more intense. The corpses in the pit were slowly being drained of their energy. Wu Yang glanced at the fruit on the tree, noticing that the red area on it had begun to expand. More than half of the fruit had already ripened. Wu Yang was thrilled, knowing that as the zombie tears continued to rise, this fruit would mature even faster. Withdrawing his consciousness from the spatial world, Wu Yang glanced sideways at Su Qingwan on the bed, ready to test his newfound ability. He snapped his fingers. Spatial barrier. Hearing the sound, Su Qingwan slowly opened her eyes, a look of confusion on her pretty face. "What's wrong, Yang Go? Did you just do something?" Wu Yang said. "Try to see if you can leave where you are." Su Qingwan stood up, attempting to get off the bed, but found herself colliding with an invisible wall. She reached out and touched around her, discovering an invisible wall surrounding her on all sides. What kind of ability is this? It's amazing. Wu Yang smiled slightly. Spatial barrier. It's essentially like a barrier. It seems the size I can currently use is only 2 cubic meters. But with this ability, I can not only trap enemies, but also protect our own people. Su Qingwan sincerely felt happy for him. Then during battles, we can use it on Cici to better protect her. Hearing that his woman cared so much about his little sister, Wu Yang was also very pleased. After absorbing the crystal core, do you feel your stamina has recovered? Su Qingwan gently nodded. Yes. Although I didn't advance a tier, I don't feel tired at all now. Wu Yang grinned wickedly. Since you're not tired, let's continue playing baseball. As soon as he said that, Wu Yang lunged toward the bed. Unexpectedly, the spatial barrier he had released was still active, and he tumbled headfirst onto the floor. The sight made Su Qingwan burst into laughter. Huh, didn't expect you to have this coming. Wu Yang narrowed his eyes, quickly deactivated the skill, and then lunged forward again, engaging in some pre-game warm-up with Su Qingwan. You dared to mock me. You're not sleeping tonight. Extra innings. No, I was wrong. The baseball game lasted all night. Meanwhile, Meng Xiu in the next room barely slept a wink until dawn. She yanked the blanket over her head, thinking to herself, what a lousy building, not soundproof at all. And also, aren't you two going to get up and work tomorrow? Staying up so late. The next morning, Su Qingwan opened the door and happened to run into Meng Xiu, who had dark circles under her eyes. Su Qingwan asked with concern, Dr. Meng, what's wrong? Not used to the new room. Meng Xiu gave her a strange look, thinking after being busy all night, she still manages to wake up this early. I guess that's the advantage of having a high ability level. If it were me, I'd definitely be exhausted. Meng Xiu put on a smile and teased, I know you newlyweds can't help yourselves, but you still need to exercise restraint. I couldn't sleep a wink last night because of the noise you two were making. Su Qingwan's face instantly turned crimson. Even though they were both women, she had never discussed such matters with anyone before. She felt extremely embarrassed. Stuttering, she said, I'm so sorry, we'll be more careful next time. Meng Xiu waved her hand dismissively, it's fine. I was just saying that after all, you're the masters here, don't worry about me. Wanting to make amends, Su Qingwan asked, Dr. Meng, what would you like for breakfast? I'll go make it for you. Meng Xiu linked her arm with Su Qingwan's. With your cooking, I'd love whatever you make. The two women quickly warmed up to each other, arms linked as they walked to the kitchen, only to find the 4 nursemaids already busy at work there. One of the nurses, named Hishio, was an S-rank Earth attribute ability user. Hishio came over and said, Sister Qingwan, we know how to cook, but we're afraid we can't make it as tasty as you do, so we've already washed all the vegetables for you. Now it's up to you to work your magic. Su Qingwan took the ingredients. No problem, you've done a great job. From now on, I'll write down the dishes we need each day in advance, and you can prepare the ingredients early. The 4 nurses nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Meng Xiu stared at the ingredients in shock. Having Australian lobster and Wagyu beef for breakfast, was that really appropriate? What kind of family background is this? She had no idea that Wu Yang had specifically instructed Su Qingwan to prepare these dishes. I can casually pull out Australian lobster and Wagyu beef, and I'm sure you won't even think about leaving. Once the meal was ready, Wu Yang finally emerged from the room. It wasn't that he was too tired to get up, but rather he had been planning his next moves and arrangements. After eating, Wu Yang looked at the group and said, in 2 days there will be 3 consecutive days of acid rain. After the acid rain ends, the zombies will fully evolve to the second tier. Although with our strength, second tier zombies are nothing to fear, it also means the possibility of advanced mutants emerging increases. So our first priority is to reinforce the defenses of the safe house to prevent it from being breached. Also, we need to clean out the entire villa district. Cece chimed in asking, brother, our safe house is already very secure, do we still need to worry? And why do we need to clear the villa district? If anyone else had asked, Wu Yang wouldn't have bothered to answer. I say you do understand. But this was Cece. Did she really get the same treatment as others? Wu Yang explained patiently, from my tests the walls of the safe house can withstand zombies up to the 3rd tier without a problem, but zombies or ability users above the 3rd tier could probably break through easily. As for the villa district, it will serve as our base in the future, so we definitely need to clean it up. Hearing this, Cece's eyes immediately lit up. A base? How cool. Could I become some kind of elder? In the future, everyone will have to call me Lady Cece. Awesome. Looking at Jiang Feng, Wu Yang continued, for now you don't need to go out and kill zombies. Focus on mastering the earthen wall technique and reinforce the outer walls of the safe house. Also set up an earthen wall at the intersection leading from the villa district to the safe house. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment and said, although my earthen wall technique isn't strong enough for that yet, don't worry, brother Yang. I'll go figure out how to strengthen it right away. Hishio, an S-rank Earth-type Awakener, raised her hand and said, Chief, I'm also an Earth-type Awakener. I can help. Chief. Wu Yang was quite pleased with this form of address. Wu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Then you'll follow Jiang Feng's orders. If you do well, crystal cores will be your salary and reward. Hishio's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Turning to the others, Wu Yang said in a deep voice, starting today the rest of you will come with me. We need to clear out all the zombies in the villa district within 2 days. What if there are survivors still in the villas? One of the nurses asked. Cece answered immediately, kill them. Wu Yang was taken aback, then switched into teaching mode. Little sis, we're the good guys. We can't go around killing people just like that. If we meet someone who won't listen, we can kill them then. No need to rush. Cece nodded, half comprehending. So talk first, then kill. Got it. Beside her, Su Qingwan slapped her forehead. It's over, she thought. Cece is completely corrupted now. After their discussion, they decided to split into 2 teams and clear different areas. Wu Yang took Cece, Hu Pe, and Su Qingwan with him. Wan Bo led Lin Dong, Meng Siyu, and the 3 nurses. This arrangement made Lin Dong especially happy. Sob, brother Yang, I knew you cared about me. Entrusting all these beautiful women to my leadership. Lin Dong will be loyal to you for life. Wan Bo curled his lip. You've got it wrong, kid. The prettiest one's heart probably isn't with you. Wu Yang took out a Ford F-150 Raptor from his spatial world and handed it to Lin Dong. He actually had 3 heavy trucks in his space, but no one else knew how to drive them. So Wu Yang had to settle for taking out a heavy motorcycle carrying Su Qingwan on the back, while Cece rode Hu Pe. This feat of conjuring items from thin air shocked Meng Siyu once again. Meng Siyu quickly pulled the nurses aside and whispered sternly, don't look at what you shouldn't see and don't say what you shouldn't say. The 4 nurses nodded vigorously, they understood this principle well. Next, Wu Yang produced walkie-talkies and handed one to each person. Remember, if you're in danger, call for help on the radio immediately. I'll get there as fast as I can. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Hu Pe seemed dissatisfied. Oh, whoa, why didn't I get one? Why the special treatment? Wu Yang rolled his eyes. Even if I gave you a walkie-talkie, where would you put it? Hu Pe looked down at his 4 paws. If he had to hold a walkie-talkie, he couldn't carry Cece. Hu Pe hung his head dejectedly. I, the old wolf, must level up quickly and learn to take human form. When I do, I'm going to carry 4 walkie-talkies at once. 1 in every paw. The 2 teams drove down the road from the mountainside. The few villas at the foot of the mountain had already been cleared by Wu Yang and the others when the zombie outbreak first began. Plus, on their way back each day, they'd run over a few zombies. So the zombie population in the villa district wasn't high now, definitely less than 300. The tricky part was that the villas were spread far apart, so they had to go into each one to clear them out. Fortunately, they had more hands now. Finishing within 2 days shouldn't be a problem. Inside the villa district, quite a few zombies still wandered the streets. Hearing the commotion, they all howled and lunged forward. Grr. Meat's here. Meat's here. Haven't had a bite in days, let me have a taste. Wu Yang pulled out the Tang Dao sword enchanted by Meng Siyu, summoned a wind blade, and swung it in one smooth motion. Whoosh! In an instant, over a dozen zombies on the road were decapitated. Wu Yang grinned inwardly. The sword's power had tripled after being enchanted. But he couldn't tell Meng Siyu that, or she might not be so enthusiastic about helping in the future. That was also the reason Wu Yang hadn't brought her along. In Wu Yang's view, although spatial type skills were incredibly powerful, there was no need to use spatial devouring or spatial blades against these zombies. At times like this, the Tang Dao, empowered by wind blades, was much more convenient. Su Qingwan watched with eager eyes, trying to infuse her water-type ability into her own sword. After swinging it around for a while, she found it was completely useless. Su Qingwan said dejectedly, why can't I infuse my weapon with my ability? Wanna know? Call me Big Brother. And I'll tell you. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. Su Qingwan glared at him. CC is right here. Watch your mouth. CC quickly chimed in. I'm not here. I'm leaving now. Hoopa, let's go. Whooshed. Hoopa swiftly carried CC and crashed through the door of a villa. Wu Yang wasn't worried about the two of them going in alone. A 4th rank light type combined with a 4th rank lightning type meant there was virtually no danger. Seeing this, Su Qingwan lowered her voice and said, Brother Yang, please just tell me. Wu Yang grinned so wide he couldn't close his mouth. Just over half a month ago, he'd never have imagined Su Qingwan would ever address him like this. He didn't keep her in suspense. Try covering the surface of the blade with your water type ability, then slowly mold it into the shape of the Tang Dao. When you swing the blade, you have to use your spiritual sense to control the ability, making it move in sync with the sword. Su Qingwan was still confused. Wu Yang walked up behind her and reached his arms around her waist, teaching her hands-on. This scene fell into the eyes of Cici inside the villa. Stroking Hoopa's fur, she said excitedly, great. I'm going to have a little nephew soon. Hoopa tilted his head. So jealous. The old wolf wants one too. Over on Wu Yang's side, things were going smoothly. He hadn't encountered a single powerful zombie. Eventually, Wu Yang became too lazy to even act, just letting Hoopa charge ahead to show off. After all, Hoopa was working hard to earn potato chips, so he put in maximum effort. Wu Yang simply took Su Qingwan's hand and strolled through the villa district. Xiangshan no. One villa district was an upscale neighborhood. Not only were the villas luxurious, but the landscaping was exceptionally well maintained. The only downside was the bloody scenes scattered across the roads. Wu Yang casually waved his hand and stored the corpses of zombies and awakener corpses into his spatial world. But he had no interest in wrecked cars or the bodies of ordinary people. His spatial world was vast, but it wasn't a garbage dump. Wu Yang pondered whether he should find some helpers to clean up the neighborhood for him. The temperature was currently around 20 degrees, so leaving corpses out in the open wasn't a problem for now. But the weather in the apocalypse was unpredictable. When it turned hot, these bodies would start to rot and breed maggots that could easily spread disease and ruin the living environment. Just then a commotion erupted from one of the villas. Damn it. Stay back, or I'll fight you all to the death. Hee little Pan, your brother's about to die anyway. Might as well let us have some fun first. You beasts. You've already harmed enough women, and now you won't even spare my brother. Your brother's skin is so soft and fair, more tempting than any woman we've seen. How could we possibly pass that up? Boss, stop wasting words with him. Let's just go for it. Hee. Wu Yang and Su Qingwan, who were eavesdropping at the villa's entrance, both stiffened. These people were quite adventurous, not even sparing men. Su Qingwan whispered, shouldn't we leave? The sounds coming from inside aren't exactly appropriate to listen to. Wu Yang glanced at her with surprise. Don't you feel the urge to save them? Biting her lower lip, Su Qingwan hesitated before replying. Just from the commotion alone, those two brothers do seem pitiful, but I don't know them. Who knows what kind of trouble saving them might bring upon us? Better to stay out of sight, out of mind. Is that so? However, this time I've decided to intervene. With that, Wu Yang grabbed Su Qingwan and activated a spatial jump. Whooshed. In an instant, Wu Yang found himself at the bedroom door on the 2nd floor of the villa. But then he paused dumbfounded. Where was his woman? Wu Yang's face darkened. It seemed his spatial jump couldn't bring others along. Undeterred, his indifferent gaze swept across the scene before him. He was screening, selecting those suitable to serve as his pawns. Regardless of their affiliation, anyone who looked promising would be kept. Before him, a greasy middle-aged man was lunging towards a frail young man lying on the bed. On the other side, 3 men with lecherous faces were restraining a boy. Pan Su's eyes blazed with fury as he screamed, Animals! You're all animals. I curse you to die a horrible death. You all deserve to die. The other 3 men suddenly felt their vision go dark. It felt as if their heads were being pierced by needles. They shook their heads violently to regain their senses. Smack! The crew-cut man slapped Pan Su hard across the face. An ordinary person who hasn't even awakened an ability, and you dare act so tough. I'm telling you, your brother is injured now, so the two of you can only sit there and take whatever we dish out. If you behave yourself, I might go a bit easier on you, ha ha. The crew-cut man turned to the middle-aged man. Manager Wang, you can have the older Pan. Why don't we get the younger one? Manager Wang let out a lecherous chuckle. Fine. Since you guys are being so cooperative, I'll let you have him. I'm satisfied with the older Pan anyway. This Manager Wang was famously debauched in the villa area. He had a wife and kids at home, yet he preferred seeking out young boys for his baseball games. He especially favored those with fair, delicate skin. After the apocalypse began relying on his abundant household supplies, and his awakened ability, Wang had conquered the left half of the villa district. This put him in control of a territory opposite to Wu Yang's right half. Because of this split, when the other owners had attempted to seize Wu Yang's safe house, Wang hadn't been informed given the distance and the heavy zombie presence along the way. As for the Pan brothers, the elder was 18, the younger just 16. Their families had all turned into zombies, leaving them to fend for themselves. Manager Wang had long had his eye on them, wanting to recruit them for his baseball team. However, the older Pan was an ability user with a particularly bizarre power, making Wang somewhat wary. But now an injured ability user and an ordinary person. They would be easy pickings. The older Pan lying on the bed was pale with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He reached under his pillow, pulling out a hidden knife. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Wang sneered, a dead one still has some freshness. You think I can't do it? Upon hearing this, the older Pan felt his heart sink. Over the past few days from Wang's villa, he had heard plenty of sounds of distress. Was he doomed to suffer the same fate? He couldn't even die a quick death. Damn this apocalypse. A tear nearly escaped his eye, mourning the fate that awaited him. The younger Pan, however, was crying profusely. My brother is so pitiful, and so am I. Our poor chrysanthemums. If someone could just save us right now, we'd be their loyal servants for life. Just then Wu Yang could no longer stand by. Having chosen his pawns, he decided it was time to make his entrance. Knock, knock, knock. Wu Yang rapped on the already open door. You all are desecrating my territory. I'll give you 1 second to get out or face death. Who the hell are you? Looking for a death wish? Don't you know who we are? One of the lecherous men scoffed disdainfully. Smack. A spatial rift tore open instantly, performing a gruesome craniotomy on the man. It was so sudden that no one could believe this stranger would kill without a moment's hesitation. Manager Wang, being a leader, had sharper instincts than his underlings. Seeing this, he knew the situation was grim. He frantically pulled up his pants and stammered, Brother, let's talk about this. Are these Pan brothers friends of yours? We'll leave right now. No, you can't leave. You've disgusted me. Wu Yang stated coldly. Then another spatial tear. Thud. Wang's head flew off, his pants still bunched around his knees. Wu Yang turned to face the other two lecherous men, only to realize the one with the crew cut was missing. Huh, where did he go? The younger Pan was stunned into silence. Is this a god descending from heaven? My wishes are coming true this quickly. He stammered, that crew cut guy. He vanished the moment you started speaking. Just vanished. What kind of ability was that? Wu Yang rubbed his chin, puzzled, but decided not to overthink it. If he ran into their crew, he'd end up dead anyway. With another casual spatial tear, Wu Yang disposed of the last lecherous man. In a blink, only the Pan brothers remained in the room. The younger Pan, worried about his brother, quickly helped the elder Pan sit up. The elder Pan grabbed the younger one's head and kowtowed frantically on the bed. Benefactor. You are our savior. Please accept our deepest gratitude. What should we call you, benefactor? You look so familiar. Shut up. How dare you ask the benefactor's name? Whack, whack, whack. The elder Pan delivered 3 harsh smacks to the audacious younger Pan. Even on the verge of death, the elder Pan found the strength to discipline his brother. Wu Yang almost laughed at the sight. Were these two brothers a pair of goofballs? They looked familiar, perhaps they'd run into each other in the neighborhood before. Clearing his throat, Wu Yang said sternly, From today on, Xiangshan, no. One villa district is my territory. Understood. 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 From now on, you're our boss. Hello, boss. My name is Pan Yang, and this is my brother Pan Su. We'll follow your every command. Wu Yang was at a loss for words. Wait, were you guys really this quick to accept? You're becoming lackeys that willingly. What Wu Yang didn't realize was that these two were overwhelmed with gratitude because they'd just narrowly avoided a terrible fate. For a man, was there anything more precious than that? I have standards for accepting underlings. You two don't make the cut yet. We understand. Just tell us what to do, boss. We'll do whatever you ask. The younger Pan chimed in immediately. Wu Yang tossed them 2 walkie-talkies. All right, from now on, you two will live in the security booth and guard the gate. Report any situation via the walkie-talkie. The younger Pan hesitated for a moment before speaking. My brother seems to be on his last legs. He probably can't take up the post. As Xiao Pan finished speaking, to Pan promptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. De Pan's face turned pale. Big brother, in this lifetime, I fear I can no longer repay you. If there's a next life, we shall meet again. Wu Yang rolled his eyes. Who wanted to meet him in the next life? Pressing his brow, Wu Yang walked over to check. De Pan's complexion was indeed deathly pale, but there were no wounds on his body. What caused your injury? It doesn't look like a zombie bite either. De Pan wiped the blood from his mouth. It wasn't a zombie bite. I was fighting zombies when I suddenly felt myself grow weak, and then I turned into a complete pandayu. What ability do you have? Tell me about it. All right, big brother. I don't know what my ability is called, but I can control the power of blood. De Pan paused, glanced at Wu Yang, and continued. Every time I deal with zombies, I control blood to splatter onto them, and then for some reason the zombie just dies. Wu Yang stroked his chin. That sounds like a blood-based ability, but they die just by coming into contact with blood. That was too bizarre. Wu Yang had never encountered such an ability user in his past life, so he didn't understand how it worked. But he couldn't let that show. Wu Yang said calmly. It's likely you've overused your ability, and your proficiency isn't high enough. As long as you practice more, this won't happen again. Yes, big brother is right. De Pan nodded repeatedly. Wu Yang then looked at Xiao Pan. You don't have an ability? Xiao Pan shook his head regretfully. Sorry, big brother. I'm holding you back. That's not right. Wu Yang recalled the scene earlier. After Xiao Pan had resisted those 3 lecherous men, they had clearly shown pained expressions. Could Xiao Pan have awakened an ability without knowing it? Unfortunately, Wu Yang didn't have X-ray vision, or he'd love to see if there was a crystal core in Xiao Pan's head. He had never heard of these 2 brothers in his past life. Presumably, they had been tortured to death by Boss Wang long before. Seeing how sensible they were, Wu Yang pulled out a walkie-talkie and called, Sis, there's a guy here who's about to die. Come take a look at him. Grr. The walkie-talkie crackled with zombie growls. After a moment Shishi replied, okay brother, I'm coming. Before long a wolf's howl echoed. Amber carried Shishi over. Seeing such a fierce wolf and a little girl in a black Lolita dress, the Pan brothers' jaws dropped wide. No wonder he was the boss. Even his followers were extraordinary. Shishi didn't greet anyone. She glanced at Pan lying there and casually began to cast a healing spell. A white light flashed and Pan's complexion gradually improved. How is it, little sister? Can my brother be saved? It's not a terminal illness, is it? Asked Xiao Pan. Shishi gave Xiao Pan a strange look. It's nothing serious, just excessive blood loss. As she spoke she finished the healing. A grown man like you doesn't even know you're anemic. And you interrupted my zombie killing, humph. With that Shishi glanced at Wu Yang. Brother, I'm going back to work alone. Don't disturb me. So she came in a hurry and left in a hurry. The whole process took only 3 minutes. Pan stood up from the bed and stretched, exclaiming, big brother, little brother, I'm really fine now. It's amazing. Wu Yang was too lazy to say more to these two goofball brothers. Because of them, even his sister had started to dislike him. It was clear now that Pan had consumed too much of his own blood using his blood ability, making him think he was injured. Wu Yang said impatiently, since you're fine, get back to guarding the gate. Remember, don't let anyone in and report any issues promptly. Otherwise you two are out of here. The two brothers bowed and scraped as they saw Wu Yang off. Xiao Pan said excitedly, brother, I remember now. The owners group mentioned someone building a safe house halfway up the mountain. That's our big brother. Pan's eyebrows shot up. Wow, big brother is awesome. We've definitely chosen the right person. Little brother, remember to work hard and earn some recognition from him. Hey, too bad I don't have an ability. Big brother probably won't even notice me. It's fine. As long as we guard the gate, well, he'll see us every time he comes and goes. Eventually he'll remember us. Makes sense. You're the smart one, bro. Wu Yang, who hadn't gone far, overheard this and nearly stumbled. What kind of goofballs had he rescued? Was it too late for regrets? When he reached the villa's entrance, Wu Yang saw Su Qingwan still standing there. She approached and asked, what happened up there? How could you let Shishi see such filthy scenes? Wu Yang reassured her, don't worry, the filth has been cleaned up. By the way, did you see anyone run out from downstairs? Wu Yang referred to the crew cut man who had fled. Su Qingwan shook her head. No. Besides you and Shishi, no one came in or out. No one. Wu Yang frowned and thought. That was impossible. How could a living person just vanish? Even if it were a speed-type ability user or someone using teleportation or wind step, there would still be a glimpse of a figure. And with Su Qingwan's third-level perception, she couldn't have missed anything. What kind of strange ability was this? Whatever it was, that disgusting glutton had to be eliminated. Wu Yang pulled out the walkie-talkie and ordered everyone. If you see a lecherous man with a crew cut, don't hesitate. Just kill him. Okay, brother. Yes, young master. Yang Ji, leave it to me. After the two left, a head emerged from a patch of shadow on the ground. The crew cut man Lu Shan revealed only half his head while the rest of his body remained hidden in the shadows. He was evidently a shadow attribute user whose technique allowed him to transform his entire body into shadow. Lu Shan had never left. Seeing the danger, he quickly turned into a shadow and hid. Narrowing his eyes, he thought, damn it, they want to kill me. Do they really think I have no other bosses? You little brat, just you wait. I'll go get my other bosses to deal with you. Meanwhile, Wu Yang strolled through the entire villa district, shaking his head as he looked around. It seemed there was no chance for him to make a move. These zombies were far too weak. Moreover, there wasn't even any supplies in the villa district. The only food was a few scattered sausages which Wu Yang wouldn't even bother with. He casually stepped right over them. If other survivors had witnessed this, they would have cursed him waste. Such shameless waste. The only things Wu Yang bothered to collect were the zombie corpses. If anyone else saw that, they would surely condemn him. You're a freak. Wu Yang, accompanied by Su Qingwan, gradually walked towards the entrance of the villa district where over 20 survivors were gathered. They were all able-bodied young men and women without a single elderly person or child. Indeed, it was nearly impossible for the old and the young to survive in such a chaotic world. Big Pan and Little Pan were already in position at the security booth. Little Pan, holding an electric baton, shouted, "You'd better leave now. If my boss gets here, he'll take you all out." Big Pan chimed in, "You've all seen the wolf my boss keeps, right? That wolf loves human flesh. From what I can tell, it hasn't had its fill today. Do you want to volunteer as its dinner?" Hearing this, the 20 or so survivors' faces turned grim. Having already witnessed the prowess of Uncle Wan and his team earlier, they left in frustration, though clearly resentful. "So these are the 2 guards you hired?" Su Qingwan asked with a strange look on her face. Wu Yang smiled wryly. They're just kids a bit slow in the head." He glanced over from a distance, but didn't approach, deciding to let the brothers fend for themselves. "So these are the 2 guards you recruited?" Su Qingwan asked, her expression odd. Wu Yang gave an embarrassed smile. They're young, their heads aren't quite right. He took a look from afar, but didn't walk over, leaving the 2 brothers to their own devices. As for giving them supplies, that could wait until they made a contribution. As long as they didn't die, that was fine. And if they did die, no problem, he could just find 2 new guards. As dusk fell, everyone returned to the safe house halfway up the mountain. The team led by Uncle Wan all carried large bags and bundles filled with various supplies. Although Wu Yang found the items lacking, he still had Uncle Wan put everything into the warehouse to be distributed later to whichever underlings proved obedient. Then everyone began handing over the crystal cores they had collected. Meng Xiu said excitedly, "This is the first time I've had such a smooth zombie hunt, and I even got a good number of crystal cores." Even someone as composed as her couldn't help but show a girlish delight. "I used to fight monsters with all my might, yet didn't even know how to level up. But now I'm a second-tier expert." Wu Yang glanced at her indifferently. She could give them if she wanted, he would just collect them all anyway. Wu Yang took stock. Today's haul included over 300 ordinary first-tier crystal cores, and even 12 elemental crystal cores. At this stage, elemental crystal cores could only come from awakened ones. Wu Yang didn't ask if they had run into trouble. Since they were back safely, the problem was solved. Through Uncle Wan, Wu Yang learned that no one had tried to hide any crystal cores this time. Everyone had obediently turned them all in. Furthermore, the nurse named Hishio, who had gone with Jiang Feng today, had performed well. She was obedient and especially hardworking. So Wu Yang generously distributed crystal cores to the 4 nurses. "Take these, you can level up to second tier today." The 4 nurses looked at them, expressed their gratitude profusely, and winked meaningfully at Meng Xiu. "There's food, drink, and crystal cores to earn. Dr. Meng, why don't you become a maid with us?" Meng Xiu of course didn't understand their looks. She was busy calculating in her head. Just today she had only gathered 43 ordinary crystal cores herself. She wondered if it was enough to cover her food expenses. And she still had to repay the debt for yesterday's crystal cores and clothes. So maybe I should eat a bit less at dinner. But when dinner came, wow. Su Qingwan had made spicy chicken and boiled beef. The Wagyu beef at breakfast was great, but boiled beef is my absolute favorite. A plate full of fiery red chilies slurp. Forget it, I'll just have to chop zombies even more vigorously tomorrow. It's all my fault. Why did I stubbornly refuse to join before? Next time they ask, I definitely won't be so stubborn. Wu Yang watched Meng Xiu devour the chilies with a side glance, a smile curling at his lips. So Dr. Meng likes spicy food. Having a preference makes things easier. Wu Yang stretched lazily and said casually, "How about hot pot tomorrow? Beef tallow broth, extra spicy." Clatter. Meng Xiu's chopsticks dropped. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "You even have beef tallow hot pot?" "Yep, I've got nearly 10,000 packets of base from a famous hot pot restaurant in Yuqing. And another 10,000 packets of hot pot base from Chuanqing in all sorts of spice levels." Wu Yang added, "I also have duck blood, duck intestines, duck gizzards, beef tripe, and more, all shipped directly from the restaurant." Gulp. Meng Xiu swallowed hard. After a moment she clenched her fists. "Chief, is it too late for me to join you now? To hell with being strong, independent, and not relying on a man. Goodbye. Forget it all." Wu Yang chuckled. "As long as you work hard, of course you can." Su Qingwan congratulated her. "Sister, see you from now on, we're family." "Yes, family." Meng Xiu slurped up a piece of boiled beef with gusto and nodded firmly. Wu Yang thought to himself, he never expected Meng Xiu to cave in just like that within a single day. Well, in times like these, who could resist hot pot? Indeed, in the apocalypse, whoever has food rules the world. After dinner, Wu Yang sat in the living room planning the next day's actions. In just one day, 2/3 of the villa district had been cleared. The remaining third wasn't left due to a lack of time, but because it had gotten dark. Except for the safe house, the entire villa district had no electricity. Using flashlights to hunt zombies wasn't a matter of danger anymore, but just a hassle. It really wasn't necessary. With 12 people available, it would be a waste to have everyone clearing the villas. It was better to leave most of them to continue the task, while the others. Haha. I haven't forgotten about that cold chain warehouse I rented before. There's still a ton of supplies waiting for me there. Since we have plenty of hands, it's best to split up. Before the acid rain comes, let's go loot that warehouse. No, wait, we should say relocate the items. We're good people, how could we use a word like loot? We're just reasonably borrowing and transporting. He hadn't forgotten about the child zombies either, but those little ones could be kept for a while. It wouldn't be too late to perform their craniotomy after the acid rain passed. Wu Yang addressed the group. "Tomorrow Qingwan and Uncle Wan will come with me. The rest of you will continue clearing the villas." The others didn't ask why, simply nodding in agreement. Wu Yang had thought it through. Taking 2 people was enough, and both were completely trustworthy. Su Qingwan could get some practical experience. After all, she was a formidable figure from the national base in her past life. It wasn't right for her to be stuck at home cooking all day. As for Uncle Wan, he was brought along to scout for any suitable people he might recruit. As for Cici would stay behind to support the others. Hoopa was also to stay just in case Cici ran into danger. And that was settled. Early the next morning, Wu Yang drove his Raptor pickup truck, carrying Su Qingwan and Uncle Wan out. Su Qingwan was thrilled. She knew Wu Yang's spatial world was vast, but she didn't know exactly how vast. "If you can take the entire warehouse, I'm sticking with you for life. No matter what you do, I'm definitely not leaving." Su Qingwan looked at Wu Yang's profile. "What a good man. I thought I'd be stuck in the kitchen cooking forever. Let me think about what to name our first child." Uncle Wan sat in the back seat, feeling uneasy. He had asked Wu Yang about carrying on the family line yesterday, but Wu Yang had said they use protection every day. Having children at this stage wasn't appropriate. It would be too reckless. Uncle Wan wiped the corner of his eye, sobbing internally. "Wowo, master and mistress, I have failed in your entrusted mission. Know this, old man will never give up." After all, these things always have accidents, right? If all else fails, quantity over quality could work too. In the cold chain warehouse complex, over 200 zombies roamed the grounds. The number wasn't overwhelming, but every single one of them was a burly, hardened brute. These were all cargo workers, each with a body of solid muscle. An ordinary zombie could be taken down with a single well-aimed strike, but these particular ones might require two. In the manager's office, manager Zhang Heng boasted with a smug grin, "Those mangy dogs probably have no idea that today is their death day." Ha ha ha. Chun Hui, her mouth full of food, mumbled, "You're really something else." Zhang Heng patted her on the back of the head. "Focus." Chun Hui rubbed her numb legs from squatting too long and quickened her pace of eating. 3 minutes later, Zhang Heng let out a satisfied low groan and praised, "Accountant Chen, although you may not be much to look at, you're certainly efficient. A true speed-type ability user." Chun Hui sneered. "How I never thought my speed would be used for this." Wiping her mouth, she added, "But even my speed can't match that white dog's. Its speed is unbelievably insane." What's the use of being fast? As long as we set them ablaze, they're all dead." Zhang Heng pulled up his pants and opened the office door. Outside, 23 survivors were seated, each clutching a weapon, and a few held cans of oil. A man wearing glasses stepped forward. "Manager Zhang, everything is ready. The leading white dog has gone out to forage. Now is our chance for a surprise attack. Good, follow me." With that, the group moved the obstacles blocking the office door and headed towards the entrance of Warehouse No. 3. Warehouse No. 3 was stocked with canned meat and sausages. Zhang Heng, the manager of the entire complex, had spare keys to every warehouse, yet he dared not open this one, because the group inside was not to be trifled with, especially the leading white dog, which had awakened a formidable ability. The survivors were no match for it. Recently, the white dog had killed several survivors, so they had to be extremely cautious. Zhang Heng led the group around to the back door, where there was a small dog hole. At that moment, the dog hole was completely plugged with a pile of empty cans. Zhang Heng cursed, "These damn dogs. Even before the apocalypse, they loved digging under our walls to steal things. Now they want to occupy our warehouse after the apocalypse. Do they think we're pushovers? Since the leading white dog is away today, let's take this chance to butcher the rest of the strays first. Brothers, tonight we feast on hot pot dog meat." "All right, hot pot dog meat it is." The survivor holding the oil cans dug away the cans blocking the dog hole and poured over 20 cans of oil into the warehouse. It was a bit wasteful, but who cared? There was still an entire warehouse full of cooking oil on the premises. A wind-type ability user conjured a gentle breeze, blowing all the oil further into the warehouse. Then a fire-type ability user stepped forward and casually cast a fireball. In an instant, a blazing inferno erupted inside the warehouse. Woof, 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 woof. The sound of frantic barking filled the air. Inside, the flames had already reached the canned goods section. 8 filthy stray dogs were scrambling around in panic. "Don't come near. Dogs fear fire." The strays slammed against the warehouse's main door, desperately trying to break it down. Unfortunately, the door was extremely heavy and sturdy. Their strength was no match for it. Just as the pack tried to escape through the dog hole they usually used, they heard Zhang Heng's voice outside. "Seal the holes. Let's smoke them out." "So what if they've awakened abilities?" "I refuse to believe humans can't defeat a pack of dogs." The dogs scurried about, their eyes filled with sorrow. After about half an hour, all sounds from the warehouse ceased. Zhang Heng sneered. "Let's go collect some dog meat." The group noisily made their way back to the front entrance. As the main door opened, a thick cloud of black smoke billowed out. A water-type ability user quickly cast a water sphere to extinguish the flames. "Ha ha ha. Not bad, these strays aren't dead yet. They've still got a breath left in them. That's the best way to eat them." The man with glasses walked over and kicked one of the dogs, which was already showing the whites of its eyes. At that moment, a furious bark echoed through the air. A small-framed white dog charged into Warehouse No. 3 at an incredible speed. Seeing the scene before him, the white dog let out a heart-wrenching howl. "Woof! My brothers, wake up!" A spotted dog struggled to open its eyes, looking at the white dog, letting out a painful whimper. "Boss, take care of yourself." The white dog turned its gaze to Zhang Heng and the others. "So you're the ones who killed my brothers. Acting like I don't exist. Die." Swish. The white dog instantly transformed into a black mist and slammed directly into the nearest man with glasses. Before he could even react, a large hole was torn through his body. He then collapsed heavily to the ground. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth. "Damn it. This white dog came back this fast." Everyone attacked together. "We have to take it all out." The others obeyed, unleashing their abilities. "Can't beat you one-on-one. What about a group fight?" The white dog was trembling with rage. These were his brothers who had fought alongside him for years, and they had been slaughtered. "I'll kill you all. Every last one of you." Swish, swish, swish. The white dog as a black mist darted through the survivors, leaving a trail of bodies with gaping holes in their heads or chests. They died instantly. Screams of terror echoed through the warehouse. In the blink of an eye, the white dog had killed 8 people, then flashed to a distance, panting heavily from exhaustion. But it still glared at the survivors with unwavering vigilance. "Once I've rested, I'll kill you all." Seeing this, Zhang Heng quickly retreated to the doorway. "Damn it, what kind of bizarre ability does this dog have?" While dodging, Zhang Heng urged the others, "We can't let this trip be in vain. The dog is tired. Strike while the iron is hot." Chen Hui, trembling, hid beside Zhang Heng. "White Yiksha. It's just like the White Yiksha. It has killed so many of us already. This dog is terrifying. Maybe we should just run." "White Yiksha? Who are you talking about?" A strange voice sounded right beside Chen Hui's ear. Chen Hui turned around and saw a tall, handsome man with a face like polished jade standing beside her. Behind him stood a beautiful woman and an old man in traditional Tang attire. It was none other than Wu Yang, Su Qingwan, and Wan Bo. Wu Yang repeated his question, "Who is the White Yiksha?" Hearing the voice, Zhang Heng also turned around surprised. "Young Master Wu, what are you doing here?" Wu Yang had entered the warehouse complex earlier, but had stayed quiet upon seeing the group causing trouble. He had simply stood by and observed. Now hearing a familiar title piqued his curiosity, prompting him to come over and ask. If he remembered correctly, White Yiksha could very well be that one. Wu Yang walked to the warehouse entrance, surveying the battle within. The white dog caught its breath, then dissolved into black mist, once more attacking the other survivors all around. After the black mist passed through the survivors' bodies, it condensed back into a solid form and sped away. Watching this scene only made Wu Yang more excited. Yes, it really was him. He never imagined that the infamous White Yiksha of his past life would actually be a dog, and such a small dog at that. Its fur was matted and filthy beyond recognition, making its breed impossible to tell. In his previous life, Wu Yang had heard of a ferocious, awakened beast, though no one ever discovered what it truly was. Because wherever White Yiksha passed, neither zombies nor survivors had time to react before meeting their end, and every scrap of supplies in its path was devoured clean. Many survivors speculated that it must be some unknown mutated creature. Some suspected it was a mutated variant of the Taoya, but most due to its white silhouette and its reaper-like conduct when misted called it White Yiksha. White Yiksha possessed extraordinary talent, having awakened a dark attribute mist transformation ability. Backed by overwhelming strength, it led a pack of awakened animals and carved a bloody path through an apocalypse overrun with zombies and aberrant beasts. Even the king-tier ability users of his past life kept far away whenever they encountered the animal legion led by White Yiksha. Wu Yang's heart raced with excitement. White Yiksha's incredible speed combined with mist transformation made it an absolute killer among dogs. Before you rise to power, dog, you're mine. Zhang Heng's eyes darted around slyly. Whatever Wu Yang and his group had come for since they were here, weren't they just free labor? Zhang Heng put on a pitiful expression. Young Master Wu, this is the dog that stole food from your warehouse before. Now that it's awakened its ability, it's become even more lawless. We couldn't stand it anymore, so we decided to take it down. Would young Master Wu be interested in joining the fight? If we succeed, all the supplies in this warehouse can be yours. Wu Yang glanced at the canned goods with shells blackened by fire and the ham sausages roasted into charcoal, then said in an icy voice, "Do I look like I'm begging for scraps?" No. What are you saying, young Master Wu? We're old acquaintances. Besides this warehouse, whatever else you need, we can give you some. Zhang Heng said hastily. He wasn't sure if Wu Yang could pull it off, nor did he know Wu Yang's strength, but one more cannon fodder meant one more sliver of hope. Wan Bo overheard this inner thought and rolled his eyes hard. You idiots, if you just handed over everything obediently, you might have kept your lives. And now you dare scheme against my young master. You're dead. Soon. Run. We can't win. Zhang Heng, Chen Hui, do something. In an instant, only 6 survivors remained inside the warehouse. The rest lay on the ground, their bodies torn open with massive holes. Everyone scrambled to the entrance and huddled together, faces twisted with terror. Damn it, people really are no match for a dog. Infuriating. The white dog lowered its front legs into an attack stance, staring intently at the approaching Wu Yang. Oh no, this man is strong. The dog can't win. A dog's instincts were sharp, and it could tell at a glance who was the strongest human present. Though Wan Bo and Su Qingwan were also stronger than it, neither carried the bone-chilling aura that Wu Yang did. The white dog glanced at its fallen comrades around it, unsure if they were dead or could still be saved. It had to end this quickly, but the dog was so tired. It really couldn't go on. I'm just a second-tier dog right now. Zhang Heng saw how composed Wu Yang looked. Could he actually fight? Young Master Wu, if you kill this dog, we'll give you 2 warehouses worth of supplies. Yes. Kill this dog, and we promise you 2 warehouses. Wu Yang sneered, unwilling to bother with these people. 2 mere warehouses. As if I'd care about that. Isn't the entire warehouse complex already mine? Wu Yang strode forward step by step toward the white dog, whose fur stood on end as it entered a state of maximum alert. To its surprise, Wu Yang smiled warmly and said, "Dog, I heard you're the one who snuck into my warehouse and ate my food before." The white dog tilted its head. What are you talking about? The dog had stolen and eaten so much food it couldn't possibly remember him. Clang. Wu Yang drew his Tang sword. Steal from me, and you must pay the price. Woof, woof, woof. The terrifying aura radiating from Wu Yang made the white dog bark frantically. Don't come any closer, the dog really can't beat you. Since you're not with them, can't we get along peacefully? Tell me how much the dog ate, and the dog will repay it all. Wan Bo walked over and translated these words. Actually, translated wasn't quite the right term. These were the white dog's inner thoughts which Wan Bo had picked up through his mind-reading ability. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. You're willing to compensate me? How? The white dog quickly realized how this human could understand it, and immediately thought in its mind. However you want the dog will obey. Just don't stop the dog from killing these people. Oh, with your current ability, can you actually kill all of them? The dog had no choice. They killed my brothers, the dog must avenge them. If I help you get revenge, would you consider coming with me, eh? The white dog fell silent, pondering. The reason White Yiksha became the fearsome terror it was known as was that even before awakening its intelligence far surpassed others of its kind. And after awakening it now possessed the intellect of an 8-year-old child. Without deliberating long, the white dog gave a human-like nod. If you help me, this dog will be your most loyal companion forever. Wu Yang curled his lips. Deal. No one would ever doubt a dog's loyalty. Once a dog chose its master, it would remain faithful forever. Especially when it was White Yiksha, known for leading its pack with unwavering honor and loyalty. That was exactly what Wu Yang had been waiting for. Behind him, Zhang Heng and the others still stood at the entrance, ready to flee at any moment, watching Wu Yang and Wan Bo murmur to each other with confusion. Zhang Heng shouted, Young Master Wu, what are you waiting for? If you don't act now, this wild dog will kill you. Snap. Wu Yang snapped his fingers, spatial devouring. Zhang Heng's head burst instantly, blood splattering onto Chun Hui's face, while the crystal core within his skull was retrieved by Wu Yang through telekinesis. Wu Yang examined it. Oh, metal affinity. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, I might have let you live to work for me. Su Qingwan, who had remained silent all along, still said nothing. Su Qingwan thought to herself, you never gave the man a chance to speak. Meanwhile, Chun Hui screamed in sheer terror. The white dog froze. Damn, my master is this strong. Good thing, good thing. The dog made the right choice and didn't burn bridges with its master. And my master keeps his word, he really did kill that ringleader for me. The dog can't fall behind either. The white dog stared at the screaming Chun Hui. Hell, woman, I remember you. You came last time. This time you're not leaving. Whooshed. The white dog turned into black mist and pierced through Chun Hui's body. Chun Hui had just been about to activate her speed ability to escape, but suddenly felt a chill in her chest. Huh, where's my stomach? Chun Hui went down to keep Zhang Heng company. The white dog was about to finish off the remaining survivors when it heard its new master speak. Wu Yang shouted, dog, come back. The white dog barked twice and ran to Wu Yang's feet, its tongue hanging long, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Wu Yang said, your ability is almost used up, rest for a while. Since you've become my dog, I'll naturally stand up for you. As his words fell, Wu Yang directly swung his tang blade, unleashing a wind blade. Whooshed. With one move, he killed all the remaining survivors present. The survivors didn't even have time to react before they dropped dead. A few zombies that heard the noise just ran over howling. But they were carried away by that wind blade as well. Zombies, what happened? Earlier, when Zhang Heng and the others had come, they had blocked the road on both sides with several trucks from the warehouse to prevent zombie attacks. Now, under the zombie swarm tactic, over 200 first-tier zombies had climbed over the trucks and were all charging at Wu Yang and his group. Roar, roar. Wu Yang glanced over. They were all first-tier zombies, so no danger. He sneered, Tisk, you're not ambitious, you don't even evolve or mutate. Qingwan, you and Uncle Wan go kill them, it's a good chance to practice close combat. Su Qingwan didn't hesitate. Although she was Wu Yang's woman, she knew this was the apocalypse, and she had to be strong herself. Okay, let me try my newly learned water blade. She grabbed a tang blade enchanted by Meng Xiu and charged straight at them. Uncle Wan also gave up his stun baton. Now that he had a third-tier physique, he felt he could try using a tang blade too. But Uncle Wan was purely relying on slashing with the tang blade, as his spiritual type ability couldn't be combined with it. Still, against first-tier zombies, he could hold his own. However, when the acid rain passes and zombies fully advanced support-type people, like Uncle Wan and Cece, would find it hard to fight zombies in close combat anymore. Wu Yang watched the battle calmly to prevent any accidents. Why didn't he practice close combat himself? In his past life, he had practiced countless rounds. He was bored, truly bored. If one could just lie flat, who would want to work hard? The white dog looked at this scene with tearful eyes. Whimper, whimper, he never thought that after all these years the dog finally had a master. And the master even let me rest. The dog will definitely treat him well in the future. The battle ended in over 40 minutes. The first-tier zombies had almost no resistance, and all went to the afterlife. This time, they gained 20 elemental cores and 183 ordinary cores. Added to the ones Wu Yang had left, it was enough for him and his team to fully advance during the acid rain period. After Su Qingwan returned, she looked at the dirty little dog lying on the ground, squatted down, and poked its head. The white dog was about to bark fiercely, but suddenly caught Su Qingwan's scent. Oh, so she's the master's woman, then it's fine. Su Qingwan said, what breed are you exactly? Your fur is so matted I can't tell. The white dog barked a few times. The dog doesn't know either. When the dog became a stray, his brain wasn't working well. Whatever breed, he's my dog now, Wu Yang said casually. Then he fished the spare key to the warehouse from Zhang Heng's body. He began a room-by-room free shopping spree. As for the supplies and warehouse, no. He really looked down on them. Fortunately, the rest of the cold chain park had an absurd amount of supplies. Since the cold storage maintained a constant temperature, the vegetables were still fresh even under the snow disaster. Take them all. He absolutely couldn't let these go. His own people wouldn't eat them, but he could leave them for others. Fresh pork, mutton, chicken, duck, goose, as well as all kinds of chilled and live seafood and rice and flour. All there. Take it all. Besides fresh fruits, there were even cakes and ice cream. All taken. The biggest surprise was that in the cold storage there was a warehouse full of medicine as well as biological and chemical products. Wu Yang didn't know much about these things, but who knew if they'd be useful in the future? Since the space was big enough, he took everything in one go. By the time all the supplies trucks and the corpses of zombies and survivors in the entire warehouse park had been collected into the space, Su Qingwan was completely shocked. This had to be over 100 tons of goods, right? Uncle Wan calmly stroked his beard. Small scene, I've seen it all before. At that moment the white dog twitched its ears as if hearing something. It dashed into warehouse no. 3. Inside, a black dog was slowly and tremblingly getting up. The white dog whimpered and rushed over. Brother, you're not dead. The black dog weakly barked once, then collapsed again from exhaustion. The white dog looked back at Wu Yang with a pitiful pleading gaze. Master, this is the dog's only brother, can we take him? Wu Yang didn't mind, it was just one more dog. After all, I've got hundreds of tons of supplies, I won't miss a bit of meat. If it were a survivor, Wu Yang wouldn't consider it, but since it's a dog it didn't matter. You can't tell me there are spies among dogs, right? Wu Yang said to Uncle Wan, bring him along. The white dog excitedly ran around Wu Yang, even sticking out its tongue and licking his pants. Wu Yang curved his lips, finally understanding how Amber felt when staying close to Cece. But he didn't expect you to be a flatterer. The 3 people and 2 dogs got into the pickup truck and headed back to the safe house. But the white dog was so dirty that Wu Yang was disgusted, so it had to stay in the truck bed with its dog brother. Today's trip was smooth. They returned to the safe house at just 3 in the afternoon. As the car drove into the villa area gate, the Pan brothers saw it was Wu Yang, put down their instant noodles, ran out of the security booth, and greeted him excitedly. Big brother is back. Hello, big brother. Have you eaten? We still have instant noodles, would you like a bite? Nonsense. How could big brother care about something like instant noodles? Sorry, big brother, my brother is too stupid, don't mind him. Sorry, big brother. When I get something good next time, I'll treat you to a meal. Wu Yang rubbed his temples, his gaze sweeping over a box of instant noodles in the booth. It seemed the brothers had enough food. Wu Yang asked, any anomalies today? Xiao Pan spoke first, reporting to big brother. Today 7 zombies, 5 survivors, and 3 stray cats passed through the villa gate. The zombies were all killed by my brother and me. The survivors left from inside the villa area. As for the stray cats, sorry, big brother, they ran too fast, I couldn't catch up. The Pan slapped Xiao Pan on the back of the head. Who told you to report such trivial things? Reporting to big brother, no anomalies. Uncle Wan clicked his tongue in the car. Were these 2 brothers really fit for guarding the gate? Uncle Wan used his mind-reading ability to test them. Well, their loyalty was indeed sufficient, but their brains were indeed not very sharp. Wu Yang saw Uncle Wan's expression and knew the brothers had passed the test. Though helpless, he handed them 4 high-intensity flashlights. These are for you, you'll need them after dark. After thinking for a moment, he also passed them a bag of ham sausages. Yes, don't doubt it, they were from warehouse no. 3. The ones that weren't spoiled had already been taken by Wu Yang. As long as they're edible, it's fine. The Pan brothers took the sausages, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and wept with joy. As expected of big brother, you can even casually give out precious things like ham sausages. Thank you for your reward, big brother. The 2 brothers started flattering him crazily again, and Wu Yang couldn't bear to listen anymore. Before leaving, he warned, it will rain at midnight tonight. Remember, don't get caught in that rain. If there's danger, report immediately. After speaking, Wu Yang stepped on the gas and drove into the villa area. The Pan patted Xiao Pan's shoulder approvingly. Brother, you're improving. Your flattering words today were quite good. Keep it up, over time big brother will definitely remember us. Xiao Pan nodded heavily. The white dog in the pickup bed tilted its head. Strange humans, this dog doesn't understand. Suddenly the white dog's nose twitched. There seemed to be an unfamiliar scent at the gate. The white dog stood up, staring at the gate with piercing eyes. No one. Did the dog see wrong? Outside the safe house, Jiang Feng was leading nurse He Xiao in reinforcing the outer walls. Working in his old trade, Jiang Feng was in high spirits, and everything proceeded smoothly. He had even designed a curved shape for the wall. Jiang Feng said, Brother Yang, I've already had Lin Dong test it with physical force. No mutant or zombie below 3rd tier can break through. I'll have the entire safe house enclosed before dark. Wu Yang patted Jiang Feng's shoulder and said, well done. Finish up early so we can eat hot pot sooner. The spicy hot pot dinner was a promise he'd made to Meng Xiu, and Wu Yang hadn't forgotten. Preparing hot pot was actually quite straightforward. Just wash and chop all the ingredients. Wu Yang had most ingredients ready. Su Qingwan had gone to bathe the white and black dogs, leaving Uncle Wan to handle kitchen duties for the first time in ages. Oh, I see. Uncle Wan reluctantly pursed his lips. Yes, young master. Meanwhile, Wu Yang went to seal off several back doors of the villa district using earth wall techniques. This was to prevent any zombies or survivors from entering the villa district through the back doors. The main entrance had to remain open since they would need to come and go. After finishing, he returned to the third floor of the villa to see what the cleaned white dog looked like. As he approached the door, he heard Su Qingwan gasp, "Oh my goodness. Why you're actually a Pomeranian." Pomeranian. Wu Yang rushed to the bathroom, where he found Su Qingwan holding the white dog, its matted fur now completely smooth and fluffy. Pointed ears, a slightly short muzzle, limbs hidden beneath flowing fur weighing only about 10 Jin. It really was a Pomeranian. Wu Yang burst out laughing. In his past life, the feared white Nightblade was actually a Pomeranian. Seeing its master, the white dog panted excitedly, showing no trace of the killer who had slaughtered over a dozen people. Wu Yang poked the dog. "With your cute looks, white Nightblade just doesn't suit you. From now on, your nickname will be Fork Fork." "Woof woof," white Nightblade barked. Dogs love any name their master gives. At that moment, the black dog on the floor let out painful whimpers, clearly suffering. White Nightblade hopped over beside the black dog, circling anxiously. "Brother, are you okay? We're safe now, you've got to hang in there." Wu Yang suddenly realized this black dog had no mutant abilities. How did an ordinary dog survive the flames? "Well done to you." Wu Yang grabbed his walkie-talkie and summoned Cece. "Sister, there's a dog here that's barely alive. Can you take a look?" Cece was thoroughly engaged in hunting zombies, but since this was Wu Yang's request, she reluctantly returned. Seeing the two unexpected dogs, she frowned dismissively. Two tiny dogs, not impressive at all. Cece casually cast a healing spell on the black dog. At that moment, Amber spotted White Nightblade and let out a wolf's howl. "A woo. Where did this mutt come from? Trying to steal my thunder." Despite Amber being 10 times his size, White Nightblade showed no fear. Baring his teeth, he barked furiously. "Woof woof woof. Where did this foolish wolf come from? I'm way more powerful than you." Amber's fury ignited, jaws wide open, ready to swallow White Nightblade whole. "Let me take a bite before dinner, old wolf." Slap. Amber received a solid slap from Wu Yang. Wu Yang narrowed his eyes. "White Nightblade is one of us now, no infighting. If I catch you two fighting, no chips for a month." Amber turned away dejectedly. "A noble wolf doesn't argue with dogs." White Nightblade strutted smugly. The dog's master was the boss, while Amber's master was merely the boss's younger sister. So dogs are still superior. White Nightblade leaped onto Wu Yang's shoulder and affectionately licked his face. Moments later, Cece finished healing the black dog and left with Amber. Before departing, Amber secretly rolled his eyes at White Nightblade. "Sycophantic mutt. Flatter all you want, you'll get nothing in the end." The black dog stood up energetically after being healed. Since it hadn't awakened any powers, Wu Yang declared, "Your name from now on is Dahe." "Woof woof woof." Dahe barked enthusiastically. By 6 o'clock, darkness had fallen completely. Everyone had returned to the safe house. Lin Dong reported, "Brother Yang, all zombies in the villa district have been cleared and all survivors have been driven away. As for the few troublemakers, they're all dealt with." Meng Xiu had caught the aroma of hot pot and swallowed hard. "Today we harvested 5 elemental cores and 76 ordinary cores." Zhang Feng returned with Nurse Hixio. "Brother Yang, the safe house walls are fully reinforced." Wu Yang nodded. "Well done. Let's eat." In the second floor dining room, everyone gathered around a round table. Seeing how well the 4 nurses had performed lately, Wu Yang invited them to join the meal. After all, hot pot is only fun with more people. The hot pot was thoughtfully divided into 2 pots, one mild and one extra spicy. The table overflowed with food: duck blood, tripe, beef tendon, fatty beef, tender beef, lamb rolls, shrimp, paste, mushrooms, and vegetables. A feast that made everyone's mouths water. With 11 people present, Wu Yang brought out 8 boxes of cold beer. For the next 3 days, everyone can rest well. After the acid rain, the apocalypse will only get harder. So tonight is a rare opportunity. Let's not stop until we're drunk. Drink until we're drunk. Everyone raised their bottles, downing 1 beer in 1 gulp before diving into the hot pot. Amber, White Nightblade, and Dahe crouched on the floor, munching on the big pork trotters Wu Yang had prepared. White Nightblade ate even faster than Amber, finishing the trotter in just a few bites. White Nightblade licked its lips contentedly, then tugged at Wu Yang's trouser leg. "Woof woof woof." Wu Yang was puzzled. "What did you say?" Uncle Wan's expression turned odd as he translated. "He says he wants to eat Chinese cabbage." Meng Xiu stared in amazement. Fork Fork is a dog. Why would he want to eat cabbage? White Nightblade barked twice. He'd had too much meat and needed some greens to cut the richness. Wu Yang's face darkened. "Little dog, if you hadn't mentioned it, I'd forgotten how you stole plenty of my cabbages before. So that's why." Meng Xiu was completely smitten with the adorable White Nightflake and gathered the dog into her arms. She fed it enthusiastically. White Nightflake enjoyed the soft sensation pressed against it and grinned widely. "Woman, you're not bad. You've won this dog's heart." Seeing this, Amber flicked its whiskers contemptuously. Shameless flatterer. The hillside presented a picture of harmony. No one noticed that sparse raindrops had begun to fall outside, and the temperature was gradually dropping. In the security room, the Pan brothers sat with flashlights, shivering as they ate crunchy noodles. It wasn't that they didn't want to make instant noodles. They simply had no electricity to boil water, and they dared not light a fire at night for fear of attracting zombie hordes. Xiao Pan wiped his runny nose. "Brother, our big brother truly has foresight. It just turned midnight, and the rain has come as predicted." But Pan suddenly gazed at the street outside with grave concern. I sense an overwhelmingly heavy scent of blood in the air. The next few days will likely be anything but peaceful.